Welcome to the 2025 North America International Championships. This is the crown jewel of the international circuit, and the world's top trainers are here to leave their mark on history.
NAIC, are you ready?
Last year, Out of Pocket showed exactly why he's a champion, shutting down every challenger who came for his crown. Teamwork made the dream work, and the Orange Juicers crushed the competition to claim their glory. In the TCG, Andrew Hedrick outplayed and outlasted them all, claiming the title of King of New Orleans. And in Pokémon VG, Patrick Connors clinched his first championship with ice-cold decisions and flawless execution.
Let's go!
Tongue come in next. Ashton Ash. We get the attack boost. This could change everything.
Another fairy singularity! Another fairy singularity! Hyper Voice and Kilo's low bliss assistance! They're going straight for the score!
Both active on the Temple of Sinnoh. Theo upper energy on the pit shot. KO with block 3 win.
The game, Josh, the honor, the glory, the redemption is his.
We've had an insane weekend here at NAIC.
Last event of the season.
I have never heard the crowd as loud.
Welcome to the North America International Championships. Let the games begin!
Hello and good morning to all the trainers, viewers, and Pokemon fans tuning in from around the globe. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Steven Sanders, and we're here to welcome you to Day 2 of the 2025 Pokemon North America International Championships, coming to you live from New Orleans, Louisiana.
We saw incredible competition in day number 1, but we have even more Pokemon action in store today.
Before we get started, here's just a few standout competitors to watch as they battle their way towards Championship Sunday.
In Pokemon GO, Paddleman and Zzweilous faced each other at the EUIC Grand Finals earlier this season, and now they battle again in a rematch in their very first round today.
In Unite, the last World's invite for Western regions is still up for grabs. Will DreamMax Esports, Revelation, Daybreak, or someone else secure their spot in Anaheim?
Meanwhile, in Pokemon TCG, Richie went undefeated for the entirety of day number 1 with Toadscruel EX.
And for Pokemon VG, Kyle Livinghouse continued his streak of 6 consecutive Day 2 appearances with an 8-0 start.
These trainers and many more still in competition today have a chance to earn championship points towards Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California this August. And not to mention, of course, a share of the massive $500,000 prize pool.
And with that, it's time to kick things off. Best of luck to our remaining trainers. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Joe Brown and Butters. Welcome, trainers, to the 2025 Pokemon GO North America International Championships. This is the largest international championships for North America to date. My name is Caleb Pang, and I'm joined by Soph.
Thanks, Caleb. I'm so excited to be here. NAIC is like the culmination of all of these regionals we've been having in North America throughout the season, and it's so great to see all of these top trainers from not only North America, but all around the world coming together.
Yeah, speaking about all around the world, let's take a look at the roadmap, all the international championships leading up to NAIC. We had LAIC, Latin America International Championships in Brazil, and then we had Europe International Championships in London right before this, and now we are here in New Orleans. All roads lead to World Championships in Anaheim.
And let's take a look at the championship points that are on the line at this tournament. First place going away with 500 championship points, but everyone here has already earned 200 points because they are all in the top 32. Just as a reminder, the top 75 from US and Canada will be qualifying to Worlds, and there's still some trainers in the top 32 who, even though they've made it so far, they still need to win a couple more rounds to make it all the way.
That's right, and the top 4 players also are auto-qualified for World Championships if they haven't been qualified already. And some of these players, I know in this top 32, definitely need that top 4 spot, and they're going to be fighting for it. For those that haven't followed along with Pokemon Go, let's take a quick look at the format.
This is the 2025 North America International Championships, broadcasting live from the Ernest N. Memorial Convention Center here in New Orleans, Louisiana. Pokemon Go trainers have traveled from around the world to compete over a $500,000 prize pool, precious booster packs, and prestigious championship points. Points that will get them one step closer towards qualifying for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. This epic tournament is a 3-day battle with trainers dueling in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format until only 3 remain at the end of Day 2. On Day 3, Championship Sunday, the intensity hits a fever pitch as our remaining trainers face off in the final matches, where only one will emerge victorious as the North America International Champion. Matches are best of 3, except the high-stakes winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which will each be a best of 5 showdown. Every match follows the Bring 6 Pick 3 format, where trainers must craft a team of 6 Pokemon, but can only bring 3 into each game, making every choice a game changer. It's anyone's guess who will be crowned the North America International Champion and receive a direct invitation to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, but we're definitely excited to find out who the last trainer standing will be. Let's send it back to our casters and get this tournament started.
So much on the line here at NAIC, not just those World Championship qualification chances. We heard about that $500,000 prize pool, and so much money is on the line in each of the matches that are going to be played today. We're already in the top 32, but as we get later and later into the day, every single game is going to have hundreds, if not thousands of dollars on the line.
That's right, and there's some trophies too for those top 4 placements. Let's take a look at the bracket to see who will be fighting for these prizes for the trophy and for the glory here. We have the winner's side of the bracket. So many great matchups here. There were a lot of upsets here in North America at International Championships, but some of the top players did make it through as well, like highlighted from Two Butters earlier. Potamon versus Zzweilous, a rematch from the grand finals of EUIC to kick things off in just the top 16 to start.
We also have ItsAxen versus Ashton Ash at the bottom of the bracket there. That's going to be a great match. I know you have your eye on some of these maybe lesser known players like Toad, who pulled off some of those incredible upsets you were talking about. But let's take a look at the losers side of the bracket. These are trainers who have already lost 1 series, but they're not out of it yet. But these matches are all win or go home.
Yeah, these are super stacked as well too. I'm very excited to see a lot of these matchups. We got Qualification versus Dialab as an example, 2 previous regional champions just going at it. And in the loser side, because of the double elimination bracket, 1 loss in a series here will mean that they will be eliminated. So much to fight for, even on this bottom side of the bracket.
I also see a fun EU matchup there, Colin versus Arceus Aurelius. I believe those are both regional champions from the EU region, so going to be really exciting to see them fight it out here on North American soil.
That's right, and we'll do our best to showcase as many of these matches as possible, but if you would like to follow along the bracket too, and you're watching live on Twitch, the !bracket command will pull up that link for you.
Yeah, so many great matches to be seen here in day number 2. So many great trainers, and even thinking about how the meta has evolved, right? Going from day 1 to day 2, there's going to be a couple of changes as some of those top trainers have made it through.
Speaking of top trainers, let's take a look at some of the top plays from day number 1, in case you missed it. And even if you did see it, I would love to see a recap of this too. 2 of the most decorated players in the world and in North America. Former world champion ItsAxen versus Rise to Occasion, who's won a regional every single season. A beautiful catch from that Lapras for Axen to close out a dominant performance against Rise to Occasion in this winner's finals on day number 1.
Yeah, I think this was a 2-0 victory for ItsAxen, but both of these trainers did end up making it to day 2, so we'll get to see more of them here on day 2. And they've both actually been NAIC finalists before, so that's going to be really exciting to see.
That's right, and looking at this spicy matchup here, Zzweilous versus Shadow Mimikyu. I mean, there's so much diversity between the two teams. I think 12 completely unique Pokemon there. The Tentacruel being showcased, and of course the bulky Galarian Corsa here going for some moves, but not able to get it. Back and forth, these players went all the way the distance to game number 3, but Zzweilous was able to clutch it out in the end.
Zzweilous, one of the most creative trainers in the world, I believe has even top cut the World Championships with Shadow Gyarados, and you see him there making it to day number 2. He'll be facing off against Powderman later.
And here we have Ashton Ash, the finalist from North American International Championships last year against a 2-time regional champion from just this season alone, LDS Corlash. Super high matchup, so much skill between both of these players, and these games were super close, but Ashton Ash able to come out on top in both games.
I think he pulled some of those wins out of absolutely nowhere, making some insane plays, and Ashton Ash definitely one of the trainers to look out for. Again, the runner-up of the 2024 North American International Championships, and he's here again on the winner's side of the bracket.
Yeah, he is looking for redemption this year, and he was just narrowly there, almost beats Out of Pocket in that first winners finals before going back to grand finals and losing him again. But Out of Pocket has been knocked out of this tournament, so maybe this is Ashton Ash's time to shine.
That's right. He's been having an incredible season, and he's continuing to show that success and that consistency here at NAIC. Has some very creative teams as well, with some help from some teammates, of course.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the players to watch out for on day number 2 as well. So, I mean, I spoke highly of Ashton Ash. I gotta have him as my MVP for day number 2. See how far you can make it with that Purified Sableye. What about you, Soph?
I'm going with Elum and that Shadow Drapion. It's come through for him so many different times. I see Jim is going with Doombug and that Arachnid pick. I believe Axen is also running Arachnid. And then, of course, Patoman with the Greninja. A little bit of EU representation there from Martine.
Yeah, definitely very spicy picks from a lot of those European trainers. So great to see a Greninja on stage, which you almost never see in any meta.
That's right, but some of these trainers have some really interesting meta reads. I think there was a matchup where Greninja was really good into like 4 different Pokemon, right? There was a fire type, Dusclops, just to name a few. So, you know, you can be really, really creative and still succeed at these huge tournaments.
That's right. Well, be sure you're tuning in throughout the broadcast because we have some Twitch drops for people if they're interested. But of course, for Pokemon Go, watch and earn a time research through Twitch drops featuring Manabuzz, inspired by Powdermon's EUIC winning team. And Manabuzz in this current meta looks really strong, so definitely a great one to get. Also, you get Elite TM on top of it and some other goodies.
Yeah, those are some fantastic goodies. Those Elite TMs, remember, are the only way you can get Legacy attacks during normal times. And then, of course, Patoman competing here at NAIC, so you definitely don't want to miss out on that Mandibuzz. But it's not just Pokemon Go. You can get Wolfie Glick's 2025 EUIC winning Incineroar for the video game there.
That's right. So whether you're playing Pokemon Go or VGC, you can get Twitch drops. But there's more. You can get Twitch drops for TCG as well. Receive special illustration rares in the game by redeeming NAIC 25 Destined Rivals.
Yeah, those are some beautiful full art cards. You can show them off whether you're playing on the ladder or in those friendly battles. So you definitely don't want to miss out on all of these amazing Twitch drops, regardless of which game you're playing.
Yeah, definitely. Watch and earn more too. There's even more that you can earn for all the games. So be sure to tune in, not only just the Pokemon Go broadcast, but we got TCG, we got BGC, we got Pokemon Unite as well.
That's right, and I think that was a dropper for TCG Live, so you can get some of those great decorative boxes for your online decks.
All right. Well, so I got a question for you. If you want to be featured on some of our social posts or stay tuned in with action, where can they find it?
You can find us on X at PlayPokemon as well as Instagram, but make sure to use that hashtag PokemonNAIC. We might be featuring some posts throughout the day on the stream, so we really want to hear about how you're enjoying the event, if you're here, who you're rooting for, or who you think will win.
Yeah, definitely. We have some tough competitors here in day number 2, and really, it's anyone's ball game, right? It looks like there's some really top players, but sometimes upsets will happen, or sometimes the top of the top will continue to get better and better throughout the tournament.
Exactly, so many top trainers here, but there's, you know, not only these super decorative trainers who have won ICs or even Worlds before, but there's some trainers who haven't even made a top cut before, and they're here competing at NAIC just along with the rest of them.
Well, I'm ready to get into action. I hope you are as well. Let's head down to the booth with Martine and Inadequate.
All right, thank you, Caleb. Thank you, Soph. Guys, welcome into day 2 for the North America International Championships. I'm Jim, here with my good friend, Martine. We are super happy to bring you another day of incredible Pokemon battles. Like Soph was saying, I think that it's anyone's game at this point. We went from hundreds of trainers down to just now 32.
32 trainers that want to get that championship. 16 on the winning side of the bracket. That's the bracket we're going to start with today. And then we have 16 trainers on the loser side of the bracket. If they lose there, they are out. But on the winning side of the bracket, you still have another chance because you'll move on further on in the loser side of the bracket.
That's right. Let's actually take a look at our day 2 meta. I'm very curious to see how our top 12 looks compared to day 1. Obviously, we were seeing lots of Dusclops, lots of Diggersby, lots of Dedenne Mandibuzz. One of the Pokemon that I saw fell out that wasn't day 1 was Clodsire.
And Azumarill. Both of those Pokemon have fallen out of the top 12 usage. However, Tinkaton has entered, and that's not a Pokemon we've seen as much lately, but the Fairy type's holding on. Even though this Pokemon has been, you don't see it in the top 6, but it's been split in the regular version and the Shadow version. Look at how many Dusclops. Combined, there's about 68 to 69% Dusclops in day 2. That's so many Ghost-type Pokemon.
Well, what's interesting is, speaking of Ghosts, we actually have a Ghost fighter, Shadow Annihilate. It was one of my surprise picks from day number 1. Actually, Primeape was a little bit higher usage in day 1, but as you can see, it seems like the superior fighter now is the Shadow Annihilate.
Annihilate always has been one of those better fighters just because it resists other fighting type attacks, and that always has been like the edge that Medicham had 2 seasons ago in this scene as well. Jim, our first match is going to be between 2 trainers who had not reached day 2 before, and now they did it at the North America International Championship. What a stage to achieve that for your first time.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Tiwastell taking the stage versus Toad. I think we had a great display from Tiwastell earlier, and if you follow some of his journey, he actually said that he had a curse on stream. He said he had so many consecutive battles unable to win when he was on the grand stage, but obviously he's been able to shake some of those fears, and he is now here in winners round 1 of day 2, winner's side of the bracket. He's got to be feeling real good.
And Toad on the right side with that Shadow Sableye. We've seen that from Iomero and his teammates yesterday a lot, and looking pretty good here as well into the Shadow Dusclops and Shadow Annihilate. One thing that Sableye has as a niche over other Ghost-type Pokemon, it defeats the other Ghost-type Pokemon, but obviously you have to be careful of the so notorious Diggersby.
All right, so we've got the fighter on Tiwastell's team that beats the other fighters, and we've got the Ghost on Toad's team that beats the other Ghosts.
Very well noticed by you there, Wholesome.
Thank you. I'm very observant.
Very observant indeed. This Jump Love, by the way, from Toad, it actually does have the double flying moveset. So no Energy Ball. It will be walled entirely by the Den. However, with Acrobatics, you can put out some hard-hitting damage into Pokemon like that Dusclops and like the Cradily. You can also win against Shadow Drapion with Acrobatics on Jump Love.
Well, I wanted to ask you, Martine, specifically around the Dedenne. I think that if you look at the Pokemon, obviously very strong. We saw great usage from it in day number 1. When we look at Toad's team, what are the primary answers? How is he going to combat that very strong Pokemon?
I think that the main answer is definitely going to be the Diggersby. As the most used ground-type Pokemon currently, there are almost no Mudslap users that we've seen so far, but Diggersby does wall the Electric-type damage output, and that means that Parabolic Charge is not the attack you want to throw in there, meaning that in that case, then it won't enhance its defense continuously like it usually does. And another Pokemon that can hang quite well there is the Shadow Drapion. I think that the Denne might be kind of a nuisance to deal with here for Toad, however, because his other Pokemon don't do super well into it.
I think that Shadow Drapion is a must-bring for Toad. When you look at how safe it is in a Tiwastell's team, if it can avoid that Diggersby, it's looking quite strong. And even versus the Diggersby, it has that Aqua Tail super effective damage to fight back. If you have some Protect Shields where you can shield up those Scorching Sands, lots of play here. All right, guys, get excited. It's day 2. We're moving right into these battles. Winners round 1, Tiwastell versus Toad.
And it's Diggersby into shiny Shadow Drapion. What a flex from Toad. Let's see if he can get a win to flex with as well here. Staying into this matchup, this is generally not a favorable matchup for the Shadow Drapion. Luckily, you do have very fast-pacing Aquatone. Perhaps you want to make a catch attempt in the back. However, we see the Tinkaton in the back from Toad as well. So this is kind of what we call that soft ABA strategy, where you want to try and deal with that difficult matchup in the lead, so your Tinkaton in the back will be free for later.
Yeah, if I'm looking at what is the answer to this Diggersby on the side of Tiwastell, Toad, his best answer probably is this Drapion right now, knowing that it does have 2 Protect Shields. We could see a swap out at some point into his own Diggersby, but the one thing that you have to worry about always is that Shadow Annihilate hanging out in the back.
That Shadow Annihilate is so good with shield, but we see the catch here from Toad on the Scorching Sands. That's a tremendous play. You keep the energy on your own Shadow Drapion now. However, this is a play for Shadow Annihilate to come in and gather a lot of energy.
All right, well, the matchup that we need to keep an eye out for, Martine, is going to be the Tinkaton into the Cradily a little bit later on. That's going to be a very one-sided matchup, and despite how tough this is looking right now for Toad, there's still some opportunities for him to have great matchups in the back.
I honestly think that is a concern for later, because how are you going to take out this Shadow Annihilate? It has 2 Rage Fist loaded already. I'm pretty sure it's gonna get to 3 in this matchup still, because Tiwastell still has 2 protections on the side, and this is kind of the Pokemon, if you look at the line, where you want to invest your shields on. In comes Tinkaton. It can take some of these Rage Fists, but after the counters are boosted, they're gonna do up so much damage.
Yeah, and Toad has now revealed his entire team. He's shown the Diggersby, shown the Drapion, as well as shown the Tinkaton now. Second Rage Fist coming through. This is single boosted from Tiwastell's Shadow Annihilate. This is gonna do a significant chunk of damage. I would love to see maybe a catch on the 3rd one on the Shadow Drapion. I don't know that the Shadow Drapion has too much value at this point, but do we get a full farm down? Yes, we do.
It doesn't get to the next Rage Fist. That is big for Toad. However, now you have no Protect Shields. That means that Tiwastell's Diggersby might be able to land a Scorching Sands on either of the Shadow Drapion. It looks like he's going with the Great Link, just here to soak some energy. And the reason why is because you cannot get a fast attack down on that Diggersby. Fairwind doesn't do enough damage, and neither does Poison Sting.
Yeah, there's not a lot of fast attack pressure at all across all of these Pokemon right now. Everything is going to be resisted for the most part across these various matchups. Here comes the Diggersby, no energy, trying to get to this Fire Punch, but Toad has lots of energy. Do you want to use a Protect Shield so you can simply get to that Fire Punch?
Attempting to make a catch here. This is the Bulldoze. Might not even knock out. It's not a strong charge attack. Can you even get to a Fire Punch? The defense drop, and no! Not being able to get there. That is actually big for Toad. I thought that this Diggersby was going to be crucial. Now Rock Tomb comes in. This might barely not knock out. Remember that everything Cradily has here is resistant. Tinkaton's quite bulky, and it actually barely hangs on.
Well, in Adequance, I learned from you yesterday that Grass Knot actually does more damage.
It does more damage. It would have probably knocked out here. In comes the first Protect Shield finally from Tiwastell, but remember that the Drapion still had some energy, and it might barely be out of Rock Tomb range. We'll find out soon. I think actually this might almost be Rock Tomb range.
Ooh, I would have liked to have seen probably throwing some energy before this Rock Tomb comes through, but I don't think it matters because I think this Rock Tomb is going to knock out. That is going to be game number 1 for Tiwastell. He is on a roll here in day 2.
That was looking very scary for Tiwastell. So I thought that the Diggersby was looking to be so crucial, but the Cradily was just barely able to close out that game. The Shadow Drapion barely being in Rock Tomb range to seal the deal and taking game number 1 for Tiwastell. Very good team composition there. Of course, Toad maybe underestimated the Diggersby a little bit there.
Yeah, no, I think the Diggersby was not really accounted for. There was no firm answer. Your best answer was going to be Aqua Tail spam from Shadow Drapion plus your own Diggersby. ABA weak, like you mentioned. Now, there was lots of play for his Tinkaton, but when you're down a shield and when you have to combat in a Shadow Annihilate that has, I think, maybe 9-10 counters worth of energy, that is just too tough of a hill to climb.
All right, so we talked about the ABA strategy, where you are weak to a certain Pokemon, and you're also weak to that same Pokemon in the back, as we saw with the Drapion lead and with the Tinkaton in the back. Your only kind of answer was neutral, the Diggersby. Tiwastell, on the other hand, was running an ABB line. I think his plan may have been to bait out the Tinkaton with the Shadow Annihilate, so that the Cradily in the back is free, and then your A, the Diggersby in that case, could clean up that Tinkaton.
I think that Tiwastell was thinking of how strong the Shadow Drapion is into his team, how there's just lots of neutral or strong play across the board, and he made sure to bring his singular answer, and was very fortunate to find it in the lead, getting his Diggersby aligned versus that Drapion.
Alignment can be really important in these games because it makes it helpful for yourself to decide where you want to use your Protect Shield, where you want to put your Pokemon, the charge attacks, and maybe the baits you even want to go for. Toad is locked in. Tiwastell still thinking it through. Are you going to use the same Pokemon here, or is it time for some Sableye action? Both trainers are locked in. We're heading into game number 2. We have the Cradily from Tiwastell into the Tinkaton from Toad.
Tinkaton trying to find a good matchup, and there is a good matchup in the back, but it's another ABA type of strategy, this time from Tiwastell. Weak to the Credilli, weak to the Tinkaton, as well as this Annihilate. Tiwastell immediately brings in this Diggersby now. Toad's going to get a little bit of some chip damage in the form of this Play Rough. What are we going to see him swap into? Maybe his own Diggersby?
Yeah, in comes a Diggersby, because Toad is actually running the same line as game 1, but now with the Tinkaton lead instead of the Shadow Drapion, and now he can align his Diggersby exactly where he needs it to be. However, I think that switch advantage might be a little bit important to deal with the Annihilate, but not so much for the Cradley, because Shadow Drapion also has a pretty decent matchup there.
Well, I think the wild card is going to be, can the Shadow Annihilate be put in a position to sweep the team? Can it get a shield advantage? Can it get an energy advantage? We saw what it was able to do in that game number 1. Right now, Tiwastell has tons of energy, and he is throwing the Scorching Sands into this Diggersby, but with how much of an HP advantage that Toad has, I think he's going to be able to retain Switch no problem. Oh, a quick swap out now into the Annihilate. Switch clocks are desynchronized, so he's going to be able to get an energy head start on his Shadow Annihilate.
He also knows I'm kind of weak to the Tinkaton. I need to gather energy to deal with it later. Toad going for another Scorching Sands. The time is now up for him. He's going into the Tinkaton right away, but now this Annihilate has so much energy. It also took the Scorching Sands though, so perhaps you can get the Fairy Wind down.
I think that you can get a Fairy Wind down, but Tiwastell may be able to get to another Rage Fist before that's the case.
And let's see, we're going for more Fairy Wind damage. They're adding up, but they're doing about as much damage as it counts at this point.
Boosted counters.
Boosted counters. Bulldoze coming through. It will knock out the Shadow Annihilate if unshielded, but Tiwastell put out the protection. He needs to get rid of this Tinkaton here.
Yeah, what's really tough is that you want this Tinkaton against that Cradley, but now you've been using it only on this Annihilate, and this Annihilate is actually able to take out this Pokemon completely. You don't have any fast attack pressure into it, and it's double boosted.
Look at these counters. They're adding up so much. You keep your protection, but you're almost at half health on the Shadow Drapion. Toad's not happy with that, but he'll probably be a little bit more relieved to see that there's Cradley in the back, and that there's not a lot of fast attack pressure at all on this Shadow Drapion. Tiwastell's thinking what to do. In comes the Cradley, attempted to make a catch, fails to, but gets to the Fire Punch. Toad may have lost track of energy there.
Yeah, I think he did. That's really tough for Toad. You saw him grimace earlier with how much damage that he took from those counters. Now he's in a position where he's having to shield a low energy non-stab Fire Punch from a Diggersby. Does farm all the way up to 100 energy and still has 1 Protect Shield advantage. So there's still a lot of play here for Toad, but I don't think this undercharge is really going to do anything. You're just still going to knock out this Diggersby.
It knocks out the Diggersby, and now you still have a lot of energy though, however, for the Cradley. But Cradley, you'll need 3 crunches to get there. So can't Cradley get to 2 Rock Tomb before Drapion get to 3 crunch? This will be a race, but I think that Drapion will be slightly faster here.
Yeah, and the one thing, oh, okay, actually throws the crunch. No Rock Tomb debuff coming through. That's interesting. Toad will land an undebuffed crunch. That's going to do about half of the remaining HP of this Cradley. And like you said, there is no fast attack pressure for Tiwastell. Both Pokemon resist the acids from the side of Tiwastell's Cradley.
Keep in mind that Shadow Drapion would win Charge Attack priority, so if you can keep the crunch and then swap out to clear it, you deal full damage, and that is exactly what Toad is doing. But look at this, Cradley is dealing resistant damage here. You might be able to almost get to that next Scorching Sands, so Tiwastell has to throw the Grass Knot here.
Yeah, just like you said, Martine, the Charge Attack priority will be going to the Shadow Drapion here. Let's see, the crunch should be loaded. Is it ready to go? Yes, indeed. Crunch comes through. No debuffs now after the swap out. Just enough HP that this will knock out, and this is going to tie up the series 1-1.
Chomp, 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 Drapion eats up the Cradley, ties up the score. Toad still in this game. Those risky lines, we keep going quite weak into the Diggersby from Tiwastell that Tiwastell also really relies on, but I think that Toad just kind of wants to answer the Shadow Annihilate as well as possible. Tiwastell has shown his expertise with that Pokemon. See a little bit of wave to the crowd there. Maybe have some fans there cheering for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, in Adequance, I like the way that you called it out, and we very clearly saw Toad recognizing that win condition as well. You called it out. 3 undebuffed crunches specifically. First one got shielded. Second one lands. No debuff, no Rock Tomb at that point. After the Rock Tomb debuff that got shielded though, you had to swap out with that crunch loaded. So great presence of mind. We do see some trainers that say, okay, I'll just come back in, farm up some energy, then throw the crunch. But that opens the door for you to then maybe your opponent has some energy and you're not able to reach that move. So all perfect plays from Toad. He had to adapt mid-battle and he was able to do so.
More importantly though, with switching out, he cleared the Rock Tomb debuff, dealing the full damage of the crunch and making sure that it would knock out. As we see here, I think that the debuff crunch, however, may have knocked out as well, but keep in mind that this was also after some quick attack damage. So maybe after the Rock Tomb debuff, that crunch may otherwise not have knocked out.
What I like about the plays that we just saw from Toad is specifically around his Tinkaton, because remember, Tinkaton was aligned versus the Cradily. And you're thinking, okay, that's such a dominant matchup. I want to retain that alignment. He said, no, I'm okay. I know that I need to take out that Shadow Annihilate, and actually, I'm going to be using the Tinkaton not versus the Cradily. I'm going to use it versus the Shadow Annihilate. And I really like the way that he did that. I do think that there was maybe 1 or 2 plays that he felt a little uncomfortable around, specifically with all that counter damage that landed onto his Drapion, but with that shield advantage, with that strong, hard-hitting crunch, he was able to find the formula for success.
And let's see who can find the formula for success here, because we have a game number 3, and Tiwastell finds the lead that he wants. It's the Diggersby into the Tinkaton.
All right, and we're going to see our first showing of the Shadow Jump Off a little bit later on. There are certainly some answers to it in the back. In fact, 3 Pokemon that can hit for super effective versus that Shadow Jump Off. For now, though, we're going to be seeing the battle from the game number 1, which is that Drapion into the Diggersby. For now, Tiwastell staying in, knowing that he still has a solid matchup here.
No baiting from the Diggersby here. Tiwastell wants to secure a knockout or get the Protect Shield. This also has a chance to drop the attack of the Shadow Drapion, but it doesn't. We see that Toad this time benched the Diggersby in favor of the Shadow Jumpluff, which does have a slightly better matchup into the Cradily, but most importantly, we tackle the Shadow Annihilate. Tiwastell is 5-heading though. He didn't bring the Shadow Annihilate this time.
It is crazy because you talked about game number 1, how Toad was just disrespecting this Diggersby. And look here in game number 3, he's doing the same thing.
Look, if it works once, you do it again.
Exactly. Well, here we go. Diggersby will be throwing yet another Scorching Sands here. Toad will opt to use his second Protect Shield. Knows that he needs this Shadow Drapion to do a lot of work here. A lot of the heavy lifting. Desperately racing to get to this next Aqua Tail just before the Fire Punch. Oh, and nice patience. Tried to go for a catch. Tiwastell did, and brings in his own Shadow Drapion. It's now going to be met by the Tinkaton from Toad.
We saw Toad wait a turn there to make sure that that Aqua Tail wasn't caught on a place where he didn't want to throw that. And then the quick reaction with the Tinkaton switch in. Do keep in mind that there's no Shadow Annihilate, so even though Toad might think there could be, it is actually the Cradily in the back, and that's looking pretty difficult, but he has that energy on the Drapion, so maybe there's still a way out for Toad. Tiwastell's looking to be in a great position, however.
Throwing the play rough here, not the super effective Bulldoze. This does do more damage despite only being neutral. Toad shaking his head, feeling a little frustrated, knowing that this charge attack does not knock out, and that Tiwastell will have no problem reaching another Aqua Tail here. Inadequacy, you called it out. I think Toad is preserving that jump bluff, trying to find that Shadow Annihilate in the back. There is no Shadow Annihilate. It is going to be one of the hardest answers. It's going to be that Cradily.
And there it comes. It's here to gather energy. Yeah, oh, the Drapion barely doesn't get to the crunch. Toad is happy with that, but in comes the Cradily. Doesn't have Bullet Punch. It has Acid now as the fast attack, which is super effective. It makes this matchup into the Shadow Jump Bluff even more solid. Acrobatics is coming through. And it's gonna, can we get a boom? Here it comes. Boom!
That's great doing that with the Inadequates. Well, here we go. Just like you can see, there is still a Protect Shield on the side of Tiwastell. You have to make a catch as Toad. That's exactly what he does. No reason to keep this Drapion around, though. You don't want to take any more damage as the Cradily here. Knock this thing out. All you need to do now is reach one additional Rock Tomb. Toad probably needs to get a bait. I think he needs to land in Acrobatics. I'm not sure that an Aerial Ace would knock out.
An Aerial Ace may not have done it, but it doesn't matter because Tiwastell is at the deciding Rock Tomb. This is going to seal the jump bluff into a knockout. Tiwastell moves to win his round 2.
He is feeling great in day 2. He is absolutely on a roll, able to maintain the momentum that he had in day number 1, and he is taking his skills to new heights here in New Orleans.
What a start to the day. An insane matchup that we had there, and the risk that Toad took there. That's gotta take some courage there to do into day 2. Not only once, not twice, but 3 times going that week into the Diggersby. And Tiwastell in game 3 finally, actually he got him in game number 1 as well. But then with the Shadow Drapion lead from Toad.
Exactly. No, I think that Diggersby was so strong. It's probably the best Pokemon in the meta, candidly, but it's also just so strong specifically into Toad's team. And Toad kept running those teams that were double or even triple weak to Diggersby. Don't forget that Jump Bluff still takes super effective damage from the Fire Punches as well, and it's not running Energy Ball. So there was no real hard answer to that Diggersby. He found himself trapped in game 1 and game 3, and that's why Tiwastell is going to be moving on to the second round of winners.
And another reason why Tiwastell is moving on is because he didn't bring the Shadow Annihilate. Imagine he had Shadow Annihilate instead of that Cradily here, the Jump Bluff from Toad with that Energy Lead, because the Shadow Drapion barely didn't get to a crunch that could have chipped, then the Shadow Annihilate would have been in so much trouble. But Tiwastell is smart. He brings the Cradily benches the Shadow Annihilate, predicts the jump bluff, and Greatly hangs in there, gets to the deciding Rock Tomb to seal that game and win 2-1 here.
Yeah, just like you said, Martine, he was bringing answers to that Annihilate. He brought 2.5 answers, we'll say, to that Annihilate when he said, oh wait, maybe there might be a Diggersby. He brought 0 answers to the Diggersby, and that was his downfall.
I think at that point, Toad was kind of happy to see the Drapion, because if you predict the Annihilate as the 3rd Pokemon, you gotta realize, okay, Shadow Drapion's here, it's gotta be Annihilate in the back, I just keep my jump bluff there, I don't really need to use any of my energy, because he didn't throw the deciding Bulldoze into that Drapion, he actually let Tiwastell throw the Aqua Tail before, which allowed that jump bluff to get the energy. Sometimes you're like, wait, why did they throw energy? Well, that is why, because they want to get their own energy on the other Pokemon and perhaps maybe wiggle some room with that shield somewhere.
Well, I want to create a new segment here. It's called Impressions from Inadequates. We've looked at a lot of different fairy-type Pokemon throughout the seasons. Azumarill's probably been the standout. We've seen the Wigglytuffs, which of course you're the expert on there. One of the fairy types that I feel really had its 15 minutes of fame, I don't know how I feel about it here in New Orleans, is that Tinkaton. We saw it in quite a bit there in that matchup. How is Tinkaton in today's meta, would you say?
Tinkaton has a really, really good defensive typing with Steel and Fairy. However, when there's so much Diggersby around, and Diggersby has a great matchup into it, it's kind of tough to play. I feel like Pokemon like Azumarill do a little bit better there, but then you have to be careful of like the Dennis. So Fairy-type Pokemon, I don't know if there's that much use for them. In fact, because the Dene is like the only fairy type that's that viable, maybe there's place for dragon type Pokemon as well.
Interesting. I don't think we've seen really any dragons at all this entire tournament.
No Giratina.
Yeah, no Giratina, that is true. But we haven't seen some of the traditional ones like the Shadow Dragonair or maybe any of the Goodras that we've seen in some of previous seasons.
Or Dragonite. Rayquaza actually had that at Utrecht, but yeah.
How did that go for you, by the way?
Yeah, let's not talk about that because...
well, I saw that you were running Dragon Ascent instead of Aerial Ace as well, is that correct?
Correct, just because it hits harder, and that's fun.
It does hit harder.
Hit fun,
it's a higher energy move, actually.
It is, yeah. It does drop your own defense, so there is a little bit of downside to that. You have a lot of power, you had a lot of boom, but very fragile.
Yeah, that's true. Speaking of dragons, actually, did you know Zygarde 10% a dragon as well?
Really?
Very, very fun in the Ultra League.
Really? Is it better than the complete form, actually?
I've never played the complete form, so I would not know.
Oh, okay, yeah, you wouldn't know. Yeah, doesn't Zygarde like lose to like Skeledirge, even though fully resisted damage?
We'll not talk about that, okay?
Okay.
Well, I'm looking forward to this next matchup here because we actually had, I think, multiple features specifically. I think that this may be the most anticipated matchup of the entire tournament, and it is going to be a rematch of the EUIC Grand Finals, that being Pokémon versus Zzweilous.
I am super excited for this. Two top-tier trainers from Europe. That means that one European will go down to the loser bracket from this match and the other one will progress. Fun fact, on the loser side of the bracket later on today, we'll also have two Europeans, the other two Europeans in the tournament remaining, also face off against each other. Colin 6 versus Arceus Aurelius. So still so much action, international action here.
And what's great about these European trainers, all of them have regional wins. This is not their first rodeo. They all know what it takes.
They all do, actually.
They do. They know what it... Yeah, I thought about it before. Thanks. This is not their first rodeo. They know what it's like, not only to go through the loser side or the winner side, they know what it's like in the grand finals. So they are proven. They know that they can make this journey. So it'll be very, very interesting to see. Now, like you said, there's going to be collisions, so there's going to be some trainers that are going to fall out, but I'm really excited to see how the rest of the European trainers do here at today's tournament.
Well, we'll see that soon, but first we have Caleb with the winner of a previous match, Tiwastell. Caleb, take it away.
Thank you, Martine. I'm here with Tiwastell right off his win here on the winner's side against Toad, who lesser-known player in the circuit, but he actually beat 3 regional champions to get here. Also a top finish for him so far. He still has more to go as well. This is the highest you placed so far. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. I'm pretty sure that win got me the points I need to qualify for Worlds, which is amazing because I wasn't expecting to qualify for Worlds this year, so that's really exciting, and just having a great time, you know, playing well, and just happy to have performed this well so far.
Yeah, I mean, you've been playing great. I don't think you dropped a single game day number 1. Drop 1 against Toad, who's obviously a fantastic player as well, too. I mean, talk us through the emotions, right? Because you have to clutch up at the very last tournament. What was your preparation like, and how did you even get to this point? Because, like you said, this is your highest placement so far, and there's still plenty more battles to go.
Yeah, so my preparation, I didn't have time to do a ton of practice tournaments or scrims, but I focused a lot of my time on team building, which I feel is very important because I feel like, you know, the team of 6 you have can really dictate how your matchup plays from the start. And so getting that combination right is very valuable. And I think that so far, at least in the matchups I've played, I feel like...
Right, well, thank you, Tiwastell. So we'll hear back from him later, surely. And yeah, it's just great to hear from him and see him progress on to winners round 2. His teammates helped him a lot there, and yeah, can't wait to see more from him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's one of the best stories that we've seen so far at this tournament. We're always looking for those trainers that are trying to put their name on the map, and I think Tiwastell is a trainer where, I mean, this is his peak, this is his Everest so far, and he doesn't seem like he's stopping anytime soon.
And as you can see, let's see, no, it's up next. The matchup we talked about earlier, that is Pokémon versus Zzweilous, will be our next featured match. Super excited. 2 top-tier European trainers, a rematch from the EUIC winners and grand finals.
Yeah, and they're both running that very iconic Pokemon Greninja that we've seen both of them have lots of success with. And I believe we have Scizor for both of these trainers as well. Shadow Scizor for both of these trainers as well.
They form a really good core, actually. However, because of the lack of bulk there, it's kind of difficult to decide where you use your Protect Shield. But I'm sure that these 2 trainers know how to, because that's why they're in the winners round 1 here on day 2.
Well, we have a decent amount of overlap here between the Shadow Scizor, the Greninja, as well as the Cradily. But when we look at some of these other Pokemon, I think there's very, very interesting matchups. Take a look, for instance, the Mandibuzz on the side of Pokémon. It's going to do very well into that Galarian Corsola, but it's going to have a lot of struggles in...
It has Air Slash.
It does run Air Slash.
It doesn't do that well.
You're right. It's gonna be, well, neutral, we'll call it. How about that? But it's gonna really struggle versus that Galarian, the other Galarian Pokemon here, the Wheezy.
Yeah, he brought Pokemon from a specific region here, Zzweilous. The Pokemon I want to highlight here is the Shadow Marowak, because where is the answer on Zzweilous' team? I think that the Marowak almost has to come, or you predict your opponent to predict the Marowak to come out. Because you think a Grass type and a Water type Pokemon do well there. Marowak actually can defeat Cradily, Lapras, and Greninja. So there's a lot of play there. We're going to see how these trainers are going to attack with. We're going into game number 1. It is the Cradily into the Shadow Scizor. This is a great lead for Zzweilous. Wunderbar!
Zzweilous seems to have all the information ahead of time here because he does have the perfect... Oh, wait, actually, I think he can just immediately throw Night Slash if he wants. No, doesn't have a real direct answer to this Greninja, does he?
Are those bullet punches resist on the Greninja or not? That's so much damage!
I was going to say, I think he can just throw a Night Slash knowing how much damage that you've already done. But no, opts to not do that, stays in. Does indeed throw the Night Slash bait in this situation. But the reason that he's staying in here is he does not have a direct answer to this Greninja.
Oh,
he gets the boost!
We see the boost, and this makes Scizor even better now. I think at Zzweilous, you've got to invest your protections now. And this is looking tough for Pokémon, because when you look at his line, he has Cradily and Azumarill.
He gets the boost too, though.
Double boost!
We're seeing the boost on both sides here, but I think fortunately for Zzweilous, he does have a little bit of a head start when it comes to HP advantage. Gets the second Protect Shield now. Oh, shields are down, and this is going to be taking the Shadow Scizor off the field.
Because Pokémon waited a turn there, making sure that Zzweilous wouldn't catch. He also took a Bullet Punch, which almost knocked out this Greninja. The thing is, at Zzweilous, how do you take out this Cradily? You're kind of in trouble, but luckily, he actually has Ice Beam on his Lapras. This makes for a great farm. However, Pokémon doesn't accept that, swaps immediately out. Now you're going to get hit by the full brunt of this Ice Beam, though.
Yeah, the nice thing is that with the pacing, you actually get to this Ice Beam a little bit quicker. This is going to be not enough to one-hit knock out, but it's going to be a significant chunk of damage. Put it in range where you might even be able to fast attack down with one of your Pokemon.
If we take a look at the backlines, it's actually looking pretty good for Pokémon. Zzweilous had that lead, but Pokémon is almost attempting to flip it here, going for the grass, not knowing that will deal more damage because the Lapras will outpace to another charge stack anyway. If you can't reach another charge stack, and Zzweilous, I think he knew he had to get that farm down because he needs the energy for the backline. Maybe he doesn't know yet. But there's an Azumarill on the back. There's no Shadow Marowak like I talked about earlier. Pokémon is nodding. He knows. He's looking at the crowd. He's looking at his dad in the crowd. Look at this, Dad. I got this guy.
He says, no, 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 not today. Gonna be bringing in this Azumarill here. He can even, yeah, ZZ, he gets the nod. Says, okay, I know I have no chance here. There was a lot of things that could have been very nice there, especially that Shadow Kanto Marowak. But realistically, ZZ does not even throw energy, knows that he has no chance versus this big, bulky Azumarill. Greninja will be getting a ton of damage from this player off, enough to knock out heavy damage, even some would say.
Heavy damage on the Greninja, taking it out in one attack. Azumarill, usually not known for dealing a lot of damage, but it definitely takes out a full Greninja there. Fun fact, Wholesome.
Yes, hit me.
If you have 2 shields on Greninja and some attack, you can actually win with fully resisted charge attack and fast attack damage against Azumarill. But that's tough. And of course, Azumarill's never going to shield, so that means you would go in shield deficit. There's that option though, and surprisingly, no Shadow Marowak. Why do you think that is?
Maybe it was just too predictable. I mean, if we look at what ZZ was doing, he was ready for that Shadow Marowak. He had 2 water-type Pokemon, as well as the Shadow Scizor, which, you know, you can still do some nice neutral damage. You're not going to win the 2 shield, but you can do a lot of bullet punch damage and probably crack some protect shields. Now, what I want to say is, what I want to ask you, Inadequence, is should ZZ have swapped out into his own Greninja after getting a protect shield or 2 with the Shadow Scizor, preserving it for later?
I would say yes and no, but here's the thing. When you get the Night Slash boost, you don't want to swap out. I think I was hoping to get the bullet punch down, and if he was able to get that bullet punch down, the Azumarill and the Cradily would have been in such a tough spot because both don't deal a lot of fast attack damage into the Scizor.
But you know you're going to be getting outpaced because you're reaching your Night Slashes in 10 turns, and that Greninja is going to be reaching its charge attacks in 9 turns. So you know that there's no possible way that you're going to win that 2 shield.
There's probably no way. But yeah, I think Zzweilous probably should have kept that Scizor for the Cradily. If it would get energy elsewhere, that would be tough. We're heading into game number 2. It's gonna be Patman into Zzweilous with the Greninja into the Shadow Scizor again from Zzweilous. I would think this is a pretty decent matchup for the Greninja just because it's pacing and it resists the bullet punch damage. It looks like Zzweilous is staying in for a bit here.
Yeah, no, these bullet punches do not feel resisted. They're still doing a significant chunk just from these resisted fast attacks. Patman throws the Night Slash here. We saw a boost last time. Will we see it again this time? That'd be some crazy luck, but not today.
Not today. Night Slash was shield because a Hydro Cannon would almost knock it out. Now go for his own Night Slash. Of course, you use your Protect Shield here on the fragile Greninja. Patman wants to secure that he can take out the knockout on this Scizor. This will be kind of tough in the back, but no, he's farming up more energy, go for perfect timing, and in the process, another Night Slash is being thrown. Go for another Protect Shield though.
Well, switch advantage is super important here. You have the Galarian Weezing, and this time, actually gets the catch. I love this play here, catching the Night Slash. This is going to be a little less hard hitting than a Hydro Cannon. Zzweilous brings in his Greninja, but what does this mean? The Cradily is ready to go, and it does neutral damage with its fast attacks and can one-hit knock out with either of its charge attacks.
But this is exactly what Zzweilous wants because he has that Galarian Weezing in the back, and Galarian Weezing, it used to have a great matchup into the Cradily when it had Bullet Seed as a fast attack. Now that's Acid, and with the combination of Rock Tomb, it doesn't really like to see that. Going for the undercharge here,
this is smart.
I like this play, but remember that Greninja charges really quick, so it will likely be able to get to that charge stick off here. This might barely not knock out after these debuffs though.
No, I think he wants to lose this matchup specifically so he can bring in his Shadow Kanto Marowak and get an energy advantage. I think Zzweilous recognizes that and says, no, I'm not going to let you do that. I'm going to make you stick around here, and I'm going to try and get a farm down now with my Shadow Scizor. Now that shields are down, he knows that he can maybe one-hit knock out either of these Pokemon.
This is actually looking so rough for Patman at this point because you cannot bring in a Marowak. Since the Scizor has energy, it might be able to get to that Trailblaze, which is super effective. But here it comes, and let's see how much these must-have damage do. Can get to the Trailblaze there, and yes, you can barely get there! Scizor hangs on, it's gonna knock out the Marowak!
This is what you needed to come back as Zzweilous. You know that you would have no play with your Galarian Weezing into that Shadow Kanto Marowak. We get the one-hit knockout, and now you've got your Fairy type into the Dark type. This is a repeat of Game 1, but we flip it. We got the Fairy on the Dark type.
And there's still a Protect Shield on Zzweilous. I like this no shoot because if this was a Night Slash bait into a Night Slash boost, then the Hydro Cannon will probably knock it out. But Zzweilous knows his matchups, goes for the Brutal Swing here. He secures a knockout and ties up the score in this exciting win is round 1.
All right, I am really glad that this matchup is exactly what we were all hoping for. It is just 2 incredible trainers making some very creative plays, playing some very fun Pokemon, putting on a great display for all the viewers.
And the way they play this with those undercharges, right? They don't want to give each other too much energy on their Pokemon because they are like no bulk. Scizor, not a bulky Pokemon. Greninja, not a bulky Pokemon. So you have to try and deny the energy of your opponent.
Well, alignment is so significant here. And you know, these trainers, not only is it alignment, but getting energy. Just like you said, saying, oh, it's like a standoff almost, saying, okay, I'm going to undercharge. Oh, now I'm going to undercharge. I'm going to be the one that gets an energy head start. And that's exactly what we saw from Zzweilous. Get right here, bringing in his Shadow Scizor, able to get 3 or 4 bullet punches, and that energy was exactly what he needed to one-hit knock out that Shadow Kanto Marowak. If he didn't have that energy head start, he just gets mud slapped down and loses the game.
And also, if he didn't have that defense in the hell needed on that Scizor, it would not have even hung on to that final mud slap. So just showing how crucial that can be sometimes. Scizor getting to the Trailblaze was absolutely mandatory in that very position, because if that Marowak was on the Galarian Weezing, Zzweilous would have 100% lost that battle.
And I think where you see trainers go from good to great is when they recognize which matchups can I get safe energy on the Shadow Scizor, especially the Cradily, right? Double resisted acids. You can farm up a ton of energy without really any repercussions whatsoever. If you're going up against something like a Marowak, however, you're going to watch that HP evaporate very quickly. So good recognition by Zzweilous, knowing that he needs to find that Cradily to get energy on his Scizor to win that match.
Both trainers are locked in. We're getting into decisive game number 3. Let us know who you're rooting for. It's going to be the Shadow Marowak from Batoman into the Galarian from Zzweilous. This is a really rough lead for the German, but a great lead for Batoman.
This is worst case scenario for Zzweilous. Swaps out right away into the Scizor. He needs to throw this Night Slash right away if he wants to throw on good timing. That's exactly what he does. He's able to minimize the amount of turns that Batoman is able to reach with his Shadow Kanto Marowak. But look at the damage that he's already taking. He's below half HP on his Scizor.
This Scizor, oh, he gets the boost! Night Slash boost again!
Unfortunately for him, though, I think he may have even been able to just farm down. It would have been very, very close. But nonetheless, Batoman does throw this charge attack. Zzweilous does not want to use the Protect Shield. There's still a lot of energy remaining on the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and it's going to be able to at least hit for neutral against both of these Pokemon.
The problem for Batoman is he doesn't know it yet, but that Azumo's not going to have a lot of play. In comes the Cradily. Now the full line has been revealed. Zzweilous brings in the Cradily because it doesn't have to shield his Bone Club. On the Galarian Weezing, definitely would have been super effective. Hard swapping into the Shadow Scizor there. He wants to get that Scizor, the Galarian Weezing, back, but Zzweilous is ABA weak into this Scizor!
That's the problem. The only answer that you had for the Scizor was your own Scizor. Your Scizor's gone. Both of your Pokemon now are taking super effective Bullet Punch, and this is not old Bullet Punch. This has been buffed, and the longer this matchup goes, the stronger the Scizor is going to get.
Galarian Weezing has access to Overheat, but Zzweilous doesn't have it. He has Brutal Swing and Sludge on this. Look at those bullet punches. It's draining the health of this Galarian Weezing.
This is not a Shadow Galarian Weezing. This is not an Overheat. This is not enough to knock out the Scizor. Batoman continues to get stronger and stronger and stronger as these bullet punches add up.
Where the Azumarill looked so rough to use for Batoman against that backline from Zzweilous. The Scizor opened, cleared the whole runway for Azumarill. It comes in, it's gonna get the bubble down, and even Cradily in the back is not gonna have anything anymore here.
You can't hide behind this Protect Shield. This Azumarill is just too bulky. While you're doing tons of fast attack pressure with your acids, you just don't have enough HP, and Azumarill will bubble down the Cradily. 2-1 victory for Batoman.
He does it again. He has defeated Zzweilous just like he did in the EUIC Grand Finals. Wow, what a match we had there. And again, such risky calls there. Honestly, Jim, I think that Zzweilous may have had a little bit of an oversight in his team composition. Maybe predicted that the Scizor wouldn't come out, but it was there waiting in the back. Even after the boost on his own Scizor, annihilating that Shadow Marowak. The Scizor from Batoman with his shield down was so tough there. This is what you talked about. There's just hardly any fast attack pressure at all in this current meta.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun when you do see the fast attack pressure. You've got the Shadow Scizors and you've got the Mud Slappers and you've got some counter users, but it's a relatively low representation. And just like we saw right here, this Shadow Scizor boosting its attack not once, but twice. Devastating bullet punch damage. Zzweilous, he only had Pokemon that took super effective damage from that Shadow Scizor. It was just too much for him to withstand.
And then Azumarill would have a great time into the Galarian Weezing and the Cradily, but when Scizor takes out two Pokemon pretty much, Yeah, even though Zzweilous could just hang on with both the Galarian Weezing and the Greatly at that point. Pokémon again having Zzweilous' number, but it's not over for Zzweilous just yet. He still has a chance on the loser side of the bracket, and we have seen him make incredible loser side bracket runs before.
Yeah, he's going to be joining Colin and Arceus Aurelius, his European brethren, down in the loser side of the bracket. But I have to say, if I'm looking at who has the momentum right now, who is maybe the favorite to win, Pokémon looks like that favorite. He is not only, beat the trainers that on paper he should beat, he's beating some of the top trainers in the world, even in matchups that look unwinnable.
We haven't had anyone in Pokemon GO yet to win 2 international championships. And even though it might be early to say, because of course Pokémon is only in winners round 2 now, that is already pretty far actually.
That's very far.
It's not yet there though. It might be a little bit early to say, but Pokémon is on his way currently to be that first person to win 2 international championships. And not just that, but also in 1 season.
Well, let's hear how Pokémon does it. He is on stage with Softov. Soph, take it away.
Thanks so much, Wholesome. I'm here with Pokémon, who has just won probably the most anticipated matchup for winners round 1 today. How does it feel to take that win over ZZ again?
I mean, CC is a great opponent, so I'm like so hyped because I think I have a good shot to take it all. And of course, good GG's to him because he's so good, and even when he had a really bad matchup, he was able to take a game, and that's really, really good.
Yeah, I think the two of you are maybe the top of EU right now. You've had such an amazing season. In terms of the matchup with ZZ in particular, is there anything you did to prepare last night, or any particular Pokemon you were thinking about on his team?
So basically, I didn't really scream. I mean, I didn't practice, but like I had some comms on my mind, and I thought I had a comp advantage. But like it was hard because it could be a bit RPS in that sense. So I think I was really lucky in this case.
You've always been one of the best trainers in EU and maybe the world, but it feels like this season has been kind of just on another level for you. What do you think has changed between before and now?
So I feel like now I'm maybe more focused because like when I was in the other season, I was maybe in other things and I wasn't really thinking that much about the game. So I think now I'm in the mood I want to be, and that's all. Yeah.
Yeah, the mental is a big part of it. Maybe just taking one game at a time in these bigger tournaments. And then before we let you go, are there any shout-outs or thank yous you want to give?
Yeah, I want to shout out my family, my friends, especially my dad, which is there looking at me. Also my girl and all the people supporting me this time. I appreciate that a lot.
All right, well, I'm sure they're all rooting for you. Thank you again for your time and congratulations once again. And casters, we'll take it back to you.
Thank you, Soph. Thank you, Pokémon. That was just a great interview, and it's so great to see Pokémon here. A lot of these trainers that are getting these travel awards to come to these ICs, these are trainers that a year or two ago we probably would not have seen here. So we're seeing an increased level of competition, and we're seeing some storylines develop. Like you said, could be the first trainer to win 2 ICs, could be the first out-of-region winner as well. Within, we have all of these NA trainers trying to defend their home territory, but so much threat from some of these EU, LATAM, and Oceania trainers.
And this is just the start of day 2 of the North America International Championships here in June. We have much more content in June, however. We take a look here. Look at all these raids and the max battles. Have you attempted one of these? I saw you have a Dynamax Blissey. Why do you have that?
Well, it's actually a great Dynamax, not attacker. It's one of those tanks that can build up some shields and do some healing within the Gigantamax or Dynamax battles. It's a little bit of a different element from PvP, which I know that's going to be your expertise, but maybe I can coach you on Dynamax.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that. If we take a look at the Pokemon that you have, then I don't know about that. But for the Pokemon that you can use as well in Dynamax or PvP, the Mega Raids will give you a guaranteed charge TM. So if you like any of those, you can get into that as well.
That's right. Well, make sure that you guys take a look at all the different content. There's tons of things to do here this month and a lot of community days coming up that we're excited about as well. But guys, I think that we're going to be introducing our next battlers here. These are trainers that we saw featured on stream yesterday in day number 1. Rockhaven, who could forget, took down Marto Galde earlier on in day number 1. He's going to be facing off versus our number 2 LATAM leaderboarder, Richie 1409.
And this is like, I feel like a lot of what we've seen so far at the North America International Championship is offensive pressure. Like, of course, Pokemon like Diggersby and the Dennis stand out, but to me, I'm just more curious to see how these trainers are going to use their Shadow Scissor and Shadow Annihilate. Those have been putting so much pressure into some of these Pokemon as a core breaker, but also as one of the very few Pokemon to have actual fast attack pressure.
Yeah, I mean, look at Rockhaven's team as an example. Quick Attack, Air Slash, Hex, Thundershock, Rollout. It's really the Shadow Scissor story here.
And there it is.
There it is. Shadow Scissor in the lead. It's going to be up versus this Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz does resist all the charge attacks, but look how quickly these Shadow Bullet Punches add up.
And while you think this is a pretty neutral matchup based on type base, it's actually pretty good for the Mandibuzz because it resists the charge attacks that this Scissor has. However, after this Trailblaze, the attack is going to be buffed up, and that means that the Bullet Punch damage will increase. I wonder if we're going to see a catch from Rockhaven here, or if he's going to play it out to free up the Dusclops in the back.
Well, I think that the Shadow Scissor is going to be threatening to knock out with this second charge attack. Now, you do have to go down Protect Shields, but if you look at how far this energy can go later in the matchup, it could... Oh, you called it, yeah!
On the airways as well! And that is actually not super effective like the foul play would have been, so that makes it a great catch from Rockhaven. There's not really a great answer from Richie, but he sees it as a great opportunity to bring in the Dedenne. That's great for Rockhaven.
Yeah.
Mandibuzz in the back.
Absolutely. This is going to free up his Mandibuzz so much. One of the better matchups that Mandibuzz has is versus that Diggersby, only able to throw those fire punches versus the double resisted Scorching Sands. So you have to like where you're at as Rockhaven. You preserved your Shadow Scissor, and it has energy to boot.
Parabolic charge coming in. This is going to buff the defense of this Dedenne, making sure that it will be very difficult for Rockhaven to knock this out. You still have energy, however, on that Scissor, and of course the neutral bullet punches here. It's neutral because it's super effective on Fairy, but you resist it by Electric.
Yeah.
It's such a good typing.
It doesn't look like it's resisted, though, with how much damage that it does. We saw it on the Greninja earlier with resisted damage.
Yeah.
It is just such a strong attack. Don't forget, it is a clone of Sucker Punch or Old Counter, if you guys remember how good that was.
In comes the Scissor, and even though the defense has been boosted, Bullet Punch still chunk. We're going to see the Trailblaze come in. This will secure the knockout if no protection is being used. It looks like Richie's actually holding on to the Dedenne. Might smell out that he might sniff out that Mandibuzz in the back.
Well, this is now, I believe, 3, maybe 4 buffs to Dedenne's defense. This is going to make it harder and harder to knock out. The only pressure that you have is the Scissor. Oh, a quick swap now into the Mandibuzz. Maybe banks up a little energy and gets out. This is going to be a full farm down with your Mandibuzz, but you're not even going to reach a charge attack.
Not being able to get there. Can this Dedenne get to another charge attack into the Mandibuzz, however? That might be pretty crucial. Keep in mind that Rockhaven is one bullet punch of a Trailblaze that is super effective into this Diggersby later on.
Maybe he can even get it in range where one Night Slash will knock out. It's going to be a lot of work for this Mandibuzz, but Richie actually brings in the Diggersby right away, opts to preserve the Dedenne for potentially a catch, or maybe just a last-second farm down with one of these Pokemon.
You say a lot of work. I call this a long day of work because this is a pretty long matchup between these very two bulky Pokemon. Fire Punch was buffed about 2 seasons ago, so that does give Diggersby a better matchup here. And of course, you're running Quick Attack instead of Mudshot as the fast attack, so that's also neutral. It gives Diggersby a lot of play in this match.
You know, this used to be one of the worst matchups for Diggersby when it was running Mudshot and before the Fire Punch buff. Like you said, there's actually some situations here where Diggersby can win these matchups.
Simultaneous swap here, attempting to get the catch there, and now you have to expend energy as Rockhaven. This is pretty good for Richie, I think.
No, that's great for Richie. You force him to throw energy because you would have farmed down with the Thundershocks and then thrown super effective damage into that Mandibuzz. Now the Shadow Scissor is completely neutralized. All it does is one bullet punch into your Diggersby. You need to probably get to at least 3 fire punches here. Can you withstand the next charge attack from the Mandibuzz?
So the thing is, Diggersby paces much faster, but like you said, Fire Punch, you need, I thought 3 might do it. I'm not even sure at this point. You need much more Quick Attack here as well. This Foul Play doesn't do as much damage, and it will take a while before Mandibuzz will get to another one, but can Quick Attack and 2 Fire Punch get the knockout here for Richie?
He's going to be able to withstand this next Air Slash. He needs 1 Quick Attack and 2 of these Fire Punches to knock out, and I don't know if it's going to be enough. Here comes the first Fire Punch. 1 away, throws the second Fire Punch. I think that he can withstand at least 1 more Air Slash. He's going to be able to get at least 2 more Quick Attacks. He needs this damage to add up, and he needs it to add up quick.
Both Pokemon are almost running out of health. Who can get
Will we have a tie?
Yes! Simultaneous KO!
Oh, what a start that we had there. Not the most exhilarating Pokemon, but an exhilarating ending that we saw there between the two bulky Pokemon, one from the ground, one from the sky. We're still 0-0 here in day 2, winners round 1.
I think if anything, this is more... Richie probably would see this more as a win because of that play with the simultaneous swap. That secured him, well, not the win, but not the loss either. And that was so great because at that point, Rockhaven had to expend energy from the Scissor that otherwise would have been thrown into that Diggersby and secured the knockout.
Yeah, there was that looming threat of Shadow Scizor getting to that Trailblaze and hitting his Diggersby. That would have spelled disaster for Richie and almost for sure translated to a game loss. But he was able to mitigate that risk and find the way out of it, which is getting that simultaneous swap, bringing in the Dedenne, and, you know, great plays from Richie overall. I think that on paper was a losing matchup, and he was able to find the tie.
And also a great play from Rockhaven, right? Because the catch on the Dusclops into a Mandibuzz.
Beautiful.
Rockhaven tried to do everything into a pretty tough lead. Probably the worst lead he could have faced because Mandibuzz does quite well into the Shadow Scissor, and then it also does well into the Dusclops. So Rockhaven really tried to do the best. And look at this, the simultaneous KO of two super bulky Pokemon. How often do you see that? Richie knows. That doesn't happen a lot.
Look, one thing I love about Richie, win, loss, or even tie, he's always got a smile on his face. One of the most positive trainers in the community, and he is having so much success this season. Don't forget, I believe he was our 2023 Charlotte Regional winner.
Correct.
And then I think he had a little bit of a gap.
We see them.
Yeah, we can see him right here. The Charlotte Regional winner for 2023 traded me some Haluchas as well, so big thank you. But you can see he's had lots of success after that. EUIC top 16, Sao Paulo top 4, and the Bogota champion from 2025.
And that was, I believe, the first championship where Galarian Corsola was allowed. A very strong Ghost-type Pokemon with Astonish and Nightshade that we saw Zzweilous use earlier. But many trainers now are opting for Dusclops because Ice Punch is just way better currently when Diggersby is meta. You need coverage into that Pokemon.
It is a little wild when we see just how big that Elemental Punch buff was.
Yeah.
Pokemon like Diggersby and Dusclops that are probably our #1 and #2 Pokemon, direct beneficiaries. Well, here we go. Rockhaven bringing one of his signature Pokemon, the big man Blastoise, into this Cradily. A great matchup for Richie. A quick swap into the Shadow Scizor. It's going to be met by the Diggersby.
An insanely quick swap there from Richie as well, being able to get to the Fire Punch before Rockhaven is able to get to the Trailblaze, and that kind of dictates the shield play here, because let's say you get to the Trailblaze before the Fire Punch and Richie would no shield, Scizor could actually flip this matchup, and at this point Richie knows perhaps I could just keep this matchup to myself now. However, if we see a nice boost here, we see no nice boost this time, that could decide this matchup as well, because then Bullet Punch would add up so much. We see the charge security tie here. Perhaps at this point Rockhaven might let this Scissor go.
Yeah, no, I think that you're going to get some damage here. You know it's not a Trailblaze. You know that you're not going to win the matchup because Richie, oh, he does double shield. Richie is only one fast attack behind, so you're not going to be able to get to that Trailblaze before he's able to reach that third Fire Punch. Keep an eye on switch clocks though, Inadequence.
Yeah, is there going to be a catch attempt? Oh, Rockhaven. Yes, he does try to catch, but Richie predicted it, swaps into the Cradily right away back into that Blastoise.
And I love what Richie's done too. He could have swapped in his Mandibuzz into that Scizor, knowing that he resists all the charge attack damage, but he preserves his Mandibuzz, and it's going to have a pretty solid matchup into that Dusclops later on.
The Hydro Cannon lands, Cradily hangs on quite well. I think he could have maybe got a little bit more energy here, but it doesn't matter. This Grasshopp's not going to knock out yet. In fact, this Blastoise might not get very close to securing the knockout into this Cradily with the next Hydro Cannon here. It paces really fast. Look at this, Hydro Cannon just barely getting before the charge attack of the Cradily. Do we see Protection come up?
I don't think so, because I think you're just going to bring in your Mandibuzz, farm it down with Air Slashes, get an energy head start. Well, I got to eat my words here, Inadequence.
Yeah, looks like we do see the Protection come up. Richie preserving this Cradily, and in comes the Dusclops, getting the full hacks through. But I think Richie's very fine here, getting the debuff. Now the full backline has been revealed, and I think Richie knows my Mandibuzz is looking really good here.
Okay, quick swap, brings in the Scizor now, has the Night Slash ready to go.
Look at this Night Slash. I think Rockhaven predicted Richie to swap into the Diggersby for the Fire Punch, but Richie stayed in.
I'm shocked that he threw that energy. I think that you're right. I think he was anticipating the combo play here. Fire Punch is loaded just like you said. Switch Clock is not up for Rockhaven. There's no way out of this. He is going to have his Shadow Scizor knocked out, and now this is going to tee up the Mandibuzz for Richie. Switch Clock is up, brings it in, and there's just the Dusclops left.
Incredible patience that we see here from Richie. Guys, he is locked in at the NAIC.
Dark Pulse is loaded and ready to go here. This is going to be super effective damage. This is not the foul play. This is the harder hitting, more efficient Dark Pulse. Is this enough to knock out? Not quite.
Not quite, but we see Rockhaven basically conceding, not throwing the charge decks, knowing that the Ice Punches wouldn't be enough. You need 3, maybe with some more hexes as well. And Richie takes game number 2, actually. It's 1-0, but it's the second game.
I have an inquiry for you, Inadequates. All right. Normally, I feel with Mandibuzz, when we see Air Slash, for sure we're seeing Aerial Ace. I see a lot of foul play, though. We're seeing Richie run Dark Pulse. What are the pros and cons of foul play versus Dark Pulse, specifically with Air Slash?
I am not sure what matchups it picks up, but Dark Pulse is a more efficient charge stack. The only problem that Dark Pulse has in combination with Air Slash is that it's not exactly efficient energy-wise, because you need 7 for your first Dark Pulse. That is a lot of turns, and that's why Mandibuzz with Dark Pulse is preferably seen with Snarl. However, it's like Richie may know some more mechanics that we might not, and Dark Pulse does deal some more damage. Perhaps it is exactly for the Dusclops matchup, because we've seen earlier yesterday that Dusclops can actually win the scenario where both trainers use no Protect Shields.
Absolutely. Well, there was that pivotal matchup right there where you saw Rockhaven throwing energy, maybe anticipating the Diggersby to come in. His switch clock was locked. That allowed Richie to bring in his Diggersby, one-hit knock out the Shadow Scizor, and then it was all the Mandibuzz show at that point. Just simply needed to farm down the Dusclops, and currently 1-0 in favor of Richie 1409.
It is so important to be locked in and focused for these kind of matches. I love the prediction from Rockhaven here to anticipate your opponent coming with the Diggersby. However, Richie was not falling for it. He knew that perhaps Rockhaven is trying to get out my Diggersby, and he just stayed in it with a great lead there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you called it multiple times. Not only was it the patience in that moment, but the patience earlier in that when the switch clock came back up, there was a catch potential as well when he had his Diggersby on the field to maybe catch a Fire Punch, I believe, on his Blastoise, but he waited. Lots of great patience by Richie, and it benefited him multiple times.
One of our trainers has locked in, the other one still thinking it through just a little bit. Okay, we're having a lock-in. We're heading into this next game here between Rockhaven on the left, Richie on the right. We have the Dusclops into the Jellicents.
Yeah, this is going to be the Battle of the Ghosts. I don't know if you knew this, but New Orleans actually known as one of the most haunted cities in the United States. No surprise to see these ghosts on the field.
Very spooky matchup that we have here. Dusclops should take this when a lot of shields are in play, but Shadow Ball hits much harder, so it would give Jellicent a slight edge in matchups where less shields are in play. We see the bait here, actually, and no shielded immediately by Rockhaven. This definitely pulls that Dusclops forward in this matchup.
Yeah, no, that certainly is nice for Rockhaven. Richie, you can see shaking his head, feeling a little frustrated, but he comes back with a play of his own, brings in the Diggersby, catches the double resisted Shadow Punch here. What do you bring in as Rockhaven now? Do you bring in the Shadow Scizor? No, instead brings in the Blastoise.
That catch was muy bien, and now baiting out the Blastoise, so the Mandibuzz in the back is free. At this point, as Richie, you're probably just hoping that there's no Dedenne, because he went ABA weak to it with the Jellicent lead and the Mandibuzz in the back. But that Shadow Punch catch really helped, because the energy is going to be valuable everywhere. And Jellicent also walls this Blastoise. You can perhaps get a Hex down.
Well, what's significant here is normally Diggersby can hang on versus 2 Hydro Cannons, but it cannot because it's taken that Shadow Punch already. And especially, it really needed a an attack drop at that point, but is unable to get that. So things are looking really good for Rockhaven right now, and there's still lots of damage that this Blastoise can do.
But not lots of health left. You have to throw the charge deck, and in comes the Jellicent again for the second catch in this game from Richie. Incredible play, keeping that Diggersby around with some health left still. That'll be very useful into both the Dusclops and the Scizor later on. In comes the Dusclops, but it's being charged with a Surf immediately. This won't look out just yet, but we see Rockhaven letting this go, putting it all on the Scizor in the back.
2-shield Scizor could be a smart strategy here. This is Air Slash Mandibuzz though, and there is still plenty of HP on this Diggersby as well. Keep an eye on Rockhaven's switch clock as well though, because he does still have that Blastoise they can use as a sacrificial swap. It's actually only one rollout away from a Hydro Cannon, but I don't know if it's going to be able to reach it.
Blastoise has very little health left. The timer's not up yet, so you're going to get the Air Slash down here as Richie. It's all Mandibuzz now, but it's already taken some damage. Scizor comes in. This is exactly where it wants to be, with 2 shields still in play. You're going to go for the Aries here, not even build up to the Dark Pulse, because this Pokemon is so fragile that even Aries has to be respected.
Yeah, and you just have to start shielding if you're Richie though. You have 2 Protect Shields, whether you're throwing Night Slash, whether you're throwing Trailblaze, there's nothing left to shield at this point, so I think that we have to see a Protect Shield from Richie.
and we do see the Protect Shield, but it doesn't matter because these bullet punches, you cannot protect from them. You can't hide from these bullet punches. We see the attack buff from the Trailblaze, and even on Mandibuzz they're adding up. There's still protection. Oh, but there's the catch attempt, however. Uh-oh, I think that might change things a little bit.
I don't think that rollout registered, so
I don't think it did.
Yeah, so I think that he's now only one air slash away from getting to his next charge attack. Richie using his final Protect Shield. How much energy is now on the side of this Scizor? I think he's 3 away.
I think that perhaps that catch attempt may not be necessary. Now you lose that bullet punch boost.
Exactly.
And this Mandibuzz is at almost 2 areas. There it is, and this is going to get the win here for Richie. He's taking his match by 2-0.
Look at that HP remaining on the Mandibuzz. It only has 1 HP in a dream. If you have boosted bullet punches, there's no way that Mandibuzz hangs on. That swap out proving to be costly for Rockhaven, but it benefits Richie, and he is going to take the win here in winners round 1.
Vamos, Richie. I think Rockhaven may have lost track of the energy there. Richie taking full advantage with that Mandibuzz. He was locked in entirely for this match. This was round 1. He's moving on to winners round 2 at the 2025 North America International Championships.
Richie making all the plays. We saw not 1, but 2 catches there, catching the Hydro Cannon on, I believe, his Jellicent, and then also catching a double resisted Shadow Punch on his Diggersby. He had to pull out all the stops and get a little bit of help from Rockhaven, but he was able to take that Game 2 victory, and he's looking unstoppable.
That's a great memory you got there, Jim, from the battle we just had there. And keep in mind that Richie is number 2 on the LATAM leaderboard, so we already knew he is a phenomenal player, and all these points are super valuable for the next LAIC Travel Award as well.
That's right. You can see, we talked about it earlier, but these trainers, they now have an opportunity where they can attend all of these different international championships based on their performance throughout the season. So not only is it important for prizes and championship points here just for this current season, but for future seasons or future tournaments as well.
Look at this Jellicent with the Surf. Dusclops is so bulky, and I wonder if we get to see that. We don't get to see the Blasters moment here, but because of that catch, I think that may have lost Rockhaven the match, because not only did the catch fail, the rollout damage didn't register, which was crucial actually. If you looked at the Mandibuzz HP at the end, you also lose your buff when you switch out of your matchup. So yes, it's good sometimes to switch out to clear a debuff. It might not be good to clear a buff.
That's the problem, and I mean that's the dilemma that all of these trainers running the Shadow Scizor and trainers running the Dedenne as well. They'd have to think to themselves, okay, I'm so buffed, I'm in a situation where I'm doing all this damage. What do I gain by trying to make a catch or swapping out, and what do I lose? And I think in that situation, you gave up a lot. I think you were maybe double boosted or single boosted at that point. Had you made a catch, that probably would have been impactful, but I don't think that giving up that bullet punch additional damage was worth it.
You know, we're talking about like how much there is to lose. I feel like there is a lot at stake here. However, these trainers keep bringing those risky lines. How would you deal with a Dedenne if you lead your Jellicent into it and you have a Mandibuzz in the back? Can you describe to me what you would do in that situation?
I'd have to stay in with the Jellicent, just knowing that that's going to be the better matchup. You can at least hit for neutral damage. One Parabolic Charge is not going to knock out, but it's going to be a really tough situation. But some trainers, they know that they have to take risks. They're thinking, okay, well, this is unlikely to be brought, so maybe if I'm flipping a coin more times than not, I'm going to have the outcome that I want.
I think when you have a Diggersby on your team, there's just always so much pressure on a Dedenne. In fact, I thought that before this tournament started, if you would bring the Dedenne on your team and you don't cover Diggersby at least like 3 or 4 times, and even then Diggersby probably still is fine into like Blastoise, you are setting yourself up for defeat by bringing the Dedenne. And I think maybe Richie kind of read that from his opponent. If I keep bringing like a ground type Pokemon, then there's no way they bring the Dedenne.
Yeah. While a Pokemon may singularly be very strong, when there are strong responses to it, I think that in many cases that can be the superior Pokemon. Even Dedenne, it looks so strong on paper. Diggersby has been a great answer. There's been lots of answers though, and meanwhile, Diggersby really hasn't been checked so far this tournament. All right, guys, we're going to shift gears. We talked about the June content update a little bit earlier. Let's take a look at our June Community Day as well. And Adequance, walk us through June Community Day 2025.
We have Jangmo-O here, and Como-O, if you evolve your Jangmo-O into Hakumo and then into Como-O, it will get the exclusive charge attack Clanging Skills. One of the best charge attacks as it's looking like right now in the game, as this will only take 5 Dragon Tails to get to, and it will deal 120 damage. That is extremely powerful.
It's basically more damage, close combat, and less defense drop.
Exactly. Plus, it's a dragon type charge attack, which is very neutral into a lot of typings. However, which charge attack do you give up? Do you give up your fighting type charge attack, close combat? Or do you give up Dragon Claw, your lower cost energy charge attack and dragon typing as well? Kind of a tough choice with the combo O. I think, here's the vision. Poison Jab, combo O. You cover fairy type Pokemon, and then you have dragon type charge attack damage output, because that charge attack hits so hard, clanging skills. Okay, maybe not into fairy type Pokemon as much, but into steel type Pokemon, I don't think they want to take that.
Well, we're going to have to speculate more on that just a little bit later, because we have Richie ready to go on the stage. He's with Caleb. Caleb, over to you.
Thank you, Jim. I'm here with Richie right off that win. Super exciting series. I know it's a 2-0, but that first game was a tie. I think we all pulled out our magnifying glass, seeing, you know, who's going to survive in the end there. How you feeling after your win?
Very happy, to be honest. It was a rough match, and I know Rockhaven is such an amazing player, so I am very happy to move through the winner's bracket.
Yeah, that Shadow Scizor seems to be a thorn into most people's teams, right? It's not super high in usage, but a lot of Day 2 players have been using it. You dance around that really well, too. What does it mean to you to make it further and further in this international? Because you already have won regionals, you've got medals and trophies at internationals, too. What are you hoping to accomplish this weekend?
I want to win an international. I mean, I already have that third place trophy. I want to improve it. I want to be an international champion and bring a trophy back to Mexico.
Nice, awesome. Well, you're well on your way. Haven't lost a series yet. Any shout-outs, any thanks you'd like to give to fans, family, friends at home?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first of all, my 7-Eleven team. I mean, everyone is so supportive. They always support me with screams, tips, and everything. They are always here to make sure I have everything I need to be successful here in the tournaments. So they are the real MVPs.
So I mean, I can hear the crowds all the way backstage as well, too. Maybe people on stage can as well. So best of luck in your future performances. I love the plushie, and if you love plushies as well, let's take a look at where you can get some at the Pokemon Center.
I hope they still have the Pikachu plushie.
Yeah, time to go in.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go. Look who's here!
Pokemon Black was the first Pokemon game I played. When the feature dropped late 2018, I immediately started playing and I got hooked immediately. Through grassroots tournaments in my area, I was immediately presented with a lot of other extremely interested people that were willing to practice, play games anytime, really. And due to that, it just converted into me playing more and more and more and getting better and better. My first competitive memory was probably when, as a senior, I convinced my mom on Mother's Day weekend to drive me to Indianapolis on the hope that if I win on the seniors division, I can get her a trip to London, and that I did. My favorite Pokemon? Probably Quagsire. I love how derpy it looks, and I have very fond grassroots memories of using Quagsire a lot. Favorite Pokeball? Probably Ultra Ball. I like the black and yellow. I look up to Lyle, Jeffs, and Elite a lot. Good peers of mine. Like, we've all helped each other win tournaments, win matches, and they both have done so well this season that it's like I'm trying so hard to match them in a way. I would battle Ash Ketchum. I love watching his journey through the first few generations of the show, and if Pokemon Go me could fight Show Ash, I think that'd be really fun. The farthest I've traveled is probably Japan, for most North American trainers, but especially me as from the East Coast. It was basically almost on the other side of the world. I'd say the blue one. I really like the color blue in general, and it's definitely also part of why I like Quagsire so much, is just the straight up blue. Very nice. I'd probably call my dad. As of the last 2 World Championships, I've gone with my mom. And because of that, I wouldn't need to really call her. She'd be in the stands watching me. But my dad hasn't. So I would definitely call someone that I couldn't just talk to in person immediately after getting off the stands.
Consistency is key. You know, you don't want to get tilted when stuff happens, but consistency and just trying to be upbeat with everything you're doing.
Some of the fundamentals trainers should learn about is, thinking about speed ties, stats, definitely understanding how abilities work, how they interact with one another. But I also think a big fundamental is also just learning how to have fun with the game, because at the end of the day, this is a video game. You're here to have fun. I feel like it's very important to know.
I think the most basic fundamental for every trainer is going to be just knowing your typings. So always make sure you're throwing the most efficient moves. Maybe start learning your counts. I think that's like the most advanced strategy.
So I think the fundamentals every Pokemon trainer should know is like knowing the ins and outs of your deck and like what are your niche scenarios that do come up in your games. I had like some Briar plays that really worked for me when we were testing. Just knowing those kind of ins and outs of like what does your deck do and what are your win conditions towards the end of the game is really important.
There's a lot of fundamentals that go into competing in VGC. If you've ever played Pokemon, you know that it's essentially a very complex game of rock, paper, scissors. So right off the bat, you have to understand all the type matchups, all the dynamics, when your move's going to be super effective, resisted. I think there's a lot of really important abilities that you need to be familiar with right now. What Pokemon is going to get a boost, what weather effects are going to be in play, what terrain effects. And lastly, I would say that if you're just starting out and you're a little bit overwhelmed by all the different statistics, all the stats that these Pokemon have, the most important one to be familiar with would be speed. That's definitely another very important mechanic that I would try to get some mastery over before competing.
I think a fundamental that every Pokemon trainer should know is at the end of the day that they should have fun, and it's just a game and a hobby for us to enjoy ourselves and not to take it too serious. I think that's the most important thing.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Go North American International Championships. We're here once again in the beautiful city of New Orleans at the Convention Center.
All right, and we are back with Pokemon Go. Absolutely incredible action here in New Orleans for 2025, the largest Pokemon Go tournament in North America to date.
So many trainers here. You saw the venue out there. So many players, not just for Pokemon Go, but also for the other games. But we've narrowed the field down to just 32 trainers here on day 2. And we're going to continue showing you some of these winners side matches.
Yeah, definitely. So these players have been undefeated so far. Haven't dropped the series yet, but only one can move forward every time they match up. We have Septile Ice versus Teddy Bear coming up.
And speaking of coming up, I think these are two trainers who have had fantastic seasons. Neither of them actually have a title to their name quite yet, but both of them have multiple top cuts. Teddy Bear, I believe most recently was top 8 in Milwaukee just last month. Septile Ice, of course, I think this is actually his 5th top cut of the season. Yes. So fantastic season for both of them. And they're here trying to close out their fantastic season with a top cut at NAIC.
Yeah, Septile Ice, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but kind of a big season for him, right? Really coming up. It got 2nd place in Toronto, got a 5th place as well. Last year at NAIC, I'm trying to see if he competed or not. He did compete. And no, he did not compete actually last year. He did compete in 2023, got a 65th place there. No, he did compete last year actually. Well, got 97th, so already eclipsing that performance. Teddy Bear got 25th last year too, so both trying to extend their best performances so far. Let's take a look at the teams though. We got Triple Shadow on the side of Septile Ice, Shadow Primeape, Shadow Quagsire, Shadow Drapion, Tinkaton, Lapras, and Dusclops.
All right, well, one of the Pokemon that Septile Ice I think was having a little bit of trouble with yesterday was an opposing Lapras. Had to kind of call some baits correctly or get baits of his own off. So we'll see if Teddy Bear decides to bring that Lapras, maybe see if Septile Ice is trying to plan around that. But I think both of them have a couple of options here. Teddy Bear also has the Quagsire, which looks pretty safe into Septile Ice's team as well.
Yeah, they both have Shadow Quagsire too, so actually quite a bit of duplication. I actually have the Quagsire pin today because I think Quagsire is definitely a solid core breaker. Very safe in this meta, very few grass types, and even Credilli have a lot of play. Here we go, game number 1. It's going to be the Shadow Quagsire into Septile Ice's Lapras.
Well, if you're the Lapras, shields up in this matchup is where you want to be in the lead here. Quagsire has to reach all the way for that Stone Edge. I believe that's going to be 7 seconds. Teddy Bear actually gets the first catch of the game there, catching a Sparkling Aria on his own Lapras.
And that's a fantastic catch too. Not only is it resisted damage, but he also got a Sparkling Aria off. Both are running the Ice Beam Sparkling Aria moveset, so no Skull Bash, just has to throw resisted charge attacks in this matchup. Lapras looks pretty safe into both teams. Both at the Shadow Primeape too, but Lapras is one of those Pokemon that actually does about. Oh, and you can catch, I can catch as well. Septile Ice is going to catch this Sparkling Aria on the Tinkaton. It might have been not as impactful because this is the move that Teddy Bear would throw at the Tinkaton anyway, and now you're closing in almost 3 Sparkling Aria.
Yeah, Teddy Bear had pretty much, actually both of them had pretty much 100 energy on their Lapras. Teddy Bear, I believe, almost at back-to-back Sparkling Aria. That third Sparkling Aria would threaten to knock out the Tinkaton, so Septile Ice is going to have to decide what he wants to do with this Tinkaton, but Teddy Bear actually doesn't throw it and decides to let the Tinkaton throw this play rough.
I assume he probably should. Oh, actually lets it go too. It's going to take a decent amount of damage. Oh, going to bank all the energy. In comes the Quagsire. The timers are misaligned. Quagsire getting so much energy. Is he going to throw? No, going for the aggressive farm down with the mud shots.
And this is just a bulldoze coming through. Nice counting from Teddy Bear. And now he has so much energy on all of his Pokemon. The Quagsire here, of course, does get the defense fall though, which means that he's going to have to probably shield up the Sparkling Aria if he wants to maintain all of this energy.
Yeah, he has almost capped out energy, 100 energy at this point too. It's going to start throwing the moves. It's throwing a Aqua Tail bait here. No, Septile Ice has back-to-back Sparkling Aria. Does Septile Ice go for the shield? And he does get baited.
And yeah, does pull the shield there, but that actually was a charge attack priority. Another Sparkling Aria coming through. Teddy Bear is going to have to decide, does he want to use his last Protect Shield on this Quagsire? He does, like he said, tons of energy on it. Probably going to try to farm up even more before throwing another charge attack, and this time goes straight for the Stone Edge.
Kind of risky to go for a double bait here, but I feel like Septile Ice is going to still try to preserve his Lapras if possible. Unlikely that Teddy Bear is going to go for a bait. He makes the right call here. Can Teddy Bear get to the next Stone Edge? Not going to happen. Sparkling Aria is going to knock out the Shadow Quagsire.
Quagsire finally goes down, and Teddy Bear now 0 Protect Shields and has a full health Primeape in the back, but 0 shields is not really what you want to have with your Primeape. He's going to bring it in here. He does paste out that Rage Fist relatively quickly, so he might just want to knock out this Lapras as soon as he has a chance.
That's a little bit extra energy. Throws one additional Cry Chop just in case Septile Ice goes for maybe a catch on the Rage Fist, but it's really hard to avoid a catch with that one-turn user from Lapras. Does secure the knockout though, and now the field is a little bit more clear for this Primeape because let's not forget, there's a lot of energy on this Lapras in the back.
Exactly, so even if this Rage Fist doesn't knock out, like you said, tons of energy on the Lapras. Septile Ice gonna have to look for a creative way out of this, maybe gonna try to reach for a catch, but this Aqua Tail is gonna come through. Probably going to knock out the Primeape, and then Teddy Bear is going to have to close things out with the Lapras.
Yeah, he's grimacing a little bit, but I think he has almost, if I'm not mistaken, more than one Sparkling Aria. More than one, but not 2.
Oh, and he does get the catch!
The catch from Septile Ice. You see the fist bump. You know he's feeling great about it, too. I honestly think he was so far ahead that even if he didn't make the catch, he probably wins this game, but that'll definitely secure the win here as he mud shots down in this game number 1 victory.
Yeah, like you said, you know, a little bit of health on the Tinkaton maybe could have just fairy winded down the Lapras anyways, but making the catch looks so much better and, you know, kind of just a convincing way to finish that first game.
And that's a great way to boost your morale in game number 1. Now Teddy Bear has his back against the wall, has to win the next 2 to stay in this winner side bracket. Let's take a look at Septile Ice's team. Triple Shadow, one of the few Tinkaton users here in day number 2. Obviously getting eclipsed by Dedenne as the main fairy type of choice. We've even seen a few sprinkle of Azumarill here there. What are you thinking about Tinkaton in this specific meta, Soph?
It's interesting. It's definitely not as strong as it was before. Maybe there's less of that Drapion Azumarill core for you to break up. Maybe less of the Lapras as well. But into Teddy Bear's team, I think bringing the Tinkaton is the right decision. Really, you just have to watch out for the Quagsire. And as we were saying yesterday, these Quagsires, they are not running Mud Bomb, so it's actually not even the worst matchup in the world for Tinkaton.
Yeah, it really isn't. It does feel fairly safe into a lot of teams, but I think the thing with Tinkaton is it also doesn't seem to hard beat a lot of things outside, you know, the occasional flying dark types, stuff like that. And I don't think that Teddy Bear is even going to consider bringing Moltres into this matchup because it's a little bit hard to play into.
Yeah, exactly. I think Tinkaton is one of those Pokemon where maybe it lets you kind of get a small advantage in terms of maintaining switch or something like that, but it's not one of those Pokemon like, you know, Shadow Drapion or Scizor that can just snowball and sweep entire teams.
All right, what is the adjustment Teddy Bear needs to make here? I know he has that Gligar on his team, but I feel like there's only a few teams we've seen with Gligar on the broadcast, and I can't recall if a Gligar ever even came into a game. It's really tough to bring it because you have the Quagsire, you have the Lapras, even Primeape, it's not too bad. You're throwing Resistant Fury Cutter, and Ice Punch is going to take you out in one Ice Punch, essentially.
All right, well, Teddy Bear is going to be sticking with those Pokemon. We are in game number 2 here, and Teddy Bear gets the lead he wants against the Quagsire aligned with the Tinkaton. Septile Ice forced to stay in for now.
I think both players actually brought the same exact 3, but just maybe in slightly different orders here. Like you said, this is not the worst matchup for Tinkaton. This is actually going to do a lot more damage than even an Aqua Tail would do into the Tinkaton. So getting a ton of value out of this Tinkaton, and I mean, really against this team, the Tinkaton, especially these 3, it has a lot of play into all 3.
It does absorb that Aqua Tail though, and Teddy Bear wants to make sure he gets off this Aqua Tail before the Tinkaton escapes from that switch option. So Aqua Tail coming through here. I don't think this is enough to take out the Tinkaton, but gonna put it very, very low. Bulldoze gonna come through now onto the Quagsire.
You see Septile Ice, you know, maybe wince a little bit, thinking that Teddy Bear wouldn't have thrown the Aqua Tail right away. Maybe try to throw on Charge Attack Priority so he could have gone for a catch. But instead, they're just gonna play out the Zero Shield situation, and now Septile Ice has the shield advantage. However, I don't know if that's going to necessarily help him too much, as all Pokemon in the back have neutral play into each other, and this Primeape with energy is pretty scary. Honestly, I feel like Quagsire's going to struggle more. Yeah, and I get that's exactly why Septile Ice brought in the Lapras instead into this Primeape.
Yeah, Lapras doesn't really have to fear these charge attacks from the Primeape, but these Karate Chops are definitely going to start adding up. First Rage Fist coming through here, going to boost the Primeape's attack by 1 stage.
Yeah, some people might be thinking, why bring an Ice type into a fighting type? It's really because the Mudshot damage is doing very little to Primeape, and you're going to outpace as well, so you just keep ramping up this Primeape, and then your Lapras has even less play in the back. So trying to get some value here, as Teddy Bear is going to throw another Rage Fist. I don't think Septile Ice is going to shield this. You have a lot of work cut out for this Shadow Quagsire in the back.
Yeah, first you have to get through this Quagsire because, yes, you are up a shield and that'll help you take out the Lapras, but now look at these Mudshots. Like you said, not doing a lot of damage. Septile Ice has to invest his first shield here and then still has to decide whether he wants to throw an Aqua Tail on this Primeape or just try to Mudshot it down and take all the Karate Chops.
Yeah, I think you have to go for the Mudshot down. You're not going to Charge Attack Priority anyway. You need as much energy as you can. Septile Ice is going to burn that final shield, but now you're closing in on Sidewave and a Sparkling Aria range, and you can't take this out with one super effective Stone Edge.
All right, well, he's going to try his best. First, Stone Edge coming through, Septile Ice not wasting time, just going straight for it. Teddy Bear has a decision to make, but like you said, Lapras, very bulky Pokemon, can hang on, and all he has to do is reach the Sparkling Aria.
And he is just one Sidewave away. This bait is going to grab the shield, but I don't think Septile Ice has enough energy for another move before the Sidewave is reached. Can he get there? And that's going to be a no. Sparkling Aria is going to come through. Septile Ice recognize he is. They're going to put the phone down and starting prep for game number 3.
That's right, Teddy Bear able to even up the series there against Septile Ice. You know, you asked me about adjustments that these players were going to make, but they actually both just ran the same teams back in a slightly different order, and Teddy Bear, you know, kind of maybe getting a little bit more of a favorable alignment compared to the first game.
Yeah, I think both players just trying to play as neutrally as possible, right? Sometimes players could go for more RPS strategies, but a lot of players at the top try to play as neutral as possible, try to outskill the opponents, don't want to rely on a good lead or a bad lead gamble there. Would rather say, you know what, I'm going to bring something that isn't completely walled off by something. I have some play. I mean, the Tinkaton beat the ground type Quagsire in that Steel Shield situation, right? Like, typically the Quagsire is brought to counter stuff like Tinkaton, other steel types, etc. But in this situation, Tinkaton actually came out on top. However, it actually didn't really favor Septile Ice too much because it just gave more energy for that Primate.
It does look like this match is currently under review. It sounds like Lapras may have lost a turn against the Primate. And that would mean that if it loses a Psy Wave, perhaps it doesn't have to take quite as much Karate Chop damage on either the Lapras or the Quagsire. So I think that's what's being reviewed right now. But regardless of what happens here, I think we are going to have another game in this match. So the players are, you know, kind of just thinking about what that's going to look like.
Yeah, so we'll take a look there too. I mean, I wonder, me personally, I'm curious if the lost Psy Wave also impacts if the Primate gets another additional Rage Fist or not, right? Because you can see that the Quagsire was trying to go for the Mud Shot down. If that Psy Wave damage registered, maybe you don't have to spend that second shield against the Rage Fist from Primate on Quagsire, and that completely changes the dynamic. Let's take a look and see exactly what is being reviewed here too. As you can see, the Rage Fist is going to be thrown. I think that Psy Wave did come through. Maybe it was when Septile Ice came into this matchup though. I think that might have been when the Psy was lost, not when the Rage Fist was being thrown.
Yeah, I think, you know, if we count the number of times the energy increases on that Lapras, I think the Primate had done like maybe 2 Karate Chops, so the Lapras should get 5 Psy Waves, right? So if we go back a little bit, we'll be able to, you know, count the number of times that energy increments for the Lapras.
Yeah, and, you know, a big part of this also, even if you maybe lost a Psy Wave, the thing that is important to note is, did it change the outcome of the game, right? Because sometimes, you know, if I got a Bastion against a Whiscash, I could lose 5 Smackdowns and I'm not winning that match anyway, right? So those are always key factors as well when our judges are reviewing this. Of course, they're the experts here. I'm just sharing my thoughts. We'll see what their ruling will be.
Yeah, there's a couple of things to consider, right? One is, first you want to just verify whether there's turns lost in the first place, which you can do just by reviewing the footage. But the thing that takes a little bit longer is, like you said, kind of deciding whether it actually has an impact on the rest of the game, right? For example, if one lost fast attack causes the other player to reach a charge attack that they shouldn't have, you know, that usually is a relatively big impact. If it's maybe just the health that's being lost, you know, maybe a smaller impact. So those are the kinds of things that the judges are considering as they review the footage, not just for that moment, for the remainder of the match.
Yeah, I mean, these are really high skill players, right? So every little incremental change can make a big difference in the results here. I think we have reached a conclusion. I'm not fully sure what the judges have ruled on, but we'll keep you all updated as soon as possible when we do it. But I think they have made a conclusion on the match. It seems like both players are pretty content with the resolution.
Yeah, we talked about that $500,000 prize pool for this tournament spread across all 4 games, and of course, you know, thinking about how much prize money this one match gives you, I think these players would go from top 24 to top 12, so I think that actually means there are hundreds of dollars on the line for this specific match, so definitely want to make sure you have all the details correct.
Yeah, and let's not forget too, the winner also continues in this winner's bracket. On the winner side, you always play less matches, and so that means less chances for you to end up losing if you're playing less opponents. So you always want to stay on the winner side as long as you can, obviously as the name would stay on the winner's bracket, but it does make quite a big difference on your journey to potentially a grand finals and to that first place trophy.
All right, getting a word from the judges here. It sounds like there's not going to be a rematch. It does sound like Septile Ice got all the sideways that he was supposed to get, but maybe just wasn't super clear on the visuals there. So I think they're just going to be proceeding as planned to game number 3 there, with the score being at 1-1.
All right, and it looks like both players are pretty in agreement with that too. And I think that's totally fine, right? If you think something happened, it's always worth just bringing it up just in case, right? It's better to bring it up and say, oh, you know what, it's not worth the rematch, versus, you know, maybe going home and thinking, oh, maybe I should have brought that up, but I didn't at the moment. So its score is 1-1. We're going to game number 3 here against these 2 players. And do you think that they bring the same exact 6 Pokemon that they've been bringing, or do you think there's going to be a switch up here, Soph?
You know, it's relatively low probability that all 6 of the Pokemon are going to be exactly the same. I think you called out that the Lapras looks pretty safe for well, I was thinking just for Teddy Bear, but maybe for both sides, and I think they've both kind of just been trying to play around that, right? You've seen Septile Ice bringing his best answers, the Tinkaton, the Mirror, and then of course the Quagsire with that super effective Stone Edge. And then Teddy Bear, on the other hand, has been bringing really just the safest Pokemon for him, the Lapras, Quagsire, and Primeape. So, you know, I think he has a lot of options. He can stick with that pretty safe Lapras, or maybe he can try to make a call if he thinks that Septile Ice is going to be sticking with those same three.
Yeah, honestly, I think Lapras looks really safe on both ends, probably because, I mean, maybe when they're team building, thinking either Lapras is easier to manage even if you don't have a hard answer to it, or they're just not expecting a lot of Lapras in this meta. And I think that's both are potentially right because there aren't a lot of Lapras in this meta, and Lapras is not necessarily the hardest Pokemon to deal with neutrally as well. I mean, you do have the Dene on the side of Teddy Bear, and you have the Tinkaton that resists Side Wave on the side of Septile Ice, but Lapras can still hit back against both those things. It can hit back against the Primeape as well, so it's a very flexible Pokemon, and I think if anything, both are at least bringing Lapras back. I don't know about the other remaining 4 Pokemon, but here we go. Game number 3 here. Winner will continue in this winner's bracket. Loser will go straight down to losers, and there comes the Dene. There's going to be the switch up, and now it's going to be the Fairy versus Fairy. In comes the Shadow Quagsire to counter swap this Tinkaton.
Oh, and this is going exactly how Teddy Bear planned it. There's the adjustment in the lead. You saw that to Dene, forcing Septile to switch out, and we saw this play out in the lead last game, right? We said that Tinkaton was winning the zero shield scenario, but you know, if Teddy really wants to, he can fight for switch, and if he thinks that Septile Ice is in fact bringing the exact same 3 Pokemon, but actually calls the Bulldoze bait.
Yeah, that's huge, and there's not going to be a debuff either, so that's a double whammy for Septile Ice, as Teddy Bear is going to farm up a bunch of energy. Actually doesn't even choose to throw the Aqua Tail, would rather shield the play rough and come out with a ton of energy. That's not bad either, because Lapras not going to enjoy coming into a Quagsire with this much energy loaded up.
Yeah, the energy from this Quagsire really goes everywhere into the rest of Septile Ice's team. He realizes that the Quagsire has so much energy, can't afford to shield here. Gonna let the Tinkaton go down, and now has to decide what to come in with. I mean, you are up a shield, but like you said, Lapras doesn't want to take the energy. Probably going to have to expend a shield just to get rid of this Quagsire.
Yeah, but you kind of have to use Lapras somewhere, right? Because the Quagsire's needed. Oh, try to go for a Stone Edge catch, not going to do it. And now you're coming into a Quagsire with even more energy with your own Quagsire. But on top of that, you gave up your main answer to that Dene.
And not only that, now you're locked in here, so Teddy Bear is going to be able to throw all of this energy, and then, like you said, going to be able to align his Dedenne with Lapras, so I feel like there's just tons of win conditions for Teddy Bear left at this point.
Well, let's not forget, too, he's also going to win Charge Attack priority, insult to injury, as he Septile Ice trying to figure out what to do here. I think he just lets us go, tries to Sidewave down, but not only do you have to contend with the Dedenne, you also have a Primeape in the back. This Lapras has absolutely nowhere to go.
And Dedenne gonna fire off this Parabolic Charge as soon as possible, wants to start increasing that defense, and this is looking absolutely fantastic for Teddy Bear. What an adjustment for game number 3 to bring this to Dedenne.
Yeah, absolutely huge call, and honestly, looking at these team compositions, I'm actually surprised that Teddy Bear didn't bring the Dedenne sooner. Obviously scared of that Quagsire, but outside of that, it has so much play into the entire rest of the roster on Septile Ice's team, and he found the perfect way. He lulled Septile Ice into safety, thinking this Dedenne wasn't coming out, but it came out at the perfect time for Teddy Bear.
Well, I'll tell you what, Septile Ice is a player who is known for bringing the same 3 Pokemon in every game of the series. He used to love that Drapion double water, and now you see him with the Tinkaton double water here. Teddy Bear might have sniffed that out.
Yeah, opting go for the Ice Team is going to be a harder hitting move, less energy efficient, but you can only get 1 move at this point in time too. But this is then a double boosted now, going to be triple boosted on defenses here, and this is going to put the Lapras out of commission. 3-ball flex here on game number 3. Teddy Bear advances his NAIC dreams.
And Teddy Bear, 2nd consecutive year with a top cut at NAIC, and like you said, eclipsing his performance from last year, already moving on to winners round 2 here in day number 2. I believe last year he was knocked out the first round on the loser side of day 2, so this is really great to see from him as he celebrates with the audience there.
Yeah, I feel like Teddy Bear's kind of one of the players that a lot of people underestimate, I guess, in the circuit, right? Like you said, hasn't won a title yet, hasn't won a major tournament, but he's always contending against some of the top players. And if you're a top player facing him, You might maybe haven't heard of him as much, but he has what it takes to beat some of the best, and this could be his breakout performance here at NASC.
Yeah, he's one of those players where you see him in the bracket, he probably doesn't have the highest seeding, but he's definitely going to be giving the, the 1 or 2 seeds in that bracket a run for their money, and we see him, advancing here to winner's side day 2. Obviously won his group, and then now taking down Septile Ice, who I believe is, one of North America's highest championship earners this season.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the story at NASC is upset city here as we take a look at the highlights. The Quagsire doing so much work. This Quagsire took out 2 Pokemon by itself, and it was still around the end when the Lapras came out. You got so much value out of this Quagsire from Teddy Bear. And hey, so if I picked the right day to switch the Tinkaton pin to a Quagsire pin.
I think Septile Ice had the right idea there. He was in such a bad situation. If he had gotten the Stone Edge catch onto his own Quagsire, that might have helped him, crawl back a little bit into the game. But Teddy Bear, just kind of waiting it out. He doesn't really have any rush to throw the energy there. And like we saw, the Quagsire just spamming out those charge attacks at the end.
Yeah, something I noticed a lot, especially in this tournament, is that good players, they'll go for the catch, make some great catches. Great players, they don't even throw, right? And when they try to go for the catch, they have the patience to hold on to that energy and make it even more uncomfortable. And Teddy Bear did one of the things that great players always do.
All right, well, we might be advancing to a later stage where players anticipate that their opponent is going to anticipate that they're going to go for the catch and just keep throwing energy. So we'll have to see if those kinds of strategies come out as the players try to anticipate each other.
All right, and I have a nice little surprise for you, Soph, and everyone at home. We got a special interview with Butters and 4 mystery guests. I have no idea what the guests are either, so let's take a look and see what Butters got for us.
All right, thank you so much, Caleb. And I'm here with some competitors that you might have seen on stage already, or you will definitely see on stage later today. So I want to set the stakes here and tell the audience, explain what's going on for World Qualifications this year in Anaheim in August. So going into this tournament, which remember, this is the last tournament remaining before the World Championships. I'm gonna start here with Firestar. Before coming into the North American International Championships, where were you at in terms of world qualification?
So I came in not expecting too much, honestly. I'm at around 305 points before coming in. I just wanted to improve on my previous record, and next thing you know, I'm at 505 right now, about 3 points off of qualifying for Worlds.
And so what do you need to do this rest of the tournament to try to have, nothing is final yet, I just want to say, and this is all a little bit speculative, there's going to be tallying of the numbers, but in your mind, what is your target goal?
I got to win the next 2 matches in my losers bracket. That should put me over that little bubble that I'm on. That'll get me another 100 points, and I'll be looking good from there.
Okay, great. All right, well, let's talk to Toad then. Toad, where were you at before the championship started here yesterday?
All right, so I came into the tournaments just wanting to improve my previous records because I had never gotten past 33rd place in a regional. And beforehand, I was at 179 points. And after, I was like, oh, wow, I top cutted on the winner's side.
Yeah. So, and now, obviously, you're in good standing right now, but what are you looking to achieve to ensure you are at the World Championships this season?
To ensure my placement and qualification at the World Championships, I would need to get top 8, which is winning the next 3 losers bracket matches, which seems a little bit daunting, but I'm gonna try my best.
Well, good luck to you. A lot on the line for this trainer specifically. All right, and let's go on to this side. Ramberto, where were you leading up into New Orleans?
I was at 329 points, which I thought meant a top 32 finish here. I think I'm safe at this moment, but one more win would really secure it for me.
Okay, well, you answered both the questions right at once. So let's get on to Rockhaven here. Rockhaven, where were you leading up to NAIC?
So before NAIC, I think I was at 322 because I only did like 1 regional the entire season. So at that point, I'm not really confident if I can make it the world or not. And I think at that time, the cutoff point was like 470. And right now, since I qualified for day 2 at NAIC, I think I get another 200 points. I'm at 522 right now. So I think I should be safe just as Berto here. So yeah.
well, you thought you might not have a good shot. Remember, Rockhaven did come in on that winner's side of the bracket, so that is absolutely fantastic. And that is what is on the line here for these trainers. When they head back on stage, they are what I'm calling in the bubble. They want to do well. Some are kind of safe. Some maybe need to achieve a little bit more to get that world qualification. So best of luck to these trainers. We're going to be seeing them throughout the stream. Let's head back to the casters.
All right, thank you, Butters. Great to hear that as well, too. The final tournament for all these players, the final big tournament of the season, really outside of PJCS. And this is their final chance, and they really clutched up here. Some of them still have a little bit ways to go, but they're still in the running. So very interesting to see how that goes. He called it in the bubble. So what's the ideal situation? Do you want to pop the bubble and fall out of it? Or like, are you trying to get on top of the bubble?
I think you want to be inside the bubble.
Okay.
And if you're outside the bubble, that's when you're upset. But I think it sounded to me like those two on the winner side of the bracket had pretty much already clinched their invites. I think that championship point cutoff is going to be just a little bit above 500. There are still a couple factors at play. For example, are these top 4 at NAIC earning direct invitations to Worlds? Are those players who already have those auto invites? Because if not, that's actually going to open up a couple more slots and kind of drop that championship point cutoff. So we're going to have to see how the rest of this tournament shakes out for that.
Yeah, the change in championship points and Worlds qualification is definitely an exciting way to switch things up, right? Because last year, once you get a certain placement, you're good to go, right? You hit that certain cutoff mark depending on where you're in what region. But now we have a top 75 in North America, top 50 in Europe, et cetera, and that will determine. So a lot are online. I'm sure people at home watching, some of them are on the cusp as well. They might be maybe rooting for certain players over others, looking out for themselves too, but we're rooting for all the players here who are on the bubble and trying to make that qualification. Speaking of people being on the bubble, this person is going to be maybe really on the bubble, but it's not impossible. We have the Mass Asian versus Doombug. The Mass Asian, kind of like Rockhaven, doesn't attend a lot of tournaments every year, but every time he attends NEIC, makes that top cut, makes that day 2. I believe I talked to you yesterday, he needs
top 4.
Top 4 finish. However,
Exactly.
he's on the winner's side. You know, no big deal, just Doombug, what, 5-time regional champion? I'm not really sure. A lot of medals to his name, but this is the Mass Asian's place to shine.
Yeah, this is his first tournament since 2024's NAIC, where he was actually in the top 16. Like you said, he needs to be top 4 here to earn an invitation to World Championships because it's his first tournament of the season. But standing in his way here, first off, still gonna be Doombug 97, 5-time regional champion. But you know what's missing from Doombug's trophy case? He doesn't have an IC win. He doesn't have that very high Worlds placement. So still definitely a lot to play for here in Doombug.
I mean, I don't think it matters if you're facing Doombug. It's a regional, an international, a world, or just a local challenge. He's going to try to win no matter what here, just because he's that fierce competitor. Let's take a quick look at the teams here. Diggersby, the Dene, Shadow Champion. Oh, we're going straight into battles, I think. So let's head over. We'll talk about the teams later, as we do have that signature pick, Araquanid, on Doombug's team.
All right, leads on the field here. Doombug's leading that Shadow. Dusclops met by the Masked Asians. Swampert, pretty neutral lead here. Swampert going to have a little bit more efficiency in those charge attacks.
Yeah, I believe because this is the Shadow Dusclops, it cannot tank true Hydro Cannons, especially with the mudshot damage added up. So a decent matchup for the Masked Asian. Those Hydro Cannons are going to hit a lot harder than the Shadow Punches.
Hydro Cannon coming through here. Let's see how much damage this does. I'm expecting it to do just about half of the Dusclops' health. Does actually a little bit more than that, so second Hydro Cannon definitely going to threaten to knock out, but Doombug going to reach the Shadow Punch first.
Yeah, but look at the backline for Doombug. It absolutely does not want to see the Swampert, so he has the absolute perfect lead matchup, and the Masked Asian just lets it go.
Yeah, gonna try to farm down with his own Dusclops, but I'm not sure he's gonna be able to get it in time before Doombug reaches another Shadow Punch. Does get the Hex through there, so one more Hex after this Shadow Punch land is going to knock out Doombug's Dusclops.
And this is not the worst position for the Masked Asian, because if Doombug decides to bring the Dene into this instead of the Diggersby, that Prime has a lot of play. Doombug, though, fantastic at this game, fantastic team reading. Does he see it coming? He does, and he brings the Diggersby in to the Dusclops instead of the Dene.
Wow, what a read there. Bringing this Diggersby in, it is going to have to absorb these super effective Ice Punches. Teammate gonna head straight into the Primeape, and Doombug staying in actually for a second to chip with his Fire Punch.
And this is a Shadow Primeape with close combat, so super hard hitting fighting damage, but already has a Suspender Shield, and now you're met with the Dene.
Rage Fist coming through here. I think we saw yesterday you need 2 of these Rage Fists to take out the Dedenne, but because Doombug stayed in for that little bit of extra time, now TMA is already going to be down a shield.
Yeah, actually doesn't choose to shield the first Rage Fist, thinking that, whoa, both players actually overfarming by quite a bit there too, as the Masked Asian trying to throw when Play Rough was ready. But honestly, I think Parabolic Charge would have been fine too. Doombug choosing not to throw it.
Yeah, and this is actually charge attack priority, but for the Masked Asian, because Doombug chipped with that Fire Punch, he's going to be able to switch out of this matchup after this Parabolic Charge is shielded up. So let's see if he decides to do that. No, he's staying in, gonna try to throw this next Rage Fist.
I like this play too. Force Doombug's final shield here. Can still potentially go for a catch. I don't think it's very easy to catch against Doombug though. Let's see if the Masked Asian can do it. No, just going to swap straight away.
He does get the catch.
He still makes a catch though. I don't think this is actually going to be enough. The Dedenne can swap out this, but Doombug will be energy dry on this Dedenne. However, the Dusclops can get a pretty nasty quick attack farm down.
Yeah, those are going to be double resisted quick attacks, which means you're going to get even more of them. Ice Punch coming through here, but TMA would need to read another Ice Punch to take out this Diggersby. I don't think you have the health to do that, and Doombug does get the quick attack down.
Yeah, the worst part there is that because you're actually resisting the quick attacks, it's giving even more farm to Doombug's Diggersby. Fantastic line and read from Doombug in this game number 1.
Yeah, what a fast-paced end game there. Charge attacks flying all over the place with these very spammy Pokemon, but Doombug able to take it. Like you said, fantastic team read there, bringing the Diggersby in to avoid the Primate.
Yeah, I mean, and that lead matchup there too. I mean, I said how Shadow Dusclops can't really tank 2 Hydro Cannons, but it's still won that Zero Shield situation, and it got so much value into the following Dusclops that met it afterward here. As we take a look at Doombug's team, Diggersby, Dedenne, Shadow Drapion, Shadow Dusclops, Shadow Gligar, and Araquanid. The 3 Pokemon, especially on the right, Dedenne maybe not so much, but the Araquanid and Shadow Gligar definitely spice picks. Again, I still don't think we've even seen Shadow Gligar. I'm not really sure what it's even trying to target a lot of times, but it is there. And I mean, Doombug's good enough to potentially even win matches with just 5 Pokemon. But as we take a look at some of these highlights.
Yeah, he did opt for those 3 more meta Pokemon in that game, Dedenne, Diggersby, and Dusclops, I believe. And it worked out against the Masked Asian. The Masked Asian bringing kind of a glassier team. He had the Shadow Primate and the Swampert, and I think, you know, trying to save shields for that Shadow Primate meant that he really couldn't fight for Switch.
Yeah, I mean, that Araquanid, maybe some solid bench pressure, right? Very, very bulky. It's actually pretty solid into that Diggersby as well, too. So, and Shadow Dusclops can be Diggersby. Shadow Gligar, not bad into Diggersby as well. So yes, there's some bulkier options for the Masked Asian, but he has to be playing a little bit of a gamble by bringing that Diggersby into this team. Mana Buzz as well, too, right? You have Dedenne, and that matchup is just absolutely brutal.
Yeah, there's a Pokemon I'm kind of surprised that the Masked Asian did not bring into game number 1, and that's the Shadow Drapion. Looking at Doombug's team, yes, there are 2 ground types, but you have Aqua Tail to hit back at both of them. And if you look at Pokemon like the Dedenne, like the Dusclops, Shadow Drapion does really, really well there. So curious to see if the Masked Asian decides to bring it onto the field for game number 2.
Yeah, this is really 2 sides of the coin here. We got the Masked Asian, doesn't really play in a lot of tournaments, so every time he does really well, especially at NESC. Like you said, this is his first tournament this year. Last tournament he played in was also last year, and already got top 16. Meanwhile, so many champions under Doombug's resume. Can't even fit them all. Was also a finalist at UIC last year. But like you said, missing that international title. Wants to get it. And this is going to be a fantastic lead here for Masked Asian.
Oh, fantastic lead and a fantastic swap. Maybe he's going to try to chip with a Hydro Cannon here before switching. Oh, no, but he actually comes straight into the Mana Buzz and caught the Shadow Punch.
That's pretty big. However, you avoid the Mana Buzz on the Araquanid. I think this is exactly what Doombug wants to do. Grab the Mana Buzz, but I don't think he wanted it to be the Shadow Punch to be caught though, and this is actually going to be a Dark Pulse Mana Buzz for the Masked Asian, which is going to do a lot more damage and almost threaten a knockout if you land it.
Yeah, Ice Punch coming through here. This is a super effective move you want to be throwing in this matchup, but you can see how bulky Mana Buzz is, not even remotely threatening a shield or the health here. Masked Asian, I don't expect to be shielding in this matchup as he has the Glacier Swampert in the lead.
Look at the disrespect from Mana Buzz. 3 Pokemon weak to it, but this is definitely going to be one of the better ones to be matched up against. So definitely not Araquanid. Drapion is okay, but you do lose to that Air Slash variant. As you see, Doombug actually is going to go for the shield now, and now things get kind of awkward. Dark Bolt's a fantastic move, but if you don't land it, that's a lot of energy wasted. And Doombug, again, going to throw on Charge Attack priority, putting the Masked Asian in a really tough position.
And the Masked Asian is going to put up a shield. I believe he wants to throw the Dark Pulse and actually wants to land it onto the Dusclops. Let's see if Dune wants to invest another shield. He does have the Arachnid in the back, so with this shield, he wants switch advantage. He wants to get the Arachnid onto the Swampert.
Yeah, that Arachnid is going to be trouble for the Swampert. It is so bulky. The Swampert does have Sludge for it, and the Masked Asian actually goes for the combo play instead, saving that Mandibuzz for later. Shields are all the way down now for Doombug. However, he gets the matchup he wants.
Yeah, this is the matchup he wants. Arachnid, of course, a very, very bulky Pokemon, and Swampert not able to throw that more efficient resisted Hydro Cannon here, has to go for the Sludges, and the Masked Asian has a Dusclops in the back. It is going to be lined up on the Drapion, so we're going to have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, this Big Spire looks like something out of a horror movie here, looming and resisting all this much damage. Sludge is not going to be enough, and Doombug's going to farm even more energy after this debuffed Swampert. However, you do misalign the timer. The Masked Asian might be able to swap out here, maybe leave with a Hydro Cannon banked. The Bug Bites are starting to add up a bit. Switch timers are coming up soon. Does the Masked Asian go for a catch? No, he's just going to go for a swap instead. In comes the Shadow Dragon. He already knew it was coming because it was in the lead, and this is a top position for the Dusclops. Shadow Dusclops, though, especially with the shield, is not too bad here. Do you shield the hard-hitting crunch or wait for the debuff? If you get debuff, it's not great, but also if you land the crunch, then you go straight for the
20% there! Oh my goodness!
There it goes.
Yeah, typically you want to save your shield for the crunch instead of the Aqua Tail, but you don't want to have to take the heavier hitting crunch here, and the Ice Punch is going to do a little bit less than half.
Wait.
The Masked Asian actually going for a Shadow Punch here, maybe thinking he couldn't reach the Ice Punch. Maybe he thinks he has to land this anyways. Or he wants to farm down, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a little peculiar for sure, because you don't get to another Shadow Punch, and the Ice Punch was reached, and it's resisted. Well, we'll see what he's cooking up here, as Doombug is going to land a punch. Not enough yet, but that's some heavy damage here, as the Mandibuzz is going to try to air slash down. That Arachnid has so much health left still, and you still have to contend with this Drapion, which is not easy to do.
Yeah, there's really not a good way to take out this Arachnid. I think the Masked Asian is just out of HP on all of these Pokemon. Waiting out the clock here, I expect him to bring in the Swampert, but the Arachnid is still out of Sludge range.
Yeah, and Doombug going to throw the Bolt Beam before the Sludge Bombs even, or the Sludges even reach. Even the Sludge landed, it would not be enough, as Doombug is going to secure the series victory on the backs of that bulky Spider.
That's right. Shadow Punch coming through here, able to reach it, but of course Arachnid so bulky, easily going to be able to hang on here. And a fantastic game, number 2 for Doombug, overcoming a terrible lead as he advances on the winner side.
Wow, fantastic performance. I mean, to be expected from Doombug. Obviously, the Masked Asian is performing super well at these internationals, but again, this is Doombug. I mean, his showcase has tons of medals and stuff. Even ItsAxen, the previous world champion, the previous international champion, borrowed some of those Arachnid strategies from Doombug, gave him a shout out as well. I believe they're the only 2 Arachnid in the tournament remaining, but both on the winner side, and I think some of us, myself included, might have overlooked the Spider.
You know, speaking of ItsAxen, you talked a little bit about his so-called NAIC curse yesterday, but Doombug actually, I need to check the record books, but I think this is actually his highest placement at an NAIC. It's hard to believe, but he's really been successful at these regionals. Not so much at NAIC. He does have, of course, the top 2 at EUIC and the top 8 at LAIC, so this is kind of the final IC top cut of his collection.
Man, something I gotta, well, let's take a look at the highlights first before we talk more about Doombug here, as we get a fantastic catch from the Masked Asian. But here's the catch-22 with the Dark Pulse, right? You get to it way slower, you can't spam it off, and if it gets shielded, you get the Shadow Dusclops to flip that matchup. Some people I know online were asking, why is there so much Dusclops in this meta? Isn't it just weak to Tigger Speed? Doesn't it just lose to Drapion and Mandibuzz? But the thing is, the Ghost type has play into all of these things here, especially the Shadow variant that Doombug's running.
And we saw that critical crunch debuff from Doombug's Drapion. I think that actually made a really big difference there, because you saw how much that next crunch did. I think the Masked Asian wanted to ensure he was shielding a crunch rather than an Aqua Tail, but of course, that next crunch just did even more damage.
Yeah, I mean, was able to hang on there barely, but not enough health left. Like I was saying about Doombug too, something I commend him on is, even though he's one of the best players in the world, he doesn't like to play very safe. He likes to be creative with his team building, which is why I think in some past years at North America Internationals, he didn't do as well, right? Because I think that second year or so he brought a Trevenant, right? And I remember asking, I was like, what is this really going to do? And this is when Trevenant wasn't even that relevant anymore, but he's like, I think it could work, right? And unfortunately it didn't. But this time around, he's not going to let it dissuade him. He's not going to run pure meta. He's still going to bring a Shadow Gligar, still going to be a Raquanid, and sometimes those are the keys to success. And like you said, he got a second place at EUIC as well, so willing to push the boundaries there and set new meta trends.
All right, well, I'd love to hear from Doombug about maybe how he came up with this team, how he prepared for this matchup, and I think we're going to hear from him right now.
Thank you, so wholesome_ here with Alex Doombug, fresh off his 2-0 victory versus the Masked Asian. What an incredible battle that we just saw there. Specifically, you were triple weak to that Mandibuzz, and you even had one of your charge attacks caught. Walk me through how you navigated a tough game 2.
So yeah, like, I know my team was pretty weak to Mandibuzz in that game 2, but I know because I saw the Mandibuzz had Dark Pulse, it takes a lot longer to get there, and Shadow Dusclops is just so spammy, it can get those charge attacks really quickly, and those Ice Punches just quickly add up against Mandibuzz.
Well, Doombug, I actually picked your Araquanid as the MVP for this tournament so far. How has it been performing for you?
Spider-Man has arrived. It has been amazing so far.
All right, well, I can't wait to see how it performs later. I actually did want to ask you a little bit about Bug Buzz. You and I were talking earlier, but maybe for the stream here, why no Bug Buzz?
So Water Pulse is really good for a lot of the meta picks like Diggersby, Shadow Dusclops, and Dedenne. You have something to hit against Dedenne, and there's really not, you're already doing your bug damage with the Bug Bite Fast Attack, and it does a lot of damage against most of the meta.
All right. Well, I did want to specifically ask you, and some of the casters were talking about this too, 2024 NAIC versus 2025 NAIC. Obviously, you're on a huge run here. Probably fell short of your expectations last year. What's different this year?
I've been keeping my gas on the pedal, keeping my foot on the gas pedal this entire season, and it's just helped me keep my game at the top, keep myself at the top of my game going into this NAIC.
Well, you're looking unstoppable. Anyone you want to shout out or say thank you to before we kick it back to the casters?
First of all, big shout out to ItsAxen for all the prep leading into this tournament. And then finally, massive shout out to my amazing boyfriend, Dylan. I love you so much. Thank you so much.
Very wholesome interview there with Doombug. That's all we have for now. We're going to go ahead and kick it back to Soph and Caleb.
Thank you, Jim. Doesn't really matter where the gas is going. Seems like he's got a lot of fuel left in the tank going for that first international title. So great to hear from Doombug, and we wish him the best throughout the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Doombug and ItsAxen working together, I mean, sounds like an unstoppable core to me. There are so many titles between these two trainers, and if they put their heads together and came up with Arachnid, I think the rest of us should be listening.
Yeah, we have some more exciting battles to come, but we also have some exciting events to come as well, too. Let's take a look at this Community Day, one of the favorites for people, just in general, right? Not just in Pokemon GO. Eevee and its Eeveelutions July Community Day Classic. We get some of the exclusive moves brought back as well during this event.
Oh boy, and this Eevee Community Day has so many legacy charge attacks there, so you want to make sure you're evolving all of your Eevees, get those kilometers in for some of these Pokemon, maybe make sure you're evolving them at the right time of the day, maybe make sure you're evolving them near a lure module of a specific type, because you definitely don't want to miss out on all those legacy attacks.
Yeah, it's a 2-day community day as well, too, so give you extra time to catch Eevee, and if you're lucky, maybe even a shiny Eevee. And I know some people at home that play mostly just PvP for Pokemon GO, they're like, what am I going to do with a Vaporeon or a Jolteon? But you never know, right? Because who knew that Dusclops would all of a sudden be meta, or Dedenne, right? People memed on Dedenne for years. They're like, there's no way this thing can work, and now it's on the majority of teams, especially as the fairy of choice. And I gotta say, too, slight confession, so I almost lost to a Vaporeon Jolteon team the other day in Go Battle League, and yeah, it was, and I was running pure meta too. The most disappointing part of that match, though, is that the third Pokemon was not like a Flareon or Eeveelution. It was a Drapion.
That's unfortunate, but sounds like a little bit of a unfortunate game for you. But, you know, Umbreon used to be quite meta in PvP, not only in the Go Battle League, but also in the Championship Series. So, you know, if Umbreon, you know, got an attack update, that could definitely become meta. So, like Caleb said, definitely don't want to miss out, especially on legacy attacks, because it's hard to get those without elite charged TMs.
Exactly. Well, here we go. We have another winners matchup here. It's going to be Ramberto 777 versus Elum. Elum, one of the best players in the circuit, not just throughout the years, but particularly this year. one of the players in contention, I think, with players like Marshall Galde, maybe Potamon as well, on some of the best players in this season. And I know Marshall Galde has more titles in this season than anyone historically ever has in Pokemon GO, and maybe even the other Pokemon titles in the Masters Division, actually. I was doing some fact checking. Not fully sure on that, so don't quote me on it, but has a lot of impressive feats. However, Elum, what impressed me the most is that his consistency is through the roof. 2 regional titles, but also hasn't dropped below 5th place. Marshall Galde has already been knocked out of the tournament, so he's trying to make a name for himself and say, hey, maybe I'm the best player here as we are getting into the battles.
All right, well, even Marshall Galde has said that he looks up to Elum's consistency, has asked for Elum's coaching, but let's get into this game number 1. Ramberto bringing that Annihilate, but Elum has read it perfectly, bringing the Dedenne.
Yeah, absolutely terrible lead for Ramberto, but also not a lot of great options back. You don't want that locked into the Dusclops either, and it's not even great into the Shadow Drapion. First Parabolic Charge is going to be let go. Not enough knockout, but it's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, it does come through, buffing the defense of the Dedenne, and now this Rage Fist isn't going to do quite as much damage. Elum may be realizing that the Dedenne is valuable, but still doesn't want to spend a shield on this relatively weak charge attack.
Yeah, you have that mana bust in back, so you really want to try to avoid it as long as you can. You have to probably go for the Parabolic Charge. Can you go for the Duck Strike down? Not going to do it. Is not going to try to risk it here as Ramberto is closing out the Rage Fist. He lets it go. He's going to probably try to acid down with the Credilli, but we get the instant swap over from Elum, and in comes the Mana Buzz.
And now that the Shadow Annihilate is out of the way, Shadow Drapion relatively safe. This is maybe the worst matchup for it remaining, but still relatively safe. You can spam these neutral Aqua Tails and of course those Poison Stings.
This is going to set up Elum really well because you have another answer for that Credilli in the back, and it's going to be the Dusclops. Fantastic matchup for the Dusclops, resisting all that acid damage as well. It's not a great match for Drapion, but you'll be able to at least bring the Mana Buzz in a very manageable range for your backline Pokemon.
Yeah, this is maybe the job that the Mana Buzz needs to do, right? Just needs to chip down these Drapion. You see that Air Slash is really adding up on the Drapion over time, doing a lot more damage than the Snarl.
Yeah, I mean, but besides that, though, the Poison Sting, the Aqua Tails adding up as well. This is the season of Drapion. You can nerf it, you can bring in other meta Pokemon into the meta, but it's still around. Elum doing fantastic with Drapion in LAIC. 2 internationals later, still has it on his team for NAIC.
And putting up the shield here, trying to protect his prized Pokemon there. Maybe not entirely sure whether the Dusclops is able to handle that final Pokemon. Gathering a lot of energy, actually throws the Aqua Tail here. Still has a tiny bit of health left. Maybe going to be able to get off that second one eventually.
Yeah, going to see if he could even get for the crunch. If you get the crunch, a little bit more damage, even a chance for the debuff as well. Opts for the Aqua Tail instead. Let's see how on point Ramberto is on his counts. This is not going to do a lot of damage. Does he go for the shield? No, chooses not the shield, giving him a fighting chance into this Dusclops. But Dusclops is going pretty annoying for this Credilli because you are resisting all that acid damage on Dusclops, and it's pretty bulky. This is not even the Shadow variant either, so it's going to handle these charge attacks even better.
You do have a little bit of energy lead here as Ramberto, but really, this is his final Pokemon. Pretty much all he's going to be able to do is just stay in here and throw his charge attacks when he gets them. Elum is actually going for a bait here, realizing the situation that Ramberto is in. He's pretty much just going to have to shield everything that comes his way now.
Yeah, I mean, even if you know it's a Shadow Punch coming, oh wait, goes for the Grass Knot. Harder hitting move against the Dusclops. Does this get shielded up from Elum? That'd be huge if it goes through, and it does go through, but the non-Shadow Dusclops holds on, and you still can't acid this down.
Well, he's probably going to try to Shadow Punch coming through here. Of course, not going to do as much damage as Ice Punch. Ramberto actually calls it. This could give him a little bit of a chance. Elum very close to another charge attack, though, and I'm not sure if he's going to be able to reach another one, Caleb.
Yeah, this game is not fully over. Ramberto has to spend his final shield. All the Pokemon on Elum's side, though, are in fast attack range, and I don't think there's energy, but here comes Dennet. Can you get to the Parabolic Charge? It does get reached, and Elum's going to secure this first victory against Ramberto.
Resisted Parabolic Charge coming through, but it might just barely be enough. Dedenne hanging on with a sliver of health. Doesn't even need the defense boost to come through beforehand. Able to reach that last attack.
Wow, honestly, so that game was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. Looking at the back lines there, too. You know, I actually think, in hindsight, the Grass Knot play was solid from Ramberto because it put the Dusclops in a range where you don't have to throw a third charge attack. Yes, you do have to shield another Shadow Punch, let another Thunder Punch, Shadow Punch go, but you can at least try to fast attack down and fast attack down the rest of the team. But that quick pivot with that Dedenne lead with Elum saved him there too, because the Drapion didn't really have any energy left, didn't really have any health left, and he let the Dedenne get farmed down from the Credilli. That entire match could be different, right? But that's the difference between Elum, someone that's consistently getting top 5 multiple titles, versus someone that might be just in that top 8 mark, but hasn't quite won a major tournament yet.
Well, gotta give a lot of credit to Ramberto. The final sequence of that game, like you said, made the game look a lot closer than it was going to, than it was looking before that, right? Called the Shadow Punch bait, landed the Grass Knot, and really kind of forced Elum into a position where he just had to hope his Dedenne could live 4 acids.
Yeah, and I think a lot of players tend to opt for the Shadow Dusclops, but these are one of the rare situations, in my opinion, where the non-Shadow Dusclops actually looks a lot better. And I think both players are actually running it. I'm not sure what the rationale is for Elum. Maybe he just prefers it. Maybe he doesn't have a good Shadow one. I think for Ramberto purposes, he just can't afford to make a Shadow Dusclops. It's very expensive. He might not even have one in his inventory he can make, opting for the non-Shadow. I mean, both are on the winning side, so clearly something's still working here. But in that situation, pretty good to have that extra bulk.
All right, well, I know we didn't get too much of a chance to break down the teams before game number 1, so we could take a quick walk through them. Of course, Ramberto brought that Shadow Annihilate into the first game, and if you look at Elum's team, other than the Dusclops, it actually has pretty decent matchups across the board. Gliscod is a little bit awkward for both sides, but you do double resist those Fury Cutters. And for Elum, probably trying to play around the Annihilate a little bit, right? Bringing the Dusclops, which is that relatively hard answer, bringing the Dedenne in the lead. So making sure he's really ABA strong to that Annihilate.
Yeah, that Gliscod matchup is super awkward too, right? Because you're both resisting the fast attacks, but both can hit back with solid neutral damage as well. So not really sure who would rather be in that matchup. I mean, obviously shields up, the Annihilate is going to boost and do more damage over time, so definitely favorable for Annihilate, as you called out too. I think that's why Elum ran a really safe line with that Dedenne in the lead, decent to Annihilate, and of course that hard counter back. As you can see here, obviously a lot more, actually only one more regional title for Elum, but Ramberto, it's been a couple years since he's won a regional, since he won a major tournament. He's looking to change that here, but he has to go against Elum, and Elum is running that Ice Beam Lapras, which is going to win this matchup against the Mandibuzz.
Yeah, Mandibuzz does resist those Psy Waves, which is very nice for it, but like you said, the super effective Ice Beams are pretty much perfect in order to two-shot the Mandibuzz, so we're going to have to see if Ramberto decides to stay in this matchup fully or maybe pivot out at some point.
Yeah, and a great line read from Elum as well, too. The Credilli is really what you want against this Lapras. But if you look at the back line for Elum, not a lot of places for this Credilli to go. I mean, I did say that, but Credilli didn't look terrible into Dusclops last game either. It has some play into Drapion as well, especially when you start debuffing it too. So Ramberto, I think, maybe just going to give up the Mandibuzz here and try to just finish it off with the rest of his Pokemon, maybe fast attack down with that Credilli.
Yeah, maybe he can get a nice farm down, and Credilli's energy is, of course, very valuable. Elum farming up a lot of energy here. Gonna throw the Ice Beam here, and like you said, Ramberto just gonna let this Mandibuzz go, maybe try to get some energy head start on his back line.
Yeah, this is pretty awkward, too. I think this Lapras is still going to get to another move, does get to another Ice Beam here. Elum going for the Sparkling Aria baits. We're going to grab the shield from Ramberto, knowing that it could be an Ice Beam, but it's actually just a Sparkling Aria bait. Is Elum going to pivot out here, save the engine, try to go for another Sparkling Aria? Can he get to it? And he does get to that Sparkling Aria.
Just a sliver of health left on the Lapras, and now we see why that first Sparkling Aria bait was thrown, right? He knew he could get to 2 charge attacks, so making sure he gets as much damage as possible. Ramberto, though, does have a lot of energy on this Credilli after that big acid down. Elum gonna have to decide where he wants to take it.
Yeah, he comes in with a Drapion. That's actually really good for Ramberto because he avoids the Drapion into Dusclops matchup. However, he is down a shield, so even in that backline mirror matchup, it's still not easy for him.
All right, first Rock Tomb coming through. Ramberto almost at another Rock Tomb. Elum at the Aqua Tail, but going to continue to farm up a little bit of energy. Going to put up the shield here, and Ramberto's Credilli doing a lot of work here.
It does, yeah, it really is, and getting that debuff is pretty big here. Let's see if Elum goes for the Crunch or not. Crunch should be enough of the knockout. Oh, wait! Catching a Super Veggie Crunch on the Dusclops. I don't know about this Ramberto. It is double debuff, but that's still a lot of damage.
I think Elum would need 2 charge attacks regardless to take out the Dusclops. That one actually does a little bit less than half of the health on the Dusclops. Elum gonna throw another Crunch here. Not sure he wants to spend energy again to take out this Dusclops. Oh, but Ramberto actually gonna shield it up. So let's see how Elum decides to finish it off. He can pivot into Dusclops, or he can just stay in, throw another Crunch. Looks like he's gonna switch out.
He's gonna come in right away there too. Doesn't want to get too behind on energy. He is going to tank the Shadow Punch, no problem. He's going to do a little less than half health, but enough to tank it. Actually, very comfortably, and now reaches the Shadow Punch. No shields on the side of Ramberto. This will either knock out or only be 1 hex away, tier 2. A really tough position for Ramberto to be in. But let's not forget, the Draft Man still has energy in the back. He does get to one more Shadow Punch, but there's still a shield on Elum's side, so I think he's got this in the bag.
Yeah, Shadow Punch going to come through. Elum, like you said, has a lot of energy on the Drapion, so maybe going to save the shield for that. Cradily comes back in. It does have quite a bit of energy, but Elum already just going to throw this charge attack to knock out the Cradily, and he is going to be able to take the series 2-0.
Fantastic plays from both players, but Elum just a step ahead all the way throughout, too. I mean, he looked a little stressed at times, but he was in a very commanding position, as we can see the backlines there, too. And Ramberto, I mean, he had to make something happen there. Was catching Crunch the best play? Hard to say, but at the end of the day, if it lands on the Cradily, the Crunch is going to land on the Dustclops either way, right? So better to catch a double debuff Crunch than a full Crunch non-debuff.
I mean, he was in a pretty difficult situation, so maybe hoping that he could catch an Aqua Tail, maybe kind of his only chance to claw his way back into the game, but unfortunately not enough. Like you said, Elum just a little bit ahead in those games with the team composition in game number 1, and then in game number 2, just, you know, kind of getting an advantage out of the lead and just steamrolling from there.
Yeah, that's the tough thing too. When you face a really talented player like Elum, right, like players like Marshall Galde, if you have, you know, maybe a bad line into them, those players will not give up the advantage they have. They keep putting so much pressure on. I mean, in the end game there too, Elum not only had a good positioning, but also still had a shield advantage as well too, as Ramberto was put in such a tough position. He tried to do what he can here, and I love this bait call from Elum as well, because he knows that he could go for this Ice Beam, maybe get shielded, but even if it goes through, it's probably better to still throw double Sparkling Aria. And he got a shield and still got that second Sparkling Aria. Just a game of inches here, and Elum was able to maximize as much as he can in every single matchup.
Ramberto going to be dropping to the loser's side of the bracket, but we did hear from him earlier in that interview with Butters. It does sound like he has the championship points he needs, but, you know, a couple more wins won't hurt him, so we'll have to see whether he's able to pull those off.
Yeah, wish him best of luck in that loser's bracket, and Elum trying to continue his top 5 streak. He's looking well on his way.
He was top 4 at NAIC last year. I know he wants to match that, maybe go even further. He hasn't made a day 3 of an IC yet, so we'll have to see how far he can go this year, but he's already advancing to winners round 2.
Okay, I have to correct the record here. So, because yesterday I said there's 2 players in our circuit.
3.
There's 3.
Yeah.
You heard about the third?
Yeah, it's Harjeff, right?
Yes, it's Harjeff.
Yeah, and that's what I said. I said I was going to guess Harjeff, and then you're like, no.
You're right.
It's T. Steiner.
You're right. I'm wrong, right?
Well, I was wrong, too, because I didn't get T. Steiners.
It's okay. It's okay. We could both be wrong. The only person that wasn't wrong was Harjeff when he corrected me on it. Which, my apologies, Harjeff. Fantastic player as well, too. He did get that 4th place at LAIC in 2023, and then, of course, winning it the subsequent year. So, getting those trophies. He actually was quite surprised to even get a trophy that year, too. So, he was shaking. He was feeling good about it. He said, very humble of him, too. He said, you know what, my 2 trophies aren't as impressive as T. Steiner or Ashton Ash, because they have 2 trophies in 2 different internationals. I was like, but you won a whole international. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
anyway.
They don't have a first place, right?
Yes. So, not first place yet. Ashton Ash still on the hunt as well. But Elum, you said he got a 4th place last year, right? So he has trophy his name. Could also join that coveted crowd.
Exactly. Well, one trainer who gets knocked out today will be getting a trophy. Of course, only the top 3 trainers will continue on into day number 3 for those winners, losers, and grand finals. And then today, the 4th place trainer, the last trainer to get knocked out, will earn that last trophy.
That's right. And an auto qualification for World Championships if they haven't gotten one already. But as you see in the circuit, a lot of our players have maybe double, triple, quadruple qualified at this point too. If you're multi-qualified, you're quintuple qualified actually.
Yeah, quintuple qualified. It's crazy to say, but it's true. And, you know, again, thinking about that path to qualification for Worlds, those trainers who are just kind of on the cusp, maybe in the 76th or 77th spot, really looking at this championship to see, are there going to be any more slots opened up, right? For North America, you're hoping that the trainers from EU do not make top 4. You're hoping that the trainers who have already qualified with a win are also not going to be in the top 4. So really, you know, a very complicated set of dynamics here in terms of those Worlds qualification spots.
Definitely. Well, speaking of Worlds qualification spot, one person that's already Worlds qualified is going to be Elum. I want to hear a word from him on the floor with Mark Time.
Thank you, Caleb and Soph. I'm here with Elum. He just won that intense round versus Ramberto. Elum, I believe you've been undefeated since Toronto this season. Can you tell us, how are you doing this?
I I don't know really. Like I just play the battles and I know what I'm doing and I get a little bit of luck and here I am.
I think if you win 2 championships in a row and you're in day 2, winners round 2 at NAIC, it might not be a fluke really anymore. Where do you really get your practice from?
Oh, I'm in a server that's called ORAG. I do a lot of ORAG and I scrim with a lot of my friends. Soph is one of my scrim partners and then just teammates of mine. I have like Prana, for example, and then some others, mainly from ORAG. I also did a couple inadequate practice tournaments. That's mainly where I get most of my reps in, so yeah.
All right, so can you tell us a little bit on how you got to this team? It's quite meta, but it's also unique the way you play it.
Okay, so this past week, I played a lot and prepped a lot. This is probably the tournament I've prepped the most for. And I built like 10 different teams. But the funny thing is that this team, I didn't make it. I actually took this team from Soph. One of the days that I was doing a practice tournament, I had a team and she decided to join just for fun. She made this team in like 5 minutes and she did really well with it in that tournament. I was like a little bit hesitant, but then when I tried it, I was like, wow, this team is actually really good. So now I'm here. Yeah.
Just really shows that maybe you don't even have to make your own team. If you take someone else's and you can make it work, well, maybe you also make it this far. Elum, thank you so much. Final question. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to fans, family, friends? We heard Soph.
I don't know, my friends that are rooting for me in ETMs and my family, if they're watching this. And yeah, my friends in general.
All right, well, good to hear. Elum, we're going to see more of you later, perhaps take it even further at the NAIC 2025 here. But before we go into more battles, we're going to have a fun time with Butters. He got a heavy damage segment here with H-Shira and Pokémon GO.
Hello trainers, we're here at the 2025 North American International Championships. I'm joined by H-Shira and Mango. And H-Shira, Mango, how well do you know the North American champions in the 2025 season?
I think I know them pretty well.
I think I know them decently well too.
All right, well, let's put that to the test. Playing a fun game I like to call heavy damage. Basically, the rules are you want to go for 3 knockouts. We see this board back here. There are different numbers on that board. You need to get to 100 to get a knockout, just like in Pokemon GO. You need to take 100% of the health. But you have to be careful. You don't want to waste your energy. And if you spend too much damage that was useless, it's going to bounce back. So say you get a 50 and a 75. Now that goes all the way back to 25, and you still need to get to that 100. First trainer to get 3 knockouts wins the battle. And I'm going to ask them a question. I'm going to ask a champion from North American season. And if you get it right, you get a beanbag. If you get it wrong, you get a frisbee, which is harder to throw. So let's just go ahead and start it off. All right, who was the Baltimore regional champion this season?
Wadaj.
That is correct. All right, you get a beanbag. Mango, who was the Louisville champion this season?
Lyle Jeffs.
That is correct. Lyle's Jeff is correct. You both get beanbags, so go ahead and here's one beanbag. Here's another beanbag. Let's get it started. Whoever gets the knockout first will win this round. If they get the knockout at the same time, it will be a simultaneous. Go ahead, Mango. See what he goes for first on this one. That is an instant 75. That's some heavy damage to start it off. So now this means in his next round, he has to get 25. All right, H-Shira, go ahead. Go for your first one here. Let's see what you get. Get the 25. So that would be 1 knockout if you add that together. But now Mango only can hit the 25 to get a knockout. He's going to go ahead here once he gets his beanbag to throw it. Here, I got the beanbag for you right now, Mango. All right, see if you can hit that 25 to get the first knockout of this game. And he gets it. That's a knockout. But wait, it's actually not over yet because H-Shira can tie here with a 75. If she gets a 75, that will be a simultaneous KO and it will be 1-1. It actually gets it. So that's a simultaneous 1-1 here. All right, next round, come back in. All right, who was the Sacramento regional champion?
It was S. James.
Yes, that is correct. S. James P. That means you get a beanbag. Who was the Toronto regional champion?
Elum.
Absolutely correct. And I did not even discuss that this was going to be a topic before this. They just know they're North American champions. All right, you both get beanbags here. Here you go. 2 beanbags, and this time Zzweilous can go first. You guys are tied 1-1 in this matchup. Who will get the second knockout of this matchup? That's a 75 there. Some more heavy damage to start us off. All right, Mango, let's see what he goes for here against the board. Go ahead, Mango. See if he gets a 75 like he did before. Another 75. I'm not counting that. That would be a 1-hit knockout in 1 turn, but that doesn't count this time. So it's 75-75. That means if Zzweilous gets the 25, she gets the knockout, but Mango does have the opportunity to tie it up here. Here you go. Go ahead and try to get to that 25 and just nails it. Wow, you guys are so good at this. I guess that's why you're such good Pokemon Go players, but that's a knockout. All right, Mango, I got your beanbag right here. Can you tie it? This is crazy. This is not how I expected this game to go. Can you also get the 25 and get the knockout? Oh my goodness, you guys are so good. All right, it's tied 2-2. And now, come on in, Mango. All right, so who was the San Antonio regional champion?
That would be Elite.
That is correct. All right, I'm actually gonna throw this up a little bit. Who was our last regional champion? Mango.
In North America?
In North America.
It's ItsAxen.
That is absolutely correct. Once again. All right, now we have 2 more beanbags. Didn't even get to use the Frisbees here. All right, it's tied 2-2. These trainers just can't miss. Zzweilous is gonna go first once again, it looks like. 75 and a knockout, 1-hit knockout again. These guys, they're crazy. All right, but that doesn't count. I'll count the 75 because that hit first. Now, Mango, you're up. Go ahead, Mango. See what you can get here. Mango thinking about it is tied 2-2. Gets the 75. All right, we're tied 75 once again. This would actually be crazy if they're able to get 3 simultaneous knockouts. But you got Zzweilous first with the beanbag here. Zzweilous, can you get the 25? Can you get the 3rd knockout of this battle? No! Actually gets the 75. That means 75 plus 75. That is 50 cumulative damage over. So you have 50 points now on the board. Mango has an opportunity to win this heavy damage battle. Can he get the 25? It all comes down to this. No, another 75. Oh, it's okay. We gotta run it back here because we got tied at 50. So now this whole thing changes. You have to go for a 50 here to get the knockout. Zzweilous, can she get the 50? No, that one just went over. That was a hit and a miss. We got Mango with 1 more here. Can Mango get the 50 and win it all? Be the first ever heavy damage champion? Can he get it? Yes! That means Mango. Zzweilous, bring it in. Mango is officially the heavy damage champion, but I want to say you're both champions because you knew our North American champions so well. Shout out to all the North American champions this season. Who will be the North American international champion? That's what we're here to find out. Let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Welcome back, everyone, to New Orleans, Louisiana. We're here for the 2025 Pokemon GO North America International Championships. It's day 2. We've seen tons of great battles already. We got some good battles yet to see. I'm Jim Lawson here with Inadequate's Martine. Martine, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. We've seen some fantastic battles already. We just saw a battle between Pokemon GO and Zzweilous as well. But for now, we're going to continue in winners round 1. Our next match is going to be Alpha Phoebe. This name, also, can you pronounce this name for me? This trainer is from Sweden.
I cannot, but maybe for the stream you can give your best impression.
Oh, really?
Yeah, maybe.
So this, excuse my Dutch accent here. I'm gonna try it. I believe it is and we're going to call him RGR from here.
Bless you.
Thank you.
RGR is indeed what we're going to be calling him. He'll be facing off versus Alpha Phoebe. Don't forget, Alpha Phoebe was talking up his Blastoise as one of his signature Pokemon earlier in day 1. I don't know that we've seen too much of RGR just yet, though, have we?
I believe we did not see him on stream, but we can go a little bit through his team. He's actually one of the very few trainers with a Talonflame on his team. That's actually a target for the Blastoise, but for the Blastoise, RGR is prepared because he does have the notorious Dedenne that we've seen so many times with the parabolic charge that keeps deep sorry, not debuffing, buffing its defense over and over and over.
That's right. But I think Talonflame has a unique spot in this meta because obviously it is going to absolutely hard wall Pokemon. Well, not hard wall, but hard dominate Pokemon like the Shadow Scizor. But it is going to struggle immensely versus Pokemon like the Dedenne. The thing it has to rely on is its Incinerate. Are there scenarios where it can actually win any of those matchups, Inadequates?
Against Dedenne, it will not win unless it has like a 2 Incinerate head start. So that is a whopping 10 turns, 5 seconds. That's a lot of time you need for your Talonflame, or perhaps a farm down elsewhere, and you need Flame Charge as well. And that's also what RGR does not have on his Talonflame. He actually has Fly and Brave Bird. Brave Bird would even hit hard when resisted on most Pokemon though.
Well, one Pokemon that I don't think we're going to see brought from Alpha Phoebe will be that Jumpluff with... And it needs to worry about the Talonflame, needs to worry about the Drapion, needs to worry about the Azumarill, even the Ice Punch coming from the Shadow Dusclops, not to mention the Dedenne.
Not about the Azumarill, because it has Energy Ball actually, which gives Jumpluff also play into the Dedenne. But I do agree that it's a risky Pokemon to bring because of the Dusclops Shadow with the Ice Punch and of course the Talonflame. You don't have acrobatics to hit hard back, so you're just relying on Aerial Ace, which will do like 25% damage to a Talonflame. It doesn't really fear that.
All right, well, one Pokemon I want to spotlight as well is that Primeape. We've talked lots about the Shadow Annihilate. This is going to be the Karate Chop user. How does it operate differently from Shadow Annihilate?
In my opinion, in the right hands, Primeape can be the best Pokemon that we have in this meta. Whether that's on an energy advantage, a shield advantage, or sometimes just even energy. For example, even into Jellicent, you can win the 2-shield scenario just because of its pacing. In fact, you only need 4 Karate Chops before you get to a Rage Fist and boost your attack. And let's see if Alphebe's going to bring it, because we're heading into game number 1 of this winners round 1 here. We're going to have the Diggersby from RGR into the Shadow Drapion from Alphebe. This is a great lead for the Swedish player on the right.
Absolutely. This Diggersby is going to feast versus this Drapion. Quick swap into the Blastoise from Alphabebe. It's going to be met by the Drapion. It's a little bit behind in energy. Alphabebe actually able to get to the Hydro Cannon prior to RGR getting to his own crunch.
And this is actually not really an answer to Blastoise. Hydro Cannon does a lot of damage here, but what Blastoise really lacks here is a strong fast attack. Rollout doesn't do a lot of damage, plus it's not stab. Same type attack bonus.
That's right. In comes the crunch. Only a 20% debuff chance, and we see it this time. That's not something that you're going to see that regularly moving forward. Alphabebe able to get the rollout through, has an opportunity to use his Protect Shield, trying to fire some additional energy. I think if he wants a 2-shield, there may be a situation where he can actually flip the switch.
Switch advantage is incredibly important here. So let's see if RGR is committed. No, he's letting it go. That means Alphabebe has flipped switch advantage here, and that might open up the game later on. But I think Diggersby's looking really tough from RGR. And in fact, how do you even get rid of this Blastoise? Both Azumarill and Diggersby from RGR don't really want to see this Blastoise, but he might be able to get a bubble down here. No, goes with the Diggersby.
Yeah, Diggersby does get the quick attacks through. That's going to be neutral damage. I think you're going to need several more still at this point. Alphabebe's going to desperately try to get to one more Hydro Cannon here, but he does pull the first Protect Shield from RGR.
And not being able to get to another Hydro Cannon. I believe we saw a crunch defense drop earlier, and that may have been very crucial here. Now you can put in your own Diggersby, but you're a full charge attack behind, which is not exactly ideal. And keep in mind that RGR has seen the Shadow Drapion from Alphabebe in the lead, so he knows what to do with the Azumarill. He brings it in right away!
And he gets the attack drop as well, but a quick swap from RGR, bringing in the Azumarill. That's now going to be met by the Shadow Drapion from Alphabebe. Keep in mind, while you do have super effective fast attack damage, all of your charge attacks are resisted by this Azumarill.
A defense drop would be really nice here for Alphabebe on this Azumarill, so your Poison Sting at least will do more damage, and even Resisted Crunch would add up. We see the defense drop there, and throws the next Crunch right before this player-off is being thrown.
Who would have thought that the Crunch got nerfed after we're seeing all these defense drops?
It's actually a 20% chance now.
That's correct, rather than 30%.
Correct. Another player is coming, or the player is now finally being thrown. This might barely not knock out the Drapion, but 1 or 2 more bubbles will definitely do the job. I'm not sure if this Drapion will be able to get to another charge. Yes, we'll be able to get to another Aqua Tail here.
Aqua Tail will be enough to knock out. Don't forget the defense drop that we saw earlier. Ooh. This will force the last Protect Shield from RGR. While he has this Azumarill with a lot of energy, he is now down Protect Shields.
Interesting. I believe that RGR stored a charge attack there, swapping into the Diggersby if Alpha Thief can get another debuff, he might actually be in an okay position. But remember, you cannot use your protection for anything of this Diggersby. Look at that, he's triggering all the drops here.
This is a statistical anomaly. If Alpha Thief were on the casting desk, he'd probably be doing some quick math right now, trying to figure out how likely that is. But it is benefiting him right now. He's getting not only the attack drops, but the defense drops that he needs as well.
He's getting the luck he needs in this battle, and the counting is on point. The next Scorching Sands is being thrown right before the one from RGR, but remember, you cannot use a Protect Shield because Azumarill has energy as well.
That's right. Here comes the next Scorching Sands, and with the attack debuff, this is not going to be enough to knock out. Just like you said, you have to hold on to that Protect Shield. Really, realistically...
What? Again, no, Alpha Thief has all the luck, but he needs to get there's so much energy here. There's the Fire Punch, and I think this is looking kind of tough here. You have to use your Protect Shield.
Do you just blind throw your charge attack, anticipating a combo play?
You have to Fire Punch. I think you have to throw both your Fire Punch here. In comes the first one, but the question is, this Azumarill doesn't have a lot of health. Is it in range of Fire Punch?
Is the charge attack loaded on the Azumarill as well?
It
has the Ice Beam, and the Diggersby does win the charge attack priority, but does this knock out Martine?
Fire Punch resisted from bulky Pokemon. Now bulky Pokemon. Fire Punch coming through. Azumarill. It doesn't out! Big Phoebe! He wins game 1!
What a close match that we just saw there. Alpha Phoebe, don't forget, had a terrible lead. His Shadow Drapion into the Diggersby, but he was able to find a way to flip switch, and with a little help from some attack and defense debuffs, able to take that game 1 in winners round 1.
I'm gonna be honest with you there, Jib. Even though we saw the health from the Azumarill deplete there, I wanted to make sure that wasn't 1 HP.
We had to wait.
Never know.
We had to wait. Yeah, no, we thought that was going to happen, but with Azumarill, it's just so bulky, and with Fire Punch from a relatively bulky Pokemon as well, there was just we were uncertain for sure.
We were uncertain. Now look at the movesets here, by the way, from Alpha Thief on his Pokemon, because not only does he have Energy Ball and Jump Love, he also has Close Combat on Primeape, and I like that because you don't really need Ice Punch anymore with the decrease in Jump Love.
Right.
I actually expected to perhaps see more Gligar, which Ice Punch is useful for as well. We don't see that much of that either.
Yeah, and if you look at Ice Punch versus Close Combat specifically, obviously you want to be able to hit ice damage versus the Diggersby, but since it's a normal type as well, Close Combat is going to take over for that and actually be a stab move and a more efficient move at that as well. So I think there's nothing lost here by giving up that Ice Punch.
With the Diggersby getting that farm down, and remember that before all of this, Alpha Thief got all the Scorching Sands debuffs and didn't get one against him. He got all the luck that he needed, but not only luck, he also knew exactly how to take advantage of this opportunity to build up energy perfectly and get to 2 charge attacks at the very end of that battle.
Well, let's see if his luck has run out or if his luck will continue. We're locking in for game number 2 here. Alpha Thief needs to win one more game. RGR trying to come back here. He's going to be bringing one of the rarer Pokemon that we're seeing. It's the Talonflame into the Diggersby. Quick swap from Alpha Thief brings in the Blastoise immediately.
And this time we see another pretty slow swap there, but that's not because RGR was slow in his reaction. It's because he was stuck in the Incinerate animation. So Blastoise has quite the energy lead here, but we saw this earlier before. If you go straight Hydro Cannon, Drapion has plenty of play here. Look at how fast Blastoise gets to those Hydro Cannon though.
Yeah, that's the wild thing. If you're in that Talonflame matchup and you throw that one Incinerate, it guarantees that any Pokemon that you bring in is going to be 2 rollouts behind. Oh, we see the defense drop yet again. Now we have actually an Aqua Tail that with this defense drop will threaten to knock out this Blastoise.
I think even though resisted, this is indeed going to knock out. No! Blastoise hangs on! Big Man Blastoise gets to the next Hydro Cannon, and this will decide shield or switch advantage. RGR is letting it go again.
That is an incredible live from that Blastoise, and great recognition from Alpha Phoebe, recognizing that Blastoise does hang on despite the drop, and you get another 2 rollouts through just from rollouts from Blastoise. You've already taken a chunk out of this Talonflame's health.
But it doesn't matter, because look at the line from RGR here. He has 2 answers to the Diggersby. And it looks like Alpha Phoebe brings in his better Pokemon into Talonflame, but I would argue that Diggersby would soak up this damage better because of its bulk.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think you bring the Diggersby just knowing that it's going to be that damage sponge, then setting up your once the energy has been unleashed. Oh, he brings in the Azumarill anyway, so things may work out for Alpha Phoebe. He did shield what's probably going to be the hardest hitting charge attack at this point. Does need to watch out for Azumarill eventually getting realigned versus Diggersby potentially. Can he get a little debuff luck? No, not this time.
Not this time. It's only a 20% chance. Azumarill still building up energy, and I think RGR is in a really good spot. He just needs to decide where to use the Protect Shield, and it's not going to be from this resisted charge attacks from the Drapion. Playrough always go for the Ice Beam, actually. I don't think this will knock out, though.
Nobody shields anyway. Alpha Phoebe now using his second Protect Shield. He is now shieldless. Needs to get a lot of value out of the Shadow Drapion. Will be able to probably knock out this Azumarill before it's able to reach the next charge attack. But don't forget, RGR still has 2 Protect Shields. If he wants to, he can shield this up and get a charge attack off.
This is going to be very interesting. Remember that RGR has Brave Bird on Talonflame, not Flame Charge. So if you don't have Protect Shields, it is likely to hit that Brave Bird later on. Ice Beam is being launched. This will secure the knockout on this Drapion.
That's right, and you know what, maybe he was throwing the Ice Beam earlier, anticipating a potential catch to hit for super effective versus that Diggersby. But here in this situation, Alpha Phoebe really has no outs. He can only hit for resisted damage into this Talonflame, trying to go for an attack debuff, but unfortunately, he is not able to get to that move prior to RGR getting off his fly.
Alpha Phoebe looking a little bit surprised here. I think he would have preferred his opponent to not go for the alignment so that Diggersby could otherwise go for a sneak there. And yeah, Scorcher says going to perhaps drop the attack, and if not, I think that a Brave Bird or a Fly would still secure the knockout. Looks like RGR is going for that Brave Bird.
That's right, Brave Bird will be enough to knock out. There are no attack debuffs on the field here, not like game number 1. This is going to be no shielded Brave Bird. Diggersby goes down, RGR tying up the series 1-1.
Alpha Phoebe asking his opponent, why are you throwing alignment there? I do not understand at all what was going on there, but it doesn't matter because the team composition was just way too strong there. RGR was sick of the Diggersby, none of that anymore. But in the process, I think Alpha Phoebe basically didn't expect this composition. With Talonflame lead and Azumarill in the back, you are so weak into a Blastoise. And I think really good recognition from RGR, seeing that Alpha Phoebe utilizes the Blastoise as a safe switch.
Yeah, are you surprised seeing the Blastoise being brought in rather than the Drapion?
Not at all, because there's no answer to that Blastoise from RGR. While for Drapion, there could potentially be a Diggersby from RGR. So I understand the safe switch from Alpha Phoebe, but I think that RGR just kind of read his mirror.
Yeah, no, I think he read it really well. He knows I don't need switch. I have 2 answers to that Diggersby. In fact, I want a soft lose so that I can go get that full Incinerate through. And now I go from a good situation where I have a positive matchup to, hey, now I have a 2 Incinerate lead and it's still positive matchup.
Right, and we'll see for Game 3 how these players are going to adapt, because as Alpha Phoebe, you might be thinking, perhaps my Blastoise safe switch is a little bit too predictable here. And what if you can catch a Talonflame with an Azumarill backline in the lead? Blastoise would be incredibly strong into that. And also, what I actually didn't really point out either, how do you really answer the Drapion from Alpha Phoebe? You always kind of need to bring that Diggersby, right? So it makes sense for RGR to bring Talonflame and Azumarill. He's kind of singling out a single Pokemon, but in the process he's being weaker to another.
Look, I don't want to simplify things too much, but I think if you have a Diggersby on your team, it probably makes sense to bring it. That's what it seems like the theme for this tournament has been. It's been the Diggersby show. We're moving into game number 3. This is decisive game number 3. We're still on the winner's side of the bracket. It's Drapion versus Drapion.
This is going to come down to who wins charge attack priority. But if we take a look at the back lines, here's Blastoise again, and Blastoise looking insanely good here. So we might actually see a catch attempt later on in this match from RGR if he wants to preserve this Drapion's energy for the Blastoise later on.
All right, well, we did see the first charge attack come from Alpha Phoebe. Now we have 2 Aqua Tails stored for RGR as well. Throws the first one. This goes unshielded from Alpha Phoebe. He has an Aqua Tail loaded, ready to go as well. Do both of these trainers throw at the same time? Yes, RGR wins the charge attack priority.
If you have a Shadow Drapion with a very high defense and HP, you may actually barely hang on there and get your own off. And it looks like that Alpha Phoebe's Drapion does have sufficient defense and HP. RGR's keeping the Drapion around. He wants to preserve this valuable Pokemon.
Yeah, and this energy still has destinations, of course. You farm this down, you come out with 2 Poison Stinks, maybe 3 Poison Stinks. You can get an Aqua Tail into that Drapion, or sorry, into that Diggersby, or a Crunch into that Blastoise, both meaningful damage.
I'm curious to see when the Diggersby comes in from Alpha Phoebe, if RGR is going to swap into his own Diggersby or Azumarill to realign later on. No, it looks like, oh, there we see the catch actually on the Diggersby. What a phenomenal recognition from RGR here, knowing that he's in 5-punch range. Alpha Phoebe is not going for the Scorching Sands.
He was trying to bait Alpha Phoebe there into throwing that charge attack. He's saying, okay, I'm letting you farm, I'm letting you farm. Boom! The switch coming through. Nice pull of the rug there by RGR.
Alpha Thief, however, is staying in. He's not bringing in the Blastoise. It's kind of a tricky situation. Oh, now he's going into the Blastoise, but I think this is exactly what RGR wants, because now that Azumarill later on will be aligned into the Diggsby, which is a very positive matchup for that Azumarill.
True, and the thing here for Alpha Thief is that it doesn't matter any of that chip damage landed, because he still needs 2 Hydro Cannons to knock out. You can't farm down with rollouts either. I think he swapped out because of the attack debuff, knowing that that's going to be a negative matchup at that point, but realistically, all that energy from his own Diggersby went nowhere.
This is going to be so clunky for the Blastoise because you cannot get the rollout down, right? It is resistant. And keep in mind that the drop steals energy. Oh, comes in with the Azumarill, and that is another get from RGR!
Yeah, you can see Alpha Phoebe, he just feels terrible about that. He knows that Blastoise has a lot of play into that Azumarill, but you need to land that Skull Bash. And with that bubble coming through, I'm concerned that actually this Azumarill may outpace, but no, Alpha Phoebe does get to the Skull Bash. This will be some significant damage. RGR knows that and uses his final Protect Shield.
I think that Alpha Phoebe thought that the Shadow Drapion was coming in. Now the Protect Shield on the Azumarill. No protections anymore for RGR. 2 still for Alpha Phoebe. And I think you want to get a lot of damage in here because your Diggersby doesn't want to take all that bubble damage. Alpha Phoebe is still in this game, but there's not a lot of health left on RGR's side. So let's see how this goes. You'll get to the Skull Bash before this next Charge Attack. It's a Charge Attack priority tie!
Yeah, no, for RGR, he now throws this Ice Beam. That's going to be a little bit peculiar, knowing that you could have just over-farmed and you hang on to this Charge Attack. Here comes the Skull Bash, does significant damage, but now all this energy is going into the Blastoise.
This might actually not even knock out after a double defense increase. Let's see, Alpha Phoebe lets it go. Blastoise hangs on, but you can switch out, and there's so much energy, but RGR predicts that. He swaps into Scorching Sands right away to get the potential attack drop, and Alpha Phoebe lets it go. He knows that Aqua Tail does more from Drapion.
That's a great play from RGR, throwing that right away, knowing that you can get that attack debuff. Alpha Phoebe has the Fire Punch ready to go. It was very close for RGR getting to that next Scorching Sands.
He didn't want to risk RGR getting to another Fire Punch, so he didn't want to go for the quick attack down. There's little HP left. Keep in mind that Phoebe has another Fire Punch left here, but I believe there's also a lot of energy left on that Drapion since RGR went for the catch, going in with the Azumarill. I think RGR wants this Azumarill to expend energy, and there it comes. But now you don't have the Fire Punch back as Alpha Phoebe. How much energy is there on the Shadow Drapion?
I think you need 2 more quick attacks to get to this next Fire Punch. How much energy? He's at 2 Aqua Tails. Keep an eye on the Switch Clocks, though inadequate. So you have a Protect Shield. Can Alpha Phoebe make the play to get to catch this next Charge Attack? When will RGR throw it?
And there's the catch! Oh, he catches the Aqua Tail!
What a play by Alpha Phoebe. He needed to pull out a miracle, and he does. Catches the Aqua Tail. No energy remaining for the Drapion. Timer's coming up, but the Fire Punch is loaded.
The timer is running out, but it's too late for RGR. Alpha Phoebe gets the next Fire Punch through, knocks out this Shadow Drapion. He wins his match by 2-0.
We see the timer expire and hit 0 right as Alpha Phoebe takes the victory 2-1. I think we were all worried for Alpha Phoebe there. He threw that Hydro Cannon into the Azumarill. We were seeing a lot of attack debuffs coming from RGR, but Alpha Phoebe able to dig in and find a way, find a path to victory, and he's going to be moving on to the next round of winners.
And it's so great to see the sportsmanship and friendship that we have here in the Pokemon GO PvP scene as both trainers hug it out. I feel like Alpha Phoebe was a little bit sorry for his opponent there. And of course, there's still a chance for RGR on the loose side of the bracket to continue his run here as one of the 5 European trainers in this tournament.
Well, I think it's just the ups and downs and the emotions that are involved there. You know that you have 2 Aqua Tails, and it's almost a 50-50. My opponent is either going to stay in and I'm going to land this Aqua Tail, or they're going to swap and they're going to catch it. It's a decision that both of those trainers have to make, and it just aligned improperly there for RGR. Worked out for Alpha Phoebe. So congratulations to him.
And then we take a look at this replay. We see Alpha Phoebe throwing that Hydro Cannon. I think he expected the Shadow Drapion coming in. We saw catches and Pokemon dancing all over the place here. The Diggersby knocking out this Azumarill with the Scorching Sands, but then it was a race, and knowing that this Drapion had 2 Aqua Tail, he catches the Charge Attack, and I think RGR even waited just a little bit, but the Blastoise came in. He didn't see the Blastoise come in, and the Aqua Tail went on it.
Yeah, no, I think RGR did wait, and that allowed that rollout to come through, right? And realistically, that is, again, just a play that you have to make a decision right there. Do I throw right away? Do I wait 1 turn? Do I throw a Poison Sting? He decided to wait 1 turn. Alpha Phoebe was able to make the read and get that catch. I mean, there's so many different outcomes and so many different variables for how that game can end. Worked out for Alpha Phoebe.
It actually just looks so flat on the surface, right? Either you throw your Charge Attack or you switch. No, it's really not that simple. Mind games really come in play here. do you predict your opponent to switch? Do you see the Are you going to see the Blastoise even come in? Like, are you going to expect that as well, to see this Pokemon actually come in the games? Because sometimes you don't. It only comes in the game when the Octo is being thrown. And I think that may have thrown him off a little bit. Regardless, if you make the prediction that this would happen, then RGR would win that game.
Realistically, it is all about prediction, knowing what your opponent's going to do for both of those trainers, right? Alpha Phoebe has to make a decision, RGR has to make a decision, and for RGR, did not work out that time, but like you said, he'll be moving down to the loser side of the bracket where he can still make a considerable run, trying to get that top 4 and direct invitation to Worlds 2025.
And we're gonna have one more match coming up, but before that, we're gonna hear more from Phoebe as Soph is ready to interview him.
Thanks, Martijn. I'm here with Alpha Phoebe, who just won a crazy close best of 3 to advance to winners round 2. Phoebe, tell me what was going through your head, just throughout that series.
I mean, at the very end there, I forgot I had a catch, and I saw the Blastoise in the end, and was like, oh my god, I have a win condition. Throughout the entire series, though, it was very strange, because when I looked at the teams yesterday, I thought, hey, my Blastoise looks really good. And then I thought about his team, and it's like, oh, Azumarill Drapion looks really good into me. So it was a bit of a back and forth between our safe Pokemon, and it was the thinnest of margins in all of the games.
It seems like Blastoise has been really, really paying off for you. I know you talked a little bit yesterday about choosing that over other water-type Pokemon. Do you think it's going to continue to be your MVP in later matches? Have you even looked at those?
I have not. I prepared a little bit last night for this matchup, and I figured there's no real reason for me to prepare past it because I had no idea how it was going to go. So I'll need to look at, I'll need to see who's going to win next to see who my next opponent will be. But take a look at those teams, try to figure out if Blastoise is safe again. I do think it'll probably continue to be my MVP, though.
All right, I know this is your first day 2. Tell me a little bit about that prep that goes into making that day number 2 and the matches that you're gonna have to play because you know the teams.
So this is the second time I've played on Saturday, but it's my first day 2. The last time I prepped, it was NAIC again, 2023. I lost really hard to Wadaj on stage. I prepped a lot for that. This time I prepped a little bit less. I think I did 2 sets against 2 different people. I battled against Enhoff. I battled against Marto. I managed to beat Enhoff. Marto kicked my butt. So what are you going to do except lose to the current LAIC champ?
All right, Phoebe. Well, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations once again. And we look forward to seeing the rest of your tournament run. Casters, back to you.
That's a great first day 2 run for Alpha Phoebe there with that Blastoise. Incredible performance from him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just like Soph was saying, like this is new territory for Alpha Phoebe. Like he said, it's his first top cut, so you know that he's feeling the excitement. It's kind of a similar story to Tiwastell that we saw a little bit earlier. So it's great to see some of these trainers that have maybe not made as big of an impact as they would have liked now having success here at NAIC.
And you know what might have a new impact? We're gonna have a new Pokemon very shortly in the game. I believe that's next week. We're gonna have Yamper being introduced to Pokemon GO, and with its evolution that is the Boltund, it has access to the Fast Attack Spark and the Charge 6 Crunch and Thunder. How do you feel about that?
Well, we've got 2 Yappers, you and me, and then we have Yamper here as well.
Yeah,
I think it's a cute Pokemon. I especially like Boltund.
And why is that?
Oh, I just think it's a.
You like dog Pokemon?
I like dog Pokemon. You know another Pokemon that I like? Kind of looks similarly.
It's the Zygarde 10%.
It's the 10% Zygarde, especially in Ultra League. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun lately.
I thought so. This Pokemon doesn't have a lot of bulk to it, so it is a Pokemon you might not see as much in PvP, but as you may have seen in the previous seasons, that can just change with a single moveset update. So if I were you, and if I was me, I'm just going to catch a couple of those.
Look, you have to catch a little bit of everything. Always
catch them all.
You got to catch them all. Always trying to find those Pokemon that are going to be optimal for PvP as well. You're finding your raid Pokemon. You're finding your PvP Pokemon. I label all of mine PvP. Did you know that?
Yeah, but you don't favorite them. And I remember you accidentally transferred one the other day. This is silly.
That's never happened. That's never happened for sure. We're going to go ahead and kick it over to the stage, guys. We have our next matchup ready to go here. It's going to be the...
Oh, man.
It's going to be ItsAxen versus Ashton Ash. And there's a lot of history for both of these trainers at NAIC.
Finally, I can stand up because this is gonna be a hype one. The 2023 World Champion versus the runner-up of last season's NAIC. 2 absolute titans. And you know what I like all about these trainers? On the left, ItsAxen, also a trainer that's always just happy, and Ashton Ash on the right, a very passionate trainer. We see the Araquanid from ItsAxen on the left. We saw earlier Doombug with that Pokemon. I believe that Doombug said that ItsAxen kind of copied him.
Yeah, no doubt. Doombug was saying that he was the originator. He has Bug in his name, so we're going to have to believe him on that. In fact, I picked it for the MVP Pokemon, so we're going to have to assume that that was his pick. Now, we have to keep an eye out, though, on Ashton Ash's team. There are 2 Ghost Pokemon that Araquanid definitely does not want to see. I got to ask you, Araquanid versus Golisopod. How does that look in Adequance?
Well, it depends on the charge text of Golisopod. I actually thought that they maybe play for Aerial Ace, since you don't need X-Scissor as much, but in hindsight, it would help into Krayley. And in that case, it becomes very neutral. Do keep in mind that Bug Bite is now the same damage as Dragon Breath, so it actually is a formidable fast attack, and it makes the Golisopod, the Araquanid pretty solid in that match, especially when shields are up, because you can just keep debuffing with Bubble Beams. Of course, we might also see the Golisopod being swapped into the Araquanid later on in this match, just because it can soak up the damage. We know that this Araquanid has Water Pulse and Bubble Beam, and we're gonna find out if we will see it in this match, as both trainers are locked in. ItsAxen versus Ashton Ash. We see the Araquanid. It is lined up into the Cradily.
That's right. ItsAxen, the 2022 NAIC champion. Ashton Ash, the 2024 runner-up. We have the Araquanid into the Cradily. This is super effective Bug Bite damage. Meanwhile, though, Ashton Ash does get to this Rock Tomb first, which would also hit for super effective.
This deals so much damage. Ashton Ash didn't bring any of his Araquanid counts, perhaps didn't expect it at all. And Araquanid, with his bulk, can actually hang on there quite well into that Rock Tomb. But now after the Rock Tomb, the Bug Bite, but more importantly, the Charge Tech will do much less damage. So this Cradily will hang on to the Water Pulse quite comfortably still.
Martine, look at that precision from ItsAxen, throwing that Water Pulse just before Ashton Ash reaches the Rock Tomb.
World Champion difference.
World Champion diff, that's exactly what it is. Here comes the Protect Shield, though. Ashton Ash throwing this Rock Tomb. ItsAxen using the Protect Shield, wants to win this lead matchup, forces a quick swap out. Now we're going to see the battle of the Bugs here in the Bayou. It is going to be the Golisopod against the Araquanid.
And do not be surprised by how little damage this does. It already is resisted, not a very strong charge tech, but it's also debuffed on top of that. Brings in the Lapras though, but this is what Ashton Ash wants, because he has the Diggersby in the back.
Well, he's not really getting any damage, but he's getting a lot of utility out of that Bubble Beam, because now these next 2 X-Scissors that Ashton Ash is going to throw, they're both going to be debuffed, allowing Lapras to have a lot more play. He's going to need to build up to that Skull Bash here if he wants to knock out this Golisopod. Ashton Ash, meanwhile, has the next X-Scissor ready to go and will unleash it versus ItsAxen's Lapras.
I'm not gonna lie, this Golisopod still outputs a lot of damage there. Fury Cutter has been such a good buff into some of these neutral matchups for the Golisopod, and finally putting up the first Protect Shield here. It is on the resisted Sparkling area, but it still would have chunked the Golisopod, and it will just be a valuable asset either way over the whole team of ItsAxen. Because if you look at the energy of Golisopod, it goes in all of these Pokemon.
Well, that Bubble Beam allowed the Lapras to hang on versus both of those charge decks. Ashton Ash actually swapping into the Diggersby.
Oh, I love that play.
ItsAxen unable to switch out and now has the Drapion. He does not realistically have an answer to this Diggersby at this point. His Araquanid is too low. It's behind in energy. It paces slower. His Drapion is behind in energy. It has a huge typing disadvantage. Things are looking great for Ashton Ash.
That play from Ashton Ash, swapping it perfectly at the right timing before Lapras could get to another charge deck, was so good, because yes, as you pointed out, Diggersby has an energy advantage. I think even a switch, a catch from ItsAxen might not be able to save him. Let's see if he's able to. He keeps throwing on the charge deck 30 times. Ashton Ash is just not expecting ItsAxen to throw it, but rather is perhaps waiting for the switch.
You need 3 Aqua Tails to knock out this Diggersby. A quick swap into the Araquanid. 1 Fire Punch is already loaded. Now 2 Fire Punches loaded. No Protect Shields for ItsAxen. I think you only need 1 or 2 more quick attacks to get to this next Scorching Sands. Looking like game number 1 is going to be going to Ashton Ash with all 3 Pokemon still remaining.
Wow, a 3-ball flex on a world champion. That's not what a lot of trainers are capable of doing. This Scorching Sands, super effective, knocking out the Drapion, and that takes game number 1 for Ashton Ash. Wow, what a play. The Golisopod also. It was so good.
Golisopod was great, even with that attack debuff from the Bubble Beam from the Araquanid, was able to put tons of pressure into that Lapras. So much, in fact, that it was able to set up that Diggersby farm down that allowed Ashton Ash to sweep that game number 1.
I feel like from the moment on that ItsAxen used a Protect Shield on the Araquanid, it just kind of became tough for him, because Ashton Ash could bring in the Golisopod, and ItsAxen brought in his he didn't have the Dedenne. So he brought in his only Pokemon that could deal with the Golisopod, which was the Lapras, as it is very bulky. But with Fury Cutter being buffed on the Golisopod, it had so much damage output, and X-Scissor still hits quite hard neutrally.
You know, looking at that team, I think that actually the Dusclops on the side of ItsAxen would have had a lot of play, right? There was a bug-type Pokemon. There was the Credilli as well, where you're going to be resisting the fast attacks, and then the Diggersby were going to be resisting the fast attacks. But I think he was afraid to bring the Dusclops, knowing that there's a Mandibuzz and 2 Ghosts that could do a lot of damage into it as well.
I think so too. Mandibuzz does have Air Slash, however, from Ashton Ash, so Dusclops does have some play in there. That makes the Araquanid trickier to use, and I think Ashton Ash just didn't expect the Araquanid to come out at all, so I'm curious to see if he's going to adapt to that.
Well, we saw how strong the Araquanid was for Doombug, but ItsAxen, sometimes known as Master Axen, seeming like maybe hasn't fully mastered that Araquanid there. He was not able to get quite as much value as Doombug.
Right, Araquanid is a very solid Pokemon. You asked earlier about the Golisopod matchup. Araquanid will actually win all the even shield scenarios, even the zero shield where you throw the resisted water pulse. However, it takes so long to get there. So let's say you go for the water pulse, Ashton Ash shields the Golisopod. Araquanid is at a disadvantage at that point.
14 turns to the Bubble Beam, 20 to the Water Pulse.
It is a lot of them.
That's a lot of turns, yeah, and that's a 1-turn fast attack. But it's 1 turn versus 1 turn when we look at the Battle of the Bugs. It's the Bug Bite versus the Fury Cutter.
And here we head into game number 2. Let's see if the 2023 World Champion can come back here. It's going to be the Dusclops into the Golisopod. This used to be not a great match for the Dusclops when Golisopod had Shadow Claw, but Fury Cutter is resistant. We see Ashton Ash stay in though. He has Cradily in the back, and he probably doesn't want to take super effective damage there.
Do 2 Shadow Punches KO this Golisopod in Adequance?
Absolutely not. Shadow Punch is it's a decent attack nowadays, but Golisopod can hang on there. Dusclops also has a lot of bulk, so it's going to need a few more hexes. And a full hex, I believe, went through there. Ashton Ash is not happy with that. At this point, Shadow Punch might almost knock it out.
You need to master those 1-turn charge attacks. They're so risky because if you're trying to optimize your energy, but you're just 1 turn off, you end up giving your opponent a full additional fast attack. That's exactly what we saw happen for ItsAxen. He now gets the Shadow Punch. Does not knock out the Golisopod. Aqua Jet is loaded, but this is not enough to knock out, and you're not going to be able to Fury Cutter down. Like I said, this Dusclops I thought was going to be great into Ashton Ash, and it's proving to be great for ItsAxen.
But look at how close this matchup gets. However, Dusclops comes out with a full charge attack loaded. In comes the Sableye. It will Shadow Claw down before Dusclops will be able to get to 2 charge attacks here. But the best buddy Dusclops that we see has put in so much work already. Axen's probably pretty happy with this as he has the Drapion in the back. So the Lapras won't be aligned to the Sableye here.
You saw ItsAxen hoping he would be able to get that final Shadow Punch off, but what's nice for him is he does not have to have his Psy-Wave Lapras up against this Dark-type Pokemon that would be double resisting the fast attacks. He now has Drapion, which is a solid answer into the Sableye, but it's behind in energy. The nice thing, though, is that he is in range now where 1 Crunch is going to be close to knocking out.
Oh, we see the crunch coming through. ItsAxen was patient there. He wants to make sure that this crunch doesn't land into a potential Mandibuzz. We know that there's a Cradily in the back, and Ashton Ash doesn't want that Drapion lined up to that. Going for the Charge Attack Purity Tie. The Purified Sableye wins this.
Yeah, no, I don't think that Aqua Tail would knock out either, so it's going to be hard to justify for ItsAxen to use the Protect Shield. He does use the Protect Shield, though, because like you said, you can't really farm down the Sableye, and that Lapras is going to be so exposed as the final Pokemon.
Let's see if Ashton Ash can make that recognition. No, he's letting this go, because if it is Lapras in the back, and here we see the simultaneous swap, and that is a pretty decent matchup for the Cradily. There's no Ice Beam on the Lapras.
Lapras does get to the Sparkling Aria before the Rock Tomb, though. That's going to be 12 turns versus 14 turns. You shield up the first one, knowing that it's going to do the most damage simply because you're going to throw a Rock Tomb here as Ashton Ash. Just a second.
Shielding the first attack makes perfect sense there. This is going to be super effective on the Lapras and put it near 40% health, as this Rock Tomb is a very efficient charge attack. Look at that, it's 30% health even. At this point, I think that ItsAxen in a pretty tough spot. He does have a protection, but where do you use it now?
ItsAxen will be able to get to this next Sparkling Aria, but Switch Clock will not be up. Ashton Ash has the next Rock Tomb loaded and ready to go. He can even overfarm a little bit if he wants, but I think he's just going to simply throw this Rock Tomb, get this Lapras off the field. Still has plenty of HP. No, ItsAxen still has the Protect Shield, but his health is diminishing.
But so is that of the Cradily. And remember, Drapion has some health left, so you cannot even get the farm down. We might need to see Ashton Ash to make a catch. No, preserving the energy there. And now going into the Sableye, who can get the farm down here. Oh, it's the Drapion! Drapion comes out with the crunch. It's going to knock out the Cradily!
A devastating mistake for Ashton Ash. ItsAxen finally gets a window to try and hit back, and he gets the full crunch. This will knock out the Cradily, despite it having a charge attack. ItsAxen ties up the series 1-1.
That all happened in a split-second decision there, and that separates the good from the best in those final moments of a match. I must say though, Ashton Ash played solid throughout this whole match, but just at the very end, I think he kind of lost track of the health of Drapion, had to anticipate quickly. I do think that if you go for the Rock Tomb into the Drapion, the Lapras has to throw energy into the Cradily, and then the Sableye would take almost no damage from that double resisted Psywave.
You're not going to Psywave down that Sableye, but you might Poison Sting down because it's only single resisted versus double resisted. So I don't like the play there from Ashton Ash. I know he was trying to react and make a play. Maybe one turn earlier would have worked out just fine for him. But ItsAxen able to find that window of opportunity, get that perfect farm down with just 1 HP remaining, has the crunch ready to go. It wins the charge attack priority versus the Cradily. Everything went right for him, but only in that last most important moment.
Let's see if Ashton Ash can get the focus back, lock in again. He's playing extremely well against a former world champion who just comes off a regional champion win run as well. I'm curious to see if we're going to see that Dedenne this time from ItsAxen. We've seen the Cradily pretty much every time from Ashton Ash here, and the Diggersby in game 1, so kind of risky to use, but the Goliath spot must be so annoying right now for ItsAxen.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Ashton Ash bring that Diggersby back on the field. Of course, the Lapras is still there, and the Dusclops has some play. You can hit super effective with the Aqua Tails, but I think Diggersby is just so strong. The question I have is, does ItsAxen bring back the Araquanid? We talked about how it does have significant play into things like the Cradily, which Ashton Ash has been running. It can hit super effective into that Diggersby, of course, as well, but it really needs to watch out for that Mandibuzz plus both of those ghosts.
One of our trainers has locked in for the decisive game number 3. The other one taking it through just a little bit more. We have a lock-in. We're getting into decisive game number 3. This is the last winners round 1 that we have. Then we move into winners round 2. But here we go. Araquanid into Diggersby. This is exactly what ItsAxen wants.
ItsAxen bringing back the Araquanid, and it's finding its perfect matchup there with the Diggersby. We're now going to see a quick swap, though, into the Sableye. While this is a ghost, it also is a dark type as well, so it takes neutral damage from these bug bites. ItsAxen simply going for the Bubble Beam here.
No, I believe this is, let's see, this the Bubble Beam, sorry. But this is going to debuff it, and now goes into the Drapion. If he went into the Drapion immediately, this Sableye may have had any flip potential because of the Shadow Claw only single resisted, still doing some pretty good damage, and this Power Gem hits hard. Look at that.
2 Power Gems plus the Shadow Claws are going to KO. ItsAxen has the crunch ready to go, though, so Ashton Ash, unfortunately for him, he gets outpaced by Drapion, but he wants to use his Protect Shield. He knows he can't have that Diggersby on that Araquanid.
And let's see if Ashton Ash is able to flip this matchup. It's going to be very tough because his Drapion is just so fast, not taking any chances, going for the full Power Gem. ItsAxen also not taking the risk of losing switch advantage. A foul play would not have knocked out, but it's a full Power Gem. That's a great shield from ItsAxen.
That's a great shield from ItsAxen indeed. He throws the crunch, and Ashton Ash actually uses his second Protect Shield as well. What he's been able to do now is whittle down the Shadow Drapion. Does the next foul play KO, or do you need to still land the Power Gem?
I think that Ashton Ash wants the shields down regardless, because that makes the matchup for Cradily a little bit better into the Araquanid. It really relies on Bug Bite, fast attack damage, and he gets shields down. This is exactly what Ashton Ash wants. Even though he loses switch advantage here, now that Cradily becomes better into the Araquanid, but you also have the Dusclops to get through.
With ItsAxen now, you either have to tolerate a significant farm down. He's staying in, though. We're going to see a full acid down from this Cradily. It's going to have to take a crunch, but you're going to have a Rock Tomb loaded or a Grass Knot to throw into either of these Pokemon.
We have that 1 turn deficit, which leads to Ashton Ash missing that 1 acid here. Perhaps might not be as decisive as it could be. In comes the Dusclops, but this is a very bulky Pokemon. If this was Shadow, perhaps acid plus 2 Rock Tomb would have done the job. However, against regular, no chance.
I think Drapion did what it needed to do, though. It was able to take out the Sableye, able to maintain switch, and it got a significant chunk of damage into that Cradily as well. Now you just bring in the Araquanid. You have a very dominant matchup. You're taking neutral damage from the quick attacks and the fire punch, but you're able to hit for super effective with not only your bubble beams, but water pulses as well. There's plenty of play for this Araquanid, and don't discount all the energy that we still have on that Dusclops as well.
There's no fooling the world champion. Ashton Ash tried to make a catch here that could have potentially won him the game, but ItsAxen was not gonna let that happen. There's an Ice Punch loaded on the Dust Clubs as well. All he needs to do is get rid of this Diggersby, but he's going for the Bubble Beam. This only stalls the clock.
Well, here's the thing. Ashton Ash has 2 Fire Punches ready to go, actually. No, we have a charge attack priority on this Fire Punch. While he does have 2 Fire Punches, this is currently single debuff, now double debuff Fire Punch that we're going to be seeing. Switch clocks are up, and I believe that Ashton Ash has some energy on his Cradily, but ItsAxen also has energy on his Dusclops. There's a lot of things that can still happen in this game.
Oh, we see the switch here now into the Dusclops, and this makes it just so awkward for Ashton Ash. This Ice Punch might barely knock out. It will get really close. Let's see. Super effective Ice Punch doesn't knock out just yet, but you kind of have to expend energy. The problem is, this is debuffed.
This is double debuffed Scorching Sands. The only thing that you may have is some utility where it can provide an attack debuff against the Dusclops. Do we see it come through? No. Ashton Ash has the Rock Tomb loaded. Does this knock out Inadequate?
What did we talk about yesterday, Jim? The
Knot.
Grass Knot does more damage. Rock Tomb, Dusclops, Hex on. ItsAxen getting to the next Ice Punch. This is debuff. Is this going to knock out? Super effective on the Grass type Cradily.
My guess is no, not with the attack debuff. It hangs on with just a sliver of HP, but the next subsequent Hex does it. Ashton Ash loses game number 3. ItsAxen takes the 2-1 victory.
If he went for the Grass Knot there, I think that would have knocked out that Dusclops. But then the question is, can you also knock out the Araquanid? That would have been such a close match there.
So the Araquanid was energy dry. We need to remember that. So it would have taken at least 14 turns to get to that Bubble Beam. May have been on the 13th cycle there. Now that said, Bug Bite would have been hitting for super effective the entire way through, and I think it may have been able to still farm down that Cradily. Either way, it was super close. Every single game that we saw there came down to split decisions in the final seconds of the game.
And especially that second game where Ashton Ash just was barely not able to close out that end game. ItsAxen takes the opportunity, wins that game, and then wins game number 3. That is what makes you a world champion, if you can make these kind of plays. Take those games.
Absolutely. ItsAxen, as we can see here, able to maintain that switch advantage versus the Sableye. Ashton Ash made it very close, but as you can see, able to, while you do get that farm down as the Cradily here, you're just already so low, and that Rock Tomb did not KO. Like you said, maybe the Grass Knot would have been a little bit different. Looking at that HP there, you have to wonder, would you have been able to get to that next Rock Tomb to knock out the Araquanid, or would you have been farmed down? For now, all we know is that Axen did take the 2-1 victory, and he's going to be moving on to round 2 of winners here in day 2.
Impressive. Would you say that ItsAxen is back?
I'd say Master Axen is back.
Master Axen, is he back?
He's back. He's back, baby. Absolutely. I mean, he's now made it to top 12, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, here in the second round of winners. And you were saying it's not that far, but it's pretty far in the tournament.
It is pretty far.
Yeah.
Remember that Ashton Ash last season made a pretty good losers run, and he got to the grand finals at the time. He's not out just yet. So Ashton Ash still in the tournament, is potentially able to get further at the NAIC. ItsAxen had won the 2022 North America International Championship. Perhaps, just like Batman, there could be someone this tournament taking the crown, winning the second international championship for the first time in Pokemon GO.
I like to look at data points. I like to look at interesting facts and maybe do some correlations. Did you know that the last time that ItsAxen won the Portland Regional, he went on to win Worlds in Adequates? Could that happen again?
Oh, that is actually statistics. So we'll see. It is the perfect point to get informed, right? Right before pretty much the last tournaments of before the World Championships. Wow, just got a little bit trapped in my words there. Right, the last tournaments before the World Championships, and then getting informed. That is exactly it.
You know what this is reminding me of? It's actually that same year. If you remember, Wadaj winning Hartford, and then NAIC as well, and then top 3 at Worlds. We're seeing that level of energy, that level of success here with ItsAxen this time.
ItsAxen. What a player. He's a content creator now. He was the 2023 World Championship, and we'll see if he can do it again. Caleb is ready to ask him. Let's see.
Thank you, Martin. I'm here with ItsAxen, the world champion, right off his victory against Ashton Ash. You were undefeated going to day number 1. Just took your first game loss, but able to reverse sweep from there. How are you feeling after that series?
Yeah, I mean, going through day one, 8-0 in games, it gave me a big confidence boost going into this. But I fought Ashton Ash actually at Portland pretty recently, my first time ever fighting him. So, I mean, he's a good friend of mine. Having to fight him at 2 tournaments here in a row, you know, he's a great battler. It could have gone either way there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one of the few players that in the top tier battler group, I would say, without a title, but still can contend with most people with titles too. But you're able to best him in 2 back-to-back tournaments. Really close games there, but looking like you're, you know, at tip-top form and looking like you're trying to reclaim another title. What are you looking for this weekend?
Yeah, I'm actually... There's a chance if I get top 8 here at this tournament, I could actually get my travel award for Worlds. I think I've secured my stipend at this point, but I might be able to break into that top 8 championship points threshold here, which would be fantastic. I mean, money's money. I'm playing for money at this point. I'm also playing for fun. This game, I love it so much, and I'm glad I'm finally back in form here because I was thinking about it. This tournament is the first time I've actually won a game at NAIC since 2022 on stream. Every other NAIC, whenever I got on stream, I lost instantly. So, you know, it just feels good to be at least a little bit back here.
Yeah, definitely. Well, great to see you back winning on the streams as well, too. I know you dropped that meta champ probably for the best in this meta, although we did see you win in that exhibition match there, too. Anything you're looking forward to for the rest of the tournament? Who are you looking forward to face the most, or maybe who you're trying not to face?
Yeah, I mean, it's actually kind of a shame because I wanted to be on opposite sides of the bracket from Doombug. It looks like if we both win our next games, we will be fighting each other. Big shout out to Doombug, by the way. We team built together, talked through a lot of strategy and matchups, so we're both Euroconid users here. I would love to get that matchup against him. It's a shame we have to fight today, potentially, but, you know, I would love to fight him here.
Yeah, I saw you post on social media yesterday that you did get the Raquinid idea from him as well. So you will all probably prep a lot there together too. What kind of convinced you to even run that Raquinid? It looked really good, and some people in production were like, why aren't more people running this thing? It looks so good.
Yeah, I mean, the reason that I really decided to run it myself was because I knew Diggersby Drapion was going to be absolutely everywhere here. There's not a lot of safe Pokemon into that core, but a Raquinid, like, the way it plays out, in my opinion, is a lot like an Altaria back in the day, where it's not really the quickest Pokemon, but it's extremely bulky. It literally has a Dragon Breath clone with Bug Bite, so a lot of fast food pressure, and it's just kind of a nightmare for teams if you're not in the right matchup with it. It can be alignment dependent, but there's teams, like there's a couple teams here day 2 still in winner's side that I'm like, a Raquinid is good against 4 or 5 of these. They just have the one counter. And I mean, it's a Pokemon that was unexpected, I think, and I could expect to see it pick up a bit more in GBL, maybe even at Worlds here.
I know you said a Raquinid is a nightmare for some teams. I'm sure facing you is a nightmare for everyone, so wish you the best of luck in that winner's bracket. Let's head back to the casters.
All right, thank you, Caleb. You heard it from ItsAxen. He says he's back, or at least a little bit back. It's wild that it's been that long since he's had an on-stream victory at NAIC, but no surprises there. Now, Inadequates, of course, we've seen lots of great trainers on stream, but you and I had an opportunity to walk around the venue as well. We got to see some of the stalls, the giant Pikachu as well. Any observations, any thoughts?
Yeah, I was looking for the trophies as well. I like to see the trophies that we had this season. They're a little bit bigger. It looks like many other people are also looking around here. Look, there's the giant Pikachu that you have hanging up there, right? Always welcoming trainers into the venue. And as you can see here, so many trainers that are looking for the video game, trading card game sections. And also we have Pokemon GO pretty much near the stage.
I mean, we're talking thousands and thousands and thousands of people making the journey, some from as far as Australia, New Zealand, just to get to this tournament here, play with their friends, compete for some incredible prizes. $500,000 in prizes being given away this tournament.
And we have over 6,000 competitors divided over Unite, GO, the video game, and the trading card game. And then we have the spectators as well. Let's take a look here, the prizes that you can win at the international championships. Also comes with some of those booster packs that trainers want for the cards.
5,000 big ones for first place there. Not euros, US dollars.
Yeah,
not
US
guilders
dollars.
either. Remember those back in the day?
I do remember back in the day. That's been a while indeed. So yeah, a lot of stake for many of these trainers here at the NAIC. Jim, we just had winners round 1 at NAIC. We're heading into winners round 2. We're even progressing further.
Ooh, I'm looking forward to it. I think that we're actually ready to move over to the stage with 2 trainers that we saw earlier today. Tiwastell, I think our very first match. he's going to be facing off versus Pokémon. Pokémon actually defeated Zzweilous in that UIC rematch, one of the best matches that we've had in the entire tournament so far. So far, but look at that Shadow Kanto Marowak, the Dedenne, the Shadow Drapion. And even that Shadow Annihilate, it can absolutely devastate Tiwastell's team.
I have to agree, the Shadow Marowak looks so good here. We've seen Diggersby as the most dominant or most frequent used ground type in the tournament so far, but the Mudslap user, Shadow Marowak, who would have thought? It has way less play into flying type Pokemon, but there is no flying type Pokemon here in Tiwastell's team, so that's gonna work really well.
I think in previous seasons, especially in Might and Mastery, I'll never forget every voice chat that I was in playing Pokemon Go, I can always just hear SJ in my ear. You have to team build with at least one Mudslap resist. Here in Delightful Days, is that still the case though, Inadequates?
It looks like many trainers disagree because Diggersby has been the most prominent ground-type Pokemon, and let's see how these trainers are going to do it, because we're heading into the first round of Winners Round 2. It is the Dusclops Shadow from Tiwastell into Azumarill from Pokémon, and this is exactly where Pokémon wants to see this, I think.
Now what's interesting with this 3-turn versus 3-turn matchup, right? 3-turn Hex, 3-turn Bubble, it guarantees that your opponent is going to be getting their fast attack through, which when you're throwing fast attacks as regularly as a Dusclops, it's going to benefit that Azumarill quite a bit.
It would, because you throw many more charge stacks here. Even though Azumarill is very bulky, it's gonna hang in here, but this was also quite bulky. I said earlier that this might be where Pokémon wants to see this, because of course with Ice Sponge it has good play into Marowak, but I think that the reason why Pokémon brought Azumarill is for the Annihilate. And look at this, an Ice Beam. Player of Wood hit harder, but Pokémon knows that he needs 2 charge stacks, so you may as well go for the Ice Beam, which would then take 1 less bubble. Not going for charge stack 30 tie. Pokémon knows Azumarill would lose this to the Dusclops.
So for Tiwastell, take a look at his Cradily here. The charge attacks have lots and lots of impact. If he's able to get Protect Shields down, I think that Cradily is going to be great. But if you don't, I think the Cradily is going to struggle because all of your fast attacks are resisted versus the Sizer versus the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Let's see what Tiwastell brings in here. Looks like Pokémon is already reaching for the switch, going into the Shadow Marowak right away against the Cradily, but it does have Bullet Seed that's super effective. It's his Acid that is resisted. So the more shields there are in play, the more play this Marowak will have. But Tiwastell might not be very inclined. Oh no, he does put up a protection. I thought he was going to keep them for the Shadow Annihilate in the back. That's quite fragile.
What I've seen trainers do is they use their Protect Shield saying, all right, well, I'm going to maybe Rock Tomb you because I used my Protect Shield. So I'm going to throw the Grass Knot here as a bit of deceptive tactic. Pokémon does not fall for it. Correctly shields that Grass Knot. Look at the difference in fast attack damage here in Inadequates.
It is so much, and both trainers not throwing a charge stick just yet with so much energy. Do you want to lose this? This time Tiwastell goes for the Rock Tomb, and he gets the bait. Pokémon shields it. This will drop the attack of the Shadow Marowak, but this Cradily is slowly being wiggled into Bone Club range.
You have no Protect Shields to hide behind as the Shadow Scizor now, though, Inadequates. You're going to have to rely just on fast attack pressure for that Pokemon, knowing that it's going to get knocked out after
the
charge
get
attack.
from the Grass Knot! This is double resisted!
This is double resisted damage. If this had been Rock Tomb, this would have been a neutral attack and would have done tons of damage.
Wow, still is a lot, actually.
That doesn't look like double resisted damage, but now you're going to be able to outpace and get to the Night Slash, but Tiwastell does still have the Protect Shield and will be able to farm down, come out with a charge attack.
I don't think this is bad for Tiwastell at all, even though there was a phenomenal catch from Pokémon here. This allows the Shadow Annihilate to build up energy. Since the swap was very recent, the timer's not up, so Pokémon cannot catch an attack. Is this Annihilate at an Ice Punch? I believe that the Marowak does have a charge stick loaded, or he might be one off. Let's see. Azumarill comes in instead. Can he get the counter down, or can he get to the Ice Beam?
I think you're going to get to the Ice Beam.
Oh, he gets there! Pokémon wins game number 1!
What an incredible game that we just witnessed. Pokémon says, Azumarill, I need you to get to this charge attack. There's nothing my Kanto Marowak can do at this point. Hangs in there with just a sliver of HP. Tiwastell, you can see frustration shaking his head. Maybe if he had thrown that Rage Fist, he would have been able to reach another charge attack to knock out the Marowak, but it was the razorest thin of margins.
But I think that the Marowak had a Bone Club or was one off, so you couldn't really throw a charge attack here. I actually, even though there was the losing play, I agree with it, because you had to get the counter down and then the Ice Punch into the Marowak to win that game. So Yeah, kind of tough decision for Tiwastell there. If you take a look at this team from Pokémon, this is what he's been relying on. The Shadow Marowak, the Shadow Scissor, and the Greninja. 3 components that we've not seen too much. Actually, we've seen quite some Scissor, but it's more of the rarer Pokemon being used. Shadow Marowak and Greninja being pretty rare. They've been putting in so much work for Pokémon so far.
Well, we've been seeing a lot of ground type, but really just from Diggersby. And while it still operates similarly as far as a check to the Drapions, as far as a check to the Dedenas, it operates very, very differently with having Mud Slap versus Quick Attack. You're actually much more focused on fast attack pressure and ground fast attack pressure, or fast attack type pressure.
We see the ice beam barely being reached on this Annihilate. This was so crucial because if this Annihilate countered down the Azumarill, it would have punched down that Shadow Marowak to its Pokeball. Tiwastell locked in. Pokémon about to lock in, thinking it through still on what to use, what to predict. The Shadow Knight is such a scary Pokemon to deal with because of that high fast attack pressure. I feel like Pokémon went for high fast attack pressure, but he doesn't like dealing with it by himself, even though he has bulky Pokemon like Azumarill and Mandibuzz.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Tiwastell does have what he needs on his team in order to get a game win here. I don't think that this is beyond his ability, but I think that Pokémon has been making a little bit better reads. And
Whoa! What about this read, though? Looks like Tiwastell gets the lead.
He certainly gets the read on the lead. We have a great lead. We're going to have an immediate swap out
man.
from Pokémon. Brings in the Shadow Kanto Marowak. I would love to see maybe a Rock Tomb bait followed by Dusclops coming in.
And Pokémon shooting it up again. He doesn't want to take any chances, which I'm kind of surprised about. This, I'm not per se surprised about the shoot, but rather about the composition, because that Scissor would have been... Also really likes the shield. In comes the Shadow Dust up to soak all this energy. But this is kind of what Pokémon wants. He wants that Krayley to swap out so he perhaps could align his Scissor later. And with the switch clock being mismatched so much, he might be able to get energy on the Azumarill later. This has Ice Beam that is super effective on Cradily.
Yeah, absolutely. You were talking about dancing around earlier, dancing Pokemon. Pokémon might be the one dancing here. He has a Bone Club ready to throw. He can maybe even get to 1 additional Bone Club. He can swap out of this matchup now that the clocks are so desynchronized. But the key for him is going to be how does he get his Scissor aligned versus that Cradily versus the Azumarill instead.
I think Pokémon's hoping to get to another Bone Club there and potentially pull a shield. Now this Dusclops will likely be able to get 2 Shadow Punch. Even though Azumarill can hang on to those, that will put you in a single Grass Knot range from the Cradily. So not exactly ideal for Pokémon, but Tiwastell is in a great position there. Keep in mind he has the Shadow Annihilate in the back, so that's likely where those Protect Shields are going.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look at what's left, it is just that Azumarill and that Shadow Scissor. And Shadow Scissor, you'll have no problem countering all the way through, especially with a shield advantage.
Let's see if we see a protection from Tiwastell here. Yes, he does. This opens up for Pokémon to swap into the Scissor, though. And now in the one-shield scenario, this is not a bad match for the Scissor per se. The counter chunk, but so do the bullet punches. Here it comes, the first nice as you might be able to get to another one, but I don't know if you can also get enough damage into the Cradily later on.
I don't even know if you're going to be making a Night Slash here. These counters just do a little bit more damage, knowing that the Annihilate has a bit of a better bulk advantage. Does throw the Rage Fist here. At this point, do you have to shield? Do you just let it go? Can you bubble down?
You can't, because I think that the Scissor goes in too low health. Tiwastell is in a great position here, but Azumarill might be able to get a bubble down here. All Tiwastell needs is to get the last Protect Shield so you can land a Grass Knot potentially. Is the timer going to be up because you want to bring the Cradily as fast as possible? No, it's not up yet. This Azumarill is going for the bubble down.
I think it's going to get the bubble down as well. Protect Shields are down. Can Pokémon pull off another miracle? Throws on good timing, gets the Ice Beam. Inadequate. Is this enough?
This will not be enough, but will the bubbles be enough after? Cradily is very close to a charge attack as well, but it will hang on. The bubbles not super effective because of the grass typing. The Cradily reached the Grass Knot, and Tiwastell ties up the score to 1-1.
A great lead for Tiwastell. They're able to have his Cradily lined up versus the Azumarill. Finds that matchup in the back as well. While there was lots of play for that Shadow Kanto Marowak again, there was just too much on its shoulders, and the series is now tied up 1-1.
Pokémon this time disrespected the Cradily a little bit too much there. If you have the Marowak lead with the Azumarill in the back, you could perhaps play out that lead, but Azumarill cannot stay into Cradily, especially when it has Acid. Even though Bullet Seed is the same type attack bonus and also super effective, Acid does more damage as a fast attack, so you have to get out there as the Azumarill.
We've seen so much play from the Shadow Annihilates here. You almost have to have an answer on your team. You can't just have a neutral answer. You need a strong answer. does Patoman need to bring that Mandibuzz with Air Slash in order to check that Annihilate?
Well, Tiwastell has been becoming very confident with both the Annihilate and the Dusclops, both Ghost types. So as long as the Den is not coming out, the Mandibuzz might actually look quite good. And remember, this is a Shadow Dusclops. The regular Dusclops will be able to get to multiple Ice Punches and win the Zero Shield scenario against Mandibuzz with Air Slash. But I'm not so sure about the Shadow Dusclops.
Yeah, we did see some Shadow Dusclops from Doombug earlier, but it had a significant energy advantage versus the masked Asians Mandibuzz. So I don't know that that's a fair comparison to have. Both of these trainers are still trying to figure out what's going to be that winning team for them. This is so significant. If you win for winners round 2 here, you are in such a dominant position to get in even further into the cash prizes, more packs. It looks like we're locked in Inadequates. Game number 3. We're seeing exactly what we wanted.
This is also what Patoman wanted. Now, the Shadow Dusclops will lose the scenario when both trainers don't use any Protect Shields. However, the Shadow Dusclops can win the one shield Protect scenario, and I'm curious to see if Tiwastell is going to play it out like that. The thing is, you're probably happy to see the Mandibuzz here because then your Annihilate is free from it. But if you lose switch advantage, you can probably expect that Scissor in the back. And Krayley wants none of that.
Do 3 Ice Punches KO? Is that the recipe for success here? Okay.
They will knock out.
Yeah, so there you can see that. Yeah, I think that's where the Shadow really benefits, that you only need the 3 Ice Punches. Patoman does get to his next charge attack as well, but this is not going to be enough to take the Dusclops off the field. A significant chunk. Will we see any Protect Shields here on this next foul play?
Going for another foul play here that would knock out the Dusclops. Do we see a Protect Shield from Tiwastell? Yes, he's going to try and play that one shield scenario. I'm not sure if Patoman is inclined to use a Protect Shield though, because you have a Shadow Scissor in the back. And yes, he lets Mandibuzz go. Mandibuzz did his job.
Okay, can either of these Pokemon farm down the Dusclops before it's able to reach its next Shadow Punch, though? Because I'm worried, just due to the fragility of both of these Pokemon, that you might even get a Protect Shield back as Tiwastell.
I think so. The Dusclops will be able to get to a Shadow Punch here, and this does a lot of damage on the Scissor, so we might see the Protect Shield. Yes, we see the Protect Shield come up on the Scissor already, so that shield advantage is gone, and now Tiwastell can align properly, and the less shields there are in play, the better Krayley becomes into the Marowak. So this is looking pretty good for Tiwastell right now.
If you let this Night Slash go, then you're just going to get Bullet Punch down, and then you have your Cradily that's just going to take significant Bullet Punch damage. Can Patoman get a boost again? No, he doesn't. Actually brings in the Shadow Kanto Marowak. It's going to be met by the Cradily here. This could be setting up a Shadow Scizor farm down to sweep.
And he banked a Rage Fist, so Tiwastell's trying to pressure the Scissor as much with charge attacks. I love that play, because now if you build up to 2 charge attacks with the Cradily, then you might be in an okay spot. But no, he goes for the Grass Knot immediately, and I think this leaves for Patoman to get a lot of energy. Oh no, he goes for the undercharge, but it's being shielded by Patoman.
He wants to get this next charge attack off. He might even be able to get 2 back-to-back Bone Club based on the energy if they throw in charge attack priority. That's exactly what he does.
Oh, and Marowak wins it! That's huge, because you have 2 Bone Club here. Tiwastell has a Rage Fist, but not an Ice Punch.
You have to throw your Rage Fist right away, and I don't know that it knocks out. He does not even get an opportunity to throw. The Bone Club comes through. I don't know that this is enough to knock out. Did the Rage Fist get launched? I don't think so.
No, because Annihilate does win the charge attack priority tie. In comes the Scissor, 1 Bullet Punch, and it takes out Patoman, wins game number 3!
On the back of the Shadow Kanto Marowak and the Shadow Scizor, he's proving that you need fast attack damage in this meta. It's not all just about your bulky, tanky Pokemon. It's about how you use those fast attacks. Patoman looking unstoppable here in New Orleans.
That was all fast attack pressure there from Patoman. Mud Slap and Bullet Punch were just so crucial there, and the vision he had. The reigning EOIC champion is an absolute genius, because I thought that you might want to go for that Bullet Punch down with the Scissor after the Grass Knot from the Cradily, but Patoman sniffed it out. He was like, well, if this is a Grass Knot, then I can just keep Mud Slapping. I can get this Cradily into a Bone Club range. I win the charge attack priority tie. I can build up to 2 attacks, and then Annihilate will feint to just a little bit more damage.
Yeah, I mean, it was just great awareness, great knowledge, knowing that you win that charge attack priority tie, knowing that shields are down, knowing that it forces the Annihilate to either throw the Rage Fist or go for the counter, in which case that's going to be a game over. He just saw every possible win condition and executed perfectly.
Patoman is on his way to try and win another international championship this season. That is absolute insanity.
Absolutely. I have just been blown away. He mentioned how he used to be nervous up on stage, and I think there was a stretch there for a while where he was really struggling in the day 2 moments. He was getting to second place, getting to the grand finals, but unable to just go that last kilometer, you could say. Fortunately for him, no, it's very European, thank you. Fortunately for him, it seems like he's been able to shake those nerves here, especially in New Orleans.
And here we see the replays of this match. The Shadow Dustclops doesn't win the 0 shield protect scenario like the regular does, but it does win the 1 shield protect scenario. However, Patman didn't fall for that. He wanted to keep the protect shields for his more fragile Pokemon, and was it worth it? This Marowak put in so much work, and that's something that Diggersby cannot do. It cannot defeat Cradley and Shadow Annihilate.
Well, I think we saw all of the fast attack pressure Pokemon on display. From Tiwastell, we saw the Shadow Annihilate, I believe all three games there. From Patoman, it was not Greninja this time. While it's been a great Pokemon for him, he knew that he needed that fast attack pressure, and I think that he recognized that while that Cradley looks so good, it has 0 fast attack pressure into his Shadow Kanto Marowak as well as his Shadow Scizor. So he had all the right reads, and he was able to capitalize.
The Shadow Marowak is just such a good Pokemon and a really good read from Patman. Honestly though, it does make it easier when your opponent does have a Pokemon like a Mandibuzz to wall those Mud Slap damage. If you are from the video game, keep in mind that we don't have immunities here in typing. We have double resistance instead, so Mandibuzz would still take a little bit of damage, and then you have Rock Slide coverage, of course, for super effective damage.
I think there's a lot of considerations that goes into how you architect your team. In fact, I think we're going to go ahead and kick it over to a video with Butters where he's going to help you build a team as well.
Welcome to the 2025 North American International Championships. And for Pokemon GO, we have a brand new meta. And what better way to break down a brand new meta than to do some cooking? And this time, we're baking. So I have my esteemed co-casters here, and we're gonna go through some essential ingredients that we think are gonna be great in this new meta. Caleb, what is gonna be an essential ingredient in this new meta?
Well, we all know in Delightful Days, bug types, poison types, all got buffed. And the best way to counter that is some ghost types. Ghosts are essential in this meta. And what's better than essential for cakes? All-purpose flour, Dustclops. Can't really get walled by much, all-purposeful. So I'm gonna add a little bit of Dustclops flour to our team right here. What do you got, Soph?
I mean, every time I'm building a team, whether it's for Delightful Days or any other meta, I love starting with some relatively bulky Pokemon. And you know what's a bulky, thick ingredient that adds a lot of texture? Some nice butter.
And that's not all. Any meta that you're crafting, whether it's a current meta or anything in the past, you got to be able to generate energy quickly and break shields. And a great Pokemon for that is Primeape. And a great baking ingredient for that is going to be a little sugar here, generate that energy. But that is not all. Don't forget, in any good meta as well, you also got to have some water types here as well. In this case, liquid or some milk to get things going as well. Look at that milk. Yummy. All right, so what's next?
Well, we've got a lot of ingredients in the bowl and a lot of Pokemon on our team already, so I think we need to start looking for something that can kind of tie it all together. Maybe an emulsifier like an egg. And in terms of Pokemon, that could be anything that's going to fill the role that you need it to on your team, whether that's a Drapion or a Gligar.
Looks delicious.
Wow, fantastic. You know, the cake is almost done, but as everyone knows, I'm a professional baker in my day job, and every bit of cake in the end needs a bit of baking powder. Baking powder helps the cake rise. And you know what's rising back up into the top, Butters? Mandibuzz. Flying type, really strong, great into the bug types, fighters as well. So I'm gonna add a whole scooping heap of Mandibuzz to our cake.
What a beautiful recipe and a beautiful prediction for New Orleans. I actually got this from my casters last night. I spent the whole night baking, and this is what we ended up with. We came up with a New Orleans King Cake. And this is looking great right now, but I feel like it's missing something. It's missing the flair. It's missing the fun that we see in New Orleans. I also feel like we're missing a caster here. Where's our other caster? Inadequate. Oh, thank you so much. What is the missing ingredient here for this king cake?
That's going to be the icing, and what better than the chili icy wind from a Wigglytuff. And it's so safe in the current meta.
All right, we're going to make Inadequate's icy wind this entire cake real quick. We'll be right back.
I am here with Meowth, and we're playing a little Pokemon This or That Water Pokemon Edition. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Araquanid or Pelipper?
Pelipper.
Pelipper or Quillfish?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Kingdra?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Floatzel?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Wugtrio?
Quillfish.
Quillfish, Quillfish is crushing it, or Poplio?
Ooh, he's so cute. Quillfish.
Quillfish or Sobble?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Gyarados?
Quillfish.
Quillfish is destroying this right now. Quillfish or Greninja?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Squirtle?
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Psyduck?
Quillfish.
Quillfish for the win. Throw me a plush. Oh! Bidoof, congratulations. Huge winner.
Shout out to Monroe. Good luck, you guys.
Bye.
We're here at the 2025 North American International Championships. I am Tuo Butters. I've been doing some field reporting out here. I'm joined by Ashton Ash and Eomero, and there's been some exciting developments revolved around what teams different players are bringing in this tournament. I'm actually just gonna give the floor to Ashton Ash. What has been going on, not today, but recently in Championship Series?
Okay, so I'm gonna confess, guys. These are not my teams, right? These are all Eomero's teams. And basically what happens is that I think I'm not as skilled as he is team building. Every time I team build something, it's always super weak to something, and I just don't realize it, right? So I always come to him for aid, and he's helped me with my Atlanta team. It was his team, actually. I took it last second. He also helped me with my Portland team, NIC team right now. And just as further accolades, he built Mardo's team that won Chile. Also the LAIC team for Mardo, and also the Merida team for Mardo. So I'm gonna let you talk to him. That way he can give his thought processes. But yeah.
It's incredible. I mean, what an incredible resume. How influential you are in team building. First off, I just want to ask, how does it make you feel, to be that influential?
Okay, it's weird, but the part I most like the game is to analyze the meta and make some teams. So it's we are in a team, and it's a teamwork, and that's my part. So I feel great doing teams.
Okay. Okay, so you feel happy when they take your team. You don't feel like, oh, they stole my team. So regarding the North American International Championships that are happening right now, how many trainers out there are using your team?
I don't know, 6, 5, maybe.
and I believe how many on 7-Eleven Gaming, and how many maybe Ashton Ash? Obviously, he's not a teammate. He feels like a teammate.
He's a leaker. So maybe 3 teammates and 3 random leaker Ashton Ash.
Okay, fair enough. No, but you said he feels like a teammate to you, right?
Yeah, he's a teammate for sure.
Yeah. Okay, how are you doing with that team so far?
Good, very good.
Where are you at? Tell the people where you at right
now. Winners final, so let's do the best.
Too humble, Eomero. He is in the winners finals with that team. So influential. I just thought I wanted to share that developing story. This trainer has been a part of a lot of success here on the Championship Series. And Ashton Ash, how are you doing so far at NAIC?
I haven't started playing, but I'm about to start playing, but hopefully we do good. I mean, I trust the team. The team is as good as it gets. It's just the player that yeah.
All right, well, if any players can do it, I think it could be you too. So best of luck to you, and let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Welcome back, trainers, to the 2025 Pokemon GO North America International Championships. We've had some incredible battles here in day number 2. We're going to continue the run through that winners bracket. We're here on round number 2. I'm Caleb Peng. I'm joined by Soph.
And we've already made our way through all of the winners round 1 matches. They were some terrific matches, some really heavy hitters playing it out there, but we're now already into winners round 2.
Yeah, speaking of a heavy hitter, we saw Ashton Ash on camera right there too. Does get taken down from ItsAxen. Funny enough, both of them were undefeated leading up to that series, but Axen, the world champion, the international champion, the multiple regional champion, was able to take the win. Ashton Ash still searching for that trophy. And what a great interview as well too, right? You got the driver, Ashton Ash, and the mechanic, the car builder, the genius behind all the team building that he steals from. It's going to be Eomero. Great friends as well, as you can see, all laughter there, and a fierce competitor in his own right. Speaking of people that know both of them really well, teammates even with Eomero, is Richie, who is going to be on stage going against Teddy Bear.
Exactly. Richie, one of the best players from Latin America, who actually competes pretty often in North America. He's still on the winner's side of this tournament, has not dropped a series yet, as is the case with Teddy Bear, of course, because we are on the winner's side of the bracket. But Richie is just such an impressive trainer. I feel like he's so consistent. He's always, working hard, even through these difficult matchups, and I can't wait to see what he brings to this next game.
Yeah, and I love his energy too, right? He looks like he's always having fun, regardless if he's winning or losing. But when he's winning, you definitely feel the energy through the crowd here, as we see his team on the left-hand side: the Credilli, Shadow Annihilate, Diggersby, Jellicent, the Dene, and Mandibus. Jellicent, one of the not as popular ghosts in this tournament, and Richie, one of the few that's still on the winner's side with that Jellicent.
Yeah, looking at how it matches up against Teddy Bear's team, obviously going to struggle against the Sucker Punch, Galarian Moltres, as well as that Electric type Dedenne, but has pretty decent matchups for the other 4 Pokemon. So we'll have to see if Richie decides to showcase that Jellicent, which, like you said, we haven't seen a lot of this tournament.
Yeah, and Teddy Bear's team with the Lapras, Gligar, Dedenne, Shadow Quagsire, Moltres, and Shadow Primate. Between these 12 Pokemon, only 2 are overlapping in that Dedenne. Otherwise, completely unique picks, but similar archetype, right? You both have a ground type, you both have a dark flying type, both have fighters. Honestly, one is just an evolution of the other, but Shadow Annihilate is going to win that head-to-head matchup.
It will win the head-to-head, but looking at the rest of the team, I think the Shadow Primate looks pretty good for Teddy Bear. Obviously, you have to watch out for the Dedenne. You do double resisted Karate Chops to Annihilate, but I mean, honestly, throughout this entire team, you can deal heavy neutral damage or super effective damage.
Yeah, and Teddy Bear's moveset on that Primate is going to be Rage Fist, Ice Punch, no fighting charge attack, which means that even the Diggersby matchup is not that bad for Diggersby, especially if shields are down, but even shields up, you don't have a hard-hitting move. You can't throw double resisted Rage Fist unless you're really going for a bait there, and an Ice Punch is not going to do enough to take it out. You need at least 2 in that situation. So let's see how these players are going to adjust here. Game number 1, here we go. Richie versus Teddy Bear. It's going to be the Shadow Annihilate into the Gligar, and the first appearance of this Gligar for Teddy Bear.
This is an interesting matchup. Gligar gets to the Aerial Ace very quickly, but you see how little damage those Fury Cutters are doing, which means that the Annihilate's shields are going to be very valuable here if Richie wants to block off some of this damage.
Yeah, Richie is able to, I mean, there's no baiting here, right? You know that Teddy Bear's going to be going for Aerial Ace every single time, and this Ice Punch is pretty threatening. Double super effective damage from a Shadow Annihilate. Teddy Bear is going to shield it up. Richie's not going to try to bait here. Let's see how they continue to play this out. Is Richie going to keep staying in this matchup?
Well, he's still in here for now. Teddy Bear reaching another Aerial Ace. Going to throw it here. Richie is going to decide whether he wants to invest the second Protect Shield so early in the game. Looks like he does, realizing that the Annihilate might have some value in the back. Teddy Bear is still here. He's also going to have to decide whether he wants to double shield, as this Ice Punch will definitely threaten to knock out.
Teddy Bear's almost had the Aerial Ace. He decides to spend it to all 4 shields spent in probably the first 30 seconds or so of this game. He's at the move. Does Richie go for a catch attempt or not? He's trying to go for it. He's almost at the Ice Punch, but Teddy Bear's going to throw right before charge attack priority.
Perfect timing from Teddy Bear. Like you said, just 1 turn before Annihilate reached the Ice Punch. Annihilate hangs on though, Teddy Bear realizing he's probably going to throw right away because he's at such low health and able to catch the Ice Punch on Quagsire.
Yeah, fantastic catch, soaking up this neutral damage on the Quagsire, non-stab as well, but still hits decently hard. In comes the Jellicent though to match it, and this Dedenne is in trouble. There's a Diggersby lurking in the back.
Going to need some help from that Gligar, but for now we're still in Quagsire versus Jellicent. Stone Edge coming through. This is going to be some pretty heavy-hitting neutral damage, but Jellicent, very bulky Pokemon. I expect to see Richie farm up a little bit more energy before knocking out with a Surf.
This is playing very favorably for Richie because shields are all the way down, which means that this Quagsire much more easier to deal with, right? It's super spammy. You have the neutral Stone Edge, but without shields, you only really get 1 Stone Edge off in this matchup, and in comes the Dedenne. Richie probably feeling great about seeing this Pokemon.
Yeah, Shadow Ball gonna land. This is gonna do quite a bit of damage, but even if the Jellicent goes down, Richie, of course, still has that Diggersby in the back. One of the hardest counters out there to Diggersby. Switch Clock not quite up. Teddy Bear maybe gonna go for the farm down, but just gonna throw the Parabolic Charge before the Surf can come through.
He's gonna boost his defense here, but the question is, even if he boosts it, is it really gonna do much against the Diggersby? You probably don't even want to stay in there to try to throw Play Rough because you're closing in on Fire Punch range at this point in time too, especially after the Quick Attack damage. Richie's going to wait out the Switch Hammer a bit. In comes the Gligar, but this Gligar has to throw so many moves to take out the Diggersby. Doesn't even get the take off.
Fire Punch coming through onto the regular Gligar. I'm pretty sure regular Gligar hangs on and will be able to get off one charge attack, but definitely not the amount that it needs in order to win this game for Teddy Bear. Richie actually going for a catch there, able to counter down the Gligar.
Those resistant Fury Guards did nothing there. Teddy Bear knew that he didn't want to spend all his energy, acknowledging as well, saying the good games as well to Richie. Fantastic plays from both players, so Richie just a step ahead.
Yeah, all 4 shields used in that opening matchup, as you mentioned, but the backline was just so nice for Richie. Teddy Bear forced to switch out early, didn't want to lose the Gligar in the lead, but that just allowed Richie to align the Jellicent exactly where he wanted it onto the Quagsire and away from the Dedenne.
Gligar was a staple Pokemon in 2024 as we take a look at Richie's team, but even though it got that Fury Cutter buff as well, it's not nearly as potent as it was last season, which is why you don't see it super often. And even losing to Shadow Annihilate, I mean, a year ago, even the non-Shadow form, that was a terrible matchup for Annihilate to beat into that Gligar matchup, but now things have completely switched around.
Gligar, one of the most flexible Pokemon out there in terms of its charge attacks, but Fury Cutter is just resisted by so many different typings, including, of course, the double resist on the Annihilate, and that's really what allows the Annihilate to survive those attacks. Teddy Bear, of course, gets a nice catch here, but, you know, giving up alignment like that, or, you know, he was going to lose it anyways, really, but that is really what allowed Richie to take this game.
Yeah, it's a fantastic catch on Teddy Bear, but unfortunately met by the Jellicent and Diggersby in the end. I like how Richie in that lead matchup didn't even mess around, went for the Ice Punch throughout, because here's the thing, outside of the Lapras, nothing's really going to resist that Ice Punch damage, so even if you try to catch it on something else, it's not that bad. And Richie knows that even if he doesn't bait, he can win that matchup when all the shields are spent.
Yeah, I love the Diggersby Jellicent core from Richie, and honestly, that was a pretty smart strategy. Just put Annihilate in the lead, maybe 2 shield it, try to win Switch, because once you have Switch with Diggersby and Jellicent, I feel like you have very, very good coverage against Teddy Bear's team. Maybe you have to watch out for the Galarian Moltres, but it wasn't on the field for Teddy Bear in that last game.
Yeah, near perfect coverage. Let's see if Galarian Moltres is the solution here for Teddy Bear, but it doesn't even do that great into Annihilate. Here we go, we get a rematch of the League scenario, but the backlines have changed slightly. Quagsire, both ground types are still there, but both players swapping out their third Pokemon, Credilli and Moltres.
All right, well, we are still in the same lead matchup as last game. Let's see if the players choose to play it out any differently. Richie now knows that the Aerial Ace does not threaten to knock out the Annihilate quite yet, so he's actually going to be happy to let this first Aerial Ace go.
Throws the Ice Punch right away, makes it kind of hard for Teddy Bear to predict when he's exactly going to throw the Ice Punch. Teddy Bear is going to shield this up. I think Richie's feeling pretty confident in this particular time here. However, doesn't have as many great answers to this Gligar as last game without that Jellicent.
Yeah, gonna shield up this next Aerial Ace. He is obviously low enough that the Aerial Ace will threaten, but those fast attacks aren't really threatening, so curious what Teddy Bear is gonna do. In this case, because he has the Galarian Moltres, that's actually a pretty nice farm down with those Sucker Punches if he wants to just let this Gligar go.
I think Teddy Bear knows that this Gligar is pretty strong, but doesn't want to spend 2 shields already, especially when Richie only spent 1. Last time around, Richie spent 2 right away, so it's a little bit different situation. In comes the Galarian Moltres. I know this is your caster pick of choice, but this is a tough part for Richie because you don't really want to bring in Diggersby into this, but you have no play into the Quagsire either. He doesn't know this Quagsire, but he brings in the Credilli. This is exactly what Teddy Bear wants.
Yeah, and the question here is, does the Galarian Moltres survive the Rock Tomb? After all those assets, I'm not quite sure. Teddy Bear throwing a charge attack here.
Yeah, and goes for Brave Bird, but it gets shielded from Richie, and maybe he just wanted to shield a fly, but he's feeling even better about that Brave Bird. I was saying how the Diggersby doesn't have a lot of places to go, but he brings in the Quagsire, double weak to grass. There's only 1 shield protecting it.
And this is looking fantastic for Richie. Teddy maybe trying to call a Rock Tomb, but it's actually the double super effective Grass Knot. That's going to knock out the Quagsire, bringing the Moltres back in. You do still have a Protect Shield, but Rock Tomb coming through here. This is looking absolutely fantastic for Richie.
Oh, you know Richie feels good about this one too. Tough position for Teddy Bear to be in. I know that Diggersby didn't have a lot of play in the back, but neither did both Pokemon of Teddy Bear into this Credilli. And here comes a parting final move from the Moltres, but Diggersby, not the best matchup against Moltres, however, still has plenty of health. Neutral Quick Attack, neutral Fire Punch is going to get the job done.
Both players know it. Richie reaching for that Fire Punch right now. This is definitely going to be able to knock out the Moltres. Richie feeling good, going with one of those signature celebrations as he advances to winner round 3.
All right, a fantastic series for Richie. I mean, you know he feels good. I mean, you're moving further and further along this bracket. we're what, in the top 16 now? I think that might have been top 8 now for Richie.
That's exactly right. Winners of Winners Round 2, I believe, advance to the top 6 because everyone
Top
here is
6, yes.
already in the top 12, even if they go 0-2 from here. So Richie feeling really, really good about his performance here. Another fantastic IC finish on the horizon for him.
I mean, top 6 means that one more series win, he's top 3. He's in another championship Sunday, just like LAIC. I mean, and at a minimum, top 3 have 2 back-to-back international championships in just 1 year as well. Super impressive stuff. And like I said, 3 people, 2 that have those accolades, but I think before this weekend's over, we're going to add more.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in the hunt right now who already have an IC trophy. Richie among them, Doombug, Elum still in as well. I think, Ashton Ash, obviously, ItsAxen. Yes. Tons of names here who are super experienced at this IC level. Let's take a look at this winner's side of the bracket. Richie, we're going to have to wait a little bit to see this match, but he's going to be facing off against Pato Man. A little bit of an international clash here on the North American soil.
Yeah, European player versus Latin player. Patamon, the reigning European international champion, also undefeated. Very impressive run as well for him. So a lot on the line. I mean, speaking of people with international trophies, Patamon definitely being one of them as well. Actually, if you look at the remaining players in our winner side outside of Alpha Phoebe, everyone here already has an international trophy under the belt. Alpha Phoebe, though, trying to do what he can to join that club, but he has to face the world champion in the process.
All right, well, it looks like our next matchup is going to be maybe Doombug versus Elum there. I believe that's actually going to be a rematch from LAIC earlier this year. Elum is the one who eliminated Doombug, finishing in the top 8 for both of them there. So we're going to have to wait for that matchup, but I'm sure it'll be a great one.
Yeah, that should be a real exciting one too. I mean, both having so many accolades as well. And Doombug, I think, arguably, most people would agree, was the best player of last year prior to Worlds and had so many accolades. But Elum, arguably one of the best players, if not the best player of this season too. So a clash of titans in that upcoming series.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that winner side of the bracket, yeah, pretty much everyone has so much experience at the IC level. It's really exciting to see, the later we get into this tournament, the more the field narrows, just how experienced these players are. We're seeing all this incredible play, perfect counting, and, all these players really able to anticipate their opponents' plays as well.
Yeah, it's kind of like 5D chess at this point, right? You know that they know how to count, so you got to go for a catch. But you know that they know you have to go for a catch, so sometimes you just don't do anything at that point in time. And sometimes that is the solution for success.
All right, well, we've got a lot of amazing battles still to show you, but you know what you're going to earn by watching the Twitch stream? Some fantastic Twitch drops. So for Pokemon Go, we've got the Mandibuzz from EUIC champion Patoman, of course. We're going to see his battles in just a little bit, but you're also going to be able to earn an Elite Charge TM. That's going to allow you to get those legacy attacks.
That's right. Of course, there's Twitch drops for all the other games as well. We got it for VGC. You can receive Wolf Glicks 2025 EUIC winning Incineroar. You can redeem that right now, actually, too. So if you play the other Pokemon games, not just Pokemon Go, there's something for everyone.
Exactly, and looking at the trading card game, we've got some drops for you as well. Full art for Team Rocket's Giovanni and Ethan's Adventure. You can redeem now with that code NAIC25 Destined Rivals, and that's going to go live for you in Trading Card Game Live.
And there's more too. Watch and earn further drops for Pokemon Trading Card Game Live as well. So continue tuning in not only to our broadcast, but to the other Pokemon broadcasts as well this weekend. Of course, everything will be on the main Pokemon channel on twitch.tv/Pokemon for Championship Sunday. And that's a very exciting day because you see the titles and the champions being all crowned throughout all 4 games here this weekend.
Yeah, a lot for you all to earn just watching at home, and of course a lot to earn for these trainers here. We've already talked a little bit about the championship points that some of these trainers are trying to earn for their world spots this year, but even looking ahead to some of those travel awards for the 2026 season, I think a lot of these trainers are actually in contention for that, because I think this is the last tournament that counts towards that travel award period.
That's right. Well, I know some people are familiar with travel awards. It's Doombug and Elum. Let's head down to the stage to look at this star-studded matchup. And wow, it's going to be an interesting one for sure. I mean, we got bug and water types on both ends, but one running the Glycopod, one running the Raquanid. We actually saw something similar against ItsAxen and Ashton Ash both having the same kind of dynamic there. Obviously, Doombug helping ItsAxen with some of his team building. I don't know if Elum had any relation with Ashton Ash, but either way, going to be an interesting matchup. Diggersby, Dedenne, Shadow Drapion, Araquanid, Shadow Dusclops, and Shadow Gligar for Doombug.
Yeah, really similar teams from both trainers here. You mentioned the bug-water difference, and then the other substitution is that Doombug has the Shadow Gligar, whereas Elum has the Lapras. Like you mentioned, we haven't seen a lot of the Gligar on the broadcast so far, but in terms of Elum's team, I think really the only reason you would bring it is if you think Elum is going to be committing to something like the Dedenne Drapion core. Doombug is actually very, very soft to Drapion, and we saw in his earlier matchup against the Vast Asian really relying on his Diggersby to try and neutralize that.
Actually, I misspoke. Obviously no relation with Elum's team versus with Ashton Ash's team, because this is not his team, this is your team, so that was a shout out. You're the one that came up with this, so hey, maybe people should hit you up for team building advice too, because if one of the best players in the world can run it, then I think anyone can.
Well, the best players in the world can run any team, so I'm not sure that speaks too much to the team building itself.
Elum said he came up with 10 teams beforehand and decided, you know what, the 11th team is actually not going to be mine.
All right, well, I think these players are getting locked in. Let's see what they've brought. Elum is leading the Dedenne. Fantastic lead for him. Catches the Arachnid.
Absolutely brutal lead for Doombug. Resisted Bug Bite as well. Going for the instant swap over to the Drapion. In comes the Lapras. So this is a matchup that does favor Lapras. And especially with the Crunch nerf, if you don't get a debuff here, it's even harder for the Drapion.
I think you still win the zero shield situation as the Drapion, even without the defense drop, because you hang on through one Sparkling Aria. But after all the side waves, later you cannot hang on. Sparkling Aria coming through. Doombug has to decide whether he wants to shield this up or if he just wants to play the zero shield situation. Looks like he's going to let the Aria go.
Yeah, I think Doombug, one of the best players in the circuit, obviously knows that he can win this zero shield situation as well. If you come away with the shield advantage, it could be good. And it looks really good as well, because look at Elum's backline. Really weak to Diggersby. The Drapion not great into it, and of course the Dedenne doesn't get the parting Aqua Tail off, but I think Doombug's feeling pretty good about this shield advantage he has.
And Elum looks like he's reaching for the Drapion, who does not care about switch advantage here, knows that he has his own Dedenne in the back for the mirror match, and doesn't want to throw the Lapras' energy where it would be resisted. Instead, he's getting to this crunch versus the Arachnid.
Yeah, I actually misspoke. I thought it was the Diggersby for Doombug in the back. It was actually his own Dedenne, which means that this is not as nearly favorable as I thought it was. But Elum might be thinking that there is a Diggersby in the back, which is why he brought the Drapion in, saved the Lapras for a potential ground type there. But either way, still putting in a lot of work with this Drapion and gets that final crunch. You know, Doombug's he grimaced a little bit, doesn't really want to see this, but there's no point in shielding at this point in time because you already have a bad matchup.
Yeah, just a sliver of health left. Maybe this Arachnid can be used for a catch later. Doombug trying to switch out into his Dedenne. He knows Elum's team now, but he knows there's so much energy still left on the Lapras. Gonna be an uphill battle for Doombug.
Oh, and gets the side wave down before he could get the swap through. There's so much energy left on this Lapras for Elum. And Doombug, I think he's going to have to go through both shields here, but then you just expose yourself to a play rough from the Dedenne on the other side.
Yeah, Sparkling Aria coming through. Jun probably trying to think, does this do more or less damage than play rough from Dedenne? He's going to shield it up though, but Elum not going to let his own Lapras get farms down, brings in the mirror Dedenne.
Yeah, I believe it does do less, but the problem is if he lets it go, then Elum just goes straight Parabolic Charge, and that's not great either. Doombug going to throw this first Parabolic Charge. Elum knows it's not even a play rough, and even if it is, he's in a good position. He still has a shield remaining here. I wouldn't be surprised if, I wouldn't be surprised if Elum goes for the Parabolic Charge first, because you kind of need to throw two moves anyway, but goes for the harder hitting play rough first.
Yeah, play rough gonna come through. I don't think it really matters what sequence you throw those attacks in, because he still has a shield, so he doesn't need the defense increase from the Parabolic Charge. Play rough coming through here for Doombug. Elum still has a shield left as well as some health. He's almost at the next play rough.
Yeah, actually just going double play rough instead. The real nail in the coffin for Doombug. A fantastic game from Elum. I mean, this is Doombug, what, a 5-time regional champion, and Elum just put in work here in this game, making it look easy.
Yeah, really nice lead for Elum, though. He got the Dedenne into the Arachnid, and even though he did maintain switch advantage, he actually decided to give it up in exchange for saving the energy on Lapras. So a couple of win conditions there, maybe kind of outpicked Doombug in that very first game.
Yeah, and I love that pivot over to that Drapion, saving the Lapras, because Elum's thinking, okay, what if there's a Diggersby, right? And that's what makes him such a good player, because even if he doesn't call right, he's thinking, this is the worst case scenario. If it's not that worst case scenario, I win either way. But if it is, I have a backup plan.
Shadow Drapion is one of Elum's favorite Pokemon. I actually picked it as my MVP pick for today. We saw how well it did there as an aggressive safe swap. And, you know, Doombug's Drapion is also very, very safe into Elum's team here. Obviously, we saw it lined up against a Lapras, which is a pretty neutral matchup, but we did see Lapras's bulk allows it to withstand that first crunch and KO with a Sparkling Aria.
Yeah, it is really safe at the same. I mean, I think on both ends, right? They're both really safe, but neither of the teams are particularly super weak to it either, besides that Dusclops matchup. So explains a lot why both players are going to bring it. Good players are going to lean into more neutral play there too, because they can outskill their opponents, switch in and out, especially with that reduced switch timer this season. It makes for way more dynamic plays.
Yeah, both players relying on Dedenne and Drapion. Have to wonder if anyone's going to start bringing Diggersby, try to call some of their opponent's lines here as we wait just a second for one of our players to get locked in.
All right, Elum trying to figure out one final potential line here. He's already up one game, one more, and he'll be joining Richie in that top 6 too, almost matching his performance from last year at NAIC, and of course, matching, you know, coming closer and closer to his consistent, at least top 5 finish.
And for Doombug, this is his best NAIC performance ever. He's already in the top 12 here, trying to advance to the top 6 with a win here over Elum, but down 0-1. Gonna have to find some calls here, and you know, just taking a last second look at these accomplishments. We've said them many, many times on the broadcast. Doombug, 5-time regional champion, UIC runner-up last year. Elum, of course, a 2-time regional champion, but also has a couple of top cuts in ICs.
I mean, if we really put all their accomplishments in here, we wouldn't even see the players' faces. It would be just all text on the screen. But you can look up these players yourself and see how much they do. One thing I will commend Doombug on is his resilience. It doesn't matter if he's down a game. It doesn't matter if the odds look not in his favor. He's always going to fight to the end here. But this is a tough position to be in. Bring the same exact line. But for Elum, it's even worse for Doombug because he's even a harder counter matchup in the back.
Oh my goodness, he's got Diggersby for the Dedenne. Doombug's gonna have to get a little bit lucky here, maybe starting off with one of those 20% crunch debuffs. Let's see if it lands. Crunch coming through, puts the Lapras at half health, but no defense drop.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Doombug, but the chances are much lower this season, which does hurt Drapion in these kind of more neutral matchups here. Like you said, he can win this in the zero shields, but he decides to spend the shield.
Yeah, this is a nice matchup for Lapras in the one shield scenario because you see those side waves really adding up, almost putting the Drapion into Sparkling Aria range. Elum happy to shield up this crunch. It is not an Aqua Tail bait. Oh, but he does actually get the defense drop. So depending on how these players choose to play it out, that actually could help Doombug out.
I think this time around, Doombug's going to try to force switch as much as he can, as in comes the second shield as well. His Lapras is not in Aqua Tail range yet. Goes for another crunch. Elum is going to spend the shield as well.
Elum's going to spend a shield. He needs to reach this next Sparkling Aria before Doombug reaches another charge lock. If he wants switch advantage, he's very, very close to it, not going to mess around. Doombug reached for a catch, but not there quite in time. Elum going to be able to knock out this Drapion. Let's see if he decides to just maintain switch advantage this time.
Yeah, Elum able to throw the Sparkling Aria before the catch attempt was happening, maybe even in the middle of that poison sting. We get an aggressive farm down. Oh, and you get the full farm down, but you're not going to like what you see, Doombug. In comes the Diggersby.
Hard. Oh my goodness, Doombug actually quits the battle there, realizing that Elum pretty much has him hard counted there. Dedenne for the Arachnid, Diggersby for the Dedenne, and Elum just going to concede that one as Elum takes a 2-0 victory.
And you can see all smiles on Doombug's face as well. He knew it was hard counter. He knew there was no win condition as well. You know what? He's saying, let's save everyone some time. Let's get back to some more riveting matches here as Elum takes a 2-0 victory over Doombug. Doombug doubles down, but Elum doesn't fall for it.
Seems like Elum maybe has Doombug's number, eliminated him at LAIC, dropping him to the loser's bracket here at NAIC. And like you said, a very commanding 2-0 victory. You know, I was actually getting ready to be like, maybe Doombug is going to throw Play Rough, try to catch a Scorching Sands on Arachnid, but we didn't even get the chance.
Yeah, and even if he did, it was such an uphill battle, right? He was countered almost every way throughout, and Elum as well, not falling for the drawing out the Diggersby, brings in the Lapras instead, expecting that maybe there's another Dedenne in the back there. And as we take a look here too, we are on the losers bracket, taking a look here on the matches here as well, as we're about to get this underway. A lot of players still left in this tournament. Actually,
Everyone's still left.
Yes. 32 to be specific. No one actually has been knocked out yet, as we are just about to start these losers rounds, and these are some epic matches that I would love to see as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to show all of these losers bracket matches. I believe starting with losers round 4, we'll be able to start showing every single match. But before that, we'll just be pulling a couple of matches. You see some of the players who you've already seen on stream today: Ashton Ash, Ramberto, Rockhaven, Teddy Bear, and then of course Doombug, who we just saw. They're still waiting for all of these losers round 1 matches to even start. So they've got some time to wait, and they don't even know who they're going to be playing quite yet.
Yeah, I will say too, if memory serves me right, I don't think anyone, I know for a fact that no one at an international championship has won that started on loser side on day number 2, but I actually don't think that anyone's even won that didn't come straight from the winner side. So, history could be in the making though, because we have some heavy hitters on that losers bracket, and sometimes when they find their stride, they're just constantly battling person after person warmed up, and they might find a chance to face the winner, or the loser, sorry, of the winners finals tomorrow in Championship Sunday and claim that crown for themselves. But it is a very tough task, a very uphill battle, because these players are so talented, and to have, you know, just one mistake at this point on the loser side be the end of your run can be costly.
Exactly. I mean, even from your perspective, if you play perfectly, you have to do that in many, many matches, and your opponents are very, very talented as well. So they might also be playing perfectly, so it's going to be really difficult to fight through. I mean, I've got my eye still on Doombug and Ashton Ash, you know, maybe going to be able to make a loser's run. We've seen Doombug do it before at regionals, so maybe here at an IC going to be possible for him.
Yeah, even if it hasn't been done before, you know, we're making history every single day in this esport for Pokemon Go, and I'm excited to see if that can happen.
Yeah, still a lot of great matches to go. I think we've actually still got a couple winners round matches, though, before we start jumping down to the losers bracket. And I actually think the losers matches, I don't think the players are even in the venue yet, so they're going to be, you know, getting some rest this morning, maybe prepping for their matches, and then starting their matches just a little bit later. So, you know, the winner's side is beneficial for many reasons. You get to, you know, head home early if you don't drop to the losers bracket.
Yeah, I actually was talking to one of the players that made it into day number 2 on the loser side, and I think they had a, you know, a later call time, I think a little past noon, and they're saying, you know what, I think the strategy is to stay up tonight so that I don't wake up early and then I'm tired before my match. Wants to wake up maybe an hour, maybe just 2 hours right before the match, feeling well rested, because they know if they're going to try to make it to Sunday, they have a long road ahead, and they don't want to tire themselves up with, you know, just waking up and eating breakfast. I know breakfast is the most important meal of the day, but sometimes that extra sleep can be handy.
Yeah, it could be a long night if they're going to try to fight their way to day number 3. But, you know, before we get ahead of ourselves, let's come back to winners round 2. We've got Alpha Phoebe on the left versus ItsAxen on the right. ItsAxen, of course, NAIC champion, world champion, regional champion, so many titles to name, going against Alpha Phoebe, one of our esteemed co-caster. But again, this is actually Alpha Phoebe's first top cut, so I would definitely say kind of a David versus Goliath situation here.
Yeah, first day number 2 as well, and trying to extend his best performance every single round, still on that winner side, and he's running that Blastoise, which has looked actually really good in this meta against all. I feel like he's brought it almost into every opponent, if not every opponent, maybe even into almost every match. Now I think about it. ItsAxen won Portland, the most recent North America regional, with that Blastoise. So you know he's quite familiar, but just because you're familiar with Pokemon doesn't mean it can't beat you. I mean, looking at the matchups here, it beats the Araquanid, it beats the Lapras, it has fantastic play into the Drapion, it beats the Diggersby, it can have fantastic play into the Dusclops as well. The only thing you're really worried about is the Dene.
Yeah, I've seen so many of Alpha Phoebe's matches and games really just come down to where this Blastoise is positioned, how Phoebe is able to manage its energy, so definitely would not be surprised to see him continue to rely on the Blastoise in this matchup. And as for ItsAxen, you know, he does have the Dedenne, as we just mentioned, but maybe going to try to figure out a couple of neutral ways to play around it. For example, looking at the Shadow Drapion, I think that also has a decent matchup into Blastoise.
Yeah, I think that will be a much safer option for ItsAxen, maybe relying on Dusclops as well, because it ends up being a little predictable that you know, if you bring the Dene, because Alpha Phoebe knows that that's the only reliable check for ItsAxen, and he's just probably going to bring Blastoise and the Dene counters.
Yeah, and speaking of Dedenne counters, that would be Diggersby and Shadow Drapion, both of which are also pretty safe and pretty flexible into ItsAxen's team. Although, of course, Diggersby does have to watch out for those water types. So, you know, maybe Blastoise, Drapion Core for Alpha Phoebe, and for ItsAxen, maybe Dedenne plus his own Diggersby counters, maybe one of the water types.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he brings a lot of Shadow Dusclops too, right? Because it has great play into Araquanid, decent into Lapras. It has some solid neutral play into Dedenne, but it can also beat that Diggersby because of that Shadow variant. And of course, you have the Mirror matchup. You really just worry about Drapion. So I think Shadow Dusclops actually looks really safe for Alpha. Wouldn't be surprised if he pairs that with Blastoise a lot and then throws in something like a Diggersby or a Drapion.
Yeah, definitely a lot of options for these trainers. A lot of flexible picks on both of these teams. Taking a look at their accomplishments, we already listed all of ItsAxen's. Alpha Phoebe, top 16 in Indianapolis. One of the first, if not the first, regional we had in North America. And actually, Phoebe told me backstage, this is a rematch from that very first regional. He lost to ItsAxen, who of course went on to make day 2, as he so often does.
Yeah, that was Axen's debut in the official championship series. I mean, it was most players' debut. It was the first North American regional. But I remember too, Axen saying that he was mostly a Go Battle League player, right? Just playing the in-game ranked ladder and stuff, blind threes as the format, but made the adjustment for the championship series format and show 6 spring 3. And obviously, he's done quite well since that first ever regional that they were both at. Well, this is a rematch long in the making. Here we go. Alpha Phoebe versus Axen. It's going to be Diggersby versus Araquanid.
Great lead for ItsAxen, and Alpha Phoebe going to pivot right into his trusty Blastoise. ItsAxen did not bring that to Dene, so he's going to stay in here for a little bit. Maybe he wants to absorb some energy before switching out. No, he just wants to absorb it onto the Dusclops.
Wait, so Axen was trying to go for the Skull Bash catch, but instead catches a neutral Hydro Cannon. This is much worse now versus Axen, although non-Drago Dusclops actually not too bad, and that Bug Bite damage actually really added up against Alpha Phoebe's Blastoise. It looks like almost it did more percentage health than the super effective rollouts from the Blastoise into the Araquanid.
That's right, Bug Bite, a one-turn fast attack, doing a lot of damage here. ItsAxen throwing off a Shadow Punch. This isn't going to be enough to take out the Blastoise, going to need another charge attack, or maybe ItsAxen will be happy to just try to fast attack down the rest of this Blastoise.
Yeah, based on alignment here, Axen definitely has Alpha Phoebe countered, but Alpha Phoebe is ahead on energy. Will have to grab a shield from ItsAxen if Axen wants to maintain switch advantage. He has to throw a Shadow Punch right away, otherwise Alpha Phoebe's about to get to another Hydro Cannon. Let's see if he realizes it or not. He does. Perfect timing from the world champ.
Exactly. Alpha Phoebe gonna decide whether he wants to try to fight for alignment here. It looks like he doesn't. He's gonna go for some kind of energy and shield advantage pairing. Let's see how he tries to take out this Dusclops though, because Ice Punch is gonna hit both his Pokemon for super effective damage.
Yeah, Alpha Phoebe's going to really have to dance around this because the Araquanid has energy, but let's not forget, his Jump Up does not have acrobatics. The Energy Ball, fantastic into the Dene meta, but it's so much worse into Shadow Drapion.
Exactly. Ice Punch coming through here. Super effective damage on the Diggersby, but it just tickles. Alpha Phoebe continuing to do quick attacks. ItsAxen already reaching another Ice Punch. And I wonder if Phoebe is going to maybe try to store all this energy, maybe then switch out into the Jump Up, or if he's just going to throw some of this energy with a Fire Punch.
That's a possibility. It's very hard to quick attack down the Dusclops. Throws finally the energy right before Axen gets to the third Ice Punch. But this Diggersby already low on health. There's energy on the Araquanid, and even if the Jump Up comes in, you could throw energy, you could debuff, then swap. He's going to debuff, then swap, and this is even more brutal for the Jump Love.
Wants to really ensure his Drapion is safe, even though it's down a Protect Shield, insta-swap into the Shadow Drapion. Of course, dropping the attack with the 100% chance on the Jump Love. Alpha Phoebe only able to feebly throw these debuffed Aerial Aces onto the Drapion.
Yeah, I mean, I think Araquanid didn't look so good for Doombug in that last series, but it looks really good for ItsAxen in this one. There's no Electric type, there's no hard answer to that Araquanid, so Axen able to leverage it really well. Alpha Phoebe going to spend the shield, but still in a really tough position. I think he's going to try and whittle down the shields and maybe go for a combo play even.
Yeah, his only saving grace here is that the switch clocks are a little bit misaligned, but I think that was actually a charge attack priority, so maybe by the time the Jump Up throws its charge attack, ItsAxen will be able to swap out as well. Crunch coming through, shielded up by Alpha Phoebe, and this Aerial Ace is going to be fired off.
Yeah, I think unfortunately the charge attack priority is even worse for Alpha Phoebe because it delays the time, how quickly he can bring in Diggersby. Now the timers are both up for both players now, so going for a combo play is much harder here as Alpha Phoebe going for another Aerial Ace. ItsAxen, he knows there's energy on Diggersby. Does he go for shield? No, chooses not to. Now swaps over to Araquanid. The combo play coming from Alpha Phoebe, but not enough as ItsAxen snuffing it out and going to bring the Araquanid back onto the Diggersby.
Actually, a lot of health left on that Jump Up for Alpha Phoebe, so we'll have to see if ItsAxen is able to deal with it later. A little bit of a Fire Punch coming through here. ItsAxen going to save its shields for maybe that Jump Up.
Yeah, it still has the neutral bug bite for the jump left here. Let's see how much energy Axen's going to leave with. Is he on point with his counts? He is on point with his counts. Super effective Pole Beam. This might not knock out. It's going to be pretty close, but if it doesn't knock out, it's actually not too bad for Axen. He gets a little bit more energy now.
Yeah, Fire Punch coming through, but it is not going to do that much damage, but Axen has to figure out a way to knock out this jump off. I'm not sure how much energy was left on that Drapion, but he has almost a Water Pulse here. Bug Bite's really starting to add up. Axen going to throw the Water Pulse.
I think Alpha's going to try to go for the fast attack down at this point too, because there's still a shield on the side if it's Axen. Can he put it in Poison Sting range? Oh wait, there might even be a timeout here as Alpha Phoebe is going to finally throw a move. Is Axen going to shield this up now? He knows that if there is a move on the Drapion, he can win charge attack priority here as the timer
but
goes
he has 2 Pokemon left, so he wins!
And is Axen able to stall the timer and gets the win over Alpha Phoebe in this game number 1.
I think the players are talking it out. They don't even know maybe how much energy was left on the Drapion, so if there had been a little bit more time in that matchup, maybe Phoebe can get the farm down there and knock out the Drapion as well. But regardless, that game literally came down to the wire there with the timer coming up.
Yeah,
and just a couple of HP on Axen's Pokemon.
Yeah, very, very few on that bulky water bug type as we take a look at his team too. Very similar to Doombug's as well. I don't think it's exactly the same if I'm not mistaken, but fairly similar as the two did team build together. Yeah, he doesn't have the Gligar on his team instead. But really great recognition of his win condition, because I don't think the Drapion had to move. If it did, there's no way Axen shields her, right? He just goes for charge attack priority with Drapion would easily win over the jump off. So his only win condition is to hang on and stall it out and have that Araquanid with maybe 1, maybe 2 HP left. If Alpha got maybe 1, maybe 2 Berry Wins left, that would have been game over for Axen.
Yeah, we don't see the timeout win condition having too much in the championship series, but when you start getting into these really long matchups, Pokemon like Arachnid, Diggersby, Mandibuzz, that's when it should start to appear in the back of your mind, hey, maybe this is a potential option here.
Yeah, I do think Alpha Phoebe has a strong team composition advantage into ItsAxen's team, but that Arachnid is very, very annoying to deal with. Alpha Phoebe's best Pokemon here into Axen's team is likely that Blastoise, which is also probably the most reliable answer to that Arachnid, but after seeing that game 1, man, that bug bite damage really adds up against the Blastoise.
Yeah, I liked how ItsAxen played that. He chipped with the fast attacks, saved all of the energy, and went into the Dusclops. And the reason it got a little bit tricky at the end is because he doesn't have coverage with the energy on Arachnid for the jump off. But enough about the past. We're already getting into game number 2. Good lead for Alpha Phoebe, gets the Drapion onto the Dusclops.
Absolutely fantastic lead as well, and a great backline. No clear answer though for this Drapion, but I think Alpha Phoebe going to chip it down. Maybe can even just try to take this out. I mean, you really don't want to deal with the Ice Punch on a jump off later, so I think we'll swap over eventually. Let's see what he does swap over to though, because he can't really roll out this down with the Blastoise. Tries to go for the Aqua Tail catch, but doesn't quite get it.
Yeah, Aqua Tail gonna land from ItsAxen. Let's see what Phoebe decides to do now. He could still farm up a little bit, maybe throw Aqua Tail, maybe he try to catch when ItsAxen's Drapion is incredibly low and he's forced to throw. Aqua Tail coming through here. It's gonna do quite a bit of damage to ItsAxen's Drapion, but I think he's gonna hang on.
ItsAxen just barely hanging on, and now catching the resistant Aqua Tail onto the Blastoise. A huge catch for Alpha Phoebe, but now you avoid the Blastoise onto the Lapras, which is not too bad for ItsAxen, but a full rollout did come through.
Well, the problem for ItsAxen is that the Lapras doesn't really have anywhere to go because I think it has Skull Bash only for the jump up, so he's just going to bring it in here. This is a great matchup for Blastoise, especially if he's able to get Skull Bash, but huge catch from ItsAxen. This is double resisted.
Double resist Skull Bash. You knew he was trying to do it in that first game, but does finally pull it off in the second game as well. What a huge catch. However, this Blastoise just became even more annoying to deal with. But you're absolutely right. There is no Ice Beam on the Lapras, and not only that, Alpha Phoebe has Energy Ball on the jump up, so just double whammy there in that matchup for ItsAxen. Let's see how he's able to play it around.
Well, he did save a lot of energy on the Lapras, so he might be able to pull something off here. Shadow Punch going to come through again. Not going to be enough to take out the Blastoise, and I think with that rollout, Alpha Phoebe may have just reached a Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, Switch Timer's coming up soon, too, so if Axen shields this up, the Drapion come in right away, and that's not a great time for ItsAxen either. He has a lot of energy. He's going to protect the Dusclops, but it's not going to be in a good position here, as I assume the swap is going to come. Here comes the swap. No, there's no energy on the Drapion. A lot of energy on the Dusclops. Do we see a shield from Alpha Phoebe?
A lot of energy. At least he's forcing the Dusclops to throw energy. He does actually put up a shield, but that's going to leave him vulnerable to this energy from Lapras. ItsAxen, of course, always on point with those counts. Perfect mechanics. Throws the Sparkling Aria before Drapion reaches a crunch.
Yeah, timers are super misaligned, and all of a sudden, this Dusclops is still around. Yes, there's an energy ball on the jump up, but the Dusclops is what's going to be really annoying for the rest of the team for AlphaFeeb. In a great position right now, as we see Axen likely going for the Skull Bash right away here. Does not want to mess around. Boosting the defense here could be big. You might be able to just hang on from an energy ball. You don't want to get Fairy Wind down, so it's kind of a delicate balance that he has to play here, as that first Skull Bash is going to take about half health of that jump bluff.
Definitely still need another charge attack to land on this jump bluff though, but maybe the Psywaves are going to get close to Sparkling Aria range. AlphaFeeb throwing an energy ball. This is super effective damage, but with that defense drop, Lapras is able to hang on.
Oh, and AlphaFeeb going for the Aerial Ice, doesn't want to tank this Sparkling Aria. I like this play a lot because now the jump up is not in Shadow Punch range. It has to go for Ice Punch or has to throw a bunch of extra hexes to get there. Let's see what Axen does. Does he go for the bait here? That could be a play here. Oh, you see a swap and a catch potential from AlphaFeeb, but Axen going to throw right away. I think he could have farmed more, maybe lost track of the energy on the Blastoise, but now that he threw this a little bit earlier, he has a lot less energy to contend with against this jump bluff.
Little bit of a window here for AlphaFeeb. It's going to be a race to who can reach their second charge attack first. ItsAxen forced to shield this. I think he's one hex off 2 ice punches. I think it does win charge attack priority over the jump bluff as well. AlphaFeeb just barely just reached the air release, but I think ItsAxen has 2 moves.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a game. Axen got all the energy he needed. First Ice Punch is going to come through. Second Ice Punch is coming soon. And here we go. Dusclops wins the charge attack priority, and Axen able to come away with a 2-0 victory in winners round 2.
Tough lead for ItsAxen, but he was able to play around so well with all of that energy. You know, he had the Lapras with nowhere to go, but it got its job done. It chipped that jump bluff down, and ItsAxen pulling off another beautiful, stunning victory here in New Orleans.
Man, the world champ is back. I don't think he ever left, but he's back to the way he at least sees himself, and what a fantastic performance. I mean, those are one of those games where you're looking at it on paper, on the lead matchup, on the back-end matchup. It looks disastrous for ItsAxen, but just weaving in and out, misaligned the timers there. Even, you know, Skull Bash, not that great of a move, but the Skull Bash catch, though, on the Dusclops really helped set him up. And it misaligned the timers enough that when the Drapion came back in, he could swap over to Lapras, take it out, and then, you know, it's a much easier game for him.
Yeah, if you want to look at masterclass game mechanics, you should check out that second game. ItsAxen just played, like you said, pretty much doing it all, right? Getting the catches, getting those misaligned switch timers, taking advantage of those, making use of all of his energy, perfect energy counting. I mean, what more can you ask for?
I mean, forget the second game. Just watch all of Axen's games. That's where we're going to take a look at these highlights here from the series, too. Things look really good. Great plays from AlphaFeeb as well. Catching resistant moves, getting extra moves through. But this Skull Bash catch was brutal for ItsAxen. It's a tough position for AlphaFeeb too, because you can't really avoid the catch, right? So one turn side wave, you can't, like, pausing there does nothing. You just give away free energy. Great timing from ItsAxen though to catch that Skull Bash right on time, double resisted. And here the Shadow, the Dusclops, non-Shadow, comes clutch with ItsAxen. Gets the energy just when he needed it the most.
Yeah, just in the nick of time. There literally did not have any time to spare. That was a charge attack priority as AlphaFeeb had the aerial ace ready. So, you know, very tough game for ItsAxen, but a combination of all of those very high level plays allowed him to barely eke out a victory over AlphaFeeb.
Yeah, ItsAxen playing real well. He's cooking up the competition this entire weekend, but you know what? He's not the only one cooking up something. Let's see what Butters is cooking right now.
All right, we got our cake all iced up, but it's missing the fun. And what kind of fun can we expect here at the North American International Championships? Remember, this is a brand new meta. This is the semifinals of our season, of course, all leading up to the World Championships. What fun can we expect here, and how can you represent that? I feel like you can represent that with some nice colored sugar. So go ahead and tell me what you're expecting for fun here at this tournament, and add some of that sugar to that cake.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I talked about ghost types being, you know, all-purposeful and essential for any team. And someone I know that likes to have a lot of fun, world's finalist, regional champion, talented in many facets, is going to be Inadequence. He recommended Giratina Origin is a fun ghost type. So I'm going to add a little bit of Giratina Origin to my cake right here and really spice it up here in this meta.
Beautiful pattern.
Yeah.
Beautiful pattern.
All right, I've got some orange sprinkles here, and an orangey Pokemon that I think has really kind of leapt into the spotlight here in Delightful Days is Dedenne. So I'm going to add some Dedenne to the cake right here.
Well done.
All right, Dedenne, okay, maybe kind of spicy here, but maybe you don't have one. Maybe you want to run something a little spicier here, something green perhaps, but you still want that parabolic charge. Let's go with the Belly Bowl here. We're gonna sprinkle it on and finish this cake off right here, right now. Look at that beauty.
Thank you so much, Jim. You know, this actually looks great. I thought I was going to immediately say ruined when Wholesome started pouring, but Caleb and Soap did fantastic, and Jim didn't ruin it. This is a delightful cake for the delightful days meta. What will we see this tournament? This is the king cake, but we're looking for the champion here in New Orleans. Let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Welcome back, trainers, to the battles at the 2025 North America International Championship. We are heading into winners round 3. My name is Martin. You may also know me as Inadequance, and this is my colleague Jim. You may also know him as
Wholesome_. That's right.
guy.
Thank you so much, Inadequance. We've had a great tournament so far, and we've seen lots of great stories. Like we talked about, one of the stories that you guys should be following is, will we see an out-of-region winner for the very first time in any international championship history in Pokemon GO Play Pokemon Championship Series?
Well, there's one thing certain.
What's that?
An out-of-region trainer is going to be in the winners finals on Championship Sunday.
Oh, yeah?
Because one of the next rounds we're going to have coming up is Patman from Europe versus Richie from Latam.
Okay, and what do we have on the other side of winners?
On the other side of winners, we have Elum versus ItsAxen. So we also have someone defending the North American region.
That's right. ItsAxen will be the one to follow for those of you cheering along for the North American region. But don't forget, we still have an entire loser side of the bracket to fill out as well.
That will be after these 2 winners rounds. Super excited. There's a lot of action to come still, and a lot of Pokemon, new Pokemon used in the delightful days meta. The first time they are being used in the Show 6 format before the World Championships.
I'm loving this balancing act that we're seeing of balancing your incredibly bulky Pokemon like the Dusclops, like the Diggersby, like the Mandibuzz, balancing them with these fast attackers, things like the Shadow Annihilate, the Shadow Scizor, even Patomon's Shadow Kanto Marowak.
They really have been stealing the show because a lot of the newly buffed Pokemon don't have a lot of fast attack pressure. Think of Dedenne, Diggersby, Dusclops. Those are hard meta Pokemon, but then you have the harder hitters with Counter, Bullet Punch, that is Scissor and Annihilate, for example. And let's take a look here at these teams because we do have the Shadow Scissor and we do have the Shadow Annihilate. 2 out-of-region trainers facing off against each other, Patoman versus Richie. Chat, let us know. What do you think? Who's going to win this one?
Well, it's great to keep in mind here as well as this is the #1 and the #2 leaderboarder in their respective regions. Patamon being #1 leaderboard in EU versus Richie being #1 leaderboarder in, #2 leaderboarder in LATAM. And I believe that with Marto already knocked out, this is essentially the highest seed for each of these regions.
Correct. So we're going to be anticipating some very good battles here. Both trainers are locked in. Patoman versus Richie. We're going to have the Shadow Annihilate enter the field right away and is met by the Shadow Marowak.
All right, we're going to have these fast attackers face off here in game #1. I think both of these trainers will be staying in. Keep an eye on Patoman again. He brought that combo of Shadow Kanto Marowak as well as the Shadow Scizor.
This is actually a matchup that Shadow Annihilate will take. You're looking at the HP of the Shadow Annihilate. It's lower than that of the Marowak, but this Rage Fist will buff the counter damage of the Shadow Annihilate. And essentially, the more shields there are in play, the better this matchup becomes for the Annihilate, as another Protect Shield is being used here.
Absolutely. Well, I think as Patamon, you got to be pretty content knowing that you're cracking these Protect Shields very early on. And I think you do get to this next Bone Club a little bit quicker than Richie is able to reach his next Rage Fist.
Let's see. Second Protect Shield is being used by Richie as well. Will Patoman put up another Protect Shield or let this go? I think at this point you cannot flip it anymore. 2 counts will knock you out and 1 must left won't. So Patoman losing switch advantage here, but taking the shield into the next matchup. both of these Pokemon are going to take a lot of counter damage, but I think Mandibuzz can hang on well.
Well, the one thing that you have going for you with this Scizor is that with a Protect Shield advantage, there's going to be a ton of damage that you can unleash here. Super effective Trailblaze into the Diggersby or super effective Bullet Punches. I think as Richie, you cannot afford to bring in that Cradily.
Well, here it comes. The Diggersby comes in instead. You have an energy advantage, which is very much needed. We see a deficit in energy in turns there on the Diggersby. And let's see if that will be crucial in the end game, as the Trailblaze hits really hard here.
Absolutely, and you're now in range where one Night Slash actually knocks out. I'm curious, can you actually get a full fast attack down now as Patamon, knowing that you have that attack boost and knowing that Richie is at that one deficit?
And let's take a look. We will outpace to the Night Slash on the Scizor. And you actually even get the entire Bullet Punch down. The Diggersby won't even be able to get to another charge attack. And now the Cradily comes in, but it's helpless in this matchup.
Bring out the brooms here. Shadow Scizor is sweeping Richie's team. Lands the first Night Slash. He's boosted. Going to be going for the second Night Slash. Has it ready to go. The strength of Bullet Punch absolutely eviscerating the Cradily.
We don't even get to see the third Pokemon for Patamon. Mandibuzz doesn't need to do anything. It is the Scissor Show here, and Patamon takes game number 1 in this winner's semis of the 2025 NAIC.
That combo of Shadow Kanto Marowak to strip away the Protect Shields, get a ton of damage into that Shadow Annihilate as well. But then it was just the Scissor Show with that shield advantage and no hard answer remaining. I mean, realistically, look at Richie's team. What is going to be that Pokemon that fights back with fast attack pressure if not the Shadow Annihilate?
I think the only thing that you really have to deal with it is either the Jellicent, which doesn't win all even shield scenarios, by the way, and otherwise the Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz can hang in quite well, but...
But not a lot of fast attack pressure from either of them.
It doesn't. However, you do double resist the Mudslap, so you're good there.
No, as far as going into that Scizor, the only thing that really counters it blow for blow with fast attacks is going to be that Shadow Annihilate.
Correct, and I think that is where Richie wants it. Richie played that kind of strategy where you want to win the lead and then align properly in the back. However, that didn't go super well with the shield deficit, especially when you look at Shadow Scizor. It might just be one of, if not the best sweepers in the current meta. We saw with a shield advantage, you land the Trailblaze and you Bullet Punch down entirely. That is devastating.
If I'm Patamon, I am hiding that Shadow Scizor in the back. I'm finding a way to either immediately see that Annihilate in the lead or draw it out in the switch. Try and set up a situation where I have shield advantage Shadow Scizor. Without that Annihilate, I think it is so good.
So we're going to see how Richie is going to anticipate to that strategy of Patamon. The Shadow Marowak is just unstoppable. There's basically only 2 Pokemon on the team of Richie that are pretty reliable in it. One of them is actually not the Jellicent, because Jellicent can lose Charge Attack 30 tie, and it means with 2 shields up, the Shadow Marowak will be able to just Mudslap its way through. So you only really have the Shadow Annihilate and the Dedenne for this. Do keep in mind, there's no Dedenne, so there's not really a big core breaker, but if Patamon pulls out the Azumarill for those 2, Richie could be in big trouble.
Well, realistically, on Richie's team, can you bring that Jellicent just knowing how risky it is? There's 2 Dark types with the Greninja and the Mandibuzz. There's the Grass type with the Cradily. There's the Shadow Scizor that can hit for Night Slash or Trailblaze. I don't feel like it's that safe.
Jellicent is very tough to use. Greninja walls it, however, Shadow Balls still do a lot of damage.
True.
So that is kind of an option. The thing is, Scizor, like you said, it can deal super effective damage. Bullet Punch, however, is resistant. So that does allow Jellicent to hang in a little bit. It really comes down to the predictions, but Richie probably knows that if Patamon really wants to, he just uses his Marowak to defeat the Jellicent. And in that case, the Marowak comes out with like 50% HP, making it pretty unfortunate for Jellicent.
I don't care if Bullet Punch is resisted, and I know Shadow Scizor doesn't care if Bullet Punch is resisted. It's going to find a way through any of these Pokemon. That is just the strength of Bullet Punch. We saw it in that game 1. We've been seeing it all tournament. Bullet Punch with this buff has been so strong, and with that same type attack bonus and the incredible attack stat on this Shadow Scizor, I think it is unstoppable here, Martijn.
Okay, well, so if you were Richie here, Holson, if you were in this winner's semis, like imagine you are competing.
Okay, I'll try.
How would you tackle this Scizor from Patamon?
Well, I think that you have to find that alignment with your Shadow Annihilate. I think that you have to keep it hiding in the back, and even if you see something that's drawn out, realistically, you have to keep hiding it. The only other thing that you can do is try to land charge attacks into it, and the fastest that you can do that is either going to be with your Diggersby Fire Punch or with your Deden trying to land a Parabolic Charge.
I think that the Mandos might also work quite well, simply because you resist the charge attacks. The only thing you really fear is that Azumarill. It comes down to how bold Richie will get with his team calls here in this second game when he's 1 point down already.
If you look at this meta, I'm trying to think, what Pokemon realistically have higher attack than this Scizor?
Rayquaza.
Rayquaza certainly does. If I look at the meta, though...
It's been this Play Pokemon Championship series, Jim. It's been around.
If I look at the meta, the only Pokemon that I think is relevant right now is probably this Greninja, which is on Potomon's team, so he doesn't have to worry about it.
I don't know. The Greninja definitely has a very high attack stat. I'm actually fact-checking right now if it will win the charge.
Live fact-checking, huh?
Live fact-checking. Ding, ding, ding! Greninja actually would win charge attack priority tie into the Shadow Scissor.
Oh, thank you so much, Inadequate. Even sometimes a blind donkey finds an apple.
Thank you. I don't know if that's a compliment.
That's against me.
Okay, sure. These trainers are about to lock in. Richie's ready. So is Patoman. We're heading into game number 2.
All right, here we go. Richie versus Patoman. Patoman currently up 1-0. Again, this is our highest ranked trainers from EU and from LATAM still remaining in this tournament. It's going to be Water versus Water. Azumarill into Jellicent. We said how unsafe Jellicent was, but it found its target with that Azumarill.
Swapping quickly into the Scissor. Not even go for the Trailblaze. Going for the Night Slash instead. I think that Patoman's trying to fish for a Night Slash boost here.
This is 2 times that two times that Richie has been able to swap fast enough where Patoman is unable to reach the Trailblaze before he's able to reach his Fire Punch, forcing him to then throw the Night Slash instead.
Let's see, Patoman is attempting to get some shields here. The problem for Patoman is that he's not even that strong into the Jellicent, because if you look at the Cradily, it has the fast attack acid, which is resisted. Look at this undercharge. That's an interesting play. This is being shielded regardless by Richie.
But I think that at this point, you can just force your way... maybe not. Richie does have a lot of energy. I don't think that you can force your way through this matchup, but you will force this Diggersby to throw its energy, and I think you can probably pull a second Protect Shield getting to this Night Slash.
Perhaps we'll see a catch attempt here. And there's the catch on the Azumarill. That is resistant damage, and it means that Scissor is still in play with a lot of energy as well.
Scissor, I believe, has at least 6 bullet punches. It definitely has the Night Slash. Might be 1 off that Trailblaze. We'll have to keep an eye on that in the late game. For now, we're going to be seeing a return of that lead matchup. It's going to be Azumarill into the Jellicent. Jellicent is ahead on energy and has a typing advantage, resisting the bubbles from Azumarill. It's going to land this first Shadow Ball, but you need at least 2 Shadow Balls plus some Hexes to knock out.
Azumarill absolutely despises this matchup. With the buffed Hex, 2 Shadow Ball will knock out the notorious and one of the greatest Pokemon that we had in the PvP scene. Jellicent will have no issue dealing with it. Richie farming up more energy, and that's so troublesome for Richie. Keep in mind that there's also still a shield for Richie, so you have the energy on the Scissor. It might not even matter because Richie can just protect the Jellicent still.
There's no soft farm down here because there's way too much HP still in this Jellicent. Okay, we have a charge attack priority with 1 turn to swap. The 2-turn fast attack synchronizes with a 3-turn Hex, and now we have a Surf launched at the same time as Night Slash, forces the second Protect Shield. Jellicent fires the Surf as well. Richie uses his final Protect Shield.
This is a huge play for Patoman. Richie trying to get that undercharge to get a little bit more energy, and he does get 1 more Hex in. That's perfect actually, because if it was 2 Hex, that Scissor may have been able to get to another charge attack there. You have to go with the Cradily here, and Richie has his own Cradily in the back. Keep in mind that there's still a charge attack banked on the Azumarill.
That's right, but here's the issue right now for Patoman is that he is going to be outpaced to the charge attack. He's not going to be able to reach this Grass Knot before Richie is able to reach a Shadow Ball here. This is going to do devastating damage, and I think the most significant thing here is that it does put this Cradily here now in range where the next charge attack from Richie's own Cradily is going to knock out.
And you have to throw your energy here as Patoman. I think at this point, you're hoping for a Mandibuzz, you're hoping for an Annihilate because you have to play rough, you're hoping for a Dedenne. It's going to be his own Cradily though.
Does a Grass Knot from the Patoman's Cradily plus the Banked Ice Beam knock out Richie's Cradily?
Well, we might find out soon. Keep in mind, there's also a catch available for Richie with that Diggersby going for the Rock Tomb, however.
It does less damage, though.
It does less damage. However, this might keep your Cradily out of Grass Knot's range. I think it might be a little bit too late for the Cradily from Patoman, though. Let's see what he can do here. Has that energy on the Azumarill, and he makes the catch! Is this the play you want to make, though? You lose the Ice Beam now, but can you get the knockout with a Grass Knot with some acid now?
I really hope we see the Grass Knot. We've been trying to manifest this inadequacy. Let's see if Patamon waits one turn. He does. Richie unable to make the catch. This is going to be the harder hitting of the two Protect Shield, or of the two charge attacks. But if we see this come up short, would two Grass Knots have knocked out? I wonder.
I think he gets to the Grass Knot. Richie gets to the Grass Knot. He's going to tie up the score here, making it to 1-1.
I think if Patamon threw the first Grass Knot into Richie, he would have been able to knock out that Cradily. This is going to allow Richie, though, to capitalize 1-1, tying up the series.
I think it is just so tempting to always go for the Rock Tomb, being an efficient charge attack, dropping the attack, perhaps keeping your Cradily out of range from an opposing Rock Tomb / Grass Knot would have given Patamon a chance, but I think at that point when he threw the Rock Tomb, it was just a little bit too late there, as he just ran out of health, kind of, and then losing the Ice Beam may have also been crucial. If you landed that Ice Beam, it would have been great. On the other hand, though, you'll never win charge attack purity with Azumarill into Cradily, unless the Cradily is heavily underleveled, which we don't see generally at the Championship Series, and then the Cradily just farms down, lands a Grass Knot anyway, so it was kind of a tough position for Patamon, and Richie really utilized the Cradily to perfection there.
Well, he also had a great lead with that Jellicent, and Jellicent isn't a Pokemon that we've seen a ton of throughout this tournament, but it does have great core-breaking potential. It beats the grounds like Diggersby, it beats the bugs like Araquanid, it beats the waters like Lapras, like Blastoise, like Samurott, it beats Talonflame. There's tons of potential that it has, and getting lined up versus that Azumarill there was perfect. Put Richie in a great position early on, and he was able to capitalize at the end of the game as well.
Do you think that Jellicent was key for Richie in winning this second match here?
I still think there was windows for Patamon to win that game with or without Jellicent. So I don't know that it was singularly Jellicent, but I do think it gave him a head start.
And the Jellicent was just kind of strong into it, right? Greninja is hardly brought. Mandibuzz has not been brought either from Patamon. So if you leave those two out, Jellicent has a lot of play. Even into the Scissor, you can still hang on just a little bit. As long as the Scissor doesn't get out of hand with his energy, Jellicent might actually be very fine in 4 out of 6. And the reason why that is against Cradily, which has super effective Grass Knot, is because the fast attack is resisted. One Grass Knot will do about 60% damage only.
Well, there's no real fast attack pressure into that Jellicent at all. Resisted Acid, resisted Bubble, resisted Bullet Punch, resisted Water Shuriken.
It's only Mud Slap.
It's neutral Air Slash, and then, yes, Mud Slap as well. So when Patamon benches that Shadow Kanto Marowak, that Jellicent is free to operate when it has Protect Shields.
Exactly, and that's why Patamon might need to toss around with his picks here. Maybe you need to bring out a secret core breaker to the picks that Richie has been bringing. This is kind of where you missed the Dena into a core of like Mandibuzz and Jellicent, making it so tough for Patamon to run it here. But let's take a look. We're gonna go into game number 3 with the semis. The Shadow Scissor of Patamon makes another appearance. It's met by the Mandibuzz.
Ring the bell. It's a decisive game number 3. Shadow Scissor into the Mandibuzz. All the charge attacks are resisted. Meanwhile, these air slashes are adding up. Now you can boost your attack with a Trailblaze here. If you want to force this in the 2-shield, Shadow Scissor can do some work here, but it's going to put you at such a disadvantage, especially when you have a relatively frail Shadow Pokemon in Shadow Kanto Marowak hanging out in the back as well.
This is such a great lead from Richie, and he's throwing immediately here. And the reason why, even though Scissor sneaks a full Bullet Punch with that, this is where you expect a catch the least, because I think that is what Richie is kind of afraid of. Let's see how Patamon can work his way out of this matchup, though, because he also has Marowak in the back. But look at how much work the Scissor has put in, and no protection for Richie.
Yeah, you've only invested 1 Protect Shield. With the timing of that charge attack, it allows Patamon to get a little bit of extra energy, and realistically, you can throw super effective charge attacks into this Jellicent, or you can do super effective fast attacks into this Cradily here. So I think that we're probably going to see a shield coming back now.
Let's see. I think Richie is fine with this alignment here. He has the Cradily in the back, and as long as it's not on the Scissor, he'll be fine. We see the Hard Swap from Patamon. Makes sense because
he wants to get out.
He needs to get out. If there's Cradily, he needs the Scissor. Even though there's so little left of it, it can still put in so much work eventually.
And imagine how devastating that farm down would have been. You're not doing much Bullet Punch damage, and you're just feeding that Jellicent hex after hex after hex. Now, oh, a beautiful catch by Richie.
What a play. Richie knows. You can tell by that play, Richie knows that he would lose charge security tie, so there's no point going for the serve with the Jellicent there. But this is actually maybe pretty fine for Patamon, because not only did he bait out the Cradily, he can expend his energy here, bring in the Scissor after, and then you have your Azumarill on about a half HP Jellicent. There's still a lot of play for Patamon here.
Okay, and actually, Pokémon just allowing Richie to farm all the way down here. You can't visually see the update on his end, but there it is. You see he now has 5 seconds to bring in another Pokemon. He does get the Bullet Punch through. Do you have to shield this one just to get the super effective damage off? Because you can't bubble this down.
You have to put up the Protect Shield there, otherwise you get permanently debuffed, and then your Azumarill has no chance. We see the entire Bullet Punch down. One Hex, one Knockout. Keep in mind, there's a Surf on this Jellicent, but Richie doesn't throw the energy.
He tries to catch. Unable to get the catch here, but actually, now Richie throws the Shadow Ball. My question is, will you be able to bubble down this Jellicent into Play Rough range? I think that Pokémon has a Night Slash stored.
He does have the Night Slash stored on the Scissor, and that will win Charge Fury as well. So at this point, it really comes down to maintaining health for Richie. But the Shadow Ball, it hits hard. It won't knock out, though. A player is already loaded.
Richie could have thrown that Surf right away. There's no Protect Shields remaining for Pokémon, but wanted to throw on good timing. That allowed Pokémon to get out, bring in the Azumarill. He has to no-shield this Play Rough, knowing that there is still a charged attack on that Shadow Scizor. Can you get to this final Surf to knock out?
He can't get there. No! Pokémon takes game number 3!
He was down, but he was not out. Again, Pokémon seemingly having an impossible path to victory, but last second, finding just enough what he needs to do to take that game and match versus Richie. Pokémon now in winners finals?
Correct. He is moving on to Championship Sunday. What an insane performance. Remember, he won the last Europe International Championship as well. Now moving on to top 3 and securing at least a 3rd place trophy, perhaps even better.
Martijn, I have chills, I have goosebumps from that game. You can't see my arms here thanks to my lovely suit, but I am just feeling just the magic in the tournament venue here. This has been an incredible display. I feel that every single match that Pokémon has been in, he has had what seemed like an impossible victory, that he's been able to come back and take the crown. It has been such an incredible tournament for him.
The Jellicent, the Pokemon that he despises so much, a tough obstacle. Pokémon managed to overcome it with so many catches, so many good plays. Scissor, Shadow Scissor. Is it meta now?
Shadow Scizor is meta.
I saw Pokegames say something about this on X.
Oh, he's so happy about it. He says that it's his favorite looking and favorite Pokemon in general, and that he's so happy to see it finally having a place in the meta. I think that people have been able to run it to some success in the past, but it is now hard meta. It is that Pokemon that provides incredible fast attack pressure, paces quickly, and actually has a relatively unique typing as well, especially when there are Pokemon that are not focused on fast attack pressure. It can be the one that is so oppressive and a game changer.
Trainers, you might have to bring in your fire type Pokemon here, because if there's none of those, it just looks like Scissor can adequately deal with the Diggersby and the Manos. Look at that excitement from Pokémon. Yes, Dad, I did it!
Certainly not inadequate, you could say. What a great match that we just witnessed. And honestly, I think there were several games there that were trending Richie's way. What if he had thrown that Surf right when he came into that Scizor?
He would have gotten the shield right away.
There was no shields remaining.
There was no shield remaining, excuse me. So that Scissor would have lost its charge attack at that point. Exactly. And that would have been crucial there, because that Night Slash was why he didn't use Protect Shield. Exactly, he couldn't shield against the Azumarill because the Night Slash was more.
Just so many times, I know I keep emphasizing this, but towards the end of these battles, it seems like nothing is decided until these final moments where you have to make a critical decision. Do you do something that's maybe a bit off the beaten path, like throwing on bad timing to try and get that knockout, or do you try and go for the optimal play, which can then lead to disaster? There's so many variables, and it's been such an exciting tournament.
I know that so many of the European trainers have been supporting Pokémon, really hoping to see some European success, because the North Americans have been so good in defending their region these past seasons, and that's why it is actually, I wouldn't say surprising, but I also didn't expect an out-of-region player per se to make it to Championship Sunday yet again, because last season as well, 2 lateral trains at the North American International Championship, but Out of Pocket was so dominant at the time.
Absolutely, yeah, Out of Pocket looked unstoppable, but let's not discount ItsAxen as well. ItsAxen may be the Out of Pocket here in the 2025 season. In fact, we have ItsAxen on stage. He's going to be facing off versus Elum.
And Elum had just defeated an Araquanid with Doombug. ItsAxen also has an Araquanid. And that's going to be a Pokemon he now has a little bit of familiarity with.
Yeah, Axen and Doombug. Axen actually said they were team building together, him and Doombug.
Well, Doombug actually said that Axen just took the Araquanid from him.
Yeah, he said it was a bit of a yoink there, didn't he?
It's the Doombug after all.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Axen seeming to be the trainer right now that has a bit of a better grasp on that team, and he's been looking really, really good. Don't forget that we saw a catch on the double resisted Skull Bash.
From Alpha Phoebe, the blasters. And in that previous game, he tried the same and then got a Hydro Cannon instead. And then the second time Skull Bash, you'll be like, finally, I got the attack.
Yeah, some mind games there for sure, but ItsAxen finding all the ways. He did get a 2-0 sweep in that series. Elum has been on a roll as well. I think Elum, look, he's a little bit less showy than some other trainers as well. He's not necessarily popping off as hard or showing necessarily quite as much emotion, but you know that this is a very meaningful game to him. This is a meaningful tournament to him, and let's not forget the streak that he's on right now.
Imagine you can go for the back-to-back-to-back win. Gold medal into gold medal into gold trophy. That'd be so cool. That'd be like who else could ever do something like that?
I don't know, but he has proven that he is one of the top trainers in not just the Americas, but worldwide as well. He has been a trainer that always was in the conversation of that trainer that is the best that hasn't won a regional. Then he won a regional. It's like, okay, well now he's just one of the best. Then he won another regional, and you really have to consider him in one of the greatest of this season, the GOTS conversation.
His consistency before winning a regional was on top. A top 4 placement over and over and over. A king without a crown. And when he found his crown, finally, he kept it on. Won the largest North America regional to date in Atlanta. And now we're here. North America International Championship right before the World Championships. The only tournament in this meta before the World Championships. Elum seems to be having no problem adapting to whatever was good.
All right, well, we have to talk about this. 5 out of 6 of these Pokemon are identical. The only difference that we have is going to be the bug type Golisopod for Elum and the Araquanid for ItsAxen.
Though that means they might know each other's teams quite well, how they work. And like I said earlier, the Araquanid actually takes the match into the Golisopod. However, when there are no shields in play, you'd have to go for a Water Pulse. But let's say 2 shields are in play, you want to win the 0 shield scenarios, and you go for a Water Pulse. It gets shielded as the Araquanid. That's a lot of energy gone. Bug Bite hits hard, doesn't charge quickly though.
Well, the one thing that we're going to have to keep an eye on is who is able to get their Diggersby aligned in the proper place. I think that's going to be the most important factor in these matches. You look at Pokemon like Deden, they do not want to get lined up versus that Shadow Diggersby. Keep in mind, though, as well, Dusclops is one of those very few Pokemon that in 0 shield neutral scenarios is actually able to beat the Deden as well.
All right, well, here we go, Awesome. We're getting into the second winner semis of the NAIC, and it's going to be the Lapras from Elum into the Diggersby from ItsAxen. This is a great lead for Elum.
Elum getting everything that he needs in the lead here and more. Actually not a bad matchup right here either. ItsAxen is able to slightly outpace even with the 1-turn switch, able to reach this 10-turn crunch just before the 12-turn Sparkling Aria. This is going to do some nice chip damage, but Elum has the Sparkling Aria loaded, over-farming just a little bit as well, maybe opting to stay in this matchup at least for the time being.
Perfect timing from Elum, throwing right before the second crunch here. I think as Elum, you're probably thinking, okay, I just need to make sure that my Den is not on the Drapion. In fact, he is going to need this Lapras, so I use, yeah.
You have to use a Protect Shield.
Because there's Diggersby, and Drapion and the Den don't do well here, so I expect a swap at some point from Elum here.
Well, you can bring in your Drapion because you need 2 Aqua Tail still, so you either have to chip it with these Psywaves to put it into Aqua Tail range, but at that point, Switch Clock is basically back up here, so this is a bit awkward now for Elum.
Let's see if he attempts a catch. No, he goes into the Drapion right away. ItsAxen reacts super quickly here, swaps into Diggersby right away, stores all the energy on the Drapion.
It's reaction happening right there, absolutely. Bringing in that Diggersby, you are down Protect Shields though. Elum up energy as well. You need 3 Aqua Tails to knock out. I think if ItsAxen doesn't bait, that Elum will actually be able to knock out. My question is he satisfied with getting 2 of these Aqua Tails that he lets go this bait?
This is a Fire Punch that won't won't knock out, but now that Elum has landed damage, no, he puts him the protection shield. ItsAxen gets the bait.
That means that ItsAxen is now 5 fast attacks away from getting to the Scorching Sands. I think he's still going to get outpaced by Elum. Will you just throw the Fire Punch? No, Elum forced to throw right away.
The timer wasn't up yet, so ItsAxen wasn't able to get a catch in either. Drapion still hanging in here. It's and kind of tough for ItsAxen to knock out as well. His own Drapion's almost in Octo range, and this Lapras doesn't really have a lot of fast attack pressure. It's gonna take a crunch likely.
Okay, well, the crunch is loaded, ready to go. ItsAxen trying to get some Psy Wave damage, single resisted into the Shadow Drapion. Crunch has a chance to knock out, or sorry, chance to drop the defense. Only 20% does not happen here. You need to make sure you got good counts here. Will you get to that crunch? No, a masterful timing from Master Axen.
And this will knock down the Drapion. Now there's only the own Lapras and the Dedenne left from Elum, and half a Drapion as well from ItsAxen. He has some energy on the Lapras, going for the Sparkling Area quickly, but this Dedenne already has 2 Thunder Shocks. I believe though that there was an Aqua Tail loaded on that Shadow Drapion.
I don't know if it's enough to knock out, but he throws it anyway. This is going to be This is no sort of defense increase for Elum just yet. So this is going to be nice neutral damage, and these are super effective poison stings. Yeah, you bank that parabolic charge knowing that you win charge attack priority. This is just the Aqua Tail. Does Lapras hang on?
I think that he could have gotten to the crunch. This is resisted. It won't knock out. Can Lapras get to a charge attack here? It goes for the Sparkling Area. ItsAxen needs to get a farm down with his own Lapras, but there's a parabolic charge stored on the Dedenne of Elum.
Shields are down. 0 protect shields on either side. Elum's going to get some nice Psy Wave damage from his own Lapras here. Sparkling Aria is loaded for ItsAxen, but Elum, he has the parabolic charge. He's going to win charge attack priority, and he's going to win game number 1.
Is this Master Axen? I'm King Elum. He takes game number 1.
What a match that we just saw there. Look, Elum got a great lead there, but he was forced into an awkward situation, having to stay in with his Lapras against the Drapion counter swap. In fact, he stayed in so long that by the time he brought in his own Drapion, switch clock was back up for ItsAxen.
Elum, with that alignment, he didn't let go of it, even though that swap-in was so tricky, and he had that ABB weak to Diggersby. He needed the Lapras for Diggersby, saw the Drapion coming, and he was like, what do I do here? I need my Lapras for the Diggersby. I'll deal with that later. But how can I position my Drapion in position that I can deal with the Diggersby? He got the energy lead later on, and he managed to win the one-shield scenario, despite shielding a Fire Punch from this Diggersby right here.
This was the moment right here. Shielded the Fire Punch. It forced Elum to then not overfarm quite as much as he would have liked, but he does get the knockout with this Aqua Tail. And the most important thing is with his little bit of extra energy, he was able to land a crunch, and then we didn't see it right here, but the farm down with the parabolic, or sorry, with the Dedenne, able to bank that parabolic charge. Great awareness and recognition of what he's going to need to do towards the end game. Elum wins that charge attack priority, wins game 1.
Dedenne with that high attack stat wins charge attack priority tie against so many Pokemon. We didn't see it last season as much, and now we see it all over the place. Only a few Pokemon can win the charge attack priority tie against a Pokemon. So smart play from Elum, knowing that whatever ItsAxen is going to try, both Drapion and Lapras wouldn't win the charge attack priority to get that parabolic charge off.
Yeah, no, Dedenne, like, we think that it's somewhat bulky because we see all the parabolic charge debuffs, but it has a high attack stat. There's not a lot of Pokemon in this meta that are going to be beating it. The Scizor, the Greninja, those are certainly going to be ones that beat it, but there's tons of Pokemon that Dedenne is absolutely going to win charge attack priority against, even Pokemon like Golisopod in some cases.
Golisopod is a Pokemon that also has a high attack, and it is on the team of Elum, so there is a chance we might see that matchup at some point. Golisopod is a Pokemon that matched up quite well into the core of Shadow Drapion and Lapras, which is a core that ItsAxen played in the previous match. We have a lock-in for game number 2. Elum is 1-0 up. Let's see if ItsAxen can turn the tide. We have the Dedenne Mirror!
All right, this is the matchup that no one wanted to see here because this is very bait dependent, right? If you end up shielding a parabolic charge when you're baiting a play rough, that can be devastating. But if you, actually just throws the parabolic charge right away. Is there something that Elum knows that we don't?
We're about to find out what King Elum knows here. Parabolic charge going to buff the defense, and now the play rough. No, it looks like ItsAxen's going straight for the parabolic charge as well, but he's going second. So now this will do less damage than the parabolic charge from Elum, and no protection there.
By throwing that parabolic charge right away, not even trying to go for the bait, Elum sets himself up in a position now where he has that defense defense increase earlier, but now
The charge security tied.
That's right. ItsAxen wins this one, but Elum with the defense increase is still going to be able to hang on.
He's going to hang on. Now, the health from ItsAxen is a little bit lower. This player actually might knock out. However, after this player off, it did set up the Dedenne from Elum in perfect farm down range. No, hangs on by the 1 HP, goes into the drop. We have a simultaneous swap.
These trainers seem to have the exact same strategy here. They had the same leads. They had the same swap. In fact, they swapped at the same time. Elum the first to throw this Aqua Tail, though. 2 Aqua Tails don't quite knock out, but it puts you in range where just a couple more Poison Stings will end up knocking you out.
This might actually be super tedious for the person losing charge security tie here, because if you look at the back line, there's a Lapras. Lapras has resisted Psywave, so that means it doesn't want to deal too much with this. We see Master Axen putting out the protection because he needs to lower the health of this Drapion.
Critical information here in Adequance. Elum running Ice Beam on his Lapras, ItsAxen running Skull Bash. That could be what defines this matchup.
And that's why ItsAxen wants those shields down from Elum. Let's see if Elum realizes he needs to also put a protection here, because Lapras having a tough time. Swaps into his own Lapras and is going to take a crunch here. This might drop the defense. This is a 20% chance. Could be pretty useful. However, you do have Skull Bash on your own Lapras.
Elum needs this Shadow Drapion to go up against this Lapras. He doesn't know it's there, but he now sees it, and he knows that he doesn't have Skull Bash. He's at a disadvantage, and with all this chip, he's getting closer and closer to Sparkling Aria range as well. Meanwhile, ItsAxen, he knows that this Lapras does not have Skull Bash, knows that you can easily tank 2 of the Sparkling Arias as well, but meanwhile, his Pokemon remaining have basically no HP.
Well, we still have a 30% health left on the Drapion from Elum, so he's not out just yet. Despite having Skull Bash here, charge is really slow, but as you said, this Lapras is getting almost into Sparkling Area range. We see ItsAxen, bit of energy. No, he's going for it. He's going for the Big Bash.
Full send on the Skull Bash. No shield from Elum. This lands +1 defense for ItsAxen's Lapras. There is still the Shadow Drapion, 1 Protect Shield, and there's an energy advantage right now. I think even with the defense increase, 1 Crunch could threaten to knock out.
And we see the correct shield call here. He could have tried to call an Aqua Tail bait, but Elum goes for the crunch. So that's a good shield by ItsAxen. There's a catch remaining on both trainers. Both trainers. Here goes the final protect shield from Elum. This is getting really close. Drapion is almost running out of health, but it's getting to another charge stack, and there's almost no health on the remaining Pokemon of ItsAxen either.
I'm holding my breath here. Either trainer could go for a catch. Elum gets to the crunch, though. This is going to knock out the Lapras, but there's still 2 Pokemon remaining for ItsAxen.
Can you get the fast attack down as either trainer? There's still a little bit. Oh, he has the Aqua Tail!
He gets to the Aqua Tail. It was locked and loaded. ItsAxen going to be able to knock out the Drapion. Elum still has 1 Pokemon remaining, but it is an incredibly low HP Dedenne. It does not have any HP now. Game number 2 goes to Axen, tying up this winner's semis 1-1.
Master Axen ties up the score against King Elum. What a set, what a treat to us as viewers here. I'm loving these battles. These are almost the same teams, remember, but Elum has a Goliath bot. ItsAxen has an Arcwit. We haven't seen either water bug type here.
I think for Elum, his downfall there was not having Skull Bash. It put him in a very awkward position where his Lapras was not able to get the value that he needed to get out of it. He instead had to rely on his Drapion, but Drapion just had too much to carry on its Scorpion shoulders there. As we saw, ItsAxen ended up still having that little cheeky Aqua Tail at the end of the game that I think me, nor Inadequance, maybe even Elum still remember.
Track entirely, and maybe Elum as well, because he did have a catch in the Den at the very end here, but perhaps Elum was just going for a Poison Sting down here. Yeah, so that was kind of tough there. We'll take a look at that replay here. This lead matchup was played really interestingly because Elum didn't even build up to the first player off. He just went for he went for the parabolic charge directly.
Yeah, no, I think that when you look at that matchup, if you know that, okay, if I get the defense buff first, I'm going to be getting more damage with my parabolic charge than you're going to get with your parabolic charge. And then whether I win or lose, if we're both throwing play rough after the fact, I have done that little bit more damage than I need to do to win that matchup. It didn't matter though, because both trainers actually survived the 2 charge attacks and simultaneous swap to their Drapions.
Great minds think alike, and both trainers have gone into that same position here in the winners semifinals. The winner of this match moves on to Championship Sunday tomorrow and will lock in at least a top 3 placement plus trophy.
This is just such a historic match, too, because these trainers are so well known. Axen, known as the world champion. Elum, known as the new kid on the block here, winning back-to-back championships. Here we go. Decisive game number 3. It's the winner's semis. Elum versus ItsAxen. Inadequates, take us in.
This is a great lead for Elum. ItsAxen swaps out the mid league into the Drapion, is met by the Golisopod. Its first appearance here in this match from the Golisopod from Elum, and this is a pretty decent matchup now with Fury Cutter. Previously with Shadow Claw, the damage wouldn't add up, and it looks like Elum shields up first immediately. He doesn't want to lose switch advantage, but I believe with his energy advantage, Drapion can actually win this. And in that case, that the Dena from Elum might be on the Diggersby later.
Opting to go for the X-Scissor in lieu of the Aqua Jet. I believe that's a bit less efficient. Nonetheless, still throws it with this energy deficit. I think if you land this crunch, you can actually shield and farm all the way down with Poison Stings. Just like you said, this is a situation where Axen likely in control, knowing that both of these charge attacks are 10 turns.
And yeah, the X-Scissor does do less damage, but at this point will definitely knock out. Axen is already at the crunch. He's going to flip switch advantage here. He knows he wants Diggersby on the Dedenne.
Here we go. X-Scissor does come through, but it is shielded by ItsAxen, and a catch on the crunch by Elum.
Elum knows that he would lose the Golisopod there, so he catches the resisted crunch here. ItsAxen swaps in the Lapras immediately, knowing that now it doesn't need to be on that Dedenne. He has the Diggersby for the Dedenne. This Drapion is already in Sparkling Area range 2.
How do you take out this Diggersby, though, from ItsAxen? All you have is Dedenne, and then you have Drapion, then you have the Golisopod. No, one Aqua Jet is not going to be enough to knock out. You're going to need 2. This is going to be an uphill battle for Elum.
Perhaps we'll see a scenario where this Golisopod with Fury Cutter and Aqua Jet plus somehow get to a player on the Dedenne, could potentially get that knockout. Look at this, barely getting to that charge deck here, going for the Sparkling Area. ItsAxen has minimal HP on this Lapras. They will give very little farm to Elum's last Pokemon. I don't think you will be able to get to another Sparkling Area, however.
Do you bring the Dedenne just to get ahead in energy so you can land a play rough prior to the Scorching Sands?
And now in comes the Diggersby, in comes the Golisopod immediately. The timer is barely up for ItsAxen. And we see the catch!
He gets the catch! What a play by ItsAxen! This is devastating for Elum. The Aqua Jet gets thrown into the Drapion. I don't think that he has a player uploaded either.
This is the 2023 World Champion. Another Aqua Jet comes in. It is super effective on this Diggersby, but all ItsAxen needs to do is gather enough energy to outpace this Golisopod, and then the Dedenne, I think it's not even in player range just yet. Let's see if player off from this Dedenne will knock out this Diggersby.
Okay, you're not going to get any real fast attack pressure at this point. This knocks out the Golisopod. You are 5 Thunder Shocks away from getting to this play rough. You are 5 quick attacks from getting to the Scorching Sands. We have a charge attack priority. I think that this may be enough Inadequates.
Dedenne has a very high attack set, and it's gonna go pull through here. Diggersby doesn't hang on in a next game number 3.
What a match we just witnessed. Elum was down, but he's not out. We said he doesn't pop off. He's proven me wrong. He has beat the world champ. ItsAxen. He can't believe it.
What a match to win here. Elum, so deserved. He won the lead there, but he was about to lose the switch advantage. And in a fraction of a second, he made an alternative plan, and it worked out just barely. Even after that insane catch from ItsAxen, I thought that may have been decisive, but he wasn't able to get enough energy there on that first Golisopod. He needed one more quick attack to outpace that Dedenne, and he wasn't able to.
Yeah, it just came down to the attack stat, the charge attack priority. I almost feel like I'm having deja vu here in New Orleans because this almost feels like Pokémon. It was a 2-1, and it seemed like an impossible situation, and he was able to find a way to come back and find that path to victory. I think that honestly, Elum and Pokémon, 2 of the best trainers of finding a way to dig themselves out of a hole, and they are both moving on to day number 3 winners finals.
And look at that catch. That catch from ItsAxen was brilliant, but he barely didn't get enough energy on this Golisopod, on this Diggersby here. He knocks out the Golisopod, but then they get the charge like 30 tie versus that play rough. Diggersby didn't hang on here despite all of its bulk, and Elum actually popping off there. You'd love to see it.
Look, credit to ItsAxen. He played that game so masterfully. Everything that we've seen from Axen this entire tournament has been precision plays. He has done, I haven't been able to fault any of his plays at all, but Elum just one fast attack, or in this case, one attack stat better.
Incredible. And if you want to see how far these trainers have come in this tournament, use !bracket in the Twitch chat. the bracket will come up, a challenge bracket, and you can take a look at how far everyone got. These were all the winner's side matches. We're now moving on to the loser's side matches, which is going to be still a lot more action to come today.
Yeah, everyone take a deep breath, okay? We're starting to get a little sweaty here with how incredible these matches have been. Realistically, this could easily be, any of these matches that we've seen recently could have been grand finals matches. They had the energy of grand finals matches. I cannot wait to see Elum versus Pokémon, one of the most anticipated matchups I don't think they've ever faced before in a tournament, have they?
They have not faced against each other up until this tournament. So it's going to be super exciting. Both players have crawled out of terrible matchup situations that seemed impossible to win. And it's going to really be a clash. I'm so excited for that. And of course, we should not forget about who's going to be on the loser side of that finals tomorrow, because ItsAxen is also still in there, and many other trainers that have lost early on the winning side of the bracket. We're going to see so many of those battles today.
The last hope for North America is going to have to come from the loser side of the bracket. We have someone from the EU region, someone from the LATAM region in winners finals now. The last remaining hope for North America, they're all going to be making their journey through the loser side.
I know Elum is, I believe, from Costa Rica, but I believe he's under North America, isn't he?
Costa Rica is where he's from. He lives in, I think, definitely lives in the United States. I think he's technically classified as LATAM, if I'm not... No, on the leaderboards.
You know him quite well.
On the leaderboards, we have seen him on the NA leaderboards.
Correct, but you know him quite well, right? Would he defend LATAM or North America?
He's going to be defending LATAM,
LATAM?
To be honest here.
Okay,
yeah,
well, that would be...
He'll take credit for LATAM for sure.
All right, well, let's take a look at the loser side of the bracket of the matches that are going to come here. I believe the first one that we're going to have on stream today is going to be Battle Bill, a content creator, and we have They Love Jai, a trainer from Australia with that Shadow along the Ninetales.
Yeah, that's right. That's going to be an incredible matchup, and I'm looking forward to it. But it looks like we did have some battles off stage as well. Firestar versus Haydonis taking the 2-1 victory. Shadow Mimikyu versus Teddy GM, I believe from El Salvador, 2-1. We saw Lyle Jeffs, multi-time champion, beating Beach 2-0. Arceus Aurelius taking down Colin 2-0, eliminating him from the tournament. Adib Khan 2-0 versus Will Hud, and Rocha Babyface from Mexico taking down his LATAM counterpart, Desynced, in a 2-1 match.
Arceus Aurelius versus Colin. That was actually a rematch from the 2024 Dortmund Grand Finals, where Arceus Aurelius came from the loser side of the bracket. He reset the bracket and then beat Colin 6 again, the final boss, one of the best players from Europe. So Arceus Aurelius, no joke. Also reached top 8 at the Europe International Championship.
Well, congratulations to all of these trainers, because they all made top 32 at one of the most stacked tournaments that I have ever seen. Here at the North America International Championship, they're all earning championship points, getting either closer to Worlds qualifications, travel awards, travel stipend, or just a little bragging rights as well.
And speaking of trainers trying to get that qualification, we have Battle Bill on the left. No Mandibuzz from him. There is the Galarian Moltres. What is your opinion on this Pokemon as opposed to the Mandibuzz we've seen over and over?
Well, Galarian Moltres for a long time seemed like the better dark flying type. Sucker Punch being such a strong attack. In fact, it's a clone of Bullet Punch, which we have been talking up the entire stream. But I think that where we're starting to see some fall off in Galarian Moltres is that, number one, it lacks the bulk of Mandibuzz, and secondly, it just does not get to those charge attacks in the pacing that you need to be as effective as you'd like.
Correct. Especially a matchup like the Goliath spot is much worse for Galarian Moltres. Now, that isn't on the team of They Love Jai. There is another Shadow on the Ninetales, though. Let's see if he brings it, because we got a lock in for game number 1. It is going to be the Dedenne into the Shadow Drapion. Now, this is generally a positive matchup for that Shadow Drapion. However, if the Dedenne starts buffing immediately and putting up the first Protect shields, it can actually win the 2-shield scenario here.
This is the iconic Pokemon from They Love Jai as well. It's the Shadow Alolan Ninetales, a Pokemon that is basically absent from the meta, but still finding a way to make it work and bringing it in this game number 1. I asked you earlier, Inadequence, you were just saying again, the Drapion can find a way to win these matchups in a lot of situations, but do not count out this tiny mouse Dedenne. It has lots of options that it can actually, I think, win that 2-shield, like you said.
Oh, the catch from Battle Bill on this Aqua Tail. They Love Jai even threw a little bit later, went over, but still the shield there. Battle Bill didn't think there was a catch.
Second guessing himself.
In comes the Shadow Alone Ninetales. Now the Power Snows are resisted here, but we saw a Dazzling Gleam buff from last season that's likely going to output a lot of damage there. Remember, this Goliath Spot now runs Fury Cutter, not Shadow Claw, and Fury Cutter is resisted by the Fairy type of Alone Ninetales.
Well, the one benefit, or the one advantage I have to give to Battle Bill is that you're getting to these Aqua Jets faster than They Love Jai are getting to these Dazzling Gleams. Battle Bill really would like to have that first Protect Shield back, as in fact he's now used both of his Protect Shields. You're not going to be able to farm down. Dazzling Gleam is loaded, but good timing by Battle Bill. He throws this Aqua Jet, forcing They Love Jai into a situation where you either let your Alola Ninetales go down or use your final Protect Shield. Switch is up, by the way. Will we see a catch? No.
Perfectly played from They Love Jai. Even waited just a little bit. The charge that came out for Battle Bill, but it was just too late as his Dazzling Gleam came through right before that. Heavy damage on the Goliath support. In comes the Dena for a farm down, and this energy is going to be pretty useful on the line of They Love Jai. He still has a Protect Shield though. In comes the non-Shadow Quagsire. We see a deficit there in the Mudshoals.
This is in fact the Shadow Quagsire from the side of They Love Jai, so it will be shielding up this play rough. Non-Shadow on the side of Battle Bill.
And Aqua Tail isn't going to do as much damage here because it isn't Shadow Quagsire on the side of Battle Bill. But They Love Jai does have a head start. The only thing that can save Battle Bill in this match here is trying to take this matchup so long that the switch timer again will be up, and then he can catch an attack potentially on that Dedenne.
Well, he's going to throw 2 Aqua Tails here, which are not going to knock out. They Love Jai has already thrown 1. He's going to throw another Aqua Tail as well. Both these trainers should be able to hang on. I think that after these next 2 Aqua Tails come through, there will be opportunities for either trainer to try and attempt to catch.
Charge attack animation, 10 seconds tick off the clock. So everything in between will add up here, and the clock is going to be up here for both trainers after this. So it's really gonna come down to a potential catch there. I don't remember how much energy there was on that Drapion. Still has a little bit of HP as well. They're resisted on the Quagsire. Do we see a catch attempt? We do see the catch attempt. They Love Jai predicts that he didn't throw his energy, and at this point it's possible for Battle Bill to get potentially a farm down. No, the Drapion was able to get to Aqua Tail here.
Yeah, no, I believe it's actually 7 seconds for these charge attacks. I think they decreased it from 10 to 7. Nonetheless, enough to stall out that 50-second switch clock. Battle Bill went for the catch. Did not happen. They Love Jai able to take game number 1.
Game number 1 was super well played by They Love Jai here. He tried to anticipate so many of these catch attempts of Battle Bill, and actually, the first catch attempt from Battle Bill was successful. They Love Jai was late with throwing his charge attack, perhaps even attempting to, or predicting the catch. It didn't work, and then Battle Bill shielded anyway.
It's one of those second-guessing yourself moments, right? So you make the catch, and you're like, but wait, maybe because he hesitated a bit when he threw that charge attack, he actually threw the right one, when in fact it was a catch.
It would have been a great catch on the Goliath Spot, resisted Aqua Tail, and it looks like They Love Jai is already ready for the next match. Battle Bill needs a little bit more time to think on what just happened. He's 1 point behind, and since this is the loser side of the bracket, loser of this matchup goes home. Well, not literally. They can all sit in the crowd.
That is true. You're not sent out of the venue in Adequance. That would be a shame. But yeah, we saw some heavy damage coming from the Shadow Alolan Ninetales. Like you mentioned, Dazzling Gleam, one of those moves, one of those charge attacks that was updated in one of our more recent seasons. Lower energy, if I'm not mistaken, now too, right?
It is lower energy. I believe it was 665 Thunder Shocks at first, and only a chance at the time to boost your defense, which is now 100%. And only a handful.
Dazzling Gleam from Shadow Alolan.
Sorry, the Dazzling Gleam. Yes, that also was more even. I can't remember at the top of my head, but now you need 7 Power Snow, and then
I think it was 9 before. Now it's 7.
Yes, it was a lot. We have so many numbers going on here.
There's a lot of numbers involved in Pokemon Go. We're going to need Big Phoebe to come up here now that he's taking a break over on the loser side of the bracket and help us out a little bit.
Sure, he loves to do the maths. Battle Bill still thinking it through just a little bit here. Again, a lot at stake here because he needs to win at least the next match, and if he wants to stay in the tournament, then the one after that as well. We see here the performances. Battle Bill with the top 16 at Charlotte, and They Love Jai second place twice. We're getting ready for game number 2. We have from Battle Bill the Dedenne. It is match with the Dusclops from They Love Jai. We've seen this match before.
We have seen this match before. The Zero Shield does go to the Dusclops. Battle Bill, we've seen him opting to use Protect Shields pretty early in that game number 1. He could do the same thing right here. It's really, really tough to shield a 35 energy charge attack from a non-attack weighted Pokemon, but Battle Bill does use it.
Say what?
I was trying to have a little foreshadowing doing there?
Puts on the protection. Looks like Battle Bell decided early on to win switch advantage here. I'm not sure if that is entirely necessary. If you expect the Quagsire per se in the back, but it looks like Zzweilous brings it in immediately. This kind of should force out that Dedenne from Battle Bill, but no, Battle Bill stays in, even goes for a play rough.
And he shields up the play rough here. I'm a little surprised that Battle Bill has opted to stay in. I'm a little surprised that Zzweilous did not throw that Aqua Tail right away.
I actually don't hate it, because Quagsire does have ground charge attacks here, so you're not taking super effective damage. Even if an Aqua Tail was thrown there, Stone Edge is gonna hit a little bit harder though than an Aqua Tail.
Absolutely. Stone Edge does get shielded. Battle Bill, 2 charge attacks thrown, 2 protect shields used. I've used that strategy in the Go Battle League before.
And it does work if you win the lead and the game with that, but we'll have to see if Battle Bill can do that here as well. Dusclops can definitely hang on to all this energy, and shooting the harder hitter charge attacks definitely would be a good strategy to win the game, but now you might be a little bit prone to charge attacks from the Shadow Alolan Ninetales as well.
This is one of those situations where Stone Edge, despite not benefiting from same type attack bonus, it is just such an efficient move, and it makes sense to throw in a lot of situations, any Pokemon that have access to it. But Battle Bill has a lot of energy on his Dusclops now, trying to take this Shadow Quagsire off the field. First Shadow Punch comes through. It's enough to get the knockout.
Zzweilous still has a Protect Shield, and he has to decide soon where to use it as another Shadow Punch comes through, and this Dusclops will reach another one if Zzweilous is not going to expend any energy here. Let's see. We see a switch here into the Quagsire. It does have access to Stone Edge. Keep in mind, this is not the Shadow one, so this Quagsire is quite bulky, but Battle Bill instead opts for an Aqua Tail right away.
Shadow Alolan Ninetales winning the charge attack priority versus the regular non-Shadow Quagsire from Battle Bill. Does a significant chunk of damage. Aqua Tail is locked and loaded though. This will pull the final Protect Shield for Zzweilous. Wants to preserve the HP on his Shadow Alolan Ninetales.
Zzweilous says, this is my signature Pokemon. You're not going to take this away, but you do need catch. And he does make the catch to preserve that Alolan Ninetales.
He was going to get outpaced. That Shadow Alolan Ninetales was on the 5 cycle for its Weather Ball. Good awareness by Zzweilous, and now catches the charge attack on the Dusclops. Dusclops, with the energy it already had, is able to outpace. Does not allow Battle Bill to get to that final Aqua Tail.
Now it comes down for Battle Bill to get the energy right on the Dedenne. He still has a potential catch, and I believe some leftover energy on his Dusclops as well. Keep in mind, the Dedenne currently has no energy, so he needs to farm up perfectly here. Can we see a potential catch? He does make the catch on the Dusclops.
Yeah, no, if you were witnessing that, you saw that Shadow Punch locked in very, very early. Did not wait for the fast attack animation. Threw it before it was even locked in, but an undercharge. Can you get the farm down? The Shadow Punch is loaded for Battle Bill. No Protect Shields remaining. This is going to knock out the Dusclops, but inadequates. Go ahead.
I think Zzweilous didn't even do a Hex. He wants to get the knockout there, but Battle Bill recognized that. Didn't want to knock out either after undercharge that, but he doesn't get it anyway. Now you have a Power Snow. Will that knock out this Dedenne? The charge attacks won't even come up here. I think this Weather Ball won't be enough to knock out. It is a Shadow Alolan Ninetales. Dedenne is not exactly the most bulky Pokemon. Can it get to a parabolic charge? It's one off, and Battle Bill takes game number 1 to tie up the score here.
Great patience by Battle Bill, able to get to that parabolic charge, and it will knock out the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Battle Bill currently up.
Actually.
Sorry, yes, not the Sandslash. A lot of Alolan Pokemon out there, you know?
A lot of
Galarian Pokemon, too.
And you have the pin of the Pokemon as well, so it makes sense.
It must have been on my mind. It's certainly on my chest.
It has what's been on your mind. Shadow Alolan Ninetales, it has been so strong for Zzweilous so far, and I thought that he perhaps had it. Looks like that we have the match on the review here. Perhaps there was some deficit in the energy.
We saw a deficit there at the end for Battle Bill for sure. We saw that he was unable to get that Thunder Shock through. I'm curious if there was a different deficit that we saw earlier on for Zzweilous.
From what I see and here, we have a deficit on the Quagsire from Zzweilous, and he wants to get that reviewed to see if he would have potentially get to another charge deck, or if the game would have had a different outcome. So we're gonna have a review here from Zzweilous, and then we'll see how we proceed from there. But keep in mind that even though that will be a match with new teams entirely, you can still learn from this second game that has been played just now.
What were your takeaways there? Because we haven't seen a ton of Quagsire, we haven't seen a ton of Shadow Alolan Ninetales. Any big takeaways from that initial game number 1?
I just like what Battle Bill did there. He didn't get spooked away by the Quagsire when it came into the Dedenne. He went for a charge deck instead, because he knows Battle Bill knows that there's no ground type charge attack. We have open team sheets here at the NAIC, or this entire season even. And you can even take an Aqua Tail if the Quagsire went for that. So after you buffed your defense already with one parabolic charge, he just went for another flavor which would hit really hard on the Quagsire.
Like you mentioned, no ground charge attack, no Mud Bomb there for the Quagsire.
It does learn it.
It does learn it, yeah. I've used it before in fact. And you know what? I gotta say, I think the Dusclops as the ghost type is a bit spookier than the Shadow Quagsire. I think it's a pretty kind-hearted looking Pokemon.
But it won't scare away a Dedenne, right? Because the Dedenne, after buffing itself, is like, well, I could take these punches all day. You even called out that it's unlikely to shield the first punch. That is exactly what Battle Bill did to buff its defense immediately.
No, I was saying I thought it was going to happen, but that I wouldn't do it.
You wouldn't do it. And then Battle Bill listened. He was like, okay, if I want to win this game, I'll do the exact opposite of Wholesome. He did win that game. However,
it's a good strategy.
It is a good strategy, winning especially.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to get some coaching from you one of these days. You know?
Perhaps.
Yeah. Maybe I'll hit Legend one of these days.
It looks like both trains have talked it out. We'll hear the results soon. And yeah, both trains are already looking into what is to use next. Are we going to see the signature Pokemon again from They Love Jai?
Well, I think the signature Pokemon for both of these trainers is Galarian Moltres for Battle Bill, and it's the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Ninetales! It's not going to happen again. Just wait.
Okay.
The Shadow Alolan Ninetales on They Love Jai.
If it happens again, you have to shave your beard. Looks like it is a 1-1 score between Battle Bill and They Love Jai. The missed Mudshot was not decisive. There is the ruling. We have no appeal, so it looks like we're going into a decisive game number 3 after these trainers have decided on what they want to use. I feel like that the Dedenne from Battle Bill is just so scary to use when Shadow Quagsire keeps coming out from They Love Jai, and he doesn't bring the Mandibuzz at all.
Yeah, no, the Mandibuzz doesn't seem like it really has a... While it does have some play into the team, it seems like a Pokemon that he's not liking as part of the core of 3 that he's been bringing. Now, what's interesting here is that these trainers have had a couple minutes to think about this. Normally, you're going to have a little bit less cycle going from from game 2 to a decisive game number 3, but they've now had almost 5 minutes to think about their strategy. So you got to assume that they're very keen on what they're bringing.
Right, one train already has locked in. The second train has locked in. Here we go. Decisive game number 3. In this first losers round 1 that we have on the stream, it is going to be that regular Quagsire into the Shadow Alolan Ninetales. This Quagsire does have access to Stone Edge. That is super effective. You gotta be careful of that if you want to value that Shadow Alolan Ninetales.
That's right. We see the charge attack priority. Shadow Alolan Ninetales does win the charge attack priority, doesn't go for the bait, goes straight for the Dazzling Gleam. Battle Bill, yet again, going to be using his Protect Shield early on.
And does They Love Jai match the Protect Shields here? Yes, he does. But this is only an Aqua Tail. This is only neutral damage. That is very unfortunate for They Love Jai, but an excellent bait by Battle Bill because now he will pace faster to that Stone Edge.
Yeah, Stone Edge, I think you're going to reach before. The Dazzling Gleam is ready. Tried to get the catch that would have been resisted on the Quagsire. Good patience by Battle Bill, though. He's now going to be able to unleash the neutral Aqua Tail into the opposing Quagsire.
I would expect Battle Bill to bank some energy. He does. Now goes into the Dusclops. This Pokemon is bulky and can soak all this damage from that Quagsire quite comfortably. The Alolan Ninetales is still around from They Love Jai, but has to be careful of his Stone Edge later from the Quagsire.
But what is this potentially setting up? We might end up seeing this Golisopod lined up versus They Love Jai's Dusclops, which would be a very tough matchup for Battle Bill.
Right. The Golisopod does have some play with the Aqua Jet, though. Stone Edge is being shielded. Looks like Battle Bill sniffed it out. Maybe I will need this Dusclops later. Going for the Shadow Punch before a Stone Edge is reached. Looks like They Love Jai didn't want to go for an Aqua Tail. He wanted to go for the Stone Edge, but letting this Quagsire go. It's done its job. Now into the next Pokemon. Going into the Dusclops action, which saves super effective damage from the opposing Ghost.
I'll have to look at the replay here, but I think Battle Bill just shielded the first 6 Protect Shields across these, or first 6 charge attacks across these 3 games. We'll have to look at the replay on that.
We might just have a Team Rocket leader, Team Rocket leader in Battle Bill here. The Shadow Punch coming through. It is super effective, but doesn't hit super hard. This will only put the Dusclops into the red.
All right, that's going to be super effective damage, but definitely enough to hang on. A combo play from Battle Bill. This is going to knock out the Dusclops from They Love Jai. I like where Battle Bill is here in this game.
I think so too. the Alolan Knights is the last Pokemon remaining. We see a deficit again, and that's going for the Aqua Tail. There's not even the Stone Edge of Giant. A little bit surprised by missing that Power Snow there. This Quagsire is almost into Weather Ball range, but I think at this point you will still need a Dazzling Gleam to secure the knockout.
Well, what I love from Battle Bill here is that we talked about how threatening the Dusclops for They Love Jai would be against his Golisopod, but he was able to use that combo play to completely neutralize it, not let it do any meaningful impact into his Golisopod or team in general.
At this point, you needed it to be Galarian Moltres in the back, but it's not. It's the Golisopod. It doesn't have a terrific matchup here with resistant bug type damage, but it's gonna be fine here. Look at how much damage that Dazzling Gleam does, but it's already an Aqua Jet that's gonna secure the knockout into these Alolan Ninetales.
Both trainers looking at the judges here. Seems like they're having some conversations going on, but as it stands now, Battle Bill winning game number 3 here in Losers Round 1, takes the 2-1 victory. Let's stand by as we await to hear any sort of review from our judges.
Right, we did see the Shadow Alolan Ninetales miss a little bit of energy there, but I'm not sure how crucial that would have been into the Golisopod. Perhaps they may be a moment earlier on in that match that could have decided it as well. The deficit can be really tough on those trainers. Looks like Battle Bill putting on his headset a little bit better there, and yeah, continue the conversation.
Headsets are not off, so they're definitely talking about it here. While we did see Battle Bill win that matchup initially, the judges are taking a look at things, seeing did that one-turn deficit, as we call it here in Adequince, did that impact the game? There's a lot of factors to consider here, and it really comes down to the timing for when that happened. I think at the end of matches, maybe even the last Pokemon, it's a lot easier to much more black and white decide, did that impact the game or did it not? When it's towards the middle of the match, though, there's a lot more factors that you have to evaluate.
And it's just so easy to miss one of those small mechanics or deficits that just happen as well. These battles are real time. They go really fast. It's not like the video game where you play in turns, or like the trading card game where you also play in turns. And that's what makes Go exceptional for making split-second decisions. And also for us, we have to keep our eye on these so we don't miss the split-second decisions.
Well, there's several factors that are involved when you look at a deficit, right? Number one is going to be you don't get as much energy and as much damage because you're at that one-turn deficit. But secondly, with the desynchronization of fast attacks, when you have that, when you're one turn behind, essentially, it creates different scenarios for when you can and cannot catch charged attacks.
And this is that moment that Dale of Jai is talking about. It is indeed the deficit on that Shadow Alolan Ninetales. He wanted to reach the Dazzling Gleam before this Aqua Tail.
I think he wanted to throw on Charge Attack priority.
Perhaps on Charge Attack priority indeed. So the Aqua Tail wouldn't have come through. Then you would have your Protect Shield for the Golisopod. Could you then outpace this Golisopod to a Dazzling Gleam and a Weather Ball? I think it would have been really close.
I think that They Love Jai knew the counts on the Quagsire, knows that his Shadow Alolan Ninetales wins Charge Attack priority, wanted to maximize his energy gain and not throw the knockout move until he was confident that he would win that Charge Attack priority at that particular moment. But because he was one turn behind, when he thought there was going to be that Charge Attack priority, it was actually at 2 separate moments in time.
And no one knows Shadow Alolan Ninetales like They Love Jai. So if he thinks that there's a way he could have won that battle, I would probably listen to him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I honestly think that Shadow Alolan Ninetales, it's been performing quite well in this series. I know that Ice is not a type that we see a lot of representation from right now. Most of the Ice typing, or most of the Ice damage that we're seeing is coming from Ice Punch Dusclops, perhaps?
Ice Punch Dusclops. We've seen a few Ice Beam Lapras. We've hardly seen any Dugong at all in the tournaments.
So, from They Love Jai's perspective, saying, okay, Battle Bill is 3 fast attacks away from Aqua Tail. I'm going to throw 3 fast attacks. They're both 2 turns. It's 6 turns versus 6 turns. But with the 1-turn deficit, essentially it takes you 7 turns to get 3 fast attacks rather than 6, meaning that these charge attacks are desynchronized and Battle Bill is actually able to fire his charge attack before. But the implications are big because it forced that Protect Shield, which would be so meaningful, into the Golisopod later in the match.
Here's what you need to think about, right? If that was the one thing that was so crucial here, can you outpace the Golisopod to a Dazzling Gleam and a Weather Ball? I believe that should have been around 11 Powder Snows, so you need to have at least 2 extra, as Shadow Alolan Ninetales would lose the Charge Attack priority tie. So in that regard, would you have outpaced it? That is the question here.
Yeah, no, I think that there's a lot of looking ahead that goes into this, and I think both of our judges on stage are probably looking at that exact thing right now.
Yep.
I think that there's no question that there was a one-turn deficit. That's pretty easy to see. Now the question is, how significant of an impact is it? Is it worth providing a rematch?
And these judges, they know the game quite well. On the left, we have Vani. He actually competed, I believe, 2 seasons ago in Bilbao, and he got 2nd place there. So a judge with knowledge, that helps.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that judges are one of the most critical components of any tournament, right? Sometimes not given enough credit for how necessary they are when we're going through some of these reviews.
And of course, if we would get a review, it will be again a new game. We didn't get a review a rematch earlier. And if it would be in this case, we would get an entirely new game, as in new Pokemon that you can pick. Perhaps at that point might be also a chance to bring out Mandibuzz for Day of Jai to tackle that Quagsire a little bit better, because it would just be new teams. You learn from that match that's been nullified, but you have that experience for the next battle.
I think that's exactly what you need to be focusing on if you're Battle Bill or They Love Jai at this point. You kind of have to assume, all right, let's just assume there's going to be a rematch of this game number 3. You have to be thinking, what did I learn from not only game 1 and game 2, what did I learn from that game 3 there? How can I apply that in my next game? You have to be preparing at this point as if there's going to be another one.
Question.
Okay.
Non-Shadow Quagsire.
Yeah.
Why would that? Why not Shadow Quagsire? We see Shadow Quagsire pretty much always being the case instead of the non-Shadow Quagsire.
It takes 20% less damage.
Takes 20%. Do you think that flips anything? Because I know that Shadow Quagsire doesn't knock out Diggersby from full health with 2 Aqua Tail. So regular definitely doesn't either.
So where is the bulk? Where is the additional less damage going to benefit you then in Adequance?
I think if you take a look at the team from Battle Bill, perhaps that could be for a Mandibuzz, for example, because you can hang on to damage much better. You might be able to get to those multiple Stone Edge there with less risk of needing to bait in that scenario.
Could be morally against Shadow Pokemon as well. That's a possibility.
Yeah, maybe, perhaps. Look,
if he wins, we can maybe interview him and ask him.
That'd be actually terrific, so we would know. Perhaps it's also possible that he doesn't have a Shadow Quagsire, and in that case, use the regular one. You can only TM Frustration, which is an attack that does not deal a lot of damage. We've seen this when a Shadow Machop threw a Frustration into a Bastiodon from CCO before, right? That doesn't do a lot of damage. Yeah, and that's why you don't want to use Shadow Pokemon with Frustration. So you can only TM it off with a Team Go Rocket event.
Well, I actually have a question.
Oh, we have the match win there.
We have a match win. Battle Bill will be taking the victory 2-1. He is going to be your winner for losers round 1 versus They Love Jai. They shake hands. You know that's a tough position for both of them. But Battle Bill, he's been feeling confident in this tournament. He was a bit of an underdog here coming into the tournament, but he made day 2, and he is moving on to the next round as well. Congratulations to him.
Incredible performance there, and it looks like that Day of Jai would have not outpaced that Golisopod to a Dazzling Gleam and a Weather Ball for a knockout. And I believe, let me see, that will means that Battle Bill moves on to play against Ashton Ash. We saw him earlier play this day. He is the runner-up of the last North America International Championships.
That's right, and this is another kind of David and Goliath type of moment here. You've got someone that has been top 4 several times this season, someone that was the runner-up last season. Battle Bill, not his first day too. He's been here before, but compared to Ashton Ash, he has to be that underdog, but who doesn't love an underdog story?
Right, Battle Bill is one of those content creators loved by so many in the community. His fans, I'm sure they're so happy to see him proceed here to play against one of the best players that Latom has to offer. I believe Ashton Ash is in the top 3 or top 4 of the leaderboards on Latom.
Well, you have to look at momentum too, because Battle Bill actually hit Legend the last day of the season last time.
To keep it exciting for the content.
He keeps it exciting, but also just that positive vibes that he's getting right at the end of the season. It hasn't been that long since the end of the season. He's probably still riding that wave here at the tournament.
And yeah, Battle Bill, to see him get further with the non-Shadow Quagsire. I would hope to hear later from him on that Pokemon, because it's not a Pokemon you see a lot. Aqua Tail is also a legacy charge tech that you can only get from an Elite Charge Gem. Remind me again, how do I get one of those?
There's a lot of ways to get elite charge TMs, but I think the best way to get an elite charge TM is watching the Twitch broadcast and getting the Twitch drops. When you watch 30 minutes of the NAIC broadcast on Twitch, you are eligible to get the special research from EUIC. Pokémon, our victor there, not only do you get the elite charge TM via research, you also get Mandibuzz, which was key to his victory back in February, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, correct. Correct. Yeah.
Meta's changed a little bit. Mandibuzz's still here, though.
Very useful Pokemon, very useful item. The next match we're going to have is, I believe, Raisuke versus Dialab. But first, we're going to hear from Battle, hopefully, about that regular Quagsire. So, go ahead.
With Battle Bill, who has just won a match on the loser's side of the bracket. Bill, how are you feeling?
Stressed. I'm just kind of processing everything. Yesterday was an absolute gauntlet, and then it's such a big time change between waiting from after those battles to starting today, and then just jumping right into it on stream. So I'm just still kind of processing life at the moment.
That's exciting. I know the casters referred to you as a little bit of an underdog there, but you definitely pulled it out. And I know they were also really curious to hear about your regular Quagsire. Are there any matchups that you think the regular picks up over the Shadow?
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't know any of the difference of the matchups between regular Quagsire and the Shadow Quagsire. Basically, I was team building with my goat Snots, and the team that he sent me definitely said Shadow Quagsire on it, and I don't know how to read. So basically, that's how regular Quagsire ended up on my team.
Well, it seems to be working out for you so far, even if it was not on purpose. I know this is our first time seeing you on stage as well. Is there anything you want to tell us about how you prepared for the tournament or even just day 2?
Basically, I was just aiming to make it to losers round 4 so I can get the minimum points I needed to qualify for Worlds. Prep was some scrims, some flash tournaments. Those were really helpful. And then, of course, team building with my community, with Snots, with Elmo, with Ox. They really helped me just like get prepared for the battles that I've been doing today and just keeping my head straight so that I'm locked in. Everything after losers round 4 has been icing, and like the fact that like I've gotten here right now is crazy.
All right, well, congratulations. It sounds like it's gone really, really well so far. And then before we let you go, any last shout-outs you want to give?
Yes, I have to shout out my love, Mary. She's in the crowd. She's been supporting me hard this entire weekend. It's been a ridiculous trip getting out here. We had our flight canceled. I flew in Saturday morning. Thank God I was in the later groups. It was, I don't understand how I'm here right now. So a shout out to Mary. I couldn't have done without her.
All right, well, you've gone through a lot. Congratulations. We'll look forward to your matches later. We still have a lot of great matches to get to, but before that, let's check out this match between 2 of our world's top 3 from last year. That's going to be Inadequence and Marto.
We're here at the 2025 North American International Championships, and we got a Pokemon Go Fest rematch for you, but it's also a World Championship rematch. We are in a new season now. The delightful days, the meta is way different. What better way to showcase it with this rematch right here? I'm joined by my co-caster, Caleb Peng.
Yeah, it looks like Marto Galde showcasing some snacks as well as his opponent Inadequence. It's a double rematch, like you said, and Inadequence took both of those series against Marto Galde. We got the 2nd best player in the world versus the 3rd best player in the world. However, Marto Galde has been winning a ton of tournaments this season, including Latin American International Championships. So he's got a few more trophies under his belt to compare against Inadequences. And here we go. Game number 1 is going to be a Shadow Drapion into a Mandibuzz.
You know, he might be the best player in the world, but he lost that Pokemon Go Fest battle versus Inadequence and actually had to transfer his maxed out jump pluff, I believe. I don't know that stakes are on the line for this battle. I think Marto said that Inadequence was too scared to put stakes on the line here, but we will find out after this battle if there are stakes on the line.
One way to put stakes on the line for Inadequence is transferring that Giratina Origin, but I don't think he's going to do that, and he was hyped about Giratina Origin all weekend long. Let's see if he can really do something into Marto Galde's team. You can see he's bringing double counters to it. Even jump off is not terrible, or sorry, I should say Jealous is not terrible. Oh, and a fantastic catch from Inadequence, catching the aerialways. Not going to be a lot of damage for this bulky ground type.
Inadequence might be saying you might win 4 tournaments in one season, but you've lost to me at the World Championships and at GoFest. Marto definitely wants a little bit of revenge here. And remember, brand new meta. You're seeing some Pokemon that you maybe haven't seen featured as much, like Jellicent. We have the Shadow Scizor on both of these teams. Well, got the attack drop there. Oh, that is absolutely brutal for Marto Galde. Caleb, do you think this is actually Marto's team that he's going to run in competition?
I don't know. I mean, by the time people see this, it might be a team that's already putting up a lot of wins. But I don't know if you can get this win against Inadequates for starters, because once you get that first debuff, it makes this matchup way harder for the Jellicent. These are double resistant hexes coming through against this Diggersby.
Yeah, and the fact that this Surf can't knock out because of the debuff. Here comes a pivot into the Drapion. Swap trying to catch that Jellicent off guard here, getting the Protect Shield from that Crunch here. Remember, Crunch does drop the defense less often now in this new update.
All right, and Inadequate setting up that Primate in the back. This could spell disaster for Martrogalde if he doesn't protect his Mana Buzz, but you don't want to shield a neutral Aqua Tail against the bulky Mana Buzz, but you need as much bulk as you can, and Inadequate setting up a sweep with the Primate, 2-to-1 shield advantage so far, and this Mana Buzz has very little health, and this Diggersby has nowhere to go on Martrogalde's side.
That is looking brutal for the backline. Like you said, that Primate is going to be matched up against the Diggersby and up a Protect Shield. Can you get that Protect Shield back with this Aerialist? You probably get that Protect Shield back. So now it's going to be even here. Do you have the Switch Timer to come into that Diggersby? But the thing is, this Primate is just going to do so much damage. You can't even swap out, so you're going to get the full Karate Chop down as well. But there is actually a good amount of health on Jellicent.
Oh, wait, hold on. Look at the Primate's moveset. It's Rage Fist and a fighting move. I don't know if it's Cross Chop or Close Comp. It's Cross Chop, actually.
Cross Chop.
So you don't have to debuff yourself at all if you're Inadequate. This makes this matchup way better for the Primate.
And this is probably some tech specifically for Diggersby, and it's finding its target right here with the super effective Cross Chop. 2 Cross Chops will knock out. Do you try to swap on it? No. Actually waited a little bit. Inadequates did throw. He's a little confused there, but he's probably going to have to give up a Protect Shield on that Fire Punch. Yes, he does.
Oh. And Inadequate maybe slightly off on the counter or just wants to do it just to be safe here. I don't think the ratio is enough, but Martrogalde is still going to protect up the Jellicent. You still have a move ready. Can Inadequate maybe catch a move here? Diggersby is ready for the catch. Does he go for it?
Oh, he doesn't go for it.
He doesn't. He's thinking, why would you try to catch? And now Inadequate's boosted Primate. This ratio is for sure is going to knock out the Jellicent.
And it does knock out that Jellicent. It looks like Inadequates once again is going to be able to get a charge stack before that Diggersby gets to his charge stack. Just going to bank up. No, try to swap, try to flex on Mardo a little bit, get it in his head. Mardo doesn't love it, but well played once again to his longtime rival. Beat it. Lost to him at the World Championships, lost to him at GoFest, and now is facing an 0-1 deficit. Mardo has been the best trainer of this entire 2025 season. I believe he can bounce back in this series.
I think, honestly, between the two of them, especially in the official championship series circuit, Martrogalde has not ever taken a series off of Inadequates. And he even mentioned this, too. When I was talking to him before, I was like, which trainer do you not want to face? And he said Inadequates is the one person that he hates facing because he has these weird team compositions, right? You got a Giratina Origin, you got a Shadow Scizor, you got a Swampert, right? These aren't really hyper meta in this current meta of Delightful Days. And even if Inadequates doesn't bring it, that's crazy bench pressure for Martrogalde because he got to worry about this. He brought 2 hard answers to his Giratina Origin, and it was nowhere to be seen on Inadequates' team.
Yeah, and Mardo did have that win condition. I feel like if he went for either the Surf or the Shadow Ball there, could have knocked out. There was some cumulative energy on the Diggersby for Inadequates that Mardo would have to deal with, but I felt like he did have an option to win. He thought Inadequates was going to swap, but it's that one trainer he just can't figure out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's a super big brain play from Inadequates, right? Because Martrogalde is saying, all right, this player's good enough. He knows I'm about to get this Surf. There's no way he doesn't try to catch. So I'm going to keep throwing hexes until he goes for that catch. Maybe I could leave with, double Surf, take out the Diggersby, and then try to take out the Primate later. But instead, he just wastes all the energy. He wastes the shield on Jellicent and then still got taken out without throwing any energy into the Primate.
You know what's so funny here? They're taking this pretty seriously because they're really thinking about their decisions here.
Yeah.
This is the end of a long day. Both these trainers are a little bit tired. This is just a fun match. And there's actually no stakes on the line here, but both these trainers are taking it really seriously. And here we go. A negative lead for Martrogalde, the Jellicent into that Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, going to be rewarded for that. But again, Martrogalde actually swapping the Air Slash Mana Buzz, and this thing has positive matchups against everything on Inadequates' team.
Up 6.
Yeah, you're right, up 6. Yeah, actually, you're right. Yeah, up 6. He knows that he can't get punished for the safe swap. Let's see if he goes for a swap or not. Martrogalde farming a ton of energy here. He's got to imagine that there's got to be a Primate somewhere in the back, maybe even a Giratina Origin.
Yeah, and just unloading all this energy. Like you said, there's not a clear swap in here. You are kind of getting close to Hydro Cannon range if you want to take this charge attack. Inadequates, like, what are you doing there, buddy? But Mardo wants to change up the tactics a little bit.
Yeah, he purposely threw on bad timing to avoid Inadequates going for a catch because he knows he's good enough to go for that catch. if Martogaldi optimizes the timing. So giving up energy and a turn to Inadequates just to get the aerial ace off, which is wild here. Now he is going to get to this final aerial ace against the Drapion to take it out.
Undercharge again. Actually, this isn't going to knock out. That's actually going to leave one air slash, but now pivoting into the Primate to try to get a Karate Chop down, met by the Jellicent. But you've got 2 Karate Chops before Marto could counter swap there. Will that be the difference in this matchup? You always let the first Rage Fist through because this will boost the attack at one stage.
Yeah, and this is what I like to call overload strategy from Inadequates, because yes, all 3 Pokemon have bad matchups against that bulky Mana Buzz, but this Diggersby has nowhere to go now, right? You got the Primate to deal with, you got the Swampert to deal with, and both are going to have fantastic matchups against it. So even if Martogaldi somehow takes out this Primate, you still have to deal with the Swampert.
And he's at the double because he got that energy advantage. I believe he's at the double Rage Fist here because if you throw a charge attack priority, you're going to lose that to the opposing. No, actually didn't throw it. Went for the extra Karate Chop. Inadequates knowing that Marto wasn't going to throw on bad timing again. That is crazy.
Yeah, and Martogaldi has to leave with as much energy as possible, but a catch opportunity is possible. Does he go for it? All right, Martogaldi is going to throw this Surf. Inadequates, 1 Karate Chop away from a, double, triple boosted Rage Fist at this point. What are you going to do? Maybe try to catch on a Diggersby. It's really tough. And no.
Oh, no.
He goes for the Hex, which means that Inadequates giving a wink and giving a boosted Rage Fist to Jellicent, knocking it out. What do you do at this point?
He has to swap on a cross drop. That's his only win condition. He has to swap on this cross drop. Can he do it? No. He actually couldn't get to it yet. I don't even think he had that available to make the swap, but Inadequates just once again just punishing Marto here with a 1-hit knockout on the cross drop. Now he's gonna maybe get the Karate Chop down too. That's a 3-ball flex to 2-0 Marto.
Marto's one of the best players in the world, and Inadequate's going to 3-ball him without even showing the Swampert. That cross drop looked like a close combat with how many boosts that Rage Fist gave that Primate.
Inadequates takes that 2-0 versus Martogaldi. That's 3 straight series for him here, but this was just for fun. I don't think there's going to be a transfer. Martogaldi does have an opportunity to win it all at North American International Championship. He might just do that, but you're going to have to keep continuing to tune in to find out. Let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Welcome back to day 2 of the Pokemon GO North American International Championships. We've had so much great action from so many great players, and there's still plenty to look forward to.
Yeah, a lot to look forward to, actually. In this losers bracket, there's so many great matchups coming up. We have Qualification versus Dialab Churn in this next series. They're both on the loser side, and, this is only losers round 1, so whoever makes it through still has a long way to go, but both fierce competitors in this circuit.
Yeah, we've pretty much finished up the winner's bracket for day number 2. The 2 remaining players in the winner's side will go to day number 3, Championship Sunday. And then, of course, we still have a lot of matches to figure out who that 3rd player joining them is going to be. And like you said, we're all the way in losers round 1. And if you can believe it, we have 2 regional champions already facing off.
Yes, let's head down to the stage. I think they're ready. It's going to be a matchup of 2 Tinkaton teams, which you don't see super often in this meta. Their teams are fairly similar, I think, in archetype, right? Both have Dusclops, both have that dark flying type, both have the Shadow Drapion, and both have a fighter that's related to Mankey, but there's the Credilli difference on Dialab Churn's team, whereas there's a Shadow Quagsire for Rise Occasion.
Yeah, and you mentioned those Tinkaton. I think it's actually really safe for both of these players, so I'm expecting Tinkaton to come onto the field quite a bit in this matchup. I also really like the Shadow Dusclops for Dialab because as the Shadow variant, you can actually threaten the Shadow Drapion on Rise's team a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely. And those Shadow Ice Punches are going to hit the Mana Bus a bit harder. Mana Bus is not nearly as good into Glaring Moltres because Glaring Moltres has that hard-hitting Great Bird, but now that Glaring Moltres has Fly instead of Ancient Power, wait, I think the damage actually still the same because the difference, Super Effective Ancient Power actually does the same amount of damage as Neutral Fly, so never mind. Glaring Moltres, still fantastic for Dialab Churn in the head-to-head. Here we go, game number 1. It's going to be the Credilli into the Dusclops.
Really similar teams here for both of these trainers, but have to give the advantage to the regular Dusclops here, resisting those acids, and of course you've got that super effective Ice Punch almost loaded up here.
Qualification opts for the proper timing here, doesn't throw the Ice Punch, which means that this first Ice Punch will be debuffed against the Credilli. pretty strong into Cordelia, actually. Almost like 3 counters into this thing, so not a lot of places to go, but ideally, you want the Primeape against it.
Well, that first Rock Tomb did do quite a bit of damage, but this is a super effective Ice Punch. Doesn't look like it, though, as it barely tickles that Cradily. Another Ice Punch coming through before he can get debuffed again.
Dialect trying to just maybe just let this go and see what he can do here, hoping maybe that there isn't the Quagsire in the back, as Quagsire is going to be troublesome for that Tinkaton, and there actually is not. So looking pretty good for Dialect in the back-end matchup, even though this lead matchup isn't ideal for him.
Rock Tomb coming through. This is not going to knock out the Dusclops quite yet. Rai's going to save this energy, doesn't want to throw it while he's debuffed. Quick swap into the Primeape, met by the Tinkaton, and this actually is not the worst matchup despite the typing disadvantage.
Yeah, you have resisted Cry Chop, but the Rage Fist will start boosting up quite a bit. However, Shadow Primeape is a lot more frail than Shadow Nihilip. Can even potentially go straight Bulldoze. That's exactly what Dialect's going to do. And you're going to grab the first shield from Rise to Occasion. A debuff can come through, though, and the Fairy Wind damage is really going to start adding up.
Shadow Primeape, not the glassiest Pokemon out there. Luckily for now, for Rise, avoids that defense drop. Rage Fist coming through and is going to pull a shield from Dialab.
Rise Occasion starting to chew through the health bar of this Tinkaton. Switch Armors are coming up soon as well. He has a swap potential if he goes for another shield, but that means he'll go down 2 shields. He's committed, though, to the Shadow Primeape sweep here. Let's see if he can do it. Tinkaton still low on health. There's also a chance to swap here, but I don't think you want to swap on a boosted Rage Fist.
All right, not much value out of this Primeape for the rest of this game, but it has done its job. It's getting rid of the Tinkaton right here, and it's still very, very boosted, so whatever comes in, gonna have to take a bit of Karate Chop damage.
I really like this play from Dialect, because if he shields there, then the Primeape can land a potential another Rage Fist. Now he can just Hex down, will shield this Rage Fist, but no! Doesn't throw it. Rise Occasion maybe get a little greedy there, trying to throw another Cry Chop, but gets Hex down. That's a huge position for Dialect to be in.
Yeah, losing an entire super effective charge attack like that, not ideal for Rise, but you know, he's got to stay in it here. Brings in the Tinkaton to face the Dusclops. Not the best matchup, because I think you need to land a full play rough to take out the Dusclops from this point, and Dialab still has a shield.
Yeah, I wonder if Rise Occasion is just going to go for the Bulldoze, hope for a debuff, or just slowly chip down, because the Fairy Wind damage is starting to add up. That's exactly what he's going to do here. Dialab now forces shield, a not so great move. Oh, actually, no, chooses not to shield the Bulldoze.
Yeah, Bulldoze lands, but like you said, maybe those Fairy Winds are going to add up, and Rise does get that defense drop there. That could be huge, but Dialab looks like he's already almost at back-to-back Shadow Punches.
Yeah, it's going to be close here, too. I think Rise Occasion is still locked in this matchup, which means he cannot catch, he cannot swap, and he can't avoid this second Shadow Punch against the Tinkaton. Can he hang on here and Fairy Wind down? Otherwise, he is definitely in trouble. It's still in a tough position to begin with. Not able to do it. His own Dusclops has a sliver health left, but Dialab already celebrating. Knows this ass is going to take out the Dusclops. He still has a shield as well.
Dominant win for Dialab there. Maybe a little bit of a misclick from Rise. Didn't get that Rage Fist off when the Dusclops came in from Dialab Churn. So Rise, you know, little bit of a uncharacteristic mistake there, but you know, he's going to lock in here for game number 2 versus Dialab.
Yeah, I guess the good part for Rise that he could maybe sleep comfortably knowing is that there was still a shield on Dialab's side. So if he threw the Rage Fist, would have been shielded anyway there too, but could have opened up the door so Tinkaton do a little bit more with energy instead. Had to go for some Fairy Wind damage for some fast attack damage down. Taking a look at Dialab Churn's team, I believe this is the first time he's been on broadcast this weekend. Either way,
I think so. He came from the loser
yes,
side.
Came from the loser side, battled through the loser side. One of our you know, decorated members of the community, won a regional as well. Definitely someone to watch out for. Shadow Annihilate, Shadow Drapion, Tinkaton, Shadow Dusclops, Cradily, and the Galarian Moltres. I know you've been a big fan of the Galarian Moltres. How does it look into this team?
Not that great. I'm not going to be surprised if Dialab doesn't bring it at all. He's got a lot of great options here. Looking back at game number 1, especially the Tinkaton and Dusclops that he had in the back, definitely expect that core to stick around. The Cradily actually did a pretty good job in the lead. I did not realize its matchup versus Dusclops was so neutral, but you see there the lost Rage Fist on Rise's side, but like you said, you know, still a shield left on Dialab's side at the end of the game.
Yeah, getting that first Rock Tomb off before the Ice Punch comes through is definitely big for Dialab, mitigating a lot of that damage down the road. And, you know, just because Galarian Moltres isn't really ideal in this matchup doesn't make it not so great, right? So, still has a lot of potential, but I think Dialab going to rely a lot on that Dusclops Tinkaton core, maybe throw in the Cradily to answer any potential Shadow Quagsire. No Shadow Quagsire to be found, though, a fantastic lead for Dialab Churn.
Yeah, fantastic lead. You have the fairy type on the fighting type, but we saw this matchup play out last game. It's not the worst for Primeape. You can actually kind of muscle through here, and I think you might even win the zero shield situation if Dialab goes straight Bulldoze.
Yeah, Rage Fist going to do a decent amount of damage here, but not even in half health range yet. Rise Occasion chooses not to shield the Bulldoze. This is going to do a decent amount of damage. Not the hardest any move, but do we get debuff? No debuff. This means that he's going to get to another Rage Fist, and now Dialab has a decision to make. Do you decide to shield here, or do you maybe try to Hex down like last game?
Oh, it does quite a bit of damage here. Just one more Karate Chop, I think, would be enough to take out the Tinkaton. Dialab not going to wait around and find out. Quickly swaps into the Dusclops, but this Dusclops is now met by the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, this is kind of a tough position for Dialab turn to be in. However, the Shadow Dusclops, it has some win conditions against Shadow Drapion if you have shields up. It's not great, but if you make the right shield calls, maybe make a few solid baits, it can turn the tides of this matchup.
Great counting from Rise there, firing off this super effective crunch right before Dialab reached that Ice Punch. Let's see if Dialab tries to fire off this Ice Punch right away. Both players actually have the charge attack, both going for good timing there. And Rise did get the defense fall. I'm not sure it's going to matter though, as both of these Pokemon are Shadow.
Yeah, I think it's a fine decision for Dialab to shield before the first debuff, because you're not really going to hang on after that first crunch anyway. Oh, now goes to the Shadow Punch bait. 2 shields still remaining for Rise. Is he going to spend a shield? Even if it goes unshielded, you might be able to Hex out, but he is going to throw that first shield. Another move's coming soon, though. Oh, and catches it on a Primeape. Low health here. Great play from Rise to occasion.
Fantastic play from Rise. Didn't want to use that second shield after he had already expended one. Probably going to wait out the switch timer here. Maybe you just come straight back in with a Drapion. You still have a shield. You also still have a little bit of energy. And this is looking pretty good for Rise in the end game.
Yeah, this looks like a complete role reversal here. He's the one with the move. Oh, and throws the Aqua Tail before the Bulldoze coming off. Rise Occasion head on a swivel here. Still has a shield remaining. And you have the Tinkaton for the Credillion in the back, which it used to be a fantastic matchup. Still not bad, especially if you have a shield advantage. But Dialab Churn going for the aggressive acid down.
Crunch coming through onto the Cradilly here. Rise also still has that Tinkaton in the back, so I think even if the Drapion did get fast attack down, I think he'd be in an okay position. You do resist all of the charge attacks from Cradilly. Dialab doesn't want to take another charge attack, gonna fire off a Rock Tomb.
Yeah, but if Rise Occasion shields here, he should be able to get off another move. Acid is resisted here. Can he do it? Switch time's not up yet, for Dialab actually decides to leave with the crunch instead. Now saving it for the end, knowing that the Dusclops has a ton of health still remaining, but Switch Timer's about to come up for Dialab as well.
Yeah, he's gonna debuff this Tinkaton and then maybe switch right into the Dusclops. He does switch, and Rise still farming up a bit of energy. We saw last game that he just went straight for Bulldoze, but Dusclops a little bit more healthy this game. He's also debuffed, so just goes for the Play Rough this time.
Yeah, Play Rough, I don't think it's enough to KO, but it's going to put it quite low. Actually, not really even in Fairy Wind range. This is actually a little bit problematic for Rise Occasion if both Shadow Punch connect and are able to take out the Tinkaton, because you can't Poison Sting this down as well. I know that Drapion has a move, but is it enough? Oh, and throws the next Shadow Punch right away, not going for the extra Hex. I don't think this is enough, though.
Yeah, Rise really needs to hang on here to get off this Bulldoze. He does hang on. Actually, doesn't throw the Bulldoze, though. Wait, and now it's going to come down to the Shadow Drapion, but I don't think you have enough health.
Oh, no. Another critical mistake, unfortunately, Rise Occasion. You know it. You know he knows it as well. Very unfortunate here. Doesn't have the back-to-back Aqua Tail. Even Dialab Churn's a little bit confused, but he's feeling good about this as he's going to take the 2-0 victory over Rise to occasion.
Bringing those same 3 Pokemon, Tinkaton, Dusclops, Cradilly. That game, it came down to the wire. I definitely thought Rise had it, but Dialab did end up coming out on top off the back of that Dusclops.
Wow, what a series there, too. I really thought that Dialab was out of it there, but trying to maximize however he could in that situation, just, you know, weaving in and out. That Dusclops coming in really clutch, even against the Drapion throughout that series. Not really having a lot of positive matchups, but a little misstep from Rise Occasion. Definitely he took advantage of it and was able to come away with a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, sometimes between these top players, even if you do your best, you might not come out on top. And for Dialab there, you know, he was in a really rough situation. He really just kind of had to wait for Rise to make a mistake, and he found that window of opportunity perfectly at the end there.
Yeah, we see
even with a nice catch here from Rise.
Beautiful catch from Rise Occasion. Had great alignment there too, but Shadow Dusclops just an absolute monster in this meta. You have it locked into Shadow Drapion, and you're still able to put in so much work. Took out the Primeape, took out the Tinkaton, and also took out the Drapion here as we take a look at the very end. is going to take out that Dusclops, but just not enough health. And even, yeah, I mean, I think even the Aqua Tail would have been kind of close, but just one Poison Sting off.
Yeah, just needed a little bit more health on the Drapion. Maybe he wasn't sure whether the Bulldoze is going to be enough to take out the Dusclops. Maybe trying to commit to the play rough there, but unfortunately, just not enough health left on Rise's Tinkaton. But Dialep, on the other hand, I think this is his second consecutive win on the loser side of the bracket. Oh no, just his first. Yeah, just his first win. Yeah, this is round one. He had some wins yesterday though, but he will be continuing on. He's actually going to be facing off against Septile Ice in losers round 2.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough opponent as well, as he's going to be matching up here. I know Dialep Churn just missed out on Worlds qualification last year. I believe he has it locked in for this year though, but going for more points, more prize money, more booster bags, and maybe even a trophy to add to his collection.
That's right, and Dialep, I think if you look at his past couple of tournaments, he always sneaks into day number 2 on the loser side just by the skin of his teeth there. He's doing it again here in NAIC, already has 1 win under his belt, going for top 16 with a win in his next match.
Yeah, well, let's hear a word from Dialep. I think he's on the floor now with Jim.
Thank you, Caleb. Wholesome_ here, also known as Jim. Hey, Eddie.
Hey, Jim.
Good to see you again. We have Eddie here, also known as Dialep Churn, fresh off his 2-0 victory versus Rise to Occasion. Just give me some initial impressions about how you felt in that match.
Oh, man. I did a lot of practice yesterday against my friends, and I did not lose a match, actually. So I felt really good going into it. I felt Rise made a few mistakes on the stage there, maybe some nerves that he could have maybe flipped the match. But I came out with a 2-0, so I'm really happy about that.
Always feels good. You always have to capitalize whenever you can on opponent mistakes. I know that last NAIC fell short of your expectations. I think 0-2?
Well, if you count 2 buys, then maybe 2-2.
2-2, okay.
Essentially 0-2, yes.
What was different here in NAIC so far? How did you prepare different, or has it just been a different mindset?
I think last year I made a bad team, like a meta read. And this year I did a lot more practice and got a better feel of the meta. And I think it was a little bit later in the season, the Delightful Day season. So I had a little bit more time to get prepared and see what was what good Pokemon to bring and what good Pokemon opponents were going to bring. So.
Well, one Pokemon I'm particularly curious about is the Galarian Moltres. We've seen a lot of dark types in general. Of course, the Shadow Drapion, a little Greninja as well. I think a lot of the Mandibuzz, but why Galarian Moltres? How does it fit on your team?
Over Mandibuzz, I think Galarian Moltres really shuts down the Dusclops. I know personally I've locked myself in a Dusclops into a Galarian Moltres matchup, and it feels so much worse than getting locked into a Mandibuzz matchup. So that was the main reason I decided to go with the Galarian Moltres.
Great insights from Eddie. Anyone that you want to say thank you to or shout out?
I want to thank you, Jim.
Thank you as always, Eddie. Anyone else you want to shout out?
I want to shout out Aiden and Felix. So what happened was we got overbooked on our flight, and I had to take a car. We rented a car, and we drove from Atlanta to here in 6.5 hours, and I want to thank those 2 guys for driving me here.
Well, I'm happy that you made it. That's all we have for now, though. Congratulations again on your victory. We're going to kick it back to Soph and Caleb.
All right, I want to thank you, Jim, as well, for the wonderful interview. And regardless of if Dialep went 0-2 or 2-2, as the record show, he's definitely done better than that in this NAIC and is looking to do even better.
Yeah, he's had a fantastic run here, and honestly, a lot of great losers runs in recent tournaments. He's been able to reach several top 8s this season, so definitely going a little bit better for him than the 2024 season. And of course, he still has a long way to go, but he's doing great.
Yeah, he put in the prep, as he said. He practiced a lot last night. Didn't lose a single battle against Rise to Occasion's team. He didn't lose any on stage as well. Let's see if he's ready for the next opponent. But until then, we have another matchup coming up for you right now on the stage. It's going to be Rockhaven versus our European co-caster, Zzweilous, also a regional champion.
That's right, Rockhaven, I think we saw a little bit earlier on the stream today, actually came in on the winner's side of the bracket, but fell a little bit short. Now it's going to drop to the loser's side of the bracket, but because he had that little bit of a head start, he got to skip losers round 1, come straight here to losers round 2.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Rockhaven on the broadcast this weekend, but this is the first time we're seeing Zzweilous here, a Talonflame aficionado, a Azumarill doubter, and of course, he has a Runarigas on his team.
Hey, I actually thought that Runerigus might have some play after some of the move updates. It does have access to both Rock Tomb and Brutal Swing. Very versatile charge attack set there, but looking at Rockhaven's team, not sure how much play it's going to have. You do see that normal type Diggersby that's going to wall it off, also taking super effective damage from several of the Pokemon. So maybe not the best matchup for that poor Runerigus, but definitely a spice pick that I'd love to hear Arceus's opinion on.
Yeah, well, actually, I thought the same thing, right? Maybe kind of hard to pilot, but here's the thing. With Brutal Swing and Rock Tomb, which is the moves that he's running, and Shadow Claw, apparently it just beats, it can almost beat most Mandibuzz head-to-head with just straight Rock Tomb. Kind of wild. You could beat Blastoise, apparently, going straight, I think Brutal Swing, I'm not sure. But there's a couple matchups where it looks okay at first glance, but if you actually get to the nitty-gritty of things, Runerigus is actually kind of annoying to deal with.
All right, well, Arceus Aurelius probably knows those Runerigus matchups better than us, so definitely excited to see whether he brings it to these battles. I would actually definitely believe that it can beat Mandibuzz, especially if it's an air/Mandibuzz, as Rockhaven is rocking. But let's get into game number 1.
All right, Rockhaven going to lock in the Shadow Scizor into it. That, I would think, is a good matchup for the Shadow Scizor, but who knows? This is a weird meta indeed. First Night Slash is going to come through. You assume Arceus Aurelius is going to shield it, hoping, fingers crossed for no boost, because that would be disastrous for him.
And the 87.5% chance does go his way, able to throw this Brutal Swing. I think he actually paces a little bit faster to that next charge attack, so we're going to have to see if Rockhaven decides to shield or maybe just switch out.
Yeah, he just doesn't have great answers to this Shadow Scizor as well as Brutal Swing. Wait, he throws a charge attack prior to, even though he got to it sooner. Now he's going to have to spend the second shield first.
Maybe a little bit of a misstep there from Arceus Aurelius. You definitely want to throw your charge attacks earlier if you want to, but he is still able to lock in this Brutal Swing to be thrown. Rockhaven just going to let it go now, happy with what he's gotten out of the Runerigus.
Yeah, I like this play as well too, especially because he didn't boost. It's just way too risky to spend your final shield here. He doesn't actually have a lot of great answers to this Runerigus either, so going for the Diggersby, I mean, I like this play, right? Because only to throw neutral Brutal Swing. Oh, he's going to leave with energy though, and gives up his best counter to the Diggersby with the Lapras. However, he still has a Credilli in the back.
Yeah, this is actually kind of nice for Arceus Aurelius. He is down a shield, but the backline looks so favorable for him. This is a great matchup for Lapras. I believe those Psy Waves typically do 2 damage with each one, but maybe not the case for Rockhaven's Dusclops here. We're going to have to see how this plays out, but Sparkling Aria going to come through right now.
Yeah, that is a bulky Ghost, but both Pokemon are pretty bulky, so this matchup might take a hot second to go through. Let's not forget, there is still Rock Tomb and Brutal Swing loaded on that Runerigus. And here's the thing, if you're stuck with just a Diggersby in the end with the Credilli, if you get debuff from the Rock Tomb, there's no way to clear it. So Rockhaven has the side. I think, oh, he doesn't shield. I think this might be a mistake though.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be permanently debuffed, but it looks like that's where we're heading.
Oh.
He tried to switch out at the last second, but barely fainted to those Psy Waves, and now Diggersby gonna face off alone against the Runerigus and Credilli. And to start it out, Arceus Aurelius is going to start with this debuff Rock Tomb.
Yeah, I mean, it's got the Brutal Swing, and this is a brutal situation for Rockhaven as well. He is debuffed, he has no way to clear the debuff, and then he also has to deal with a Grass type in the back. It doesn't matter if Acid's resisted, you're in such a tough position doing so little damage at this point in time. And even if, oh, and there's still the Lapras.
Yeah, still the Lapras. Gonna force some energy out of Rockhaven's Diggersby, and Arceus Aurelius in a fantastic position. He even reaches a Sparkling Aria to pull the last shield.
Yeah, this game is looking pretty tough here. I think you're going to need like 4 Scorches and debuffs in a row, maybe to have a chance. And Arceus Aurelius just doesn't tap for a while. I don't know, but this is looking really tough for Rockhaven here. Like you said, a slight misstep there. Doesn't throw the Scorches hand on time. Has to burn the final shield. And even if you had the shield, this is going to be tough.
Yeah, Credilli is just throwing these acids almost out of Grass Knot here. Diggersby is going to throw the Scorching Sands, but it's been debuffed. It's just neutral damage, and that Grass Knot, of course, going to be super effective.
Wow, so this Runerigus, oh, we do get the attack drop, but I think it's a little too late. This Runerigus, though, actually looks pretty good for Arceus Aurelius. A secret tech that no one else has really picked up on, at least any players remaining here. Maybe keep that one close to the chest, but hey, that's why he's on day number 2.
Yeah, maybe we underestimated the Runerigus there. We saw it do pretty well against the Scizor. It did have to go down 2 shields to win that lead, but with that little bit of faster pacing, maybe it can actually do pretty well in that matchup.
Yeah, oh wow. Okay, great job from Arceus Zzweilous in that first matchup here too. I thought it looked kind of bad for him at first with the Shadow Scizor grabbing both shields off before he could throw the Brutal Swing. Maybe thought that Rockhaven was going for a catch, maybe that might have been what he was thinking. But either way, after that though, once the Shadow Scizor was out of the way, Arceus Zzweilous' matchups looked so good. The Lapras had so much play into the entire backline and was able to even take out the Dusclops, forcing Rockhaven into a tough position. If he shields that Sparkling Aria, he's still in trouble either way too, right? So like, it's kind of a catch-22 for Rockhaven as we go over the team here. It's going to be a foul play, air/Mandibuzz for Arceus Aurelius, another Tinkaton, and of course, that very unique Runerigus.
Yeah, we didn't have a lot of time to dive into these teams, but I think this Lapras Runerigus core is actually really, really strong for Arceus Aurelius. I mean, think about what the Runerigus is weak to. Maybe the Mandibuzz, maybe the Diggersby, and Lapras actually does beat both of them, and it's also quite bulky itself. So I think we're going to see Arceus Aurelius stick with that core. Not sure whether that Cradilly is going to stick around. Didn't have too much to do in that game number 1 as its teammates pretty much got the job done.
Yeah, one interesting thing to note on Arceus Aurelius' team, I was so stuck on the Runerigus, but I didn't even notice the Annihilate is a non-Shadow Annihilate. So what is the biggest benefit of non-Shadow Annihilate? Because I feel like Shadow Annihilate is the way to go. Honestly, I think this is the first non-Shadow Annihilate we've even seen.
I think Shadow Annihilate is typically the way to go. You look at Pokemon like Lapras, for example, and the Shadow Annihilate just performs so much better than the regular Annihilate there. And especially for a Pokemon that really relies on fast attack damage, those are typically the Pokemon where you see the Shadow Pokemon being superior.
So, no benefits.
Yeah, sorry, that's a long answer to your
minimal benefits, but you know, maybe some
more
bulk matchups.
Yeah,
well, actually, having more bulk here is good. You're going to resist the rollout damage, and the Hydro Cannon is not going to threaten nearly as much here as into a Shadow Annihilate here. Rockhaven, though, he doesn't really want to swap out here because you don't want to be locked into this Annihilate with your Shadow Scizor. We've seen that so many times this weekend where the counter damage just really ramps up here. But at the same time, too, I mean, a ramped up non-Shadow Annihilate is still going to be troublesome for the backline.
Yeah, ramping up a Shadow Annihilate pretty much puts you at the level of a non-ramped up Shadow Annihilate. Hydro Cannon coming through, and you are able to hang on there, which is quite nice for Rockhaven. Very spammy with this Blastoise. Gonna pull the next Protect Shield with this Hydro Cannon.
I think Arceus Zzweilous is going for the counter down. I think it's a solid choice here. Oh, and in comes Rockhaven swapping over. He doesn't want to be stuck in a position where he has to take 2 Rage Fists instead of just 1, because spending both shields there against Annihilate in a positive matchup is not ideal either. And here we go. We have the Dusclops first, the Lapras yet again. However, I was going to say you avoid the Dedenne matchup, but actually there's no Dedenne here. It's a Shadow Scizor yet again. I think Rockhaven's going to spend both shields on the Shadow Scizor that we've seen him do time and time again this entire tournament. It kind of let him down in the past 2 series, though, against both Richie and Arceus Zzweilous. Let's see if it clutches up for him in this must-need win match for him to avoid elimination.
All right, well, this is a pretty nice matchup for the Lapras, but the Dusclops has a lot of energy on its side already. Already at the next Shadow Punch, Arceus Aurelius not throwing that Sparkling Aria yet again. Just going to let this Shadow Punch through. You do hang on, but I mean, you definitely would have liked to try and knock out this Dusclops if you can. Going to save the energy. He now has charge attacks banked on both Pokemon. Quick swap into the Runerigus, but not before Rockhaven reaches this Shadow Punch.
Oh, and he spends the final shield. This is going to be huge for the Scizor now, because Scizor has 2-0 shield advantage. Yes, there's still health. Yes, there's still energy on everything else, but this is where Shadow Scizor comes and it can shine. Oh, choosing not to shield the Brutal Swing. This is going to be interesting. There's still a Annihilate in the back. But actually, I guess the damage is not super overwhelming here. But what are you really going to spend the shields on after this?
Well, the thing is that Arceus Aurelius has charge attacks banked on both of these Pokemon, but maybe now you don't have the HP to hang on. Night Slash comes through, and this is going to take out the Runerigus, but I think this might come down to how much fast attack damage can each of these Pokemon on the field do.
Yeah, the Annihilate is going to be the big problem here. You are going to get to the Night Slash, so that's huge for Rockhaven. That was going to be the sticking point, though, because the Annihilate has way too much health, even for maybe the Dusclops to hex down. The Blastoise, though, not going to worry about this Lapras matchup as much here. 2 shields remaining, and Arceus Aurelius cannot get through it. The rollouts are coming through, and it's going to be a tie series 1-1.
Dominant game number 2 for Rockhaven there, like you said, evening up the series. His hopes are still alive on the loser's side of the bracket. Let's see if he can keep it going for the decisive game number 3.
So I feel like some days I feel like I've seen it all in this game, but I've never seen a game where someone wins it with a Shadow Scizor on their team and didn't spend a single shield to do it.
That's a great point, but maybe those fast attacks were just too oppressive from the Pokemon. Let's take a look at Rockhaven's team here. We've seen it a couple of times on the stream already, but what's he brought against Arceus Aurelius? Really relying on the Scizor and the Dusclops. And I guess in that game, the Blastoise, I mean, the Blastoise pulled the shields from the Annihilate, right, in the early game.
Yeah, I think the Blastoise is a solid option because it gives you answers to the Runerigus, to the Lapras. I mean, Diggersby's not great into Runerigus either because you're doing resisted damage at the same time you're taking resisted damage. Yeah, you have Scorched Sand, but just neutral, and you have to watch out for that Lapras, right? Because the Lapras is kind of an annoying issue for Rockhaven. He has a Dedenne, but Dedenne is really hard to bring into a guy that's bringing Runerigus into every single game as we take a look at some of these replays.
But the Dedenne might be critical because Arceus Aurelius is really sticking with that Lapras. It's so safe into Rockhaven's entire team, and we've seen in both of these games, Lapras versus Dusclops is actually quite a nice matchup for the Lapras, and Arceus Aurelius feels like he's able to get at least a little bit of an advantage there. So we'll see if Rockhaven adapts to that for game number 3.
Yeah, he really disrespected Dedenne as well, right? Leading ABA Week 2 with a Nihilip and Lapras in back, and non-Shadow Nihilip is not going to do nearly as well into that Dedenne. At the same time, you could tank a Parabolic Charge better, but you're not going to do as much damage with the Rage Fist, and Rockhaven may just go straight play rough and grab shields. Game number 3 here. Here we go. A lot online for both of these players. Rockhaven versus Arceus Aurelius, and it's going to be the Mandibuzz into the Runerigus.
And this is that matchup we were wondering about. I don't know if Rockhaven knows his Runerigus matchups, but Arceus Aurelius sure does. He's almost at the Rock Tomb there, but not going to throw it, going to catch on the Lapras.
Oh, great catch from Arceus Aurelius. Rockhaven could build back up to a move if he'd like, or swap right away. I don't know how much he wants to misalign time, but he doesn't want to misalign at all. He comes straight in with the Shadow Scizor. This has been his MVP all weekend. Can it be again in this crucial final match?
Sparkling Aria coming through. You definitely want to shield your MVP Pokemon right here. Otherwise, it's just going to go down. Does put up the Protect Shield. Maybe going to overfarm just a little bit before throwing a Charge Attack Trailblaze. Definitely going to take out the Lapras from here. And perfect counting, throwing just before the Sparkling Aria.
I like this play too, because if Arceus Aurelius shields, he's still going to lose Charge Attack priority yet again to another Night Slash. Does he dare go for another shield here is the question, because then the first shield's wasted. If he doesn't go for this one, he's going to go for the double shield play against this Shadow Scizor. But I think there's still shields on Rockhaven's side. Yeah, but only one shield remaining. He has to move, I think loaded on the Runerigus.
Oh, that's right, because he switched out of the lead, right? Okay, but now quick swap into the Mandibuzz for Rockhaven. Just going to let the Scizor stay in the back for now. Arceus banking a move and coming into his own Mandibuzz to catch this Charge Attack.
What a great catch from Arceus Aurelius. Great catches twice so far already in this match. Catching the resisted foul play is absolutely huge, though. This does clear the way a little bit for that Dusclops, but you still got the Runerigus to contend with. However, still a lot of health left on that Scizor as well, as Rockhaven's going to be the first one to throw this Aerial Ace.
Yeah, there's a lot of energy banked on all of these backline Pokemon, so this end game could get a little dicey. For now, though, the players have a little bit of time to think as they're stuck in this Mandibuzz mirror.
Yeah, I mean, timers are definitely going to be up before this matchup's over, so more catch potentials, more weaving in and out. I think there's energy on the Runerigus. There's no energy on the Scizor and nothing on the Dusclops, but Dusclops has a ton of health still, as it looks like both players have the exact same amount of energy as well on their Mandibuzz.
All right, well, Aerial Ace gonna land on Arceus Aurelius's Mandibuzz here. Arceus looks like he tried to swap into the Runerigus, but didn't quite get it. Gonna stay in for now, throw this Aerial Ace. I believe he's at back-to-back, so we're gonna have to see if he decides to fire off the second one.
Or does he go for a third catch? If he could do that, that'd be fantastic as well. Rockhaven, though, is going to throw the Aerial Ace first. Doesn't even try to go for Charge Attack priority with Arceus Aurelius. I think he's going to try to save this move maybe for the Scizor in the back. In comes the Runerigus, but in comes the Shadow Scizor as well. Overfarming just a little bit on the Runerigus. I think it's a great play because he knows that Shadow Scizor did not have a move yet.
And this is a perfect overfarm from Arceus Aurelius. Actually doesn't take it out though, but the Scizor still feints with the Night Slash. That's absolutely huge, and this energy from Runerigus is gonna go everywhere now.
Yeah, Rockhaven actually maybe a little impatient here, just comes straight in with the Dusclops, or doesn't want Arceus Aurelius to have a chance to catch even. This gets a little bit uncomfortable here. I mean, this is why Runerigus came to play for Arceus Aurelius. Goes, and lets another Hex go through. Is the switch timer up? Because if not, that's just free energy for Rockhaven.
I think Rockhaven just got to the Shadow Punch there, so Arceus Aurelius didn't want to risk it. Rockhaven overfarming just a little bit, just the perfect amount. I believe has 2 charge attacks banked back to back now, and I think this does win charge attack priority over the Mandibuzz.
Yeah, is the Mandibuzz and Trap Punch range? Oh, and throws the Ice Punch correctly too. It doesn't even matter. Throws the correct move. Is there energy on the Lapras? The Lapras does have that one-turn Sidewave damage. It's going to be solid here.
Aria.
Does have Sparkling Aria. You can see Rockhaven trying to swap over here and trying to go for the air slash down. RC Rez has to throw the move, otherwise he doesn't have the health. It's going to be a fast attack down here. Hex versus Sidewave. Can they do it is the question. Who's going to get the priority here? 1, 2, and RC Zzweilous is going to take the win over Rockhaven.
Sidewave wins over Hexer. What an incredibly close game at the end. Lapras barely able to get the job done. We saw that matchup in all 3 games. Arceus Aurelius literally on the ground as he blows kisses to the audience after that incredible series.
A well-earned celebration for sure, and of course some sportsmanship too. I mean, he played all weekend long just for a chance to showcase the Runerigus, and he's going to have another chance as well as he continues through this loser's bracket.
Yeah, I have to say I was absolutely wrong about that Runerigus. It put in so much work for Arceus Aurelius throughout that entire series, and I feel like Game 3 was really its chance to shine. We saw it closing out the game, throwing all of those charge attacks, and, you know, obviously being supported by the rest of Arceus Aurelius' team, and of course that fantastic gameplay, all those catches, banking all that energy.
Yeah, that was peak gameplay, peak Pokemon Go, because I feel like I was just holding my breath the entire time, right? Arceus Aurelius making multiple catches. Rockhaven knowing that, trying to counter swap, trying to avoid catches, right? He brought in the Scizor, he brought in the Mandibuzz to avoid, you know, other energy being thrown in the right positions there, and it just came down to a few turns in the end there. I felt like I was watching a full-length movie, but it was only 3.5 minutes.
All right, first catch of the game from Arceus Aurelius there. And here's the part where he shields up the Lapras, doesn't want to, I believe, use another shield, so switches out, catches this charge attack on the Mandibuzz as well. So really Arceus Aurelius forcing Rockhaven to use his energy really, really inefficiently.
That's foul play catch won Arceus Aurelius game. He doesn't know it at this point in time of the match, but it won him in the game because if you look at it, he had only a sliver of health left on that Mandibuzz. Had it been an aerial ace, he just throws a Shadow Punch on the Lapras and takes it out. But because there was still the Mandibuzz and the Lapras, well deserved pop-off, he was able to win it with a Sidewave. And of course, that one-turn damage, always going to take priority there over the long-term duration moves there. So, you know, just looking at it on paper, most people probably thought the Lapras was going to Sidewave down. I thought so too, but you definitely have to look closely and see because it was super close in the end.
Big celebration for a game with the thinnest of margins there. Not only was there a tiny bit of health on all those Pokemon, I think Rockhaven also had a Scizor faint with an entire charge attack, right? So just a lot of really thin margins throughout the game, not just that final matchup, but for all of the Pokemon throughout.
Well, now that we've seen Runerigus, can it have a place in the meta, or is it just like a crazy experiment from Arceus Aurelius that only a few people are talented enough or bold enough to even run?
I'll be shocked if anyone top cuts Worlds with it. Arceus Aurelius, you're totally welcome to prove me wrong there, but I think it's not that it's necessarily bad, it's just that there's better Pokemon for what you're trying to do, right? There's better Ghost types, better Rock Tomb users, and that kind of just makes your overall team a little bit harder to run.
Yeah, but to be fair, it is also I think the only Ghost type that's also a Rock Tomb user, so gives it that flexibility. I'm curious to hear what Arceus has to say, though. Let's take it to the floor and see this interview.
Thank you, Caleb. I'm here with Arceus Aurelius, who had just won that match. Can you just tell me what just happened? I saw you pop off. That was such a close game.
It was very close. I needed to pull out all the stops. I got some great catches. I was just, you know what? I was scared of that Scizor. I was so scared of that Scizor. But so I had to, yeah, just bring the best Pokemon that I had.
And it's one of those best Pokemon, the Runerigus. I don't believe we've seen that anywhere else in this tournament or this season even. How did you get to that pick?
No one's, except for I think Kalethnik, has ever run a Runerigus in a tournament before. So I think at least that I know of. So I'm one of the pioneers of Runerigus. It's been maybe my MVP this tournament. It's been incredible, and I can't wait to show you more what Runerigus has got in store. Poetic, right?
Very poetic. You're very good at rhyming, very good at battling. You're moving on to losers round 3. You're pretty good at those international championships. Do you feel, I mean, of course you moved on, so I'm guessing you feel confident now, right? You haven't played in a while. I believe EYC was your last tournament. How far do you think you can take it here?
I don't really care because I have achieved everything that I came here for. I wanted to finish top 8 in the EU. I did. I wanted to overtake Paula on the Travel Award leaderboard, and that I have. And now I'm so exhausted. When I qualified for day 2 yesterday, you saw me. I was crying in the venue. It really means a lot to me, but I can't wait to go home to my fiance as well because I'm so tired, man. It's been a lot going on.
I even let him cry on my shoulder for a little bit. Congratulations, man, even on everything, not just here, but also that Travel Award throughout the entire season. Thank you so much. My fellow co-caster here, Arceus Aurelius, a good friend of mine. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to friends, family, fans?
I want to shout out Lyle Jeffs for trading me that Rune Regis. We spent an hour trading the night before the tournament. Then I had to do 10 remote raids to get it ready. So I spent an hour raiding as well, locked in my team at 2 a.m. Fareed, Tomahawk UK, for building the team. He had Diggersby, but I put Rune Regis. And of course, my family and friends for watching, and Ina for always supporting me. And yeah, that's all I had. And Martijn for doing this interview with me.
It's my pleasure. Thank you so much for your energy. That's what we love to see here at the NAIC. We have more battles to come, though, in Losers Round 3. Let's head back to Caleb and Pang.
Thanks so much, Martijn and Inadequence and Arceus Aurelius there. What a character. Sounds like he worked really, really hard to get that Rune Regis ready, so glad to see it paying off for him here.
Yeah, I mean, he was saying how he didn't have it until the night before, which means that I don't know how much practice he even did with it, because it seemed like he didn't even have one. Absolutely wild performance. Excited to see how far he takes it. I mean, and get this, Soph, right? He was predicting a Zzweilous, no place in meta. He was a few months late, but in this current meta, that is the case. And you know what counters Rune Regis? A Zzweilous. Nowhere to be seen. Time for Rune Regis to shine. Time for Marcus to shine as well. Excited to see how far he takes it. I know he said he's accomplished all the goes he's had, but I think he'd be pretty ecstatic if he gets a trophy or even higher placement.
That's right. Well, you know, trainers come into these tournaments with all sorts of different goals. For some trainers, it's their first tournament of the entire season. For some trainers, they have won multiple titles this season and are just looking for more. And for Arceus, you know, he's got, you know, the travel awards locked up. He's got, I don't even know. He has so many goals that he's already accomplished. Yeah, I believe went really far at UIC. This is just icing on the cake for him.
Yeah, for him, it seems like he's accomplished everything he wants in life.
And more.
Yeah, and more, and more. And there may be more coming for him in future rounds in this losers bracket. Someone that still has more to accomplish, though, is this young player on stage on the right-hand side, Toad, right? And I mentioned this before in some interviews as well. A lot of players don't know too much about him. He's played in a couple tournaments before this NAIC. Best finish was a 33rd place at a tournament. Yesterday on day number 1, faced a juggernaut of a gauntlet. Faced Bulk, regional champion. He beat him. Faced T. Steiner, regional champion. Beat him as well. And then faced Lyle Jeffs, multiple regional time champion. Beats Lyle Jeff as well. Loses to Tiwastell in a close 3-game series on the winner's side. And now has a face-off against Zzweilous, a regional champion, multiple second place placements, and a finalist at UIC, a huge opponent ahead of himself. Seems like Toad's not this great at all. So they're about to get into battle, so let's get into it. Toad needs a top 8 finish, I believe, to qualify for World Championships, and Zzweilous, of course, trying to add more to his accolades here. It's going to be a Shadow Scizor into a Diggersby.
Fantastic start for Toad as he takes on the Titan of EU in Zzweilous there. This is a great matchup for Diggersby as you do have that double super effective Fire Punch, but of course, Scizor firing away, and actually first catch of the game comes from Zzweilous.
And Zzweilous showing why he's one of the best players in the world. Is going to catch this neutral Fire Punch, but more importantly, saves the energy on the Scizor and avoids having to spend a shield right off the bat. Toad does have the Drapion here now for the Credilli, but Zzweilous has a lot of extra energy, and that's going to be playing favorably for the back-end matchups.
But I do like how Toad threw that crunch right away, doesn't want to wait until this Rock Tomb comes through to debuff him, and I think you are going to outpace the Credilli to the next match, or sorry, to the next charge attack, so maybe just going to be a little bit of overfarm here, and what you want really out of this matchup is to come out with enough energy to force the Scizor to throw a charge attack.
Yeah, even though Toad might have not had as many high placement finishes, you can tell he's on point with his counts, he's on point with his mechanics as well, trying to leave as much energy as possible with this Drapion, and in comes the Lapras for Zzweilous. I think Zzweilous just wants to save all this energy, save all the shields for the Shadow Scizor, and on top of that, he could probably sideway this out and come out with a huge advantage. Oh, actually, no, he wants to pivot over to Shadow Scizor, and this is going to get dicey for Toad. Toad doesn't like that, and that's even more entry now for Shadow Scizor. How do you beat this thing now?
Yeah, that snipe was absolutely tragic. Trailblaze coming through here. This is super effective damage. I think you absolutely have to shield this up as the Diggersby if you want to have a chance here. Toad does shield it up, but like you said, so behind in this matchup now, down a shield as he fires off a Fire Punch.
Yeah, generally speaking, Diggersby would outpace the Shadow Scizor, especially if it's going straight Trailblaze, but Toad was the one that had to throw up the shield first because he was behind on energy because of that catch, and now you're closing in on Night Slash range, but Zzweilous confident saying, you know what, if you're going to shield this, I'm going to sweep the entire backline. Toad going to make the crucial call and shield this up. Do you ever try to just catch energy on the Tinkaton? Does throw a final Fire Punch. All this damage, charge attack damage, is resisted from the Tinkaton, but you're running into a double boosted Shadow Scizor. Toad shaking his head knowing that this is going to be such a tough battle for the end.
I mean, he can knock this out with a Bulldoze at this point, but I mean, these bullet punches are really going to add up. I think this is a third Trailblaze for this Shadow Scizor. Let's see how much it does. Almost takes the Tinkaton. That is resisted damage to half health, and I don't even know if the Lapras is going to need to make another appearance as Zzweilous does throw another Night Slash to knock out this Tinkaton.
Yeah, Toad's faced a lot of tough players this weekend and throughout his career in Pokemon GO PvP, but he hasn't faced the likes of Zzweilous as that Shadow Scizor going to set up the entire sweep for the team. Shadow Scizor looks so strong into Toad's team. What is his answer besides that Diggersby?
Oh man, I mean, I think if you want to counter with fast attack pressure of your own, you could maybe reach for the Shadow Sableye. It actually wasn't bad into the team that Zzweilous brought just now, but I think really the catch that Zzweilous made just put him so far ahead in that game, even though that was the best possible lead case for Toad, just not enough after that to do in order to come back.
And if you're watching and you're trying to watch these tournaments and say, hey, what's a good meta team I should copy? Don't look at Zzweilous' team because he runs the wildest teams, but he makes them look so good. Greninja, Galarian Corsola, Galarian Weezing, Shadow Scizor. That's 4 of his team aren't even in the top 10, top 12, maybe not even top 50 usage of this tournament.
And this is the big play of the game. Happened so early on, but you know that just meant that Zzweilous had all of this energy to throw onto the Diggersby later in the game, while the Diggersby was actually energy dry. And then right here, I think Toad misjudging the health, just letting himself get farms down. Maybe might have had a tiny chance if he had just switched into Tinkaton as soon as his Diggersby had gotten all the use away.
Yeah, it would have been tough because the Lapras had energy as well and over like 60% health. As we get into game number 2 is underway, we have the Greninja locked into a Diggersby. Not a great position for Toad to be in.
And it looks like Toad is just staying in. He brought the Shadow Sableye, maybe hoping to catch the Shadow Scizor, but not quite there. And now he's forced to stay in this horrible. Another catch from Zzweilous. This is actually Scorching Sands this time, though, instead of the Fire Punch.
Zzweilous making catches left and right here, but drawing out potentially a counter for that Shadow Scizor. Let's see if Toad goes for a swap or not. Going to leave with the energy bank, and now comes the Tinkaton. In the previous meta, though, with Bullet Seed, this was a pretty good matchup for Tinkaton. Now with Acid, it's not so clean, and you're coming into a Credillion now with extra energy. If Zzweilous doesn't shield, he's going to lose this head-to-head matchup, but you draw the Tinkaton, you avoid it onto your Greninja. Honestly, even against Greninja, it's not too bad because you have the neutral Water Shuriken and Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, I think for Toad, you just want to come out of this matchup with maybe a little bit of health to get off some fairy wins against the Greninja. But looking at the rest of Toad's Pokemon, I mean, this Tinkaton is his main method of getting rid of the Greninja. So let's see what he comes out of this matchup with in terms of health and energy.
Yeah, this is a tough position here as in comes this Shadow Scizor yet again. So tough. Going to go for the play rough here, resist it, but does a little bit more damage here than Bulldoze. Let's see how much it's going to do to Zzweilous. You have the fast attack pressure. I mean, barely, just barely more. But that might be okay though, because Toad, if can shield through and Shadow Claw down, it's not the worst case situation. You just have to deal with the 2-shield Greninja later, but that's a problem for a different minute of this match.
Look, I don't know about Shadow Claw down because the Scizor is almost at another charge attack. Zzweilous actually did not throw that Night Slash. It's going to be pretty nice for Toad, going to be able to knock out the Scizor, but remember, that Greninja is still very, very healthy. It's going to be really difficult for Sableye to take care of it as these Shadow Claws and the Foul Play are resisted.
And if Zzweilous starts baiting with Night Slash, it could be even more disastrous, but I don't think he even needs to. He's so far ahead, and he still has 2 shields, and he's 1 Water Shuriken away from another Hydro Cannon. Toad has no catch cons as well. Going to throw the foul play here, maybe expecting, I don't know, charge back priority with a Night Slash, but that being said, because that's not the case, you got another free Water Shuriken as well. You try to make the catch, but Zzweilous just one step ahead.
Yeah, has so much energy. It doesn't even matter that he's throwing this Night Slash onto the Tinkaton. This Greninja is really the star of the show here. Gonna be sweeping Toad. No shields left, like you said. No catch opportunities as that switch clock isn't up. Night Slash coming through, and not super effective, but probably gonna be enough to take out this Diggersby.
A dominant performance from Zzweilous, and honestly, a fantastic run and the boost to boot as well. A really great run from Toad. I mean, underdog for sure. I mean, if you look at the names of players that he took out in this tournament, absolutely incredible, and what a breakout performance from him. I think he will be just short of a Worlds qualification, but I'm sure you'll see him next year if he keeps playing like this.
Definitely no shame in losing to Zzweilous. Again, one of the best players, not just in EU, but also the world. I mean, he's traveling the world with another top cut at NAIC here, and you can see why he's one of EU's best, along with players like Pato Man. Just a fantastic series there. I feel like there's just too much for anyone to keep track of, so definitely don't blame Toad for that, but Zzweilous is switching in and out, has so much energy everywhere, and of course, when you add a core breaker like Greninja on top of it, it's just very difficult to surmount.
Yeah, and I mean, realistically, Zzweilous, the only person he lost to was the European champion, Pokémon. So he hasn't even lost to any NA players or any players from any other region. So he's still continuing his worldwide dominance, only losing to another European. I believe that means that there were 4 Europeans coming into top day number 2 here, and 2 of them had to face off and eliminate each other, but there's still 3 out of the 4 remaining as we take a look at some of these highlights. I mean, Shadow Scizor was the star of game number 1, but Greninja was the star of game number 2. I've heard rumblings of people saying that they might consider Greninja, but Zzweilous is one of the few people bold enough to run it. Pokémon being the other one, actually.
Yeah, kind of a great core breaker. You see the Sableye and Lapras and Diggersby on Toad's side, and you know that's exactly what that Greninja ended up finding. I have so much respect for Zzweilous, such a creative team builder. He knows how to use all of these different Pokemon. We saw the Greninja there. We saw the Scizor in game number 1, so he definitely isn't a one-trick pony. He's more like a 1,000-trick horse.
Yeah, he has a whole farm of horses, I think, at this point. I mean, you know, there's some people that have signature picks. They run it a lot, right? Like Dial-Up Churn this season ran a lot of Shadow Blastoise. But Zzweilous, every tournament, he has a completely different team, almost a completely different 6 at times, and he performs well with it, which really pushed the boundaries of the meta. I think it's really healthy for the game because if everyone's running Dusclops, Drapion, you know, Mandibuzz, Diggersby, it gets a little bit stale, it gets a little bit boring, and it gets a little bit predictable. The unpredictable nature is what throws a lot of these great players off. He's going to continue moving forward in this losers bracket.
Exactly, and you know, speaking of Zzweilous and his creativity, he actually top cut Worlds with a Shadow Gyarados, throwing a lot of trainers off, and he's continuing to throw trainers off here at NAIC. We've actually progressed the losers bracket quite a bit. We just saw Zzweilous versus Toad, losers round 3 there. Zzweilous is now advancing to losers round 4, going to be facing off against Doombug, and I believe from this point in the tournament onward, we're going to be able to see all of these losers matches, so that's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, exactly. We have Septile Ice and Dial-Up Churn still awaiting there to round that out. As we take a look at some of the matches that happened off stream here, we have Ramberto actually 2-1 over Lyle Jeffs, which sets up a Tiwastell versus Ramberto matchup. 2 friends, 2 teammates. That should be an exciting one. Ashton Ash will be facing off against Firestar, as well as Teddy Bear awaits who will be playing him.
Yeah, the losers bracket is always very interesting to watch because there's so many different players down there waiting for matches to resolve. You have players dropping down from the winner's side of the bracket to try and fill it in. So it's a little bit chaotic in the losers side of the bracket, but again, so much fun to watch, so much to play for. And of course, every single match is win or go home.
Yeah, I feel like this is a season of consistency, right? You know, I feel like past seasons, certain players would, you know, shine, but there'd be kind of like a new champion for the most part, outside of the, you know, Doombug, Lao Jeff's era, where it was just back and forth between them. But this season, I feel like a lot of the top performing trainers are consistently performing. Zzweilous, I think he's gone to 3 grand finals maybe this season. I mean, looking for another one even, and one of them was actually at an international as well. I mean, we got PP David, who I don't think he's actually at this event, also went to 3 grand finals, right? Elum, 2 regional titles. Marto, obviously 4 actual wins, and you know, we have Corlash as well, 2 titles as well. So a lot of consistency here, and this is what practice does, right? It's not just you have a bad lead, you have a bad backline, you lose the game, right? These players are weaving in and out. I think the 50-second switch timer does help that a lot, though.
Yeah, Zzweilous definitely one of those players who has just become so consistent this season. I mentioned last season, of course, no slouch, top cut NAIC, top cut Worlds, even won actually the Barcelona special event as well. But this season, really just on another level, setting himself apart from the rest of the field, especially in the European region, and he's, bringing that dominance across the pond here in the US.
Well, I know my good friend Tuo Butters loves spice picks, and he's about to interview the Lord of Spice, Zzweilous. Let's take it to the floor with them.
All right, thank you so much, Caleb. I'm here with Zzweilous, and I just want to go, what's going through your head? You have 1 Greninja, 2 Protect Shields, and there's 3 Pokemon remaining on the other team. What was going through your head at that exact moment?
So I think you're missing a piece of the puzzle. I also always have a Shadow Scizor, so I always have to think very actively about where do I place my shields. But honestly, in this matchup I had such a team comp advantage because I know that the Scizor's bullet punches are unresisted throughout. The Credilli wins all 6 matchups in the 2-shield scenario if I were to ever play that. So it's a very neutrally strong Pokemon. And it's also bulky, so I can use it to set up Greninja and Scizor. So I want the fast move damage from Scizor, I want the Hydro Cannons from Greninja, and I soak all the damage on Credilli. So Toad played that super well from a team comp disadvantage, but I think I was very fortunate to catch a matchup like this.
And you're able to pull off that 2-0. And you've been in this situation before in big tournaments, the World Championships, being on that winner's side of the bracket, then dropping down. How do you bounce back in these situations?
That's a very good question because this is actually very new for me. The last special championship in Europe in Utrecht was the first time I dropped to losers and made the winners made the day 2 from the losers side. So essentially lower bracket runs are something that I'm still fairly inexperienced with, but now I've already won 2 rounds. So yeah, I guess it's just a lot of repetition, as are many things in this game. Just do it often enough and eventually it will click, you will develop the right attitude. I was angry with myself after I lost to Patoman going hard up ABA to that Scizor. But I just shook off the anger, I had good brunch, and then I'm back.
And unfortunately, you've lost to Patoman here and at UIC. What's more important to you? Bouncing back, getting all the way to beat Patoman, or maybe a European winning the North American International Championship?
If I'm being totally honest, I am rooting for Pato. Not only have we a history of camaraderie and rivalry that is very healthy and wholesome to me, but he's also using the Greninja Scizor core, and I want the Greninja Scizor core to succeed. So I'm super proud of his run. I definitely hope to face him again this tournament, which would mean that I am going to win a lot of more rounds, but I'm not really expecting that as of now. And yeah, should I not make it, I'm definitely rooting for him.
Awesome. Thank you so much, ZZ, for that insight. We got some quick highlights, and in a special game with Spraggles, a little this or that.
We are playing Pokemon This or That with Aaron here, Grass type edition. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Sunflora or Carnivine?
Carnivine.
Carnivine or Go-Goat?
Go-Goat.
Go-Goat or Eldegoss?
Eldegoss.
Eldegoss or Abomasnow?
Abomasnow.
Abomasnow or Scovillain?
Abomasnow.
Abomasnow or Meganium?
Abomasnow.
Abomasnow or Victreebel?
Abomasnow.
Abomasnow or Delmise?
Delmise.
Delmise or Decidueye?
Decidueye.
Decidueye or Sprigatito?
Sprigatito.
Sprigatito or Bulbasaur?
Bulbasaur.
Bulbasaur wins it all. Drop the plush. Oh, congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Bye. We did it. You keep it.
Hello, trainers. I've been out in the field here at the 2025 North American International Championships, and I actually ran into a local of mine, Telegraph Train, and I thought, what better opportunity to talk about the locals that are available in Championship Series. But first, I just want to ask Telegraph, what is your experience in locals for Pokemon GO PvP?
Well, for locals, I've been involved since the start. Back when it was in grassroots, I was helping organize tournaments then. And now that things have moved over to Play Pokemon and moved over to official shops and locations, I'm working with those places to try and help make tournaments as big as possible by helping bring in new players and old.
That's awesome. So how often do you actually have these cups, have these challenges, have these locals for Championship Series?
So usually in my community, we're able to have a tournament, whether it's a cup or a challenge, a couple times a week. Usually I'm able to make them every other event. I really try and get involved as many as I can, because it's not just about doing the battles, getting the points, it's about getting to hang out and see my friends.
That's awesome, and obviously we are locals as well. So I'm curious, how's the community going? What's it like nowadays, especially with the locals championship series, able to get championship points for the World Championships later? How's it going?
It's going really good. A lot of our players are super hungry to try and get into Worlds, get as many points as I can. And also, we do have a lot of the events happening at the same time as VG and TCG. So that way, there's always people who are like, what are you guys doing? Like, asking us about Go, how to play it. And there's always a little bit of like overlap where a few of us are now like, what are the cards like? And
that's so cool. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I love playing TCG Pocket nowadays too. But awesome. And one more question for you. Who would you recommend these tournaments to?
Everyone, honestly. We have a lot of players who are been playing for a long time as soon as competitive came out into the game. But we also have new players who are curious, asking about how the game works. We have had some events where we have people who are like hanging out. Maybe they have a lot of parents have been curious about Go because they always play with their kids, and their kids will be there for VG or TCG, and they have to wait, and they want to hang out. And so sometimes we help people build teams where they're like, hey, I want to play, but I don't know. And we're like, we got you. So we'll open up their phones, see what you got, and we'll help make a team and help them play that day.
That's awesome. That's so amazing to hear. Shout out to the East Bay community, shout out to the Bay Area community, and shout out to all the card shops or any of those local shops that do facilitate these tournaments as well. That's awesome to hear. Let's get back to the Pokemon action.
All right, Pokemon fans, Adam Watson here, and I've got Ira, who's going to rate the Fire-type first partner Pokemon for us. Let's get it underway. Show the people what you think. Where do these Pokemon belong? Okay, I think we can all agree with that one. Oh, man. Go all the way down to the C tier. Cyndaquil, I think he's a little higher, but that's just me. Charmander, nothing can beat Fuecoco in your eyes. Score Bunny, Fennekin, okay, just a couple more left. The B tier is getting kind of full. Where are the rest gonna go? Oh. Not too shabby. There's some people in the audience who are booing, and there are some people in the audience who think you are absolutely correct. So thank you for ranking the Fire-type first partner Pokemon. Let's get back to some Pokemon action.
Incredible tier list that we had there on Fire-type Pokemon. We haven't seen as many of them in New Orleans, but we're definitely having the heat going on in these battles. Welcome back. We are here to look into some more of these matches as we're moving into losers round 4. If we take a look at the losers out of the brackets, you can also see it in chat, by the way, if you use !mark brackets, we can see how far some of these trainers have come. In the past battles, we saw trainers like Arceus Aurelius proceed to losers round 3, actually. We have seen that earlier on stream, but the battles we're gonna get soon are on losers round 4.
Yeah, one of the interesting matchups, actually, Ramberto did take a 2-1 victory versus Lyle Jeffs, and we actually just saw Zzweilous take down Toad 2-0, but we still need to finish out losers round 3. We got some good matchups. Ashton Ash versus Firestar. Ashton Ash did, by the way, take down Battle Bill 2-1, so no more Battle Bill here for the remainder of the tournament, but what a tournament run that he had.
Indeed, and he got the championship points that he wanted as well. He said that he had that regular Quagsire because he couldn't read, but he wasn't here to read, he was here to lead. Let's take a look at the winners out of the bracket.
Yeah, I want to clarify, Elum, North American region, by the way. I know I was creating some confusion earlier. He is an NA trainer, so he is still going to be defending the homeland here, we can say. We still have him facing off versus Patomon, but that will not be taking place until Championship Sunday tomorrow.
And Championship Sunday will be on the official stream. That will be on where we have all the Championship Sunday action of Unite, VG, and TCG as well. Not on Pokemon Go, but on twitch.tv/Pokemon.
That's right. Well, if I'm not mistaken, Elum was top 8, or was it top 4 at NAIC last year, so he's having similar success, you could say. Ashton Ash still in the tournament as well, our runner-up. So there's still a lot of great storylines here. We have trainers from all over. We've got Patoman from EU. We've got Elum from NA. We've got Ashton Ash from LATAM. We've also got 2 other NA trainers here as well, Tiwastell and Ramberto. In fact, teammates facing off here in losers round 4.
Yep, the same colorful shirts with that cat and sunglasses on it. And they have a pretty similar team as well, with both Dusclops and the Dena on their teams. But the Pokemon that stands out the most, Shadow and Item, on both teams, which is a pretty tough mirror matchup, because that really comes down to who wins Charge Tech Purity. Perhaps we're going to find out soon, because both trainers are ready for game number 1.
That's right. Let's move into our losers round 4. Battle of the teammates. Tiwastell versus Ramberto. We're going to be having Shadow Dusclops versus the Deden. How does this play out? We know the regular Dusclops does win the Zero Shield. Looks like Shadow may not.
Looks like we're not going to find out at all. Tiwastell does 1 hex of energy on that Dusclops, then swaps into the Drapion. An interesting play, because otherwise, if you swap in immediately, the Drapion would have outpaced. This kind of leaves an option for Ramberto to either stay in above the defense or swap out at some point.
Yeah, a little awkward. Like you said, if you swap right away, you can throw that Aqua Tail technically in 9 turns prior to the 10-turn Parabolic Charge. Now you have to deal with these debuffs, and in fact, this second Aqua Tail is actually on Charge Attack priority. You really haven't gotten that much value out of your Drapion at this point, and this, due to 2 Parabolic Charges, this is now a double defense buffed Dedenne.
I think that Tiwastell was trying to bait out the Shadow Annihilate with the Shadow Drapion, but Ramberto didn't fall for that. He kept the Shadow Annihilate for exactly this Pokemon here, Cradily. And Ramberto actually running a team really weak in the lead to the Cradily, but he's not even going to face it there.
I think we saw that 1-turn deficit there, if I'm not mistaken.
1-turn deficit on that asset, but I don't think it will matter as much as the Dedenne won't be able to get to another Charge Attack.
Correct. Only 1 Charge Attack, and the only real difference there is going to be 1 Thunder Shock. This will bring in the Shadow Annihilate. Grass Knot, it hits harder than Rock Tomb here, actually.
Especially when Rock Tomb is resisted. Grass Knot coming through, puts the Annihilate straight into the yellow damage here, swapping back into the Dusclops, but Ramberto had another answer, and that is the Mandibus.
It's but energy advantage currently on this Dusclops, which is going to be quite nice as you're firing off these Ice Punches. As we've seen, 3 Ice Punches are enough to knock this Mandibus out of the sky.
2 shields are still in play on both sides. Where do you invest these? There's no energy left on the Cradily, as the Grass was immediately thrown on the Shadow Annihilate, so you don't have any energy to throw in that Mandibus. And keep in mind that you cannot really acid down a Shadow Annihilate either. If at some point Tiwastell would swap out of this matchup, it would give Ramberto the opportunity to build up energy on the Annihilate and get to a super effective Rage Fist here as well.
Do you ever bait as Tiwastell? This is a 35 versus 40 energy move, but is it too risky to bait?
We'll see an Ice Punch coming through. He's not baiting. Ramberto not taking any chance. His Ice Punch would knock out, and that Annihilate would have had a really tough time otherwise. Do you use your final protection here as Tiwastell? I think you kind of have to, as you're running low on health.
I think this does, yeah, it's going to be a significant chunk of damage, but it may do less than a Rage Fist, hence the no shield in this situation.
And swapping out, keeping that Shadow Punch there. The Annihilate does have a lot of energy. Here comes the Cradily with a Grass Knot. Do you use your protection here? Yes, he does, because you can get the full counter down and then come out with a Rage Fist.
I think that you're currently 1 hex away from getting to Ice Punch, but you're going to need 3 hexes to knock out, I think. I don't even know if you can hang on versus these counters.
You need to get the hex down here as Tiwastell. If you can't do that, you come out with an Ice Punch for the Mandibus. And the Mandibus is an Ice Punch race. Is this Shadow Dusclops bulky enough to get the hex down? No, you get counted down by the Shadow Annihilate. Ramberto takes game number 1.
With that Rage Fist boost, the counter's doing slightly more damage there. Double resisted counters at that, but enough to farm down that Shadow Dusclops. Ramberto, like you said, taking the 1-0 lead versus his teammate Tiwastell. Very similar team compositions that we're seeing here in Adequance. While we have a Mandibuzz on the side of Ramberto, it is a Shadow Drapion on the side of Tiwastell. While we have a non-Shadow Dusclops on the side of Ramberto, Shadow Dusclops that we just saw from Tiwastell.
A lot of similarities in these teams, also a lot of differences. I recognize this team composition Ramberto used yesterday as well, I believe against Iomero, with the Dedenne lead and the Mandibus in the back. Would you say that Ramberto officially disrespects the Cradily?
I think that when you think about Cradily, you have to view it from two different perspectives. Is it going to be doing fast attack damage, or is it going to be doing charge attack damage?
What if it does both?
Well, I think that you can disrespect the charge attacks, knowing that you can hide behind shields. But I think fast attack pressure is where you have to make sure that you're not ABA weak.
Right, we saw in the replays that Dena putting in a lot of work, but we're heading into game number 2 as Tiwastell has the shiny Dena into the Shadow Annihilate from Ramberto. You think this is a really bad matchup for Dena, but it is only if you go straight for the player of Tiwastell. He knows his matchups. Go straight for the parabolic charge.
How does this influence the matchup in Adequance? Do you hang on easily now versus the Rage Fist, and you can just go full, a parabolic charge to win this game?
I think you could opt to shield this, and I saw Tiwastell shake his head right after that no-shoot, perhaps regrets this decision. Of course, you are buffed slightly, but now you cannot get the Thundershock. I don't think you can get the Thundershock down. We'll be really close. I think maybe 2 more Thundershock would have knocked out this Annihilate. Is Ramberto going to try and pull a shield back? Yes, he is.
Well, what's scary here is that this Dena here, you don't have a direct answer to. Yes, you have the Dustclops, but with 2 defense increases, it's going to be hard to hex down.
You could say that, but you could also see it another way. Because of that extra defense, you can get more hex, and that means more hex energy as well. So now you get more energy on the Dustclops to throw potential Shadow Punches or Ice Punches into the Dustclops or the Cradily from Tiwastell.
Well, I think that Ramberto didn't want to find out what that would have felt like before those additional counters had come through. So this was a much easier hex down now. 4 hexes, actually 5 hexes he was able to get. Almost has back-to-back Ice Punches, almost has 3 Shadow Punches. Realistically, Tiwastell could end up bringing in this Cradily at some point, trying to catch one of these Shadow Punches.
And attempted to get a charge security tie, but Tiwastell wasn't going for that. And we get the charge security tie as Ramberto had back-to-back Shadow Punch. He wins it. Tiwastell is now forced to put up a protection as Shadow Punch might get really close to knocking out.
But look what this is setting up for Tiwastell, though. He has that Cradily that will get lined up versus that Mandibuzz in the endgame in Adequance.
And I think Ramberto knows that's why he has to preserve this Dustclops, which will be able to get another charge security tie. Do we see a catch? No, we see the charge security tie. Ramberto needs this, but if he swaps out, he will still be at a deficit in the Mandibuzz. Is he going to stay in with this low health Dustclops? Let's see, because he's going to need that Ice Punch into the Cradily.
Yeah, you need the Ice Punch, and you're going to get there in 3 hexes, meaning 9 turns. That's going to be faster than Tiwastell's able to get to a Rock Tomb. I don't think you're going to be able to Acid down either, so maybe do you just stay in and force this Cradily to throw its energy?
At this point, you got to swap into the Mandibuzz before you get Acid down, or can you get to another charge stack? Oh, he's attempting to make a catch. It doesn't matter though, because Tiwastell would have gone for the Rock Tomb either way.
He would have had 2 Rock Tombs.
He would have had 2 Rock Tombs. Ramberto shaking his head. This does give Tiwastell to farm up more energy. He's got the time. Let's see if he has the patience to build up more energy. You need to, because you need energy for this Dustclops that is super close to an Ice Punch.
Ramberto needs to get to 2 charge attacks somehow here, but between his Mandibuzz and his Dustclops, he might even need 3 at this range. Knowing how many attack debuffs there have been and will be, I don't even know if a Shadow Punch is going to knock out here. I think you have to go for the Ice Punch as Ramberto.
Well, keep in mind that the debuff was clear. Oh, look at that. Mandibuzz hangs on. Can it get to a charge stack? It does get to the charge stack. We see a deficit in the energy or the damage not registering. This foul play is super debuff. Does it knock out the Cradily? Cradily gets knocked out.
Oh, man, what a game there. That was a nail biter for Ramberto. I think he was a little surprised that he was able to get that charge attack off in Adequance. He was double debuffed. Little visible confusion, you can say on stage, but as it stands now, Ramberto did take a 2-0 series sweep there versus Tiwastell. No headsets off yet, though.
I didn't see that happening, though. That was looking pretty tough for Ramberto. If we analyze the line that he had there with the Shadow Annihilate lead and the Mandibuzz in the back, you'd think that is really weak into the Dena, but it kind of showed the flaw of the Dena there. Once a lot of fast attack pressure is in play, the Dena is going to lag because it really relies on little fast attack pressure and buffing its defense very quickly.
Yeah, honestly, just taking 1 Rage Fist and then counters brought it in range where you could just hex all the way down and give that Dustclops all that energy. So, well, yes, you did increase your defense 2 stages. It didn't give you that many benefits.
It didn't. It was so close there. You got so much energy on the Dustclops as well as Ramberto, which put him kind of at an advantage. With switch advantage, which is so important for Tiwastell. I would think that Cradily may have been his best Pokemon in his tournament so far. It's been so important in many of these battles.
Well, I think where Cradily struggles is primarily versus that Shadow Scizor. The Shadow Scizor actually has been, I would say, my most impressive Pokemon so far. Maybe not the most consistent Pokemon, but I think it's been the Pokemon for me that has been certainly the most fun. And when you look at some of the Pokemon that may be the overall strongest, the Deden, the Dusclops, the Diggersby, I think the Scizor has a lot of play into all of them.
Scizor does have a lot of play, so is Shadow Annihilate in many of these Pokemon as well. Yeah. It's like we do have that review. Potentially, there was a fast attack loss between the Cradily and the Mandibuzz, and it could be crucial because remember that Mandibuzz got to the last charge attack that knocked out the Cradily on just barely 1 HP.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, and you could see the reaction from Ramberto. He looked surprised that he was able to get to that final charge attack. Tiwastell looking like he was surprised as well. So these judges are taking a look at those final moments here. We'll have to see if there was any other discrepancies that they're looking at as well for the time being. We are awaiting the outcome from the judges.
If an attack was lost, then it could indeed be an argument for a potential rematch. However, you can take that previous match into consideration for the next battle, as it would be with an entirely new team of 3-on-both players, except you could, of course, decide to run the same team if you want to get in your opponent's head like that.
Both trainers could decide to do that, that's true. Yeah, no, what's really interesting is when you're in these situations here, like I said, you have to be of the mindset that you're going to have another rematch. You can't just assume, all right, well, no, this is going to go my way. You have to assume either the worst or the best, depending on which perspective that we're looking at. But you have to assume that there's going to be another game. So you have to think to yourself, what did I take away from that game number 2? Where do I need to find that alignment that was so critical to a game win or a game loss?
Just an update from the losers round 3 here. We have Ashton Ash beat Firestar 73 by 2-1. These trainers that I'm naming right now, the winners of those, are moving to losers round 4 as well. Of course, we have Tiwastell versus Ramberto, currently losers round 4 on stream. Septile Ice beat Arceus Aurelius, who we saw earlier, by 2-0. A phenomenal trainer that Homesize Henry talks about a lot. He's up against Alpha Feep, a colleague from Homesize Henry, actually. True. And then our other match will be, we saw Zzweilous earlier against Toad. He will be up against Doombug. That's going to be a battle between very well-known names, veterans of the scene.
Yeah, and both running iconic water Pokemon. We have Zzweilous with his Greninja. We have Doombug with his Araquanid. And the Araquanid, you have to give a huge, huge advantage there. You would need, what, 2 boosts at least to maybe even have a chance if you're the Greninja.
But do you even get there? Because Bug Bite is super effective, does more damage now. Greninja, not a lot of bulk. I don't know if you can do that.
Well, I think that that's one of the things that Greninja relies on, is getting into matchups where there's resisted fast attack pressure, things like resisted bullet punches or maybe even resisted hex from a Jellicent. But in situations where it's taking neutral or especially super effective damage, it does not hang around long.
How do you think that Bug Bite Heatran is going to fare in the Go Battle League with this buff?
In Master League or?
In any league. What about Ultra League against 10% Zygarde?
I gotta give the advantage, despite the typing disadvantage. A Steel Fire type going up against a ground, I'm still giving that one to Heatran.
Really? But why did you invest so much into it then?
I read on the platform formerly known as Twitter, now known as X, that Zygarde was very good.
That you built the small dog one.
Well, there was only one pathway for me to build Zygarde.
How many cells do you have, actually?
27 cells.
27. I believe you need 250 for the complete form. Now, if you do that, you might be able to get a complete Zygarde for the Master League. And this is excellent for trainers like Wholesome to get to the Legend rank.
Well, let's do a little math here. 27, we'll call that 10%, 11% of the way.
Sure.
How long have the cells been out at this point?
I believe about a year, perhaps.
Okay, so
maybe like
9 more years and we will have the complete form. Watch out, 2034.
We'll get back to that at the NAIC by then, of course. Zygarde, a Pokemon that you can gather cells for by following those routes in-game. If you look at your map, I believe it's near the spot where the spawns and the raids are, and the power spots, of course. You can find one nearby, hopefully get some cells. I believe I'm personally at 200, so I might have it this year, actually.
It's very impressive. All right, well, it looks like that we are going to be still waiting a decision here. Yeah, it looks like we're currently 1-1 now, Tiwastell versus Ramberto. So this is going to take us to a decisive game 3. Go ahead.
Actually, Ramberto is forfeiting the game because of the inconsistency that is not rematchable out of sportsmanship. So claps to Ramberto. That is the second time he did that, I believe. Against Arumero, he did this as well.
Look, I think that we have trophies typically here for our top 4. We need to go get a sportsmanship medal for Ramberto. This is 2 situations now where he is seeing unexpected game outcomes that he is opting to forfeit or concede these matchups in the sake of sportsmanship.
A big claps in the chat, please, for Ramberto. We recognizing that if that Mandibus took one more asset of damage, that it would not have gone into the foul play, and thus he very likely would have lost that battle.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't forget, he is a regional winner as well. So he is one of those trainers, obviously very capable of achieving great success here, but obviously wants to make sure that he's doing it the right way.
We're getting into a brand new game 3 here. Wholesome.
Yes, Inadequance.
What is a team that you would use here if you were Tiwastell to adapt to Ramberto's lines?
I'd first bring my Zygarde 10%. I would unlevel it back to the Great League.
Okay, so you're playing Show 6. Bring anything else.
Oh wait, so we're saying with these teams here?
Yeah, with these.
Oh, with these teams here. I should have specified here. Look, I'm a Diggersby stan. While I think it's one of the less fun Pokemon to play, I think it's one of the most impactful Pokemon to play. And I think that there's so many, at least decent matchups, but certainly some positive matchups as well. We could see Ramberto bring that to Den. Obviously, there's the Mirror. Just needs to watch out for that Shadow Annihilate. If it's able to avoid that matchup, everything else is relatively neutral, maybe with the exception of that Cradily as well.
Let's find out. Both trainers are locked in. We're getting into decisive game number 3. It is Shadow Drapion from Tiwastell. That's a great lead into the Dusclops from Ramberto.
Is there any situation here where the non-Shadow Dusclops has any chance versus that Shadow Drapion?
It's not going to do much better. However, maybe with an energy lead further on, it might be possible to. Great League comes into this Mandibuzz, which is an excellent answer. Rock Tomb will drop the attack of the flying type Pokemon, and because you don't have Bullet Seed but Acid, you deal neutral fast attack damage as well.
I was going to say, this is one of 2 situations where you love having Acid versus Flyers and versus Fire types. You can actually do meaningful fast attack pressure now to make these matchups a lot better. In situations where you just 2 shield resisted Bullet Seeds, it doesn't really do any damage. You can just get out of those matchups. But now, look how much damage Tiwastell has already done with these fast attacks plus 1 Rock Tomb.
The problem for Ramberto is that it's kind of difficult to gather energy on the Dusclops here as well, because you don't want to throw any debuffed energy into the Drapion later on. It's not going to deal a lot of damage. And first off, you still have to get rid of this Greatly as well.
Well, you're not going to win this matchup as Ramberto. There is just no way. Tiwastell in firm control. While you will get some energy now as the Annihilate, first off, you're going to take a chunk of damage here from this full Grass Knot coming through. And what's waiting for this Shadow Annihilate, Inadequance?
It is going to be the spooky Pokemon. Ooh! Shadow Dusclops is entering the field.
That's right. These hexes are super effective. 4 of them will knock out. Hangs on with just a little bit of HP. This is super effective damage, but Tiwastell just needs to set up his Shadow Drapion to get realigned versus Ramberto's Dusclops. Things are looking great for Tiwastell currently.
I think both trainers already said GG's there, but let's see how this Dusclops can do here as it sneaks a full hex through. There might be an opportunity where you maybe make a catch somewhere. I think the window of opportunity is very slim here for Ramberto, but let's see, because it's not over just yet.
Yeah, with how fast you pace to these Ice Punches, either in 12 or 9 turns, you were able to absolutely stall the switch clock, and if you're shielding these crunches, there's going to be essentially 0 fast attack pressure coming out from these Poison Stings.
Oh, this is a Shadow Punch, baby. We see the immediate Protect Shield coming from Tiwastell. This is slightly less energy than an Ice Punch. It perhaps opens the door for Ramberto. He has that catch. This is another Shadow Punch, just Tiwastell. No, he knows!
I think he's just trying to stall the switch clock so that he can make a catch attempt here. Keep an eye out on this. The Annihilate is low. Okay, he's just trying to counter down, but a quick swap from Tiwastell gets the Hex down. Only 1 Protect Shield remaining for Ramberto. Has the Shadow Punch loaded. He will be able to get to 2 Shadow Punches. No problem. This looks to be Tiwastell's game.
The writing's on the wall from Ramberto. You cannot use any protections here. Drapion has him locked with a crunch in the back, and the Shadow Dusclops comes in with another Shadow Punch. Can you get a Hex down here? I don't think it's going to matter. Tiwastell has another Protect Shield. It won't go to another Shadow Punch, but Drapion comes in. It's gonna jump through this Ghost. It has 2 crunches loaded, and that's going to take game number 3 for Tiwastell.
Ramberto clapping on his teammate Tiwastell. What a tournament run for Tiwastell. Never having made day 2 before. He has now won 3 rounds, I believe, so far this tournament. He continues to move on. That was losers round 4. He will move on to losers round 5. He is absolutely making his way through this tournament in incredible fashion.
In fact, that is top 8 now for Tiwastell. That is his first top cut, and he did it at the NAIC, one of the most challenging tournaments that we have in the circuit. He will move on, and his next opponent will be the winner of Teddy Bear versus Ashton Ash that we'll see later on.
I can't wait to see that one. But again, first off, congratulations to Tiwastell. But let's get some claps in the chat yet again for Ramberto. Not only supporting his teammate in defeat, but also taking a look at that game number 3 match review, conceding, knowing that there was an inconsistency, and he wanted to make sure that they had a fair chance to battle. Good on him.
He recognized that that may not have been a match he should have won otherwise, but that his opponents should have won. Nothing that either trainers can do about it. Ramberto recognizing that. Hats off to his sportsmanship here.
Yeah, absolutely. And keep in mind, these are 2 teammates. They share a lot of love, and I think it really just shows the friendship that exists here within a lot of these Pokemon Go communities. Obviously, competitive nature can bring out a lot of really tough feelings, but, always remembering that the most important thing, the integrity and the friendship in these battles.
You love to see it. We're here to celebrate Pokemon. We're here to celebrate PvP. We're here to celebrate Pokemon Go, and that's what these trainers are doing as they hug it out and wishing each other good luck, especially Tiwastell going further into that round. Of course, Ramberto, we're very likely to see him at the World Championships, because I believe he is from the West Coast and the World Championships is in Anaheim.
I expect to see him there, yeah. It's something I look forward to. I remember you and I had some practice battles a couple of weeks ago, and that same thing happened, but you took the win, though.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Which tournament was it exactly? I can't remember which one you competed in.
Yeah, we were just doing some practice battles together.
Oh, and I took a win there in that very important practice
Maybe
battle.
It wasn't as significant of a stage.
Was it now?
maybe not as significant of a stage.
Oh, you know what? I think we're having a tournament between casters. Are you going to play now?
You know what? I think I had some obligations, unfortunately. I won't be available for that one. It's actually my birthday month.
It's your birthday?
Yeah, not my birthday today. It's my birthday month.
Congratulations on becoming 65, Jim.
I'm getting up there.
How old are you actually getting?
Yeah, we don't have to disclose the age here, okay? We don't have to do that.
Well, you look young for your age, and we're happy to have you. I'm happy to have you here next to me commentating some of these battles and these top-tier trainers. Our next match, as I mentioned earlier, will be...
Before we get to the next match, we do have an interview queued up here. We're actually going to kick it over to Caleb. He's standing by with Tiwastell.
Oh, let's go to it then.
All right, thank you, Jim, and congrats on your almost senior discount. I'm here with Tiwastell after his victory against Ramberto. I know you and Ramberto, your friends, your teammates, there's a lot of history between you two. How was playing that match against him?
It was a lot of fun. Berto is one of my closest friends in the community, one of my closest teammates. We do a lot of team building and practice and prep together. And so, a few hours ago, when I got knocked down to losers, when I saw there was a chance to play, I was crossing my fingers for that, because I thought it'd be a lot of fun to play each other, and I knew that case at least one of us would make it into top 8. So it was just a pleasure to play him, and huge shout out to him for the great sportsmanship. I told him, no hard feelings if you want to just take the win there, but he just great sportsmanship, great friend, great guy.
Definitely, and a very fierce competitor as well. I mean, at least, you both went as far as you could before knocking one of you out. I know earlier, too, both of you mentioned that you're on the hunt for that World's qualification, and both of you, I believe, have gotten it, too. And this is probably the furthest you made in any tournaments in your first top cut. What are you looking forward to for the rest of the tournaments? I feel like everything else is icing on the cake.
Just keep playing, have good battles, do the best I can, and, give everyone a run for their money, see how it goes.
All right, well, I'm sure a lot of people are looking out and seeing what they can do and seeing if they can put up a challenge against you. Any final words, any shout-outs you'd like to give to the crowd?
Yeah, I just want to shout out to my friends, my family, my girlfriend, all my amazing teammates, everyone who helped me prep, and all my Washington locals, Deeb, Zimmy Kim, Zimmy Kid, G Meister in particular, all great friends, great supporters. So shout out to all of them.
Awesome. Great to hear you have a great support system. Best of luck in your future battles. Let's head back to casters for some more battles.
Thank you, Caleb. Congratulations again to Tiwastell. Top 8, that is super great to hear. He's actually going to be facing off versus the winner of Teddy Bear versus Ashton Ash coming up. Well, guys, we talked about a community quite a bit. One of the things that gets us really excited is community days. We actually, I believe, had a poll, if I'm not mistaken, taking place online. There were 4 options, and I think the winner there is a cute little bird, Rookity.
Rookity, and if you evolve it twice, you'll have a Corviknight with the Legacy Charge Attack Air Cut, a low-cost energy charge attack with a 30% chance to buff the attack. And this is great for Corviknight because now it finally has an attack it can get to quite quickly.
That's right, and I think Corviknight is one of those Pokemon that had tons of play in this most recent meta in the Might and Mastery season. I don't think we saw a single one this tournament in Adequance, have we?
That makes sense because all of the Dena. And if you want to try out the Pokemon you've seen this weekend, make sure to scan this code. You might find a Pokémon League nearby you, a local that you can compete in. I've competed in many of those, gathered some championships. Wholesome. How did your most recent local tournaments go?
My locals have been great. I've been one of the best spectators, very highly ranked spectator at my local tournaments.
Did you play against Ratlord once?
Ratlord has not been able to make it. I told you he's retired these days.
Oh, Pokeguys will be very happy about that.
Absolutely. Well, make sure that you guys do scan that QR code and you guys can participate in locals. It's a great way to earn championship points, which do work towards the qualification for Worlds.
And the Travel Awards, of course. Many of these high leaderboard players have about, I believe the max is 260 championship points. So that's a significant amount of points that you can get out of this. But let's head into our next matchup. These trainers have also gathered many points. We have Teddy Bear on the left. We have Ashton Ash, the runner-up from last season, facing off against each other.
Yeah, that's right. Teddy Bear representing the North American circuit here. Ashton Ash, actually part of LATAM, if I'm not mistaken, on the LATAM leaderboard.
Correct, he's on the LATAM leaderboard.
That's right. But both of these trainers, as you can see here, have pretty unique teams. Not a lot of similarities or overlap whatsoever.
And we're going straight into these battles. Let's take a look at what the players are going to run. It is the Galarian Moltres into the Great Lead. This is a great lead for Ashton Ash.
If I'm not mistaken, this is indeed 12 unique Pokemon, so I'm super excited about this Losers Round 4 matchup. A tough lead for Teddy Bear, having the Cradily on his Galarian Moltres. Quickly swaps in his Shadow Primeape here, one of the few Primeapes that we see in day number 2. Ashton Ash swaps in his Sableye. How does this matchup work out in Adequance?
It is very deceiving for the Sableye because the Primeape just spaces so quickly. However, as you can see, the Shadow Claw will chunk a lot. This is a little bit better for Shadow Sableye when shields are in play, as the Shadow Claws just chunk a little bit more. I'm curious to see if this Prime can get to many more charge attacks here. I don't think it will be able to flip this match, but let's see how close this gets. Of course, it's boosting its Karate Chop, so perhaps there is a chance that it will add up so much that it can take down the Sableye.
I think the question is, can you farm down in 5 Karate Chops? You are double boosted at this point. Ashton Ash has thrown his second Foul Play here. This forces the second Protect Shield. Ashton Ash now 5 Shadow Claws away from the next Protect Shield. Is there any situation where you think that you can actually get the farm down? Has 2 Rage Fists, but I think that, yeah, actually just lets it go. So giving up Switch at this point.
And it makes sense because if you look at the back line, we have a Golisopod, and if you remember, if you were watching yesterday we had a Golisopod in the Galarian Moltres. If you land 1 Aqua Jet, then you can Fury Cutter down the Galarian Moltres entirely before it gets to a second charge deck. Look at how much that Rage Fist does, though. This Crady's almost evaporated.
It actually hung on versus 1 Acid. Would have been able to get to the super effective Ice Punch with a little bit more patience. Nonetheless, a ton of damage from Teddy Bear's Shadow Primeape. Like you said, a Pokemon that with energy can be one of the most devastating Pokemon in any meta.
Error Ace coming in from this Gligar. It's non-Shadow. This is one of the very few Gligars that we see this tournament. It's going to be super effective. It doesn't hit too hard, though. It's not the strongest charge deck. But at this point, Teddy Bear is looking really good as hell. We see the catch on the Galarian Moltres. That is a great catch from Teddy Bear, preserving the Gligar for the Cradily later.
Still a hard-hitting charge attack, but now you only take neutral damage rather than the super effective damage on the Gligar. Trying to set up this Gligar to sweep. And here we go. Ashton Ash finally does make that last charge attack, but I think Teddy Bear is just going to be able to farm down with his Gligar.
I think Teddy Bear is very fine with this. It looks like Ashton Ash is going to need to get to 2 Rock Tombs here before getting Fury Cutter down, but there's not enough health.
It's super effective.
It is super effective, and that's exactly what Gligar needs. Going for the Rock Tomb. Ashton Ash knows the writing is on the wall, though. This Gligar is going to get the Fury Cutter down on the Cradily.
Did Ashton Ash lose this game when he gave up swap inadequates?
Kind of hard to say. I think maybe, but like the Gligar was going to be in a good spot anyway as soon as they had an energy lead on the Golisopod, because generally Golisopod can win into the Gligar unless Gligar has had an energy, because they pace equally fast to their super effective charge attacks.
So Gligar was a Pokemon that we saw very frequently in previous metas, back when we saw the likes of Charjabug, even Medicham, things like Skarmory. It's now somewhat made its way back with the newly buffed Fury Cutter. Talk to me about the Gligar strengths and weaknesses.
The weakness, I can tell you immediately, of Gligar. Of course, in its typing, it's double weak to ice, but we don't see that as much. The real weakness that I find in Gligar is that the charge stacks are not very efficient. Dig has been nerfed a couple seasons ago, so Gligar wouldn't be as dominant as it used to be since that last World Championships, and that makes Gligar a little bit lackluster in damage. Its typing is great though, because even against most Water-type Pokemon don't use a Water-type fast attack.
Right.
So you can hang on to a charge stack from like a Swampert or a Golisopod in this case and still put up a very good fight or even win the matchup.
So you're saying good typing, good bulk, the charge attacks, maybe even the fast attack, leave a little bit to still be wanted, yeah?
Correct. At this point, Fury Cutter is the highlight that Gligar has with it, because Wing Attack also has been nerfed a while ago, making it a little bit of a mediocre fast attack for the Gligar. But Fury Cutter now being buffed makes it a formidable Pokemon again. And of course, a one-turn fast attack is one of the best things you can have. It makes your Pokemon so flexible in when to switch and when to time your charge attacks.
Well, let's think again about where we are in the tournament. This is Losers Round 4. We have Ashton Ash, the runner-up for the 2024 North American International Championship. He is only 1 loss away from getting knocked out of this tournament. Meanwhile, Teddy Bear, a trainer that has had a lot of success, he's made top cuts several times at this point. He is only 1 win away from moving on to top 8.
I know Teddy Bear has had a lot of practice for this tournament, and he's 1-0 up. Here we go in game number 2. He has the Dedenne into the Dusclops from Ashton Ash, and we know that the Dusclops can win this in the even shield scenario. Ashton Ash is probably pretty happy with this lead here, considering his backline of Sableye and Mandibuzz.
In that Mandibuzz, you have to be so happy if you're Ashton Ash, knowing that that Mandibuzz is not aligned versus this Dedenne. I think it has lots of play in the back. It has the best bulk. It has some super effective charge attacks that it can throw as well. I think that if you're able to get through this Dedenne, things are looking pretty solid for Ashton Ash.
No protection used on the first Shadow Punch. This Parabolic Charge is going to buff the defense and make this Dedenne even better in this match. However, let's take a look. Going for another one though before the next Shadow Punch is thrown. It's kind of unfortunate, but I guess Ashton Ash just wants to go for perfect timing. If he threw after 2 hacks, this Dedenne would have gotten an entire Thundershock through.
Yeah, that's right. You want to avoid that. Now you're in a situation where you can throw on proper timing, not once, but twice in a row. You'll get 2 of these Shadow Punches off. I don't know that, yeah, 1 is certainly not enough to knock out, but
oh! Whoa! That is a bold catch. If that was an Ice Punch, that would have done a lot of damage.
Hold on here. I think that you're 3 hexes away from the Ice Punch, though, and that's going to be 9 turns. Oh, no, just opts to swap out, bringing in the Mandibuzz. This frees up the Shadow Primeape in the back.
Exactly what Teddy Bear was looking for. He knows that this Mandibuzz is very bulky and doesn't need to shield anything here. So now he drew it out. Shadow Primeape in the back is now clear of it, but the Sableye in the back still going to be a challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. This Mandibuzz does have the advantage here. More efficient charge attacks, better bulk, same type attack bonus attacks. Meanwhile, Teddy Bear trying to get as much value out of this Gligar. It's a little interesting, Gligar, the way that it operates. Normally you think this Flyer would be a great answer to a Pokemon like a fighter, but with Fury Cutter actually resists it. But it does operate decently nice here into this Mandibuzz.
Problem is, you can already switch out here into the Primeape at some point because it's going to take super effective damage from these Air Slash. I would not be surprised if Teddy Bear decides to use a shield here. No, he lets it go, going to try and knock it out with the Dedenne that kept energy, but Ashton Ash is reaching for the switch. This is even more difficult. Now you're going to try and put a Protect Shield and put it all on the Shadow Primeape.
Well, the one thing that's nice about buffing yourself for Ashton Ash is that his Sableye, it doesn't matter. There is no impact to the Sableye. While he's now down to Protect Shield, he is up energy. But keep in mind, this Shadow Primeape does outpace the Sableye as well. Gets to these Rage Fists in just 8 turns.
There's so little health left, so why is he not using our Protect Shield? That is because the first Rage Fist boosts up the attack of the Prime, so the next Rage Fit would do more damage. Does Ashton Ash use a Protect Shield here? He doesn't have a lot of health remaining on his Pokemon. Still has about a 40% health Mandibuzz left, and I think that he is just going for fast attack pressure here because Teddy Bear still has 2 shields. He gets the farm down, but you might need to make a catch. No, he goes into the Dusclops. That makes perfect sense, just to soak damage, and then you want to get the Air Slash down here. How much energy does the Primeape have?
Okay, well, this Primeape is going to get knocked out by the next Air Slash. My question is, can this Dedenne get to a charge attack? Will one Parabolic Charge knock out? I don't know that it has the charge attack ready to go. I think that 3 Air Slashes are going to knock out. 2 Air Slashes does it. Ashton Ash gets the victory using both his Protect Shields. Teddy still had both.
What a sweaty game that was. Still 2 Protect Shields on the side of Teddy Bear. At some point, you just run out of health on that Shadow Primeape. You can keep all the shields for it, but in this case, we actually saw some fast attack pressure. And from who? From the Mandibuzz out of all Pokemon.
Yeah, Mandibuzz Air Slashing down with resisted Air Slashes, might I add. The Dedenne, that's not something that we see every day.
This is exactly why trainers have Mandibuzz over Galarian Moltres.
Yeah.
Because if this was a Galarian Moltres instead of a Mandibuzz, that Shadow Primeape would have gone to town. Sucker Punch is resisted by the Fighting type. Fighting resists Dark, and in that case, Primeape would have been in an excellent spot. But against Mandibuzz, it is Air Slash. Flying type is super effective on Fighting. And look at this catch here. This was so bold from Teddy Bear. If this failed, then the Dusclops would have hit this Gligar with a double super effective Ice Punch.
Well, Inadequence, I want to ask you a little bit about Dedenne in general. Obviously, we've seen a lot of the strengths, right? It withstands through a lot of matchups. When you can get those defense increases rolling, sometimes it feels unstoppable. But what are some of the pitfalls of Dedenne, would you say?
The ground type Pokemon for sure, but Ashton Ash hasn't brought out that Diggersby yet, and that's why I like the core of Dedenne plus a fighter, because the fighting types keep the Diggersby in check. I do think that the Annihilate is a little bit better at this, as Shadow Primeape or even non-Shadow Primeape is very prone to quick attack plus charge attacks from the Diggersby, whereas Shadow Annihilate double resists quick attack and makes that matchup a little bit more comfortable.
Well, for me, I think for the Dedenne, where it struggles is when it's a fast attack pressure battle, right? Thundershock, while it's a great Pokemon and has a lot of advantages, it does not do much fast attack pressure whatsoever.
That's because most of the fast attack pressure that it gets against it is super effective, like Acid or Mud Slap. Here we head into decisive game number 3. That is going to be the Dedenne. There's the ground type, Diggersby.
This is the perfect lead for Ashton Ash. We're going to see an immediate swap out for Teddy Bear, getting rid of his Dedenne, putting it on the bench, and now bringing in the Gligar instead. Some overfarm from Ashton Ash, knowing that he can afford to bank up some energy before he brings in his Mandibuzz. Gets a little bit of chip damage in the form of some quick attacks. Now has the Mandibuzz aligned versus the Gligar.
Ashton Ash is probably looking to either keep switch advantage or just keep the Mandibuzz off the Dedenne, because that is a horrible matchup. It's like Dedenne versus Diggersby. It's like no chance you win that as the Mandibuzz. So this is a great opportunity for Ashton Ash to just get rid of the Mandibuzz here.
Okay, the thing we need to keep an eye on though is that Galarian Moltres in the back. It is a good Pokemon into that purified Sableye. That could be the one window for Teddy Bear to still turn things around.
Air Ace coming through. Mandibuzz does not need to use any shields. I talked to a trainer who competed here yesterday, Jangles, and he was like, every time Mandibuzz saves me shields, it makes me happy. And I think that's exactly what Ashton Ash is using it here for as well. In fact, it even takes a Protect Shield from this Gligar. Teddy Bear is fighting for switch advantage.
Yeah, he absolutely wants to ensure. I mean, he knows his Dedenne is not going to have a lot of play into that Diggersby. While we did see Elum knock out the Diggersby from ItsAxen, it's going to be a lot harder to do with a full health Diggersby.
This is kind of tricky because your Galarian Moltres generally has a slightly positive matchup here, but you need to keep that for the Diggersby.
You can't bring it into that Sableye, no.
Exactly. So we see the Dedenne come in, so it avoids the Diggersby from Ashton Ash.
And you want to typically preserve your Dedenne, knowing that the longer the matchups go, the more the defense gets buffed. But what's waiting for the Dedenne after this matchup? It's the Diggersby. So realistically, you don't want to pump any more of your Protect Shields into it.
No Protect Shield is also used on this Sableye, as it will go not just yet. We'll get one more Shadow Claw in, as it's actually pretty bulky for a regular Sableye. And now this Diggersby can get some more energy here. We haven't seen the Galarian Moltres yet come out from Teddy Bear, so whatever Ashton Ash is he's predicting here, he's putting it all on the Diggersby.
It's very possible that this would be the hardest hitting charge attack. Maybe a Brave Bird from the Galarian Moltres lets this go, though. How quickly can these sucker punches add up now from Galarian Moltres?
We saw earlier in the previous game that Teddy Bear lost with 2 shields. It is possible that this is Ashton Ash's turn now because Sucker Punch hits pretty hard for the Galarian Moltres.
Galarian Moltres isn't a super fragile Pokemon. It can withstand some of these fire punches. You still have 1 Protect Shield as Teddy Bear. I don't know that this is Ashton Ash's game to win still.
He's not happy with this Pokemon here. At least he didn't go for the Scorching Sands. Fire Punch coming through, and this is neutral on the Galarian Moltres. It is not as bulky as Mandibuzz, but as you said, it can hang in here quite well. I think it's this time Ashton Ash's turn to lose with 2 shields.
When do you use your Protect Shield as Teddy Bear? Do you use it on a Fire Punch? Do you maybe save it for an Aerial Ace later on? These are questions that he's having to ask himself right now.
1 Protect Shield remaining. Do you use it here as Teddy Bear? I believe the Mandibuzz had some energy left. Putting out the Protect Shield right here, swapping into the Mandibuzz. No, that no energy at all. In comes the Gligar, soak it up. And I think that the Fury Cutter, even though not the same type of tech bonus, still add up more, get into a foul play. But it doesn't matter because it's all in the hands of the Galarian Moltres now.
You're only at most going to get 1 Air Slash now as this Mandibuzz for Ashton Ash. Will you be able to get that Air Slash through? Yes. Okay, now, but I think you still need 2 Fire Punches to knock out, and I think you only need 4 Sucker Punches. Ashton Ash can't believe it. That is a tough way to go out. Teddy Bear flipping the script. He says, look, I didn't use my shields. It came back to haunt me. I'm not going to let that happen. It happens this time to Ashton Ash. Teddy Bear takes the victory, and he'll move on to top 8.
Turning the tables here. Teddy Bear did a great example of showing what that looks like. All the practice he put in paid off. He's moving on to losers round 5. That is a top 8 for Teddy Bear as well, and he will be moving on to play against Tiwastell.
Teddy Bear has put in tons of reps here. I think that anyone who is in the grassroots scene doing practice tournaments knows that he works his butt off absolutely with practice tournament after practice tournament. He has tons of reps, and it's paying off absolutely.
We saw him use that Gligar to perfection. I thought it's not a Pokemon that's really that great. Only excels in its defensive typing and its bulk, but its offensive potential is just so little with its charge attack being so inefficient. But Teddy Bear shows that it definitely has play. He kind of used it the same way Ashton Ash used the Mandibuzz, just to soak damage. And it worked out well.
I have a question for you, Inadequence.
Another one.
What do you think that Ashton Ash was thinking he was going to see in the back? Obviously not the Galarian Moltres.
I think he was hoping for something that does not have a lot of fast attack pressure. It could even be the Shadow Prime because it's so fragile. Even the Shadow Quagsire would fade to 2 Scorching Sands. And at that point, when he saw the Galarian Moltres, he's like, oh man, I wish I used a shield because now I'm going to lose to fast attack pressure.
Well, I think he was expecting something that he could land Scorching Sands into. He had already seen the Gligar, maybe thinking, okay, that's going to be the only flyer. I'm going to hit super effective or at least neutral somewhere. But when you're singularly relying on fire punches, especially when your HP is already below 50%, Diggersby doesn't really shine in those situations.
But it does shine when you have it aligned to a Dedenne, and that is what we've seen earlier before in this set. It can just be really a trap for yourself. If you have a Dedenne, your opponent has Diggersby, your opponent might bring the Diggersby, and if Dedenne is stuck on that, it's not going to do a lot.
Well, we saw 12 unique Pokemon there in that last matchup, so a lot of variety, sometimes spice. A variety is the spice of life, you could say. This next matchup I'm looking forward to a lot because it does feature, I'd say, one of our most spicy trainers.
Let me interrupt you there real quick because before we head into that next match, we're going to hear some more from Teddy Bear about that match. Butters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Martin. Teddy Bear, what a crazy matchup. Just first off, how are you feeling?
I'm shaking a little bit. That was very intense.
Can you walk me through that in-game scenario of that game number 3?
Yeah, so obviously a terrible lead there into Diggersby. I just had to swap Gligar and hope that he didn't have like Dusclops or something. And then eventually, once he started not shielding, I was like, man, I could probably fast move everything down, and just was barely able to.
And you're a trainer who had multiple day number 2s. I believe this season you've competed twice. You got 17th, and then you improved on that in Milwaukee. You got 7th. Now you're making your way through this loser's bracket. What would it mean to you to have your best performance ever at NAIC?
It would mean a lot. I think the best performance I had was my first NAIC in 23 where I got tied for 7th. So, I mean, for it to be here is huge for me, and I'm really proud of how far I've come, but I'd love to go further.
Awesome. While we have you here, do you have any shout-outs that you want to give out?
Yes, my wife, Anna, for supporting me, my friends and family, my teammates on the Jevenstonks, and everyone else here has come up to me and told me how good I'm doing, and I appreciate all the community, everyone here.
Awesome. Congratulations once again. Let's head back over to Jim in Martine.
Thank you, Butters. Congratulations to Teddy Bear. That was a very exciting match, a very unpredictable best of 3 that we saw there. And I think that he's now close to matching his best tournament ever, like you mentioned, tied for 7th back in NAIC 2023. Okay, next up, I'm very excited, like we were saying, speaking of variety being the spice of life, a little spicy trainer here, Zzweilous, running a very fun team. Actually, a good mix of hard meta and a couple spice picks as well. Zzweilous is going to be facing off versus one of the most iconic trainers on the circuit, Doombug.
And Doombug also has some spice on this team. We saw ItsAxen with it as well, but Doombug has the Araquanid on his team. How will Zzweilous deal with it? We talked earlier about the Greninja versus the Araquanid. I don't know how good the Araquanid is going to be here, though, because matchups like Scizor, Galarian, Weezing, Lapras, and Galarian Corsola, of course, are going to be pretty tough for it to deal with.
Yeah, I think it's feast or famine, honestly, for this bug. When you look at the Galarian Pokemon, Galarian, Weezing, Galarian Corsola, they're going to be resisting that bug damage quite a bit. And even the Shadow Scizor resists the bug bites as well. But that said, it's doing resisted bullet punches back, and it's only able to hit for neutral damage, so maybe not as bad as we think. If it can find its way onto that Cradily, onto that Greninja, maybe even the Lapras, that might be a little bit more awkward, but I think that it has a lot of play.
Zzweilous had earlier defeated Toad to get to this position here. And again, the winner of this match makes it to the top 8 of the NAIC. Doombug did so previously at the LAIC earlier this season. Zzweilous, of course, the runner-up of the 2025 EUIC behind Batman, whom he lost to earlier today. And Batman also on Championship Sunday. Here we have these iconic trainers, Zzweilous with the Galarian Corsola, but of course, Doombug with the Diggersby. It's so hard to play a Pokemon like Galarian Corsola.
Both of these trainers yet to take an IC victory. Both have reached 2nd place, though, if I'm not mistaken, in Adequance.
Correct. They both have that silver trophy. In my opinion, the prettiest one to have.
How does your 4th place trophy look, by the way, in Adequance?
Yeah, it looks great.
I'm sure it does. Well, like I said, these trainers both have great stories. They both have tons of accolades. They both have regional wins, and they both performed well at Worlds, too. But what they don't have is an international championship. They're one match loss away, though, from being eliminated. This can level them up as far as how many championship points they get, their cash prize award, and gets them one step closer to making Championship Sunday as well.
And if we take a look again at their achievements, here Zzweilous and Doombug, both veterans. Doombug, all those wins. And let's take a look if he can get another one here. They're locked in. Game number 1. We have the Shadow Drop into the Shadow Scizor. This is a great lead for Zzweilous.
As long as you're hiding behind Protect Shields, you gotta feel great as the Shadow Scizor here. Do you just throw this Night Slash? No, actually trying to catch a Fire Punch.
And he gets it.
Yeah, nice play there by Zzweilous.
The catch on the Fire Punch. Not the same type of attack bonus as a Scorching Sense, plus no chance to drop the attack as well. You're going to resist the quick attack here, making it a very decent matchup for the Cradily.
Is there a way that this Diggersby can actually flip this matchup, though, Martine?
If Doombug uses all his Protect Shields, which he already didn't do, and Zzweilous uses none, yes. The Diggersby potentially can flip something. I do not expect Zzweilous to put any shields here. He's likely to use them for the Scizor, which already has a Night Slash loaded as well.
It'll be interesting to see this back matchup, the battle of the water types Lapras versus the Araquanid. But I think that Zzweilous is currently in the driver's seat here. Here comes the next Scorching Sands. This will not be enough to knock out Zzweilous, though. I don't think that he can actually acid down. This may be a situation. Okay, actually a quick swap brings back in the Scizor. Immediately goes for the Night Slash. I'm a bit surprised here. I would have expected to see the Trailblaze to get the guaranteed attack buff. Maybe we'll see a boost, though.
Let's take a look. There's a 1 in 8 chance to get that, but he doesn't get it this time. Do we now see a Trailblaze from Zzweilous? No, it's another Night Slash. At this point, perhaps considered a bait, as it is lower energy, plus the Araquanid already took some damage. No, we see no shields from Doombug still.
I think you still may need a Trailblaze to knock out, and I think that at this point, Zzweilous just committing to these Night Slashes. I would have liked to have seen the Trailblaze earlier on, because think of how many Bullet Punches would have been buffed at this point, where you now just have unbuffed Bullet Punches over and over.
Wait,
hang on. Still no Protect Shield being used by Doombug. If Zzweilous Protect Shields this Scissor, no he doesn't though. He calls the Bubble Beam, that won't knock out yet. But look at this, the Lapras is in such a fine position. Can he get the Cyber down before the Bubble Beam? We won't see because Doombug immediately responds with the drop heal, but we know that Lapras takes us in the 2-shield scenario.
Yeah, especially when you're ahead in energy, right? One crunch is not going to be enough to knock out. Doombug really needs to hope that he can maybe get some early shields from Zzweilous with a little bit of help from some defense drops as well. But realistically, when you land this crunch, it does not put you in Aqua Tail range unless there's a lot of other Poison Stings and a defense drop.
No Protect Shield used still by Zzweilous. He's kind of running out of health, but you cannot use the Protect Shield there, kind of, because there's a 20% chance that this will drop the defense and then the next crunch would do more damage.
But look at this team from Doombug. None of these fast attacks they only do resisted damage into the Scizor. The Bug Bite resisted, the Poison Sting double resisted, the Quick Attack double resisted. There's still enough HP on that Shadow Scizor that it can clean up.
Likely because Bullet Punch just does so much damage. Look at that. The Diggersby comes in. Zzweilous holding off. He swaps into the Scissor to gather some energy right away. He still has a Protect Shield as well. Do you come in with the Shadow Drop in here? I believe that the Araquanid is a little bit of a Bubble Beam, which it really would want here. In comes the Araquanid. Doesn't have the Bubble Beam. No, it doesn't. It goes down to a Bullet Punch.
Doombug tried to get there, but was unable to do so. Aqua Tail is loaded. Will be enough to knock out. Just trying to go for a fast attack down, but he's not going to be able to do so. Double resisted Poison Stings. Zzweilous gets to the Trailblaze. Shadow Scizor looking like an all-star again here in losers round 4. Zzweilous is going to take game number 1.
Zzweilous with a little bit of a fist bump there, a nod to the camera showing that he got it. Of course, this is not an easy matchup against one of the most iconic trainers that we have in the scene, Doombug, an absolute titan. He's got to make a plan to come back here against Zzweilous. How do you tackle that Shadow Scizor this time?
I think that maybe he was expecting the Greninja there, Doombug was. He was, I think, playing a little bit strong to that. Of course, he has the Araquanid that we saw. He does have the the Diggersby, which is going to be a little bit awkward, but maybe that was his A of the ABB type of strategy. But look at this team from Zzweilous, though. I think one of the most unique teams that we have still left the tournament in Adequance.
There are almost no Galarian Weezing being used at the NAIC. The only other trainer that I know use it is Mish, a friend actually of Zzweilous. We also know her as
MX Champ.
Yep, we've seen her on the stream before, had the Galarian Weezing. Wasn't that successful before, but now can see if Zzweilous can get success with the Galarian Weezing.
Look, it started early here with Zzweilous getting a positive lead, obviously, but then catching that Fire Punch. He's then able to get all the alignment that he wants. Just like you mentioned, that Lapras super safe 2-shield matchup into that Drapion. Zzweilous did have some interesting swap outs, though, but he left enough HP on his Shadow Scizor that he know that he could farm down not only that Diggersby, also the Araquanid, and then all he had to do was land one more charge attack into that Drapion. The rest is history.
I think that catch kind of snowballed into that victory for Zzweilous. We're heading into game number 2. We have the Shadow Dusclops into the Shadow Scizor. Doombug pretty happy with this matchup, and the reason why is because this Dusclops will outpace the Scizor. So I would not be surprised if we see a potential catch attempt at some point from Zzweilous. Now keep in mind, the Cradie doesn't have a great matchup here either, so that might take a while before we see Zzweilous switch.
But look at the damage of these bullet punches. There has not been a charge attack thrown by Zzweilous just yet. It is singularly just bullet punch damage that has nearly taken the Shadow Dusclops, or sorry, yeah, the Shadow Dusclops down to half HP.
Night Slash coming through, and no boost yet again. Luckily for Doombug here, another Shadow Punch is coming through. I think you will be able to get to another one and win the 2-shoot scenario, but you have to be careful of a catch attempt by Zzweilous because this Scizor is so annoying to get rid of.
But if you get rid of all these Protect Shields as Zzweilous against Doombug, look how good this Cradily looks. You're going to be able to hit for super effective versus both of the remaining back Pokemon.
Let's take a look. 2 Hexes off. Can you get there? You kind of have to throw it. He does make the catch. Doombug had to throw there because one more Bullet Punch would have knocked him out.
Yeah, no, that's great because you're still going to be able to get a lot of value from your Scizor here. I think it might only be 1 Bullet Punch away from the next Night Slash.
I think so too, and it will be very useful for anything else that Doombug has. In fact, can even get to a Trailblaze later on. This is actually a pretty positive matchup for the Araquanid nowadays, simply because it has the same type of attack bonus on the Bug Bite that also deals more damage. Both Pokemon only use resisted charge attacks here because Zzweilous does not have Skull Bash on his Lapras.
I thought you were supposed to run Skull Bash in Adequance.
Well, it looks like Zzweilous thinks different. He has Ice Beam instead.
Well, we see that Bubble Beam come through. A lot of utility there. Now these side waves are doing even less. Doombug will be able to maintain a lot of HP on this Araquanid. Is he going to be able to farm all the way down, though? I think that you're easily able to hang on versus 2, maybe even 3 Sparkling Arias. I think that Zzweilous recognizes that. He's going to be bringing in the Cradley.
Zzweilous is a little bit bored with that matchup there. Swaps into the Cradley. In comes another charge attack on this Cradley that has a Rock Tomb loaded now. The Water Pole is going to deal some significant damage though, but you have to go throw kind of early. Going into the Dusclops, a catch attempt here from Doombug. This energy is so dangerous into anything that Doombug has though, because it's super effective on the Diggersby with the Grass Knot and also with the Rock Tomb. He wants to expand, to have the Cradley expand this energy so that the Diggersby will have a less difficult of a time. Keep in mind, there are 4 bullet punches worth of energy on that Scissor. Can it get to a Trailblaze?
Yeah, the nice thing here is that you have a lot of residual energy, and a Fire Punch is not enough to knock out. Also, you resist these quick attacks. Grass Knot is going to do a significant chunk of damage. Switch Clock coming back up for Zzweilous as well. He has energy on the Shadow Scissor. He still has a relatively healthy Lapras as well. Things are looking great for Zzweilous right now.
We see Doombug waiting a turn. He must make sure that this energy isn't caught. Zzweilous has that Lapras that is not a Fire Punch range. You require a full Scorching Sash to knock this out. There's no energy though, so Doombug can build some more energy. But the more Cyrus there come in. Oh, look at that! The charge attack for the time, but Lapras wins that!
Lapras getting the charge attack priority win, getting the super effective move. Doombug sees the writing on the wall. Sparkling Aria knocks out ZZ, wins losers round 4, 2-0 versus Doombug.
Zzweilous with a 2-0 victory. Again, very successful at another international championship. We see the crowd there giving some cheering there for this European trainer doing so well on the international stage.
Keeping the hopes of the EU region alive. Of course, we have Pokémon already locked in for Championship Sunday. We have ZZ making his losers bracket run now as well, developing before our eyes.
Wow, the scissor play was so incredible and meticulous. I felt like that Doombug's team just wasn't really built for it as well. He kind of just needed the Diggersby on it, basically on even energy as well.
Scissor cut right through Doombug's team, and in fact, it was actually looking quite good defensively as well in that game number 1, resisting all of the fast attack pressure. It does struggle, of course, versus that Shadow Dusclops, but there's not enough fast attack pressure to really do anything meaningful to chip away its HP. Great catch that we saw from Zzweilous there, but I think, great catch by Zzweilous, but I think it was the Scissor show all match.
It was for both games. Zzweilous kept his Protect Shields forward and made that catch early on where Doombug had to throw with the Shadow Dusclops. Doombug was happy with the Shadow Dusclops on the Scissor, but it got so close, and then the catch on the Lapras just basically snowballed, just like in game number 1, into that win for Zzweilous here.
When I look at Doombug's team, there is no Pokemon that is doing fast attack pressure versus that Shadow Scissor.
Exactly, you need charge attacks only.
It's all charge attacks, but when you can get ahead as your Shadow Scissor, and you can do a bunch of damage and then save it for later. Put it in the lead, maybe get some Protect Shields, for sure get a lot of fast attack pressure, and then say, all right, well, I don't have shields anymore, so I'm gonna swap on out. It was such an effective strategy for ZZ there.
Even without shields at that point, when the Shadow Scissor has like just a couple of bullet punches, only that already pressures the opponent with like, okay, I need to have so much energy, and the Scissor has so much energy to win this battle. It just puts it so much under pressure. That's why we saw Doombug in the final moments of that game overfarm up until the, for him, unfortunate charge attack purity tie against that Lapras, which the Diggersby lost, but he needed that energy for the Scissor. That was only 1 bullet punch away from a Night Slash and 3 from a Trailblaze.
Precision plays from ZZ, great strategy, great team building that we had there, and the way that he orchestrated his team of 3, I think, was flawless. All right, guys, we are going to be rotating out here, more battles to come. We're going to kick it over to Butters for a special interview here as well.
Hello trainers, it's 2-0 Butters, and I'm joined by the reverse engineer himself, Zzweilous. I was just out in the field because at the North American International Championships, we have a brand new meta, and that is a unique situation. Usually in Pokemon GO Championship Series, the last 2 tournaments at NAIC and the World Championships is kind of the climax of the entire season, but this year, there's a curveball. It's a brand new meta right before the end of the season. And I want to ask the reverse engineer himself, how do you approach that?
So I think this is a very, very fun scenario actually, because in previous years we had a very consolidated meta where everybody essentially knew, okay, this Pokemon is good, this team is good, but now the June meta update actually brought us a whole new viable candidates for the Delightful Days season. In practice tournaments in grassroots, we saw that Dedenne is very successful. We saw Diggersby emerging as the premier ground type. And we also saw the rise of some more unique core breakers. And I think it's really a type of skill expression to find those core breakers as a trainer.
I'm fascinated by that, because do you think that actually gives different advantages at this part of the season? Because like you mentioned, in the past, maybe it was trainers that got a lot of reps in the season. Do you feel like it might be some different trainer names that are going to be coming out on top here at NAIC or at the World Championships?
So I think that the top trainers are usually jacks of all trades, honestly. So I think that the people that we will see emerge from NAIC and Worlds will also be like kind of the usual suspects. So I'm not really expecting too much of a shakeup there, but the shakeup that I do expect is in the variety in teams that we see, because typically it's just like who were in that situation, pretty meta team compositions, whereas right now we see the former world champion ItsAxen trusting the Araquanid. We see Shadow Kanto Ninetales doing bits for so many trainers. And there's also apparently a couple of trainers who are bringing the Greninja Shadow Scizor core, two Pokemon that were unheard of just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. Do you think it specifically gives an advantage to you as someone who is a creative team builder? What do you think about that?
I think it gives me an advantage in terms of enjoyment, because I really love when there's creativity, when there's a degree of self-expression, and when there's Pokemon that may not be as reliable, but instead are exciting. And I feel like I can say it right now, I'm running Scizor, I'm running Greninja, I'm also running Galarian Weezing, and some of these Pokemon, they need a lot of shield investments, but when they pop off, they really pop off. And I think that's great for not only the players, but also for the viewers at home to just see that in action.
And so you mentioned that core of Shadow Scizor and Greninja used by other trainers. Is that a coincidence? Did these trainers come up with it at the exact same time, or how does that work? Is there collaboration?
So there is actually a Discord server for EU trainers where some of the European invaders prepare together for the North American International Championship. I don't know whether my good friend and foe Patoman, who I did play in the UIC Grand Finals, got that Greninja Shadow Scizor core from that place, because we have been talking about team comps a little bit. But I'm really excited to see it work out so well for him, and I'm really looking forward to just see how far these unique Pokemon can take us.
So it's an organized effort to try to defeat the North Americans. I got one last question for you to put you on the spot. Which Pokemon do you think is going to take it all on Championship Sunday? When there's a trainer holding up that first place trophy, what unique Pokemon is going to be on that team that we haven't seen so far this season?
I don't know whether we haven't seen it so far, but I think Shadow Scizor is going to take it all. There's very few Pokemon that are so neutrally strong as a Shadow Scizor is in the two-shield scenario, and I think a skillful use of Shadow Scizor can yield your NAIC trophy.
I will assure you, we definitely haven't seen that so far, and that is so much fun. Thank you so much, Zzweilous. Let's get back to the Pokemon action.
I hope they still have the Pikachu plushie.
Yeah, time to go in.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Look who's here! Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 Pokemon GO North America International Championships. We are rounding out our final 3 players here to decide who's going to Championship Sunday. There's only 7 players remaining, and 2 have already locked in their spots. So only 5 players now that are fighting for that final 3rd slot to see who will be challenging the loser of the Winners Finals. I'm Caleb Payne. I'm joined by Soph.
That's right. We are barreling our way through this losers side of the bracket. I believe we have one more match in losers round 4, and then the winner of that joins the top 8. And from there, we just have a handful of matches really to decide who's going to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, it's been a long weekend, but it is all culminating up to Championship Sunday. We have Alpha Phoebe on the stage now against Septile Ice. I think Septile Ice started on the loser side of things, so he's gone through a lot of matches. Alpha Phoebe battling through the winner side, and now his first set of series in this loser side against Septile Ice.
And this is going to be a big test for Alpha Phoebe. Remember, this is the furthest he's ever gotten in a tournament, including regionals, and going up against Septile Ice, who has had such an outstanding season. Again, I think maybe one of the highest championship point earners that doesn't have the direct automatic invite, although this could be his chance to take it, as he is, again, already very far into this tournament.
All right, let's break down the teams here. On Phoebe's side, we have the Shadow Dusclops, Primeape, Diggersby, Jumpluff, Shadow Drapion, and Blastoise. And this Primeape is a non-Shadow Primeape, which we rarely see, but it is running that close combat for better coverage into that Diggersby. But no Diggersby to be found on Septile Ice's side.
And he's been really leaning into that Blastoise. Would not be surprised to see him bring it into Septile Ice as well. Septile Ice, again, has that Tinkaton. We've seen it actually come through for quite a few trainers. Looks pretty good into Alpha Phoebe's team in particular. It actually has a positive matchup versus that regular Blastoise. So that could be a nice counter that we see coming from Septile Ice.
Yeah, I do really like how Blastoise looks, though, for Phoebe, because, and like you said, leaning into a lot. Septile Ice is running the Shadow Primeape, but it's got Karate Chop, Rage Fist, and Ice Punch. So you can only throw the neutral Rage Fist. Karate Chop doesn't do a ton of damage, especially into the non-Shadow Blastoise. But unlike Annihilate, you can't really handle the Hydro Cannons very well. So Alpha Phoebe likely to get a shield, maybe 2 shields even from Septile Ice. Here we go, game number 1 here in losers round 4. Winner will make it into that top 8 or top 6, I think even. It's going to be the Blastoise into Lapras, a fantastic lead for Alpha Phoebe.
Yeah, Blastoise finding its mark in the lead here. You have super effective rollout and neutral Skull Bash. Septile Ice trying to pull the same plays as ItsAxen there. Phoebe not falling for it this time, throwing the neutral Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, Septile Ice maybe didn't watch the matchup between Alpha Phoebe and ItsAxen. ItsAxen tried to catch a Skull Bash 2 different times, so Alpha Phoebe ready for that play, especially when he knows that the Lapras doesn't have Skull Bash, so he knows that there's no reason for the Lapras to really stay in unless it's a catch attempt. Great read from Alpha Phoebe, and now in comes the Diggersby. A pretty good matchup for Alpha Phoebe, especially the non-Shadow Dusclops, and at this point, it's almost in Fire Punch range.
Yeah, the Dusclops has been chipped quite a bit, but like you said, almost in Fire Punch range, quick attacks not adding up too much, so Phoebe definitely going to need to throw some energy. Septile Ice, though, doesn't want to lose all of this energy, so he's making sure to throw off an Ice Punch before the Diggersby throws a charge attack.
I think if you're Septile Ice, you're pretty comfortable with the situation because you draw out the Diggersby, freeing up the matchup for the Tinkaton. You can even do some chip damage. Even though you're closing on Fire Punch range, this actually, I don't think is enough. So Septile Ice can even chip further with another Ice Punch. Can he get to it? Yes, that's going to be no! Just missing out on it. Lapras, though, still has energy, and it could tank the Scorching Sands pretty easily.
Yeah, but Septile Ice is going to throw before that Scorching Sands comes through. This is a super effective Sparkling Aria. Alpha Phoebe gonna let it go. He still, of course, has that Blastoise in the back with a very favorable matchup. Septile Ice, though, reaching for the Tinkaton.
Yeah, this time around, Septile Ice not going to mess around, not going to try to catch a Skull Bash here. A more neutral matchup in the back. This is still kind of anyone's game. Yes, you have the Skull Bash on Blastoise, but if you don't land it, it's still not going to be the best case situation. I think 4 shields still in play, 2 on each side, and the heavy play rough is going to land.
And that's going to be really nice for Septile Ice. Still 4 shields up, and I wouldn't even be surprised to see Septile Ice maybe just going straight bulldoze at this point, because both of these players are probably thinking, you know, I have to shield something. Shadow Punch coming through here for the Dusclops. Septile Ice looks like he's going to maybe save all of his shields just for the Lapras.
Yeah, I mean, Lapras is going to be still pretty strong even into that Blastoise, especially because it has some residual energy as well. Septile Ice, like you said, now going for the bulldoze, but Alfie knows it's a bulldoze, knows it's not play rough, knows it's not enough to KO the Dusclops. Actually handles it quite well, but now Septile Ice is able to swap over. In comes the counter swap with the Blastoise. Do you ever bait with Hydro Cannon here, or do you just want to keep boosting your defenses? At this point, you don't really even want to shield the resistance Sparkling Aria, but you kind of have to if you haven't boosted yet.
Yeah, you have to shield something. I think I agree with you. Looks like Phoebe is going straight for that Hydro Cannon. Again, so many shields up on both sides, and both of these trainers finally realizing, okay, it's the end of the game. I can't shield these fast attacks, so I might as well shield some of these resisted charged attacks. And you know, even though this is a bad matchup for Lapras, you're actually chipping at the Blastoise quite a bit with those Psy Waves. Another resisted Sparkling Aria coming through.
Yeah, kind of a feels bad moment for Alfie. He is going to let this next Sparkling Aria go through. I think at this point, he might reach for a Skull Bash. It is going to be a Skull Bash. Septile Ice shields right away. This is actually pretty tough for Alfie now, because if the Switch Timer isn't up, Septile Ice can get a full Psy Wave down, and the Lapras is not in Shadow Punch range yet. Does try to swap over now, does get the Shadow Punch off, but there's like no health on his remaining 2 Pokemon.
Exactly. Septile Ice, meanwhile, still has a decent bit of health on both the Lapras and the Tinkaton, and I think either of these Pokemon alone is going to be able to fast attack down Alpha Phoebe's Pokemon, and there goes the Dusclops, and there goes the Blastoise.
Wow, what a game there from Septile Ice. A tough lead, but just playing around those situations, just constantly throwing energy, chipping and dipping was the success there. I mean, he didn't even catch the Skull Bash, right? And I mean, if he did, that would have been great, but doesn't do that. Alfie doesn't fall for it, but still managing to grab a shield from Alfie, shielding Sparkling Aria, and then after that, just straight fast attack pressure.
Yeah, there's a couple different layers to the catch mechanic there. One is, you know, maybe you want to take some resisted damage on a Pokemon where otherwise would be very hard hitting, but another is, you know, maybe that matchup Lapras versus Blastoise, you just don't want to take the energy at all, and even though Phoebe did end up correctly throwing the Hydro Cannon into the Dusclops, that still made it so that Lapras had a decent matchup against Blastoise at the end of the game.
All right, we'll take a quick look at the replay here. Doesn't get the Ice Punch off. I thought Septile Ice was able to, but no, not quite enough. However, he still pulls the trigger on the Sparkling Aria, taking out the Diggersby, avoiding any damage. And then the Tinkaton, I think the play rough's a huge play rough from him. Doesn't go for the bait there. Knowing shields are up, knowing that unlikely Alpha Phoebe is going to shield that first move in case it's a bulldoze, lands that move, and now puts everything within fast attack range.
I think that's exactly right. If you can land that big attack earlier, then it doesn't matter if 2 shields are up, because like you said, just going for fast attacks or even some of those very resisted charge attacks like Sparkling Aria on the Blastoise, those are still going to pull shields in the end game.
Let's see if Alpha Phoebe doubles down on the Blastoise or not. I do think it's a really strong pick for him. It's been really strong all weekend. He needs to win this game to force a game number 3. It's been a breakout tournament for Alpha Phoebe, but it's also been a breakout year for Septile Ice. Let's see what we got here. It's going to be the Blastoise into the Lapras yet again.
All right, let's see if Septile Ice goes for the same play. He doesn't, this time going for an insta-pivot into the Shadow Primeape. Alpha Phoebe doesn't have an answer. He's going to stand here, but Septile Ice throwing off the first charge attack of the game with a Rage Fist.
Great timing from Septile Ice, getting the Rage Fist through, doing some chip damage against the Blastoise. Alpha Phoebe can throw, actually lets the Karate Chop through instead, just to ensure that he try to get rid of his Primeape right away, but as expected, Septile Ice is going to shield up, and now comes the Dusclops. I like this read from Alpha Phoebe because now the Drapion on the back has the potential to do really well against the Dusclops instead of bringing the Drapion here.
All right, well, this Dusclops doesn't appreciate energy from Primeape, is going to shield up this Rage Fist. That would be a boosted Rage Fist doing quite a bit of damage. Alpha Phoebe throwing this Shadow Punch before Septile Ice is able to reach another Rage Fist. He has the energy for it, though, so let's see if Septile Ice decides to shield. He doesn't.
Yeah, oh, and trying to hang on there, but just not nearly enough. This is the Shadow Dusclops going to do a lot more damage into Lapras, but Sparkling Aria is also going to hurt quite a bit. The backline matchup looks really good for Alpha Phoebe. Let's see if he decides to stay in or maybe pivots over to the Blastoise, even the Drapion.
Yeah, both of Alpha Phoebe's Pokemon look pretty flexible into the remaining Pokemon on Septile Ice's side. Shadow Dusclops, of course, has a little bit of a better matchup than regular Dusclops because, like you said, these Shadow Punches do just a little bit more damage.
Yeah, this is a really precarious position for Septile Ice. It's going to be a hard one to come out of, but Alpha Phoebe is going to swap over now to the Blastoise. This could be the opening that he needs, as Septile Ice going to catch the Hydro Cannon on the Dusclops, but also is able to get a Hexter. That's huge for this Dusclops.
He needs to land a charge attack onto the Blastoise, but he banked all that energy on the Lapras that could come in handy down the line. Oh, throwing the Shadow Punch just a little bit too late, maybe. I don't think he wanted to take this Hydro Cannon, but it is going to land on the Dusclops.
I think the saving grace here is I don't think the Shadow Punch is enough, so he probably would have been hit by the Hydro Cannon. Hard to say. Let's see if that's going to be the case or not, as Septile Ice is now going to shield, saving that final shield there. And no, it does KO, so a little bit unfortunate they're taking all that Hydro Cannon damage. The good part is you can't really poison this thing down, this Dusclops, but doesn't want to throw an extra Hex there, otherwise would have been taken out from the Aqua Tail. Lapras has a lot of energy remaining, but still a tough position because the Drapion has a lot of shields. He has the back-to-back Sparkling Aria. One is probably not enough here, but will be close to Sidewave range afterward.
All right, another Sparkling Aria loaded. Actually, I think he taps the Ice Beam.
Yeah.
This is a charge attack priority. Alpha Phoebe able to fire off this Crunch.
Let's see if he goes for shield now, thinking maybe it could be Aqua Tail bait, but he's going to throw up that shield, well shielded, and it was charge attack priority, so the Ice Beam is going to come through. Extra damage, more than the Sparkling Aria, not as efficient, but when you can only get one move off, this is the better play. Doesn't KO though, however, in comes the Dusclops. Can you get the Shadow Punch? Yes! Is he going to throw it though? Is the question. Wait! Doesn't throw the Shadow Punch!
Oh my goodness, that might be a huge blunder for Alpha Phoebe. Sparkling Aria going to land onto the Dusclops, knocking it out. Dusclops goes down with all of that energy. Now Septile Ice just tapping his screen. Sidewaves down that final Pokemon.
Yeah, interesting situation there too, because I don't think Septile Ice had any energy on the Dusclops. Maybe a slight misdirect there from Alpha Phoebe, but great sportsmanship there. A fantastic run from him as Septile Ice going to continue on this losers bracket. I said it earlier, no one's made it, no one's won an international coming from the loser side on day number 2, but Septile Ice trying to prove people wrong and be the first one to do it.
I think Septile Ice has just secured his spot in the top 8, so definitely a fantastic run for him. Again, such a breakout season for him, capping it off here at NAIC, and he's not done yet. Still has some games to play here, and of course, we'll get to see him at the World Championships as well.
Yeah, I did not see the win condition there for Septile Ice, but he somehow did, and really great management of that Lapras, right? Lapras had a bad matchup into that Blastoise every time, and I thought the Dusclops, with his Dusclops lining up in the Drapion, would have spelled disaster, but able to save the health, swap back and forth, and the Ice Beam was crucial there. If he went Sparkling Aria, I don't think he's able to get that full Sidewave down. I think at that health range might have been okay, but would have been a lot closer. Really well done from Septile Ice. We talked a little bit backstage about this too. We're talking, oh, what are players that haven't won a championship yet, that, you know, the best player that hasn't won a championship yet, right? A lot of people mentioned Ashton Ash, but Septile Ice, definitely a name in the conversation, and might not be a name in conversation if he wins it all here. He's still got a few more matches to go, though, to get that, but he is going to get that top 6 spot now.
Yeah, a lot of fantastic plays from Septile Ice in that series. I love the way he played with the Lapras. Like you said, it felt like it was aligned on the Blastoise almost every single time, but, you know, recognizing the situations where that matchup isn't so bad, right? When the Lapras, you know, doesn't have to take the Skull Bash, for example, when shields are up, those are the situations where the Lapras can really still shine through.
Yeah, I thought it looked pretty bad when his Primate couldn't hang on there, too, from... And also Charge Attack priority, took a lot of damage, but you can see Dusclops out of energy at this point, too, as he goes for the instant swap, I believe. But unfortunately, trying to get maybe a little bit more energy for Alpha Phoebe's Dusclops, not able to do it. As he probably was thinking, I can't really Hex out. I need to have 2 Shadow Punches or a little bit over 1 to go for here. But his run is going to end. Still a fantastic performance of Alpha Phoebe as his first top cut and making it pretty far in an international on top of that.
Yeah, and really putting Blastoise kind of back on the map. I think with the Delightful Days update, a lot of trainers started to dismiss it despite all the success it had in the last couple of tournaments, especially in May. I think ItsAxen posted on social media that Blastoise went from 0 to 4 medals in the span of 1 or 2 weeks. So Alpha Phoebe, you know, taking note of that and realizing that Blastoise is still a really flexible pick in the meta. I think there aren't any more Blastoises in the tournament, though.
Yeah, do you think we see more Blastoise at World Championships after seeing some of the Blastoise performance here at NAIC?
Yeah, that's definitely possible. Worlds is really interesting because it's trainers from all around the world who haven't necessarily prepped or discussed with each other, and that means it's like the collision of many different micro metas. So I could definitely see some pocket of trainers, no pun intended, prepping with the Blastoise, maybe the Shadow Blastoise as well, to try and core break some teams.
Well, let's hear a word from Septile Ice right off his win with 2 Butters on the floor.
Thank you so much, Caleb. I'm here with Septile Ice. Congratulations. We are getting to the clutch portion of the 2025 North American International Championships. How much does it mean to you to still be in it right now?
It means the world.
And you're a trainer who always brings the double water, it feels like, but that water type has been changing. What made you bring this double water type this tournament?
Ground types feel necessary, and Quagsire felt really flexible into every team, a lot more flexible than Diggersby. And Lapras is amazing in the meta, so they kind of just go hand in hand together.
Fair enough. And I have to be honest, I see a lot of people backstage, I see a lot of trainers. I think you might be one of the most confident trainers in Championship Series. How do you keep that confidence?
I don't know. I think I appear more confident than I am, but...
Well, you definitely appear confident to me, and you're doing great so far. Congratulations once again. Let's get back to the casters.
Thanks so much, Butter. So great to hear from Septile Ice there. He's had a long, harrowing journey through the loser's side of the bracket. Again, he started the day on the winner's side, dropping to Teddy Bear very early on, but has played so many matches, including the one we just saw, to now advance to the top 8.
Yeah, I actually misspoke. I thought he came in from the loser's side, so I got to correct that. He came in from the winner's side. Actually, all our remaining top 8 players did come from the winner's side, so like I said, really hard task to win an international or even make it into the grand finals from that loser side on day number 2, and looks like, again, another tournament where the top final 8 are from that winner side. I mean, Alpha Phoebe was as well, too, so at that point, no matter what, it would have been all people from the winner side. Less, mistakes can be made, and against some of the best players in the world, sometimes you need that extra lifeline, right, on day number 2. But here we go. It's going to be Teddy Bear versus Tiwastell. Teddy Bear was the one that knocked Septile Ice actually into the loser's bracket. And yeah, and it's going to be an interesting matchup. I don't know if these two players have ever matched up in previous tournaments.
Yeah, this is a fantastic run from both of these trainers. I actually don't think this is Teddy Bear's first time in the top 8 at NAIC, so no stranger to the big stage, but this still might turn into his best run yet as he faces off against Tiwastell on the stage there. Don't have the teams up, but we can take a little preview on the side as well. I believe Teddy Bear is the one rocking that Galarian Moltres Gligar double flyer team, going to be matched up against Tiwastell's relatively meta team over there.
Yeah, Tiwastell's team definitely on the more meta side of things. Teddy Bear, I mean, semi-meta, but a little bit different, right? Most teams have that Diggersby. He opted for the Quagsire, has a double fly, but a lot of people running Mana Bus instead, running that Galarian Moltres and the Gligar. I think a lot of people were really excited about, well, some people were excited about Gligar. Maybe some people weren't after Delightful Days meta because it was reminiscent of maybe last season's meta, but its role is a little bit different. However, he was able to beat Ashton Ash with that Gligar, with that Galarian Moltres, so having some play now in the meta with it. How do these two flyers look into Tiwastell's team?
Gligar actually looks fantastic to me. You have to watch out for the Dusclops, but other than that, I think you have super effective damage into 4 out of the 6 neutral play versus the Diggersby. The Galarian Moltres I'm a little bit less sure on. Doesn't have the greatest matchups into Drapion, Dedenne, and Credilli, but I think the Gligar is very, very solid.
And if we look at these resumes too, right, no championship titles from them, but a top 8 from NAIC 2 years ago for Teddy Bear, and one top 16 finish from Tiwastell, so definitely a breakout performance for him. He's trying to extend it further, but Teddy Bear's also trying to extend his top NAIC record further. Here we go. Game number 1 is going to be the Shadow Quagsire into the Shadow Annihilape, a matchup that typically favors Shadow Annihilape, especially when shields are up.
Yeah, heavy fast attack damage coming through from the Annihilape, especially once you start boosting with the Rage Fist. Teddy, though, going to make sure to throw this first Aqua Tail before the Annihilape can start boosting.
Tiwastell actually going to shield up here. Wants to preserve the health on this Annihilape as much as possible. I mean, honestly, I like this play from Tiwastell. Annihilape looks really strong into the team of Teddy Bear, especially shields up. It has win conditions against pretty much everything on the side of Teddy Bear. However, oh, and gets the counter down before the next attack is reached.
Yeah, and the energy from this Annihilape is going to be fantastic into Teddy Bear's backline. He actually did bring the double flyer backline, and the Ice Punch is going to be super effective, but he actually baits with a Rage Fist there, and Teddy Bear puts up the first Protect Shield.
Yeah, great bait from Tiwastell. Only saving him a little bit engine, meaning that Teddy Bear's going to have to throw maybe a little bit sooner than he expected. Oh, tries to go for a catch. In comes the Diggersby now. This matchup is generally favorable for Gligar, but you're throwing all neutral damage into the Gligar as well from Diggersby, so not the worst case scenario. And I think Tiwastell feeling pretty comfortable here now that Quagsire's out of the way. You still have to worry about the Lapras, but there is no Lapras in sight.
Yeah, this is a really awkward matchup for Teddy Bear because yes, it's favorable for the Gligar, but really you need to get a little bit of a bigger advantage because Tiwastell still has 3 fairly healthy Pokemon on the side, and meanwhile, this Gligar, yes, it has a lot of energy, but the destination for it is just this very bulky Diggersby.
And you could potentially catch a Fire Punch on the Moltres, but it's still the move of choice if Tiwastell were to throw energy at it. I think Tiwastell swapped out there thinking that maybe there's a Primeape in the back. He needs to lure it out so that the Credilli's free. But luckily for him, it's actually the Moltres, and the Credilli's going to play very well into that. In comes the swap now, but here comes the counter swap Credilli into the Moltres. We've seen Tiwastell do this all weekend long, using this Grass type to counter the Flying Dart type. This time around, though, it's going to be a Moltres instead of Mandibuzz.
Getting some deja vu here. I feel like we saw Teddy Bear throw a Brave Bird, maybe when he didn't need to instead of the Fly. This time you see the adjustment there, going straight for the Fly. Tiwastell, on the other hand, wasting no time going for the Rock Tomb.
Yeah, tough position for Teddy Bear. He knows that this is going to do a lot of damage, has to shield it up. I mean, at this point, you have to go for the Brave Bird to threaten a potential knockout. But Rock Tomb is going to be reached. Charge that priority, but priority is going to go over to the Moltres. If Tiwastell can hang on here, that's going to knock out the Moltres. He's going to be in such a good position. Brave Bird just not enough, and here comes the Rock Tomb on a defensively nerfed Moltres.
Oh, and this is looking good for Tiwastell. Still has the Annihilate, but remember, Teddy Bear does still have some energy on this Gligar, but it's just so low. It's going to be forced to throw energy into this Annihilate. It's just an Aerial Ace. Yes, it might knock it out, but remember, Tiwastell still has a couple of Pokemon both in the back that can do some fast attack damage.
Yeah, strong performance from Tiwastell here. Goes for the quick attack down and actually gets the Fire Punch through before the Aerial Ace. I think, honestly, if the Aerial Ace lands, it could have been actually kind of close. It might could have been even a Simo KO there because you get 2 Fury Cuts through for that Acid, but Tiwastell just 1 turn ahead on that match and grabs game number 1 against Teddy Bear.
Yeah, grabs game number 1 by the skin of his teeth. Yeah, I thought the Credilli had a little bit more health, but looking at that little sliver on the button there, not sure if it would have survived 2 Fury Cutters. So game number 1 does go to Tiwastell. Again, relying on that Credilli that we've seen him bring time and time again throughout this tournament.
In some of those interviews too, Tiwastell was talking about how team building, he was a little, wasn't super confident on his team, switching around, as you can see his team right here. But I feel like as he's playing this tournament longer and longer, he's getting more and more comfortable and learning, like, you know what? I know how to play certain lineups at this point too. He's gone through so many repetitions against so many top trainers, and honestly, a lot of them are upsets. I mean, if you look at his list of accomplishments, there was just 1 bullet point, and it was a 1 top 16, right? But this is his first day number 2, and he's just trying to continue further and further along the progress. If he wins this one, that's a guaranteed top 6. And 1 more win, he has a trophy, which he probably would have never guessed. He just needed a few points. He might get even a guaranteed invite. He still needs 1 more game, though. Let's see if Teddy Bear can pull off the reverse sweep.
Well, Tiwastell's momentum is building and building, maybe learning some of these matchups as well as the tournament goes on, getting more and more comfortable, as you said. We'll have to see what adjustments Teddy Bear tries to make here. Again, tournament dreams on the line. They're both already in the top 8, but Teddy Bear, very capable trainer, could definitely take 2 games off of Tiwastell, but he's going to need to make some adjustments. Maybe you need to bring the Primeape for the Credilli.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Primeape in this tournament. Still, a lot of them are even in this top 8, but that's where the Shadow Annihilate really comes to shine. Its pacing is a lot slower, but it wins that head-to-head fighter matchup. It's so much pressure to have that Annihilate against you that it's hard to bring the Primeape. Do you risk it with 1? You need to win these games. You can't drop another one. No, opting for the same line. Wait, it's the same exact line from both trainers.
Oh, and this is a bad lead for Teddy Bear. Let's see if he plays it a little bit differently. A little bit of stutter at the beginning of this game. I'm not sure if Tiwastell is getting all the counters that he needs. I see the Aqua Tail coming through there and a bunch of energy added to the Annihilate. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think all the passive stacks did eventually go through here, but we'll see how that goes as the first shield is going to come up. It looks like it's going to play out the same way. I mean, honestly, if the move is thrown at the same time, it might be, but looks like right now Tiwastell a little bit frozen here as Teddy Bear is going to do it. Both players are going to quit out here, recognizing that probably would be a rematch either way here. So we're going to just do a little redo here of game number 2.
Well, they were trying to redo game number 1, it looks like to me, bringing the
That's right.
Yeah, bringing the exact same lines there. And I definitely thought Teddy Bear was gonna try to make an adjustment, maybe reach for that Shadow Primeape to counter the Credilli, because looking at Teddy Bear's team, other than the Gligar, I think the Credilli has fantastic matchups across the board, and it does super effective damage to actually everything besides the Gligar and the Primeape.
Yeah, and I think Primate is just potentially just going to stay on the bench, right? Teddy Bear, it's such a risk. I mean, Annihilape already looks pretty strong in this team, so you're just risking being in another bad matchup against Annihilape, and that's the tough part with Annihilape. When you lose a matchup, you don't just lose that matchup, you lose a lot of health on your next matchup, or you start losing shields because the thing is boosted, it hits so hard, and the Ghost Ice coverage is not resisted. Like, you know, you can't resist all that damage on anything on his team, so it has so much utility there. Let's see if they both decide to run back the same line a third time here. But yeah, it is a tough position for Teddy Bear to be in. I don't know. I feel like after that first game, he's got to have a game plan in case Tiwastell brings back the same exact 3 as well.
I think the Annihilape Cradily core is really, really strong for Tiwastell. I mentioned that Cradily just has to watch out for Gligar and Shadow Primeape, and I think Annihilape covers them so well. If you're Teddy Bear, I think it's really hard to run weak to Shadow Annihilape lead like that with the Quagsire, because like you said, once it starts ramping up, it's also just a menace to your backline.
Yeah, and we saw too, he's not able to get to that next Aqua Tail, but the problem is if he shields that Rage Fist, it's still really awkward, right? Because that Annihilape will hit pretty hard, especially a boosted Ice Punch to that Gligar, to that Moltres. I mean, I think that's one of the downsides of the Moltres. It's fantastic, right? It hits pretty hard. It has more damage than the Mana Buzz, but it's not going to appreciate a boosted Ice Punch. I mean, neither will Mana Buzz, but it can handle a little bit better. And you don't have as much fast side pressure with this neutral Sucker Punch versus the super effective Air Slash.
Yeah, looking at this matchup a little bit more closely, I think the Annihilape is a bigger issue than I had originally thought. So I'm not at all surprised to see Tiwastell sticking with 2 of the 3, if not 3 out of the 3 from that line, right? The Shadow Annihilape, the Cradily, and then that third Pokemon. On Teddy Bear's side, though, man, it's really difficult. I do think you stick with the Gligar. Then what do you do about this Annihilape Cradily core? I mean, now that I'm looking at it like that, maybe the Moltres makes a bit of sense, but really the matchup against Cradily is not comfortable at all.
Yeah, I mean, he got everything he needed, right? He threw the Fly, got a shield, then threw the Brave Bird, and did a ton of damage to Cradily, but still end up losing that matchup in that one shield situation. So, very tough position for Teddy Bear, but here's the thing. We talked about Tiwastell's team. Very meta team for the most part, right? You could probably swap in the draft Beyond Mate for something else here or there, but it's a pretty standard team, I think, that we've seen so far at NAIC. And I feel like there's no way Teddy Bear hasn't faced the same team, or if not a very similar team in this tournament, and somehow he's able to dance around the Shadow Annihilape. So he's got to have a game plan somehow. Otherwise, I don't know how he made it to his top 8, but, you know, we'll see what he cooks up for game number 2.
Yeah, I liked what Tiwastell did in that game number 1 as well, absorbing all the energy from Shadow Gligar onto the Diggersby, because Diggersby is just such a great vessel for neutral damage, such as the charge attacks Aerial Ace and Dig from the Gligar. Right, his other Pokemon, Annihilape and Cradily, are both struggling against the Gligar, and he recognized that just bringing the Diggersby in is going to make things very uncomfortable for Teddy Bear.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the pros of Diggersby over Quagsire, the other ground type. The main ground type I feel like we've seen of choice in this tournament. You know, occasionally there's a Gligar here or there. We even saw Whiscash, but for the most part it's Quagsire or Diggersby. Some people run both, but you have that resistant mud-shot damage against the Flyers, whereas Diggersby, you have that neutral quick attack damage. You have the Fire Punch, which is not a little bit underwhelming, but it really does add up, and that's what gives Diggersby options and win conditions against the flying types in this meta too. Quagsire, you have the Stone Edge, but if you don't land it, it gets a little bit awkward in some of these matchups. And I think the biggest part that you mentioned is the lack of bulk, right? Without that bulk on that Quagsire, you just can't handle a lot of these matchups easily.
Exactly. Diggersby is really flexible. It doesn't actually hard win a lot of matchups. Maybe it's a little bit favorable versus Pokemon like the Shadow Drapion, but I think where Diggersby really thrives is, you know, in that role of being just kind of a damage sponge, an energy sponge, and kind of just being able to outbulk in a lot of these neutral matchups.
Yeah, well, we'll see if these players make any adjustments for this rematch or not. It's a tough position for Teddy Bear because, again, the Annihilape, which shields up, it can beat the Gligar without even baiting. We saw that actually in a previous match, I think, against Teddy Bear's Gligar. It could beat the Primeape, it could beat the Moltres. The counter damage is way too overwhelming. Beats the Lapras, beats the Quagsire. So your only real answer to this Annihilape is the Dedenne. But Tiwastell's bringing a Diggersby, he's bringing a Cradily. Both are not good for the Dedenne. And also, the Annihilape can still hit back hard against the Dedenne as well. So, I don't know. Honestly, I'm super impressed that Teddy Bear's even made it into the top 8 with this big of a weakness to Shadow Annihilape, which we've seen on so many teams. But it just really goes to show how talented of a player he is to dance around these matchups and make it this far.
Yeah, I mean, he's weak to the Annihilate Credillicore in particular, so maybe he hasn't quite seen that in that particular pairing of Pokemon. Again, look at these trainers' accomplishments. Teddy Bear, of course, has top cut multiple NAICs.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, 3 NAIC top cuts in a row for Teddy Bear. So maybe this is just his tournament. He's doing very, very well here. And again, you know, kind of just getting into this rematch of that game. We're going to have to see what adjustments, if any, these trainers decide to make.
Yeah, that's actually a really interesting stat line that I think, surprisingly, there's a lot of top trainers in the world that don't even have that stat line, such as ItsAxen even, right? Like even Axen, world champion, hasn't even made 3 straight top cuts in NAIC. So Teddy Bear, definitely a sleeper choice here in a lot of these players, these top players. But here we go. It's going to be the Shadow Annihilate this time around into a Gligar lead. And there it is. The Primeape's in the back.
And this is the adjustment that Teddy Bear exactly needed. He's getting the Gligar on one of its favorable matchups against the Annihilate instead of the Pokemon like that Quagsire. Aerial Ace coming through. Tiwastell decides to shield it up.
I think Teddy Bear's going to shield this move regardless of what comes out. It's actually going to be the Rage Fist. It's going to be a bait. Does Teddy Bear shield this or not? He kind of has to because you don't have any fast attack pressure to take out this Annihilate, but that's going to be playing favorably for Tiwastell, saving a little bit of energy. Does he need to commit 2 shields here is the question because, throws the Aerial Ace right before the Ice Punch read. Great timing from Teddy Bear, and now Tiwastell's going to actually save the shield for later. Does he swap out here?
I mean, he has all this super effective energy, so I think he'd want to try and pull the shield, but he actually doesn't throw the energy, and Teddy Bear able to fire off this Aerial Ace first.
Yeah, a little miscue there from Tiwastell, maybe losing track of energy. It's a little bit hard to count the Fury Cutter energy. Also, you just don't even see a lot of Annihilate. Here has the double Rage, almost double Rage, is now 1 counter off. Does Teddy Bear decide to shield this? I think he's going to let it go and try to fast attack down with the Moltres. Oh wait, actually hangs on.
Hangs on with a sliver of health, but doesn't matter. Next counter comes through, and this is where that fast attack pressure from the Moltres is going to really make this farm down just a little bit easier. But Tiwastell does still have some energy on this Annihilate. Let's see if he can reach another charge attack.
Oh.
And actually, it's just the Rage Fist. Was Teddy Bear counting?
I think he was, but let's see if he throws up the shield or not. He was counting indeed. That's going to be a resistant Rage Fist. He's like, oh, okay, that's actually not so bad here. And here's the thing. He's up a shield with a Shadow Primeape. Now Shadow Primeape can shine. Now that Annihilate's out of the way, has a shield advantage as well. In comes the Drapion, though. Wait, hold on. Tiwastell swapping in the Credilli.
Oh, and the tables have turned. This is looking fantastic for Teddy Bear now. Super effective Ice Punch coming through onto the Cradillion. Not going to be enough to knock it out, but again, this is a great matchup for Primeape. All super effective damage coming out.
Yeah, it's a really tough position from Tiwastell. The tables have turned for Tiwastell. He doesn't know what to do. He's going to go for the debuff at this point in time. And, doesn't even get shielded from Teddy Bear. Oh, insult to injury as well. Going to go for the entire Karate Chop down. Now, this is going to be a boosted Annihilate. Throws the Ice Punch as well. Tiwastell doesn't get the point single off. I don't know if it's going to make a difference or not because there's still a shield remaining on the Glaring Moltres. Not much energy banked on this Drapion as well, and you just put it in fly range. That's the game for Teddy Bear.
And I think this is definitely fly range. Drapion needs to reach 2 Aqua Tails before Moltres can reach 1 fly.
Wait.
It's 1 away, but I think the Galarian Moltres just got the Sucker Punch it needed for the fly.
Yeah, it does. Curious to see who wins Charge Attack priority here too, because that missing points could have made a difference here, but the fly's going to come through here, and it's going to be thrown against the Drapion. Tiwastell already saying good games here too. This is going to even up the series 1-1.
All right, Teddy Bear's found the secret sauce. He found the way to take care of the Annihilate. It's by lining up the Gligar on it. And even though that Aerial Ace does not knock out, as we just saw, as long as he can fast attack down without taking too much damage, like we saw with the Galarian Moltres, he's actually in an okay position.
Yeah, tough position for Tiwastell to be in. I think it was already tough that he went down shields, right? The miscounting against the Fury Cutter Gligar definitely put him behind because he was on even shields. But on top of that, throwing the resisted Rage Fist, and then also counter-swapping the Credilli in. That's a triple whammy for Tiwastell. That's a hard matchup for anyone to come back from after that. Let's take a look at the team from Teddy Bear. Both players have only 1 match separating them and a top 6 finish, or them getting knocked out in this top 8. Who can take it all the way, and what are the adjustments they make for game number 3?
Well, Teddy Bear's options, I still think, are much more restricted than Tiwastell's. He found the sauce there. It was Gligar able to take the shields off the Annihilate, and then the Moltres and Primeape actually in combo able to clean things up in the end game. On the other hand, Tiwastell still sticking with that Annihilate Cradillicore, but he has to be really, really careful with these shields because like we saw in that game just now, Teddy Bear's backline can be really, really impactful when shields are down.
Definitely. And that Primeape, I mean, in the right position, that thing can do some damage for sure. Let's see if, I think Tiwastell is going to bring the Annihilate back either way. The real question is, will Teddy Bear bring the Primate? It's such a gamble, but he found the perfect place for it. I don't know. I feel like Tiwastell could also tug the Annihilate in the back, save 2 shields for it, and also do some damage. Let's see what happens. No, it's going to be the Shout Knife yet again, leading into the Gligar, and we're going to get a rerun from that game. Wait, actually, similar or slightly similar backlines, but we had the Dedenne this time around, and Tiwastell, he really doesn't want the Gligar here, so in an okay position at the same time. It really depends on if you win switch here, that's going to be a huge advantage for the player.
All right, well, we've seen this matchup play out. We know that the Aerialist does not take out this Annihilate, so we're going to have to see how many shields each of these players wants to invest. Tiwastell, we saw him bait before. This time goes straight for the Ice Punch. Going to use an extra counter of energy there, but Teddy Bear going to shield it regardless.
Yeah, the instant shield from Teddy Bear, knowing that it could have been a bait here. Tiwastell trying to play some mind games, playing it a little bit differently this time around. We've seen Teddy Bear against the Shadow Annihilate before. Looks like the Annihilate can win that 2-shield situation. Let's see if Tiwastell's can win that 2-shield situation or not. He has a Dedenne in the back this time, so he has an answer here. Now going to go for another Ice Punch. Does Teddy Bear shield? If he doesn't, that's going to be really good for Tiwastell because now he can line the Credilli against the Quagsire. 1 shield apiece, but Quagsire with energy is going to be still pretty annoying for this Credilli and gets a couple counters too, but the energy is more valuable for the Quagsire. The Grass Knot's what's really concerning. The resistant asset isn't. In comes the Primate, but that's exactly what Tiwastell wants. He wants the Dedenne against the Primate.
Well, we've seen Primate pull off many feats before. Let's see if it can power through this Dedenne. It did get a little bit of an energy head start. First Rage Fist coming through here. We've seen this so many times. Primate, of course, needs to land 2 charge attacks to take out the Dedenne.
This is a really tough position for Teddy Bear. Does he choose to not shield here? Oh, wait, going for undercharge. This is really smart from Tiwastell because he doesn't want to get farmed down from the Quagsire. Maybe the perfect undercharge, or maybe this is everything Teddy Bear needs here to farm additional energy. You can see Tiwastell going for the play rough here, but it's going to let it go too. Teddy Bear forced to throw, otherwise he would have been hit by play rough, which would have done a decent amount of damage to that Quagsire. I think Tiwastell could have just shielded and throw the play rough, and then he has that opening for the Grass Knot. Now in a slightly more awkward position, but I gotta say, Credilli should be in a pretty healthy position to win this with double Grass Knot.
Yeah, that Aqua Tail doesn't do nearly enough damage, so like you said, Tiwastell going straight for the Grass Knot. I think throwing a Rock Tomb there might be the lose condition. Let's see if Teddy Bear recognizes that he is going to shield up this Grass Knot. Now it's just going to be a race. Can Tiwastell get to this next Grass Knot before Teddy Bear can knock out with charge attacks?
Teddy Bear fighting to the very end. You can see Tiwastell nodding. He knows he's a couple assets away from the Grass Knot to KO the Quagsire. Wait, hold on. If you go for the Stone Edge, it's going to be enough, but not going to be there. And Tiwastell's going to get the Grass Knot. He's going to continue his run here at NAIC. He's going to knock out Teddy Bear.
What an incredible series for Tiwastell. Stumbled a little bit in that game number 2, but game number 3 pulls it back. Again, the Annihilate Credilli core just putting in so much work for Tiwastell.
Definitely some stumbles in game number 2, right? A few stumbles here or there, but hey, if you ask anyone, are you willing to stumble a bit for a top 6 finish at NAIC? I think anyone would take that too. And regardless of how many times he stumbled a little bit less than everyone else in this tournament that finished below him. So a top 6 finish so far, right? His best tournament today. I mean, again, coming in this tournament, he was like, I don't know if I'm going to even make World's qualification. I need to go on kind of a crazy run. And he's done that, and even more so than even he probably could have imagined.
Yeah, all's well that ends well. Who cares about that game number 2? Tiwastell with a fantastic...
He's just trying to add some more content to broadcast, right?
Yeah, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Yeah, fantastic gameplay. And I like that, you know, in that game number 3, it actually ended up being pretty close with that Aqua Tail bait, just 1 fast attack short, and Quagsire even wins charge attack priority over the Credilli. But Tiwastell, you know, pretty confident in the end game win condition. He just went straight for Grass Knot. Some players might have been tempted to go for a Rock Tomb debuff.
Yeah, actually, honestly, the most commendable part in that match for Tiwastell is the undercharge against the Primate, right? Because I wasn't even thinking about that at the time, but really good heads-up play in case Teddy Bear doesn't shield. Everyone's thinking, oh, Primate's always going to shield here, but, you know, you'll outpace the next parabolic charge if you decide to shield it. But actually, the undercharge was great because it made it harder for Teddy Bear to... it allowed him to get some extra energy so that Teddy Bear couldn't farm as much, had to throw the Aqua Tail before the play was reached.
And undercharging can be pretty risky because sometimes you're just giving the opponent a little bit of extra damage, maybe even a little bit of extra energy. But in that case, it actually worked out really well because Teddy Bear still had to throw energy from the Quagsire onto the Dedenne, which again just meant that he got less farm, as you mentioned.
Exactly. And I mean, I said also maybe you could have shielded to get the play rough off, but at the same time, if he does that, then it allows Teddy Bear to farm even more energy before throwing, and then he could have energy to take out the Cordelia before he even gets the Grass Knot. So great calculations from Tiwastell in that game 3 to earn himself a top 6 finish so far.
That's right. We are really whittling down the number of players in this tournament. I believe that was losers round 5. I think we have one more match in losers round 5. Yes, thank you for pulling up the bracket here. We've got one more losers round 5 match up there. That's going to be Septile Ice versus Zzweilous. Winner is going to go on to play Richie in losers round 6. Tiwastell, meanwhile, going to be awaiting ItsAxen in his next match.
Yeah, some heavy hitters in the end here too. Very excited to see this matchup, Septile Ice versus Zzweilous. I feel like Septile Ice, generally speaking, plays fairly meta teams, right? Sometimes he leans into slightly older meta even. He's like, oh, I'm still going to lean into the Feraligatr, Drapion meta, but he does tend to play more meta teams and meta compositions, whereas Zzweilous completely wild team compositions, but able to make it work too. So let's see who can take it in this battle between meta and anti-meta.
All right, well, let's take a look at some of the Pokemon that we picked as possible MVP picks. I think 2 of these trainers are still in the tournament.
Well done, Soph.
Thank you.
Well done, Martine.
All right, yeah, Martine and I did pick 2 Pokemon for trainers that are going to be in the winners finals. We'll have to wait to see that tomorrow. Of course, Elum with the trusty Shadow Drapion, Patoman with that very spicy Greninja that we've seen sweep through entire teams. But there's going to be a Greninja in the next matchup as well, because we're about to see Zzweilous versus Septile Ice.
Yeah, and there is a Rakmonen technically on ItsAxen team too, so the real loser is me with the Purified Sableye pick. But it's okay, you know what, it still made a decent run here from Ashton Ash as we are preparing for our next matchup here. Like you said, another Greninja in this matchup as well. I mean, let's talk about Greninja. It's a very interesting pick because it resists a lot of damage. I mean, it resists everything from the Lapras, it resists everything from the Dusclops, and, you know, it resists everything from the Drapion outside the Poison too. The best part, though, about Greninja is at least it's not a bulky Pokemon. Otherwise, there'd be Greninja everywhere, and that might not be so healthy for the meta, too, because it does get walled off by, you know, some Pokemon here or there. But it looks really good for Zzweilous in this matchup, too.
I think Greninja is the fastest pacing Pokemon to Hydro Cannon, which is what makes it so potent. So you're right, we are lucky that Greninja isn't more bulky. I think, yeah, it looks very scary actually into Septile Ice's team. Septile Ice probably going to be forced to play with that Primeape or maybe try to neutralize the Greninja with the Drapion, but you have to bring at least one of those 2 Pokemon, if not both, because the rest of your team, Lapras, Dusclops, even Quagsire really do not want to deal with the Greninja.
And I'm sure people watching this are like, why doesn't everyone bring Greninja then, right? Because, like, if it's so good, if it resists all these moves, why don't everyone bring it? It's because it lacks that bulk that it takes a lot of skill to pilot such a frail Pokemon, but the typing, the coverage is so good as well. Greninja's like one of those Pokemon where I'm playing Go Battle League at home, I was like, oh, my team's perfect, and I run into it and core breaks my entire team, and I'm thinking, all right, hopefully I don't face another one. Usually you don't see them very often, but to see it in so many matches here from Zzweilous, from Patoman, really shows it's the perfect example of low usage Pokemon, high performance. And honestly, I think the next tournament, people are definitely going to be a little bit more prepared for Greninja.
High performance here and coming from a very high skill ceiling with the trainers that are utilizing that Greninja. But we're already getting into game number 1, and it is that Greninja on the field leading into the Tinkaton.
It's a Dark-type Pokemon that actually has a lot of play into Fairy-type Pokemon outside of Azumarill, really. But Azumarill, out of all the fairies, is probably maybe the 3rd most popular fairy here, so it's a really great meta call from Zzweilous. Stays in Dark-type into Fairy, knowing that you have the hard-hitting neutral Hydreigon. That is almost half of his health.
And I love this play, trying to absorb the energy on Lapras, getting the energy from this player onto the Lapras, and this means that later in the matchup, if Greninja gets back onto the Tinkaton, not going to be the end of the world.
Zero respect for Shadow Primeape. Pretty much double weak in the lead and doesn't have a clear answer in the back too, so really bold play from Zzweilous, but maybe expecting that Shadow Primeape will not come out, and that's exactly what will be the case for that matchup. First Sparkling Aria is going to land on this Quagsire, doing a good chunk of damage.
Quagsire already at the Stone Edge. Septile Ice going straight for it, not even baiting, even though the Lapras is relatively chipped already. Zzweilous, though, has to decide, does he want to invest shields here? He does, even though he has that Scizor Greninja core in the back there, but has so much energy on this Lapras that he wants to preserve.
Oh, and you can see Septile Ice going for the Aqua Tail, but Zzweilous doesn't want to even get chipped from that. Throws right before the Aqua Tail's reach. At this point, there's no reason for you to shield, because Septile Ice not going to make get too much of advantage here. This Lapras looks really good, though, into Septile Ice's team. It has so much coverage. Down a shield, but up energy.
Now, this is a scary position for Septile Ice. You're up a shield, but you have pretty much no energy on either of your Pokemon. Sparkling Aria coming through, and at this point, the Tinkaton is so low that I don't think this takes out, but it puts it pretty close.
Yeah, Septile Ice putting everything on the backs of that Dusclops. Usually speaking, it's the 2-shield Scizor, but this time it's the 2-shield Dusclops for Septile Ice. Zzweilous not even shielding it, knowing they could tank a Shadow Punch, maybe just trying to grab a final shield with that Night Slash. Actually tanks it fairly comfortably now that it's the non-Shadow Dusclops. Can we get a boost here is the real question.
All right, we'll see. Boosts do apply even if a shield is used. And we do see that 12.5% chance coming through for Zzweilous. Bullet punches are chunking away, but Zzweilous doesn't care. His Scizor has done its job. He's going to be putting it all on that Greninja now.
Yeah, we have shield parity now, and like I said, Greninja's going to resist. Oh my gosh, there's so much health on this Greninja as well. What is Septile Ice going to do? Going to lose charge high priority as well into this Night Slash. Okay, we saw a boost on Scizor, but this Greninja could also boost as well, and that would be devastating for Septile Ice if that's going to be the case. Not going to be the case, though, but you're throwing a resisted Shadow Punch.
I mean, a boost would have been devastating, but let's be honest, this matchup is looking fantastic for Zzweilous. I don't think he needs a boost to win this matchup. Greninja has a lot of energy.
Oh,
Septile Ice trying to go for a switch, but actually Zzweilous sees it coming, goes for a catch.
Septile Ice almost thinking about going for undercharge. Both those already pretty underwhelming moves, so a slight undercharge, maybe missing 1 or 2 bubbles. Needs to leave with 2 Shadow Punches loaded. Can he do it? I mean, I don't even know if 2 Shadow Punches is enough. Might be the perfect undercharge he needs. Oh no, not quite. And the Sparkling Aria is going to KO the Dusclops. Septile Ice having a difficult time into the unconventional team of Zzweilous.
Did not bring an answer really for the Greninja. Yes, the Tinkaton is a fairy type, but we saw how much damage it took from that Hydro Cannon. Septile Ice gonna go back to the drawing board as Zzweilous takes that very first game.
What do you do into this team? I mean, it's all over the place, and it's just a hard, like, it's a head scratcher, right? When you're facing this team. I mean, this team is so wild and so hard to deal with. And I like the Galarian Weezing a lot. I think I've seen it once in this entire tournament from Zzweilous, maybe twice. I know he brought it into Pokémon once, and in that series, but it has so much bench pressure as well because the Primeape is really not going to appreciate the Fairy Wind damage, and it can tank the Rage Fist, no problem. It's not like a Ghost type taking super effective damage. So if you take a look at the replay here, great timing from Zzweilous on this Lapras. Honestly, throwing that Sparkling Aria really saved him there because if he got hit by the Aqua Tail, he might have been in range of the Bulldoze. Not that the Greninja was really going to worry, so maybe it doesn't really matter too much, but just expert counting, not even willing to take any chip damage from the Aqua Tail.
Yeah, really nice utilization of the Lapras. You know, typically we see Zzweilous, Pokémon saving shields for the Scizor Greninja core, but Lapras, again, Septile Ice has been struggling with Lapras throughout this entire tournament.
Yep.
And Zzweilous kind of a very skilled player, taking advantage of that, making sure it's in all of the right places, and investing in it to make it really count here.
Yeah, I mean, to illustrate how ahead Zzweilous is, even if he didn't make that catch, he still has a shield, he still has the Lapras, and even if he had the shield that Bulldoze on his Greninja, he still would force entry from Dusclops and he still gets the Sparkling Aria. So really tough position. Let's see if Septile Ice can fight back in game number 2 here. Back against the wall, it's going to be the Quagsire into the Greninja. It's okay, but we do see the quick safe swap Primeape here, and I've seen this match from Zzweilous. He typically, I think, just double shields her and tries to Astonish down. It's going to do a lot of damage to this Primeape.
Yeah, this isn't the greatest matchup for Galarian Corsola. I mean, you do resist those boosted Karate Chops, but you have to worry about these super effective Rage Fists. So, you know, Septile Ice seeing that Zzweilous completely disrespected Primeape in game number 1, and now punishing him for it in game number 2.
Let's see if he could do anything here. I mean, it's tough even for the Primeape, actually, because you have resisted charge attacks even into the Greninja here. Let's see if Septile Ice is going to invest in a shield. No. At least grabs a shield, though, off of that Corsola. Corsola not going to hit nearly as hard. You have the Drapion as well. I kind of like this play because the Drapion doesn't have any utility into the Greninja, so... Oh, wait, he brings the Quagsire in instead.
Yeah, he really needs energy to deal with that Greninja. Maybe trying to save 2 shields for it. I think the Quagsire here, I mean, the ideal situation would be save your shields for the Drapion, absorb some energy here, come out with a little bit of energy to threaten Zzweilous' next Pokemon.
Yeah, I think the tough part for Zzweilous is there's not enough bulk on his Pokemon, right? Shadow Quagsire, Shadow Drapion, not the bulkiest Pokemon, and you got Shadow Prime. I mean, running triple Shadows, you're already running not bulky Pokemon, but you got the Lapras, you got the Glaring Corsa on the side of Zzweilous. The Greninja's not too bad, too, compared to some of the bulk on the side of Septile Ice. It's just such a tough position for him to be in. But you get the Shield Bait with the Aqua Tail. You could potentially land Stone Edge. Even if Zzweilous catches this, it's actually not going to be the best situation for him. However, you have a lot of energy, and you catch a resistant Night Slash, though, on the Drapion.
Septile Ice finding his way out of a difficult matchup. Maybe everything is going exactly how he needs it. Catches this Night Slash, neutralizing the Greninja ahead on shields. He's up 2 shields to 0, and that's exactly what you need if you want to deal with a glassy Pokemon like Greninja.
In comes another Night Slash, so very tense moment. Do you get a boost here? That would be pretty tough. No boost, but continuing, and now comes the Hydro Cannon. I mean, you have to shield this, but now you have a Lapras with the shield advantage, and it has so much bulk to deal with. Not to mention, you still have the Greninja, and in comes the Lapras now. Almost at 2 crunches, though, on this Drapion.
Okay, but this game isn't over. I think Septile Ice has a bit of energy on the Quagsire. Yep. Crunch coming through here. We know that 2 crunches isn't quite enough to take out, unless there's a defense fall, which there isn't.
And timer's not up yet. I like this play though for Septile Ice because if he can put this in Aqua Tail range, he doesn't have to spend the expensive energy for the Stone Edge. He's got to be on point though. He needs as much energy as possible to deal with the Greninja. I think the Greninja might even have a move ready. Oh, trying to go for the catch, not able to get it. Might not be the end of the world though. Did the Greninja have a move? Because if so, then this match is over.
I'm not sure. We're going to have to see. Septile Ice though only hope is to try to munch on down, but it's not going to happen. Too much health on the Lapras, and Zzweilous going to take the series 2-0.
Wow, what a performance from Zzweilous. I mean, it's tough to say that was even a close match. It wasn't close, unfortunately, for Septile Ice. He played really well, but he just didn't have answers to that Greninja. His best answer was a Primeape, and it couldn't get it onto the Greninja at all. It was so much pressure. You got the Scizor, you got the Greninja, you got the Lapras, the Glaring Corsa, just really weird team compositions, but they work so well together, right? I think it takes a special cook to put together a recipe like that.
Yeah, Zzweilous is one of the most special cooks in the world. He's so good with so many different types of Pokemon. You know, I think Septile Ice, though, he had everything going for him in the game number 2, right? He had the shield advantage, he had the energy advantage, he got the catch that he needed as well, and it still wasn't enough to overcome that Greninja, of course, backed up by the Lapras.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm one of the remaining competitors in this tournament, I'm watching that match, I'm praying that it's not Zzweilous that takes it because you don't know how to play into that. Who practices into that team, right? You got Septile Ice team, some parts unconventional, but for the most part, you know how to play those matchups out. Who knows how the Greninja matchups plays? Glaring Corsola, the Glaring Weezing, like so much stuff that you have to worry about. I mean, Shadow Scizor is not even the top half spiciest parts of his team.
That's right. Zzweilous, you know, maybe gets a little bit of an advantage from his opponents, maybe not knowing the counts, maybe not knowing the damage ranges quite as well. You see the nice catch here from Septile Ice. I thought this would give him a chance in this matchup, but still not enough to close things out.
Yeah, there just wasn't enough fast stack pressure from Septile Ice's team either, right? Which makes it really, really tough. I mean, I think the Lapras was a staple for Septile Ice's run here, but you just can't run that into the Greninja. It's just so tough. You're double resistant side wave damage as well. And now, Zzweilous will be facing against Richie. I'm sure Richie was paying attention to that match very carefully. He's like, I don't know what I'm going to do here too, but I'm going to start mentally preparing myself.
All right, well, Richie's had a little bit of a break, so maybe he's had some time to prepare. Maybe he's been looking at Patoman's team. Who knows? They're very similar, so maybe could pick up some tips from there. But we're going to have to wait a little bit to get to that matchup, but I'm sure it's going to be an amazing one.
Yeah, both players hunting for their next international trophy. Zzweilous, both of them have won regionals as well. I think Richie's won 2, Zzweilous won 1 as well. Made multiple grand finals throughout the past 2 years alone. And definitely contenders for that title, but only one out of the remaining people in the losers bracket will make it into day number 3, Championship Sunday, on that losers final side.
That's right. Still a lot of fantastic trainers left. Let's take a look at these trainers who will be contending for that final spot. We just saw Zzweilous take down Septile Ice, and he's going to be facing off against Richie, as you said. On the other side of the loser side of the bracket, it's going to be ItsAxen and Tiwastell.
All right, and this is going to be winner of this will guarantee a top 4 finish. It will guarantee an international trophy and a Worlds Invite auto qualification. At this point, everyone running the tournament, I believe, has already locked it in. But again, what a storyline for Tiwastell. He was like, I don't even know if I qualify to potentially even get a guaranteed Worlds Invite, but he has to go against a previous world champion, a previous international champion, Mr. Top Cut himself, ItsAxen.
Yeah, that's going to be a big test for Tiwastell. He's in the late stages of this tournament with so many big names, a world champion, like you said, multiple-time regional champion in Richie, of course, Zzweilous, multiple top cuts as well, and we haven't even talked about those incredible trainers still left on the winner's side.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see here too. You know, Pokemon Go is all about battles, but sometimes it's about catching some unique Pokemon as well, and you know what the best place to catch them is? Go Fest. Let's take a look.
As you can see, Speediest Chief and Gabby just returned from Pokemon Go Fest, but now we're here at the North American International Championships in New Orleans, where thousands of competitors are competing for championship points, prizes, and of course, that coveted world qualification. So it's only fitting that I make my friends and co-casters compete, because they are just gonna do something simple and give us Pokemon Go Fest tips, but I'm gonna make them compete to do it, as all these other trainers are competing as well. So I'm actually gonna give them the impossible task. We have a game behind us. There are 2 different colors. It is red and blue. And what they have to do is, if they hit a red target, they have to correlate the color red to a Pokemon Go Fest tip. I don't know how they're gonna be able to do it. And then the first person to hit both red and blue then has to go for the black. That one, no tip involved. That's just all skill. If you hit that black target, you are the winner, the champion of this game. And if you hit that black target first, your turn's over. So the other trainer's gonna get a huge advantage here. All right, let's just get into this. I'm gonna get the props right here. I'm gonna start it out hard. I said this was the impossible challenge. I'm gonna make them throw frisbees first. So go ahead and take a frisbee. We're gonna let Gabby go first here. No beanbags for you. You get the frisbee here. All right, Gabby, you can go ahead and go first. Go ahead. All right. Remember, she hits a red one. She has to correlate that to a tip. She hits the red one. All right, so Gabby, give me a tip that correlates to the color red about Pokemon Go Fest.
All right, so when I think of red, I think of max battles. Those are those Dynamax and Gigantamax Pokemon that you can catch. And my tip for that is you always want to be using your fast attacks, because you gain energy faster so that you can Dynamax or Gigantamax your own Pokemon quicker. And those attacks just do more damage at the end of the day. So you want damage, you want to be fast, you want to knock those Pokemon out, and then you want to catch them. So lots of damage.
Wow, well done. That is perfect. That is 1 tip down, 1 color down. All right, let's see if Speedy can match by hitting a target here with the Frisbees. Frisbees are a little harder to throw. He actually whiffs it. That means Gabby now is going to go to, she has a huge advantage here. No, actually, I'm going to give her a Frisbee again. You get the Frisbee once again because you're so far ahead here. Can she hit the blue to give 1 more tip? Wow, she is legit with the Frisbee. All right, Gabby, give us a tip with the blue color.
All right, when I think of blue, I think of shiny Pokemon, because I just like the color blue and I like shiny Pokemon. So make sure to look ahead at the Pokemon Go website to figure out what habitats your favorite shiny Pokemon are spawning in. In Jersey City, I really wanted the shiny Skidoo, which was a worldwide reveal for the in-person Go Fest. They were spawning in Noble Fields, which is where we were camped out all weekend, thankfully. So I was checking those Skidoo every opportunity I got, and I got the shiny. So just plan ahead.
Wow, well done. And she is so far ahead now. Now Speedy is going to have to, you know what? I'm going to give you a beanbag. You're so far behind. Here you go. You're going to get a beanbag. Can you get a tip in here? Red or blue? Just got to hit one of them. Oh, he got the red. All right, give me a tip based on red.
Absolutely. So just like Gabby said, I want to talk about the Gigantamax Pokemon because when I see red, I think of those Gigantamax battles. Gigantamax, Rillaboom, Inteleon, and Cinderace are all going to be appearing at Global Go Fest at the end of the month. Make sure to gather up your friends, and please, I'm begging you, heal your teammates during those Gigantamax battles. It helps everyone so much.
Wow, you two are good at this. All right, this means that Gabby has to go for the black to win it all. If she hits it here, she is the champion. If not, Speedy has a chance to tie it up here. Can she hit the black target? No, actually doesn't hit the black target. This means Speedy has a chance. All right, Speedy, can you hit one more color? You have to go for blue here. Give us one more tip to tie it up with Gabby. Can you hit the blue? Oh my, crushed it. All right, one more tip.
So Go Fest this season is the debut of two awesome shinies, and they both have a blue color. That's your Frigibax and Carbink. So make sure to check those two Pokemon and grab the shinies, because the Arctibax in Great League, you and I love that Pokemon, Butters, but Baxcalibur in Master League is going to be awesome, and Carbink, of course, in the Great League is very, very good as well.
Well, you guys are good at this talking thing. This was the impossible challenge, and you are nailing it. All right, we're going Beanbags to end it off, because we have a tie here. We're going Beanbags. Can Gabby hit the black target, be your champion here at NAIC 2025? Is she going for a trick shot? No way. With it all on the line? Oh my goodness, with it all on the line, she went for a trick shot, giving the window to Speediest Chief here to hit the black target to be the champion. He looks like he's not going for a trick shot, but you never know. He's posturing for some sort of behind the back. Wow, that was actually super close. All right, one more shot for Gabby. Can she hit the black target? She's back to the target. I didn't know they had this in their bag. Wow, they have a large bag of trick shots available that I had no idea about. I knew they would be good at the talking portion. I had no idea they'd be so good at the trick shot portion. Maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe they're not that good at the trick shot portion. Okay, try to trick shot a Frisbee. I dare you. You can't do it. It's too hard to trick shot a Frisbee. I don't think you could do that. Okay, she actually is doing it. It doesn't quite get it. All right, Speedy, I think you just gotta close it up. I think she gave you such a window. I think you just gotta knock it down, win it, hit the black, and he gets it. All right, we officially have our champion, Speediest Chief. Thank you so much to Gabby as well for those awesome Pokemon Go Fest tips. Let's look at what else they were up to at Go Fest and then get back to the Pokemon action.
Ever since we announced the AR Showdown, I knew that there was one shot I had to get, here at Nintendo New York. I've been coming here ever since it opened, and there was one spot that was absolutely perfect for it, right over here.
Fairy tales and tournament dreams are still on the line. No Clefable to be found at the 2025 NAIC, but many other strong Pokemon run by many strong trainers. We have a couple more battles to go on the loser side of the bracket to see who advances to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, we've seen some spicy teams, we've seen some meta teams, but we've seen some signature picks as well. One of those being the Araquanid on the side of ItsAxen. Doombug, I believe, has been eliminated from the tournament at this point. The singular spider still in this tournament seems to be that of the Araquanid on ItsAxen.
And we're already heading straight into the action. Let's see if Araquanid is going to make a showing here. Master Axen with the Araquanid in the lead, and it's met with the Shadow Dusclops from Tiwastell. I think this is a pretty fine lead for Tiwastell because you resist the Bug Bite, but Bug Bite is a pretty strong fast attack nowadays.
Bug Bite's still going to be doing a lot of damage, and I don't know that Dusclops is one of the highest HP-weighted Pokemon either. That said, we're going to see this first Shadow Punch get sent into the Araquanid. Bubble Beam is loaded. ItsAxen wanting to immediately get this Bubble Beam to get the utility of the attack drop into the Dusclops.
Not even building up to the Water Pulse, so no reason to use your protection here as Tiwastell. He's playing this matchup out as he has the Krayley and the Drapion in the back. Both Pokemon don't really want to see this Araquanid, so Tiwastell probably very fine with this matchup right here.
Yeah, ItsAxen would ideally like to realign this Araquanid versus one of those other Pokemon, but he seems content staying in right now. What he may be able to set up would be a situation where he has this Dusclops so debuffed that he can get a significant farm down with one of his Pokemon, gain an energy advantage, but Tiwastell could just swap out as well.
ItsAxen still staying in this match, getting some more energy, then going for the Water Pulse. A Bubble Beam wouldn't be enough to knock out here yet. Tiwastell is letting this go. Probably fine with letting it go and getting some energy advantage on this other Pokemon. I would expect to see the Drapion come in there, and there it is to get a full 4 Poison Sting. Comes out with an Aqua Tail loaded, which is very dangerous for ItsAxen as he has the Dusclops in the back.
ItsAxen will be able to get to an Aqua Tail before Tiwastell is able to reach his second Aqua Tail, but when you're looking at the mirror matchup, being this far behind in energy puts you in a pretty precarious situation.
The Dusclops wants to evade this and wants to prefer to be lined up into the Krayley in the back from Tiwastell. Still not using a Protect Shield. The Drapion is getting pretty low in health right now.
I think you need to try and go for a catch on this Aqua Tail, perhaps. I don't know that this is quite enough to knock out. After a couple more Poison Stings, it surely will be. And when you have that Dusclops in the back, you cannot afford to let this go.
The Protect Shield goes up from ItsAxen. The first Protect Shield of the game. Go for the Charge Attack priority tie. ItsAxen wins this, and this might force another Protect Shield from Tiwastell. So he has to, because the Krayley from him in the back cannot farm down this Drapion.
Neither of these trainers want to see the opposing Drapion with their back Pokemon, so both of them opting to use Protect Shields on this low 35 energy move. Only 4 Poison Stings to get to these charge attacks. Keep in mind, there's still a Protect Shield on the side of Tiwastell, though. ItsAxen knows that he wins charge attack priority, and now with all these Poison Stings, he has put this Drapion in a range where he could farm down if he wants to. But this is nice for ItsAxen. Had the perfect over farm where he's able to maximize the amount of energy he was able to gain, and I don't really know that you could get a farm down on this Drapion.
We see a deficit there on the Krayley, missing an asset. Even though this is resisted fast attack, Drapion is not exactly super bulky, so forced to switch out into the Dusclops, but that card is going to be very valuable. Rock Tomb is coming through. This is not a Shadow Dusclops, so it will hang on to 2 Rock Tombs here. ItsAxen might be in a pretty good spot.
ItsAxen's going to need 2 charge attacks plus another charge attack to crack that shield. Ice Punch is loaded and ready to go. Throw it now before another debuff comes through. Likely going to be the hardest hitting charge attack, the only super effective charge attack. Tiwastell uses his final Protect Shield.
This Ice Punch is way too chill for that Krayley, so putting up that Protect Shield naturally. Go for perfect timing here on the next Rock Tomb, but Dusclops, as we know, is bulky. Resist the asset. Rock Tomb only neutral. This is going to put Dusclops in the red, but after 2 debuffs, will you actually hang on the Ice Punch from this Dusclops?
Well, ItsAxen is going to get to 2 charge attacks prior to Tiwastell able to get to the next Rock Tomb or Grass Knot. Here's the one thing that this Krayley really struggles with, it's fast attack pressure into Ghosts.
Another Shadow Punch is being reached, not for a reason. The second name of Dusclops is Speed. It's getting there so fast, getting the knockout on this Krayley, and that secures the first win for ItsAxen on his way to the losers finals in NAIC.
Don't forget, Martine, we saw Araquanid win the Zero Shield matchup versus Shadow Dusclops, only doing resisted fast attack damage, not even the most efficient charge attack with Water Pulse. It was simply the utility of Bubble Beam that allowed it to win that extended matchup.
ItsAxen just shows that he knows his matchup so well. Even though I thought that wasn't that great of a matchup simply because of resisted Bug Bite, it seems that Araquanid just really bites through the Dusclops there. Dusclops has an extremely high defense stat, but it has a low HP stat. And when you have a one-turn fast attack, they just add up really quickly.
It's kind of like defense form Deoxys.
Correct. Defensive Deoxys, also a Pokemon. We don't see it currently as much anymore since Counter got nerfed, but a Pokemon with a very high defense, low HP, and at that time, even Lock-On from Reggie to a one-turn fast attack seemed to add up on that Pokemon.
Maybe one day we'll see HP form Deoxys.
Maybe one day. I can't say anything about that, but we're heading into game number 2 already. Both trainers already. Axen is 1-0 up, and he's leading the Dusclops into the Dedenne. We know how this matchup goes.
Yeah, Dedenne is one of the few Pokemon that wins so many of those neutral matchups, but in this situation, it does not. Dusclops does win the Zero Shield situation, and it does outpace to this first charge attack as well. We've seen some trainers opting to shield that first charge attack, but again, it's only a 35 energy charge attack, relatively non-attack weighted Pokemon as well.
That means it won't deal as much damage. For that reason, Tiwastell doesn't put up the Protect Shield. Parabolic Charge going to buff the defense of this Dedenne. And it's really just Dusclops' strength, but looks like ItsAxen already swapping out immediately. However, this Dedenne already had one Thunderstroke. No, oh, they're going for Charge Attack Priority Tie though. At this point, do you let this Play Rough go? This will do a lot of damage to ItsAxen's drop, and he snitches out, shields up to Play Rough.
That is a huge shield, and honestly, this charge attack priority is pretty significant as well, because now Tiwastell has to make a decision. Do I want to hang on to this Dedenne any longer? He's not going to get any more value out of it, and you've had a pretty significant overfarm on your Drapion as well. You're going to be able to get to an Aqua Tail, and you know that you win charge attack priority, and even better, you know that one Aqua Tail is not going to knock you out, so there's still plenty of mileage left for ItsAxen's Shadow Drapion.
Even though Tiwastell is down a shield, I feel like that he's in a pretty tough spot here just because that Dusclops is still so healthy. He's been relying on the Cradley all over the tournament, but this time Cradley is not really looking to be in a good spot when Dusclops is still chilling around there.
This is 2 games in a row where Tiwastell is having to shield Aqua Tails on his Drapion. Again, a 35 energy charge attack, no same type attack bonus, but it's because how threatening ItsAxen's Shadow Drapion is to the rest of his team.
We see the attempt from ItsAxen to catch Tiwastell. Great patience there, goes straight into the Cradley, knowing that it won't be super useful into that Dusclops. Do keep in mind, yes, we get the Drapion line to the Dusclops later likely, but Drapion from Tiwastell is also an Ice Punch range. It's not that healthy anymore.
I think ItsAxen's been putting on his Shadow Drapion clinic. He is showing just how effective it can be, especially when it's resisting fast attack pressure. He seems to be one step ahead right now, but he does need to get through this. Cradley still does. He is able to get to the Sparkling Aria. I bet he's going to throw just before the Rock Tomb. No, I'm a little surprised here. Tiwastell could have thrown that charge attack.
Could have thrown a charge attack. Perhaps didn't expect Axen to throw at this timing instead of immediately. Cradley still hanging on, going for the Rock Tomb. No, it goes down with it!
That is huge for ItsAxen. You can see a shake of the head of Tiwastell. Perhaps a miscue. ItsAxen has the Sparkling Aria loaded and ready to go. Tiwastell has tons of energy. Wants to hang on. No, lets it go.
We see Tiwastell conceding. ItsAxen, he takes game number 2. What a swift victory there for the 2023 World Champion as he advances here in New Orleans.
ItsAxen, I think he has played nearly flawlessly this entire tournament. Don't forget, his only loss that we've seen so far has been to Elum, and that was a charged attack priority loss. A best of 3 that went to 3 full games. It could not have been any closer. We are just talking simply attack stats influencing the outcome of that game. So I think Axen is as hot as anyone right now, where he currently finds himself in the loser side of the bracket, but he is advancing so fast. I'm just blown away by his place.
Many trainers opt for a Pokemon with a high defense and HP. ItsAxen shows that some attack really helps. 2 weeks ago, I was in Bologna and I saw Fieldback, the Italian trainer, go 18-0. One thing that's really helped him is that he had some attack on almost all of those Pokemon to win charge attack priority ties, and that just helps you gather a little bit more energy or just the switch/shield advantage in the matchups. It's such a valuable thing to know for your Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to kind of look at the relevancy of the Pokemon that you're bringing on your team of 6. If it's something like a Diggersby, if it's something like a Shadow Drapion that are going to be top 6 in usage for pretty much every every tournament, like you said, it might be helpful to have a little bit of attack for some of those key mirror matches. Now that said, when you're bringing something as spicy as this Araquanid, might be a little bit easier to get away with a little bit bulkier, lower attack type Pokemon. One thing I want to call out here in Adequance, that Araquanid, I think, scared away the Diggersby on the side of Tiwastell, which freed up the Shadow Drapion on ItsAxen's team to wreak havoc on Tiwastell's team.
And even then, if the Diggersby would come out, it doesn't even have that bad of a matchup just because you have super effective Aqua Tail. ItsAxen sniffs out all those matchups, aligns perfectly with his shields, with the switch, and keeping the Dusclops healthy was just such a problem for the Cradie. It's almost like he studied his opponents a little bit beforehand.
It's funny because I remember talking to ItsAxen a couple years ago, and one of the things that he said about how he prepared, especially for that 2023 season, I believe it was, yeah, I do a lot of Go Battle League. And while Go Battle League does help you build skills, absolutely, I don't know that you're going to understand all of these microcosms that can create these huge shifts in these matchups that very clearly ItsAxen understands right now. So I think that he is digging, and he's digging deep into the key mechanics of these matchups. For instance, the Zero Shield Araquanid versus Shadow Dusclops.
He is such an accomplished and knowledgeable trainer. Let's take a look at how far he actually got on the loser side of the bracket as he made it to the loser semi-finals. That means ItsAxen can add another trophy to his collection. He secured at least a top 4 trophy here at the NAIC.
And he is only one match away from making it to Championship Sunday.
Another time, and his opponent will be the winner of the next match that will be coming up very shortly. That is Richie versus Zzweilous. And of course, on the winner's side of the bracket, this will be played tomorrow on Championship Sunday on twitch.tv/Pokemon. We have Pokémon versus Elum. That's going to be an insane matchup. Is this going to be the first time an out-of-region trainer can win this? We have 2 Europeans still here in the brackets.
That's right. If we take a look at our regions in general, I think Oceania has been knocked out at this point. I think They Love Jai was the final Oceania trainer. Like you said, EU, we still have a couple trainers. Pokémon, Zzweilous.
And LATAM, we have Richie.
Richie still from LATAM. The final hope for LATAM?
Correct. He's up against Zzweilous. So one of these trainers will proceed. One of these trainers will get knocked out. It's going to be a tremendous matchup. Richie is number 2 on the LATAM leaderboard. I believe Zzweilous is either 2nd or 3rd on the European CP leaderboard.
Yeah, no, I know that he's actually, in fact, number 2. This is going to be battle.
You printed it out.
No. It's just in my memory bank, of course. Absolutely. Yeah, both of these trainers number 2 on their respective leaderboards. With this performance, they've all but guaranteed that they will be locked in for travel awards as well, yeah?
Yes, they have. That will be very useful for funding that trip to the World Championships. Look at this guy. An absolute menace at the game, but this guy is the most friendly person out there. He's going to be locked in for this matchup, though.
Almost a deadly smile, you could say.
A deadly smile, indeed. And from here, we have Zzweilous, a very serious player. Just like his brother, who making content, has really been on that same knowledge train. Zzweilous with the Shadow Scissor. I'm curious to see if we're going to see it come out again against Richie.
You know what? I don't want to look too far into the numbers here, but if memory serves me right,
oh, of course,
Pokémon number 2 on the overall leaderboards. We have Elum number 2 on the NA leaderboards.
Wow.
We have Zzweilous number 2 on the EU leaderboards.
Wow.
And we have Richie number 2 on the LATAM leaderboards.
Wow, well, it's about time that someone gets to number 1 here as we are on the loser side of the bracket. The winner of this match advances to the semis and secures at least that top 4 trophy. This is where it's at. This is where you will win the big prizes.
Well, I can't wait to see this match commence because I think both of these trainers have great command over their Pokemon. You've just seen how well they know certain matchups and how well they're able to build cores within their teams of 6. They recognize strengths and weaknesses, where they need to over-rotate and where they can maybe ignore some weaknesses.
I would almost say that Zzweilous is a little bit used to that 2nd place. Look at that. EYC finalist, Gdansk finalist, Birmingham finalist, Barcelona champion. He has a lot of silver. He wants that gold or maybe even a bronze just to be a little bit different from the silver. He has locked in already. Richie just locked in. Let's get ready for this first game.
This is going to determine our final finalist for top 4. and we'll have one more match after this. But here we go, Richie versus Zzweilous. This is a great lead for Zzweilous. The Galarian Weezing into the Shadow Annihilate. It's going to be met now by the Cradily, but still, you're going to be able to get to one of these neutral sludges before you swap out.
This is a little bit better of a matchup for the Cradily now that it has Acid. We see the chip and dip from Zzweilous going for the sludge, then into his own Cradily. Now after this Rock Tomb, your own Charge Attack will do less though. I'm not sure if the Acid plus a Grass Knot would secure a knockout on Richie, so we might just see the Rock Tomb to play it secure here as he says, no, he's going for the Grass Knot.
He's going straight for the Grass Knot. We know that it does more damage here.
So does he.
Yes, so does he, very clearly. Let's see how much damage it does. Not quite enough to knock out, but you know that you hang on versus one of these Rock Tombs as well.
This isn't debuffed though with Richie. He's not going for the Grass Knot. He's instead going for another debuff.
It's better that it's not debuffed.
It does less damage. However, perhaps now you can get a more secure farm down on your Annihilate though, and looks like Zzweilous not taking any chance. I think he could have gotten the Acid down here. He just wants to secure a switch advantage.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Oh, we see a shield. This is a little strange here. Richie, will he be able to reach this next charge attack? He gets the Rock Tomb. This could force a Protect Shield from Zzweilous, but you know what? I think he's going to have no problem maintaining Switch here. Maybe he just wants to try and get shields down to set up this Annihilate.
Switch advantage is going to be so important though. If you take a look at the backlines, this Annihilate only gets one counter in. We see the immediately switch into the Diggersby met by the Lapras. Switch advantage is important. Zzweilous was never going to let that go in the mirror matchup.
Zzweilous one step ahead. Perfect alignment against Richie. He gets the Galarian Weezing onto the Shadow Annihilate. He then has the presence of mind to stay in, chip and dip to set up his own Cradily so he can maintain alignment, and he has the perfect back alignment as well. The Lapras into the Diggersby.
And we see that attack drop, which might influence this matchup a little bit if we see another one, because the Sparkling Area damage will then do even less. However, Zzweilous not taking any chances, going for the Sparkling Area right before the next Scorching Sands, as Lapras places just a little bit faster to the short stacks.
Switch clocks are not desynchronized at all, so realistically, if Richie tries to get out of this matchup, Zzweilous will be able to get back into his own Weezing as well.
The only option, perhaps, might be to try and catch a charge attack here, but I think that Zzweilous is just going to put it all on the Galarian Weezing at this point. Going for the swap here, expecting the Annihilate to come in, and that is the correct prediction as Richie goes into the Shadow Annihilate.
Zzweilous actually ahead of the swap. They're swapping just before Richie able to get to this brutal swing. This is going to be neutral damage, but you'll see how quickly these Fairy Winds add up. Richie only able to throw these neutral Rage Fists and has double resisted counters when it's so reliant on its fast attack pressure going into a opposing Pokemon that double resists the fast attack. Okay, yes, you get an attack boost, but still these counters are doing nothing.
The irony of running a fast attack pressure Pokemon. Oh, Zzweilous is not happy with that one, because now you have to put a Protect Shield here. If you cannot knock out the Diggersby might be able to threaten that Lapras at some point. How much energy does it have? It is now at the Fire Punch, but Zzweilous, I believe, has two Brutal Swings locked in here.
Had Richie had that Fire Punch loaded and ready to go, this may be a different story, but Zzweilous has two charged attacks. No sludge. No, that would be a wholesome play, perhaps.
It's swinging this Diggersby out of the way. Zzweilous takes game number one. His tournament dreams, his trophy moves are still on there.
He is one game away from making top 4 here at the 2025 North America International Championships. He is no stranger to top 4. He is no stranger to the grand finals, but he first has to win this next game, and then the winner of this match goes on to face ItsAxen.
How often do you get perfect alignment like Zzweilous had this time? You really need to take these kind of victories, especially against a tough opponent like Richie. We saw no Scissor this time, and I think Richie kind of prepared a lot for that Pokemon with the Shadow Annihilate and the Diggersby, trying to secure and protect that Cradily from it, but there was no Scissor to be afraid of.
Well, the Diggersby and the Shadow Annihilate, it's a pretty obvious core for Richie, because when you take a look at the Pokemon on Zzweilous' team, weak to Shadow Annihilate, you have the Lapras, you have the Cradily, you have the Shadow Sizer. We can say it does get out more fast attack pressure from the Annihilate, and then also that Greninja as well. What are the two things that beats the Annihilate? It's going to be the Galarian Weezing, and it's going to be the Galarian Corsola. What beats those? It's the Diggersby.
I'm gonna take it one up even.
Okay.
Look at the Galarian Weezing. Fine versus Jellicent, Annihilate, Dedenne, Cradily, and Mandibuzz. It's like Richie has to bring that Diggersby because the Galarian Weezing just pops off.
I'm actually pretty impressed here by just the foresight from Zzweilous, and not over-rotating to compensate for that Diggersby. Had exactly what he needed, just the right balance. Great cooking, you can say, from ZZ. Let's move into game number 2. We are seeing the Shadow Scissor on display, but it's met by the Mandibuzz.
We've seen this matchup a couple times. You think this match is not great for the Scissor as the charge attacks are resisted, but most of the time, and we see that here as well, the Scissor goes for the Trailblaze, and then the Bullet Punches will start chunking because no Mandibuzz ever shields here.
Once this Trailblaze has landed, I think you can actually dictate the matchup and Bullet Punch all the way down if you're willing to invest both Protect Shields. For Zzweilous, switch is so important. He does not want to have his Lapras on that Shadow Annihilate. He wants to get that Galarian Corsa loaded on it. He knows that Annihilate is hanging out in the back, and I think he's going to be willing to invest Protect Shields to make it happen.
Zzweilous is playing that infamous strategy of win leads, a line in the back, and it's going so well here. If he met the Diggersby, which is kind of a good lead against Scissor as well, he could have still played that matchup out, so the Galarian Corsa in the back will be free. Still 2 shields, however, on Richie's side. That Shadow Annihilate can still put in a lot of work, even because there's no shields on Zzweilous' side anymore.
Let's remember, the Scissor is single stage attack boosted as well, so these are boosted Night Slashes. I think Richie's trying to put everything on this Diggersby at this point, but he's gonna have to shield one of these Night Slashes if he wants to hang on to his Annihilate.
That does so much damage. You gotta shield this unless you put 2 protections on your Diggersby, but remember, it will resist the quick attack.
Exactly. You would have so much Bullet Punch damage. All right, look at the amount of damage that has been into this Annihilate already. All right, now we have the perfect alignment. You can see the frustration from Richie. Zzweilous yet again gets the Lapras on the Diggersby.
Not going for the sparkling area before the Scorching Sense. This could trigger an attack drop. I think Zzweilous is looking to be in a pretty decent spot though. As long as his Diggersby's health gets lowered, the Galarian Corsa will not be as threatened by it as much anymore, as the charge attack and fast attack damage is resisted by this Diggersby.
You needed that attack drop if you're Richie to have any chance in this matchup. First, Sparkling Aria gets shielded. Second, Sparkling Aria is ready to go, but no, Zzweilous does not throw it. Richie actually is able to get this next Scorching Sands off, another chance for an attack debuff.
Is the timer almost up? It's not up just yet. There's no catch opportunity here. We now see the attack drop. We're going for the harder hitting Ice Beam. Can this Diggersby get to a charge attack into the Galarian Corsa, and then the Annihilate can that get to a charge attack as well? The Corsa comes in. It's gonna need a full power gem and also into the Annihilate still.
Is the play to try and catch a power gem? You might be able to hang on as the Shadow Annihilate. You need to probably land 2 charge attacks from your Diggersby plus a Rage Fist from your Shadow Annihilate. I don't know if he's going to be able to. Does he get to the Rage Fist?
Oh, Zzweilous is just ahead, and now he knows he secured this matchup, because at this point, no Rage Fist super effective can threaten this Galarian Corsa anymore. Zzweilous a few astonishes away from the next charge attack. He is at the Power Gem.
Power Gem is resisted. It does not benefit from same type attack bonus, but this Diggersby is barely hanging on here. Zzweilous lands the Power Gem. 1, maybe 2 more astonishes is all you'll need.
Scorching Sands is coming through, but I think at this point, you're gonna need something like a Dark Pulse as the Diggersby. This is not going to threaten a knockout. 1 more Astonish. Zzweilous has secured his trophy!
And Richie, the final hope of LATAM has fallen. We now have 2 NA trainers, 2 EU trainers, rounding out our top 4, and ZZ moves on where he will face ItsAxen in our loser semifinals.
Man, this tournament is so incredibly stacked. These trainers are still battling out what just happened, because this just goes so fast. Split-second decisions, the health that the Scissor just keeps punching and punching away. It goes so fast, man.
Well, what Scissor does is that it just forces situations. This is what Shadow Annihilate does very well too. But you land that Trailblaze into the Mandibuzz. No one's going to shield a Trailblaze on their Mandibuzz. But once you land it, you've guaranteed that you can Bullet Punch down, and yes, you'll use 2 Protect Shields, but you're going to be getting those back.
And then Richie is thinking, okay, I have a 2 shield advantage. However, that Scissor still had energy. You saw how much that Night Slash did on the Shadow Annihilate. That was about 50%. Your health / shields will just evaporate just like that.
I think if we're looking at a trainer who just knows how to guard their Shadow Scizor, Zzweilous has to be in the conversation for the best trainer currently. The other one, probably Patomon.
Indeed, and both trainers are still in with that Shadow Scissor. Zzweilous is also pretty much one of the very few players to bring the Galarian Corsa and Galarian Weezing, a very unique team from the reverse engineer from Germany.
Well, he was always finding the right alignment, and sometimes he had to force it, sometimes he was getting a little bit of luck on his side early on in the game, but he knew that he had
celebration.
Oh, incredible celebration there. You can see that he is so hyped. But he knew he had to have an answer to the Annihilate. He knew that his team was weak to it. He had the Galarian Weezing game 1, he had the Galarian Corsola game number 2. Galar region proving very difficult for the Shadow Annihilate.
The Weezing was also pretty decent in 5 Pokemon of Richie. In game 1, getting that lead was so big, but then basically bluffing that he's gonna counter it, Richie. He's gonna try his very best to align the Diggersby and have any other neutral matchup there. And then Zzweilous didn't even bring it.
Yeah, no, Zzweilous, a little bit of mind games there, but Zzweilous seemed in not only firm control in game number 1, but once that Trailblaze landed, I think game number 2 was over because it gave the control to ZZ to get the alignment that he needed to force those positive matchups, to force that super effective damage and put Richie on the back foot. The rest is history.
All right, we're not done just yet, because our next match will decide which trainer will move on to Championship Sunday and secure at least a top 3 spot. ItsAxen versus Zzweilous. Chat, who do you think is going to take this one? Do you have any predictions here?
Congratulations to the top 4. They've all earned their trophies, rightfully so.
And qualification spot.
And qualification spots. They all get direct qualifications. I don't think any of these trainers had not qualified. Like we said, these are trainers that are number 1, number 2 on the leaderboards.
Right. Yeah. I believe all of these trainers have won a championship, at least one championship this season already.
Are you a little disappointed that we don't have an underdog story here?
I believe if everyone is not an underdog, everyone is an underdog.
Okay.
Maybe that's like a bit of the quoting.
If there's no underdogs, everyone's an underdog.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right. All right, well, you can see this matchup getting ready here. Zzweilous not having to move at all. He is back in business this time rather than facing Richie. He is going to face former world champion ItsAxen. ItsAxen has looked unstoppable, his only loss being to Elum earlier in the winners semifinals. And again, that was a loss that came down to a charge attack priority tie. Took him to 3 games.
This is a very similar team that Doombug had, except that ItsAxen had a different Pokemon than the Gligar. I believe it was the Dusclops as a replacement. Oh no, sorry, Doombug had a Shadow Dusclops, but ItsAxen,
right.
Yeah, the Shadow Scissor is just so good into this team. How are you going to tackle that? You kind of need the Diggersby on even energy. However, regular Dusclops might be a little bit safer into the Scissor. We're going to find out now.
Well, I don't really dislike the Araquanid into the Scissor so much, but it has so many tough matchups otherwise. But hey, Inadequates, maybe I spoke it into existence. We're going to see the Battle of the Bugs in the Bayou yet again. It is going to be the Araquanid into the Shadow Scissor. Look at those bug bites adding up.
They are resisted, I'm telling you, but it looks like they're doing so much damage and now trying to catch on the Lapras. Now, this is awkward for ItsAxen. He does have Scorpius on his Lapras, however, so we do see him swap in. The thing is, Araquanid has a good matchup into Lapras, but all your Charge Attack energy is resisted. Zzweilous, though, speaking of resisted, only has resisted Charge Attacks for this Lapras from ItsAxen.
Right, we've talked a lot about the trainers who are running Skull Bash versus running Ice Beam. I believe Elum running Ice Beam, Zzweilous also running Ice Beam. However, ItsAxen, if I'm not mistaken, actually running the Skull Bash, which will give him the advantage in this mirror match.
Correct. It's going to take a while to get there, though, but it's almost at the first Skull Bash, which would raise the defense of this Lapras. The opposing Lapras, the one from Zzweilous, is not a Skull Bash range just yet, and it looks like we see a first Protect Shield come up here to shield this high energy cost Charge Attack.
Prioritizing the shield on the Lapras, a little bit strange here, knowing that so many situations you want to save those Protect Shields for the Sizer. Okay, actually a quick swap now by ZZ. Has the Night Slash loaded and ready to go here. He's going to be throwing this into the Lapras. I think this is going to be enough to knock out. No, hangs on with 1 HP. Lapras has the Sparkling Aria.
You can't even use a protection here because that Araquanid has a Water Pulse loaded. Although with that Bullet Punch you may have another Night Slash loaded. No, it looks like Zzweilous is just letting this go. He's already at a shield deficit and is looking in a really tough position at this point. Yes, you wall the energy from Araquanid with your own Lapras, but look at that. You have the Greatly in the back, and from this action we see the Shadow Drapion. In comes the Araquanid. But here's the joke. Your Charge Attack damage is also resisted because you don't have Skull Bash.
Yeah, this is going to be a very slow matchup here with 2 bulky Water-type Pokemon only throwing resisted damage. ItsAxen, I believe, actually fired off the Bubble Beam there. Wanted to get a utility debuff into Zzweilous before this next Sparkling Aria was loaded, but no, he's not. He's going to have to wait because this was a Charge Attack priority event.
Lapras not going to take a lot of damage from this right here. Keep in mind, Krayley doesn't have a great matchup there in the back. The timer is up, but you don't want to swap your Krayley into this Pokemon just yet because you might get hit by a debuff immediately. I think this Water Pulse might not even knock out the Lapras just yet, considering how bulky it is, but you likely won't be able to get to another charge tag. Let's see if it knocks out. No, it doesn't.
All right, well now a quick swap from Zzweilous, bringing in the Cradily. He sees the Shadow Drapion. The Shadow Drapion is up a Protect Shield. He's going to be able to outpace to these charge attacks as well. Zzweilous may want to try and shield the first one, knowing that the second charge attacks will be debuffed, but opts to let this Aqua Tail go through.
Goes for the Aqua Tail. I'm not sure if that's going to make a lot of a difference here. It's actually just wants to get damage in before getting hit by a Rock Tomb buff. I know that Krayley has potential here in the 2-shield scenario, but being down a shield makes it really tough, especially against the Drapion that paces so quickly to these charge attacks.
Absolutely, and now we have another charge attack priority situation here. This is going to be Crunch coming through this time from the Shadow Drapion. Zzweilous does shield this one up here, and let's see if we get a defense drop. No, not this time. Rock Tomb will be coming through here. ItsAxen still has a Protect Shield remaining, and he opts to use his final Protect Shield on this Rock Tomb. He is now double debuffed, though.
You know what also came through? It's the Switch Clock. We may see a catch attempt here from Zzweilous. Can he do it? No catch attempt here. This Crunch is double debuffed. However, is that going to knock out?
I don't think it's going to knock out. I think this Cradily is going to be able to hang on, and indeed it does. There's not a lot of fast attack pressure either, but the Sparkling Aria almost got loaded by Zzweilous, unable to get there. A full farm down. The Aqua Tail is loaded. ItsAxen is going to knock out both of these Pokemon. Any final hope has been squashed.
ItsAxen knocks out Krayley, takes game number 1. Such patience play there and so focused, relaxed. ItsAxen, the 2023 World Champion. That play from Zzweilous, I think he overpredicted maybe a little bit too much, or he tried to get to the Sparkling Area. I think that he was hoping ItsAxen would immediately go into the Araquanid.
Let's go back even further though. Don't forget, Zzweilous swapping back in his Shadow Scizor, throwing the Night Slash into ItsAxen's Lapras. It did not knock out. These are two situations now where I've seen across multiple matches Zzweilous throwing the Night Slash in lieu of the guaranteed Trailblaze, which gives you that guaranteed attack debuff. And of course, it's super effective versus neutral damage. You needed that Trailblaze to knock out the Lapras, and he was punished for it.
Well, he wasn't at the Trailblaze just yet, I believe, at that point. And the problem then is that if you don't have a charge tag loaded for the next Pokemon, Araquanid already had energy loaded. And it just makes it kind of difficult to justify another shield on the Scizor. Because if you shield that Sparkling Area, ItsAxen was just really fortunate with hanging on just barely with some HP here. And that makes the Lapras such a solid Pokemon with that bulk.
Yeah, absolutely. I was surprised by how strong that Araquanid was into the Shadow Scizor, though. You can just see that HP evaporating tick, 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 tick. Within maybe 14 Bug Bites, it was nearly at half HP. All right, well, Araquanid is going to get its revenge again because it's lined up versus this Cradily. Both these Pokemon pace at the exact same rate to their first charge attack. Bubble Beam versus Rock Tomb. Zzweilous opting to throw it right away. I would not be surprised to see ItsAxen put up a Protect Shield.
ItsAxen so far hasn't put a Protect Shield just yet, and he sticks to the plan. Bug Bite being such a solid fast attack now is just eating away this Cradily. The plant is delicious for this spider-like Pokemon. Whatever this attack may be, it will not secure a knockout. This is where you kind of would want Bug Buzz, but at least you get this Cradily really low now. Cradily will win the zero shoot scenario. Do we see ItsAxen fight for switch advantage here?
Yeah, a lot of unique situations that we're seeing with this Araquanid. Matchups that you think would go one way that end up going another way. Zzweilous actually recognizing that he wins the zero shield situation, forcing ItsAxen into using his first Protect Shield, and now he has his Shadow Scizor. Again, this is going to be now double...
Whoa! The no-shield on the Bubble Beam!
A huge no-shield on the Bubble Beam, but don't forget there's been 2 attack drops as well.
2 attack drops won't do a lot of damage. We see the immediate swap into the Shadow Drapion, answered by the Greninja, which is going to wall all the charge attack damage. But because Greninja is so fragile, this Crunch will still chunk away on this Greninja.
Yeah, wall is a strong word here in Adequance when we're talking about Greninja. You have 2 Protect Shields. Crunch is going to hurt. And yeah, we see Zzweilous using that first Protect Shield. Oh, we do see the defense drop as well, which may help out Axen.
Does this Hydro Cannon knock out? If ItsAxen hangs on by a sliver of HP, it's going to be a rough match for Zzweilous. And he does hang on just by 1 HP, getting to this Aqua Tail.
Absolutely, this is huge. This is just the Aqua Tail though, but it's still a decent chunk of damage. Don't forget the defense drop that we saw earlier from the Crunch. That is incredibly meaningful. Now the Lapras is here. Lapras does double resisted Psywave damage, but with that defense drop, maybe it went from 1 to 2 damage here.
Lapras might look like it doesn't have a lot of play, but keep in mind that this energy is super valuable into the fragile Scissor in the back. We have a little bit of the Arachnid left, but I think that this ItsAxen might not really need it. No protection though. This might leave an opening for that Scissor to put in a lot of fast attack pressure here.
Scissor is back. It has the Night Slash. Will you go for the Trailblaze this time? Not before ItsAxen is able to reach the Sparkling Aria. ZZ knows he has to put up the Protect Shield. After a few more bullet punches, Night Slash will be able to knock out, but keep an eye on the switch clock for ItsAxen. He still has his Arachnid as well.
This time goes immediately for that Trailblaze. You're getting the attack buff here. This allows Scissor to deal more damage with the bullet punches. We have a little bit of the Arachnid in the back, but the bullet punches add up too much, and looks like Arachnid getting pushed down. Zzweilous is tying up the score here with this Night Slash.
Zzweilous not making the same mistake. He doesn't go for the RNG play. He goes for the guaranteed attack buff that allows him to get the guaranteed farm down into the Lapras, knock out the Arachnid, and he's tying up the series 1-1.
Something he probably should have wanted to do before with that Trailblaze boosting the bullet punches. It has been crucial in this tournament so far. Scissor being a staple in this meta. Zzweilous is really taking us to school with it.
This time we saw the Arachnid. I love the play by Zzweilous here. Yes, you saw the Arachnid. Yes, you're taking super effective damage. Get those debuffs out, though. Set up that Scizor. This time, you're not seeing that HP evaporate like we saw at the beginning of game number 1. We definitely saw those bug bites doing less damage into the Scizor and calling that Bubble Beam. Again, it was double debuffed as well. It allowed him to gain the energy that he needed to set up the win at the end of the game.
And also, this shield advantage was just huge because we know Zzweilous loves to use the shields for his Shadow Scissor. But the problem is when you have Scissor and Greninja on your team, both Pokemon kind of need a shield there.
Absolutely, and the nice thing though, Greninja found the matchup that it wanted to see though in that Shadow Drapion. Even with a little bit of bad luck, he was able to do exactly what he needed, wall a little bit of that energy, at least tank a charge attack, knock the Drapion off the field, set up that Scizor, and there you have it. Tied 1-1. Inadequates, we're locked in for game 3.
Decisive game number 3, it is going to be the Arachnid into the Galarian Corsola. This is a great lead for Zzweilous.
You finally have the right Pokemon onto this Arachnid, forcing ItsAxen to bring in the Lapras, and you have your Cradily ready to go here. ItsAxen will be able to get to the Sparkling Aria first, but he does not have the Ice Beam.
Zzweilous is finding all the alignment that he wants here. No Ice Beam means that this won't deal as much damage. However, if ItsAxen wants, he can make this matchup really annoying by putting in Protect Shields. This Rock Tomb won't get the knockout just yet, and also this Lapras will be able to get to another Sparkling Area before the next Rock Tomb. That might dictate the shield play here in this game for ItsAxen.
I think the key for ItsAxen is going to be finding a way to get energy on his Drapion. He's not going to be able to get a lot of fast attack pressure into that Shadow Scizor that's hanging out in the back, but if he can get an energy advantage, chip away at those shields, there may be a way for him to land a crunch into not only the Scizor, but the Galarian Corsola as well.
Pivotal moment. Is ItsAxen go for switch advantage? Yes, he is. The world champion thinks that switch is going to be everything here, and we see Zzweilous letting all of this Cradily go, perhaps taking it elsewhere. Lapras barely hangs on.
I think you have to bring in the Galarian Corsola at this point to absorb the energy. This is going to be debuffed energy. No need to shield this one. Can Galarian Corsola find a way to victory over that Shadow Drapion?
It has an energy advantage. It will outpace to a power gem. It wants to see Zzweilous swapped immediately answered by the Arachnid. These resistant bug bites will deal a lot of damage. I think this time you go for the Trailblaze to boost your attack immediately.
You have to get these bullet punches doing more damage. They're not adding up fast enough right now. Get the guaranteed attack buff. Maybe put it in range where now the Night Slash will be enough to knock out.
Going for the Bubble Beam, this does do a lot of damage. Zzweilous still not putting up a protection. He knows that with some energy, the Galarian Corsola may be able to close out this game, but if you let the Scissor go entirely, you might be debuffed permanently by the Bubble Beam. And it looks like this Arachnid might be able to get the Bubble Beam down here, but not before another Trailblaze.
I'm concerned here because you don't have a lot of HP. While these Poison Stings are double resisted still, I think 3 or 4 Poison Stings may knock out, but this helps here. The farm down. Hold on here, Inadequates. Bubble Beam is loaded. This is going to be a permanent debuff.
At this point, Zzweilous is going to need 3 charge attacks into the Shadow Drapion. ItsAxen has 1 protection. Zzweilous has 2 protections, but this is a significantly better matchup for the Shadow Drapion. Are we going to see ItsAxen bait here as the Octeel would but cost less energy. Zzweilous, is he going to shield this? Yes, he puts up the protect shield correctly.
You can't take the risk. That is just too much at stake here. Your tournament hopes are on the line. Here comes the first power gem. ItsAxen still has a protect shield. Opts to let this one go. Does this put it in Nightshade range?
I don't think just yet after that defense or the attack drop, but now you are in Nightshade range. Not the Astonishes. They won't do enough yet. ItsAxen, 1 of 2 crunches here.
ItsAxen just needs 2 crunches. Zzweilous needs 2 Nightshades, but Zzweilous is, I believe, 2 Astonishes away. ItsAxen is only 1 Poison Sting away, and he gets to the crunch.
Rise for ItsAxen as he's defending the North Americas. He is taking out Zzweilous. We'll see ItsAxen back on Championship Sunday.
Congratulations to ItsAxen. He is going to be making it to day number 3. Zzweilous, what a tournament run that he just had. He has made it to the top 4. He earns himself a direct invitation to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California later this year. But the story of today has been ItsAxen. He's been so calculated. He's been so clever, digging his way out of tough matchups, and he's going to find himself in the losers finals in Championship Sunday.
This match lived up to all the expectations. Expert knowledge from 2 experts. Zzweilous' brother Jonkus will have more YouTube content to make now. Scissor has been putting up such a show, but it's now in the hands of Patoman to see if it can make it even further in NAIC. And for ItsAxen, that's going to be the Araquanid.
Yeah, the Araquanid was just so strong there, and I am blown away by its performance, specifically into the Shadow Scissor. If you don't have that debuff, I think it's taking maybe the damage from 3 down to 2 with those debuffs, which totally changed the game. With those debuffs, the Shadow Scissor able to get energy, able to dominate that matchup, but when we see it in the lead or when we see it undebuffed, the Araquanid was so powerful.
Switch advantage may have been everything here. If you had your Galarian Corsola on that Araquanid, if you had your Shadow Scissor on that Shadow Drapion, perhaps there was more play there. But the thing is, the more shields you invest and the less shields you have on your Scissor,
exactly,
that crunch will come through. It would do a lot of damage, as we said yesterday, 81%.
Yeah, there's 2 paths that could have happened there. ItsAxen uses his Protect Shield. Either Zzweilous uses his own Protect Shield, which then he maintains Switch, but it sets up the Drapion to get energy, and all he needs to do is land 1 crunch, which does how much damage into Shadow Scissor?
It does 81% with a 20% chance for a defense drop. Perhaps Poison Sting would then do 2 damage instead of 1. Jim, we have our top 3 for Championship Sunday. We have on the winner's side of the bracket, Patoman from Europe versus Elum, and the loser of that tomorrow will face off against the 2023 World Champion, the 2022 NAIC Champion, ItsAxen, who's again so successfully, and I can tell you only one thing. If he's not using Metacham, he's so good.
I mean, I think the 3 trainers that we have remaining basically have played flawless. I say that Elum and Patoman have played perfectly flawless. ItsAxen lost 1 game to a charge attack priority. Other than that, I think he's played flawless. So these are the top trainers, and they've earned their spots in Championship Sunday. I cannot believe how well they're all doing. I think it's anyone's tournament still.
They've come from so far, and we take a look how far we came on the winner's side of the bracket. Again, Patoman and Elum, but they had to get through a gauntlet of trainers. Elum is the one trainer that was able to defeat ItsAxen today, pushing him to the loser side of the bracket, and then no one else was able to overcome him.
When we take a look at these teams, I think there's a signature Pokemon pretty much on all of these teams. With the Patoman, he has that Shadow Kanto Marowak, he has that Greninja, I think the Shadow Scizor as well. With ItsAxen, he has his Araquanid. With Elum, maybe running the most meta team currently, but still, he is showing that he is the tactician, that he can pilot any team no matter the meta and punish trainers that don't understand the matchups.
In fact, Elum is straight up undefeated since 2025 Toronto, and how that is going to unfold, you can find tomorrow, not on this channel, but on the main channel, where we're going to start off with Pokémon UNITE. We're then going into the winners, losers, and grand finals of Pokémon GO, and that will be followed by the trading card game and the video card game. You can see here exactly, it will start at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific time, and 4 p.m. Central European time. Twitch.tv/Pokémon Pokemon.
And
Be there.
Yeah, make sure that you guys tune in throughout the day as well, because there's going to be all of the games that are going to be broadcasted. Not only Pokemon Go, but also Unite, the trading card game, as well as the video game. Plenty of Pokemon action. For those Pokemon Go fans, though, don't make sure you do not miss it, though. This is going to be some of the top trainers, not only in North America, but in the world.
And there's going to be rewards even for watching, as we have Twitch drops enabled. You can get the Mandibuzz that Patome currently is using. He's using this particular Pokemon to get to the winners finals at NAIC.
That's right, not just the Mandibuzz that you can get, but also an elite charge TM as well. So if you're playing any of those Pokemon that have those legacy charged attacks, you can use that outside of the exclusive Community Day windows to ensure that you're able to get that exclusive charge attack.
And of course, also rewards for the Pokemon trading card game live. Some special illustration rares from Team Rocket and Ethan's Adventure. You can get those on twitch.tv/Pokemon tomorrow. Make sure you tune in. And we also have some Ogre Pond merch here as well.
Yeah, make sure that you guys watch and earn your Twitch drops there. You can get the exclusive 2025 Pokemon NAIC Championship Ogre Pond there. We're going to keep going here, though. We actually have more drops as well. Not only for TCG and Go, we have drops for VGC as well. Make sure that you guys follow along and redeem the code NAIC Cone Parish to get the Wolf Glix exclusive 2025 EUIC winning Incineroar. It's a perfect copy of it.
If you remember Wolf's speech there, it just wasn't enough with all those trainers. The largest tournament that was there for the Europe International Championship to date. You can get that Incineroar as well for the video game if you want. So make sure to tune in tomorrow.
And Adequance, you've been to several ICs this season, have you not?
I have. I've been at all of them, actually.
How is this one holding up, in your opinion?
Wow, it's been certainly some action. We've seen international competition at the LAIC. We've seen international competition at EUIC. And every time, trainers all over the world come here to compete, and some of them really make it that far. Jim, this is going to be it from us from today. Do you have any final thoughts of the tournament that we've had?
Make sure you guys tune in, because it is going to be a special finals tomorrow. We're going to be super excited. I'm going to have trouble sleeping. I'm so excited for these games tomorrow. I think as far as my observations go, no real surprises from day 1 to day 2, but I think the thing that stands out to me most is fast attack pressure is necessary for success.
Some great final words that we had there from you, Jim. Thank you for your knowledge. We'll be back here tomorrow morning for Championship Sunday. See you tomorrow.
Well played. Good luck, man. Congrats, dude. That's top 8 at NEIC.
Bye.